The major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Welcome back to another day here at the EU RMR A. We've had some crazy upsets. UKCS is winning some games. We see a lot of teams pull off some crazy results throughout this one, and we are continuing into day 3. I'm looking forward to this, Lucy. We've seen some crazy teams come through, and we've also seen the likes of NAVI qualify. So you've got a good mixed bag. The top teams performing and some underdog stories coming through as well.
Yeah, a couple of teams that we expected to be going through. We can take a look at the results so far. We can see all these remaining BO1s all finished up yesterday, Hawker.
Yeah, some really close games, actually, especially early on. A lot of these teams that I'd say are at a similar level that are on the cusp of being able to qualify. And those Bad News Eagles and GamerLegion wins, I'd say, are huge wins for these guys.
I mean, we're looking at the biggest upset right there. You can see the Into the Breach win over Virtus.pro. Well, they've actually decided to make some changes today, which we'll get into in a little bit. But these are the qualified teams from yesterday. NAVI went ahead and won over FaZe. Fnatic getting themselves a victory over Bid Esports. They'll go 3-0, qualified already. Sad stories, though, for SAW and Viperio. And for SAW, it means some of those Portuguese guys who've played at so many of these RMRs throughout their careers will never, ever make a CSGO major. That's a little bit sad. But we'll take a look at the bracket and see how things are shaping up. We've seen the 3-0 teams go through yesterday, NAVI and Fnatic, as you mentioned. So we'll see FaZe filter on down. They'll be playing B&E in that 2-1 bracket. Ooh. That's going to be exciting, Hawker. Any matchup that really jumps out to you across the board here?
Well, other than the lower bracket, I do think it's B&E FaZe in the 2-1 matchup. I mean, we know that B&E can beat them. We know that FaZe could be maybe a little concerned about that matchup, actually. I think against NAVI, FaZe weren't really playing at 100% though, so I'm expecting them to step it up in that game.
I'm really excited for that Falcons GamerLegion game, right? I mean, that looks like one of the best opportunities for Falcons to make the major.
Yeah, but the 1 and 2 bracket, Lucy, that's crazy. We've got Mouz versus VP down there.
That's a really painful one for both teams to end up there. Two teams that we looked at as favorites to go through, potentially even in a Legends spot, and now they're fighting for survival. And it's a rematch. These two have played so many times before.
Both playoff teams at the last major. One of them's not making it this time. That's a bit wild, but here's the schedule for day 3. We're kicking things off here with 1win versus OG, Mouz versus VP, Bit versus Into the Breach, and we'll be focusing on that 1win OG matchup first. OG obviously coming into this tournament with an identity crisis, Hawker. They don't have Nexa, having to figure out how to use Nico in that respect, and you know, talking to Flames, he's been pretty open about the fact that they have been struggling. Well, there is no problems in terms of leadership over for 1win. They have lots of options. Nico back as the IGL is performing very well as an individual.
Yeah, it's so cool to see, isn't it? Top rated so far at the RMR for the team. I think we have seen the other players stepping up as well, though, but it really has been surprisingly Nickelback doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and that's honestly a good sign because I'm sure we will see the stars step up. We've definitely seen moments from Deco. I think Forrester's always solid for this squad, so I think 1win are in a pretty good place right now. Yeah,
they had a few issues yesterday with some sickness on some of the players. I spoke with Hooch this morning. He said that they're feeling a little bit better. They're feeling much better, in fact, coming into it, so that's a good sign for 1win. Also got to sit down with him a little bit further and discuss their details as they move forward. Hooch on the sidelines with me this morning.
Hey Hooch, thanks for joining me for ahead of your matchup. Obviously you guys had a tough loss yesterday. It looked a little frustrated after the game. How are you guys feeling?
Obviously it doesn't feel good to lose like games like this. We were up 15-12 and 2v1 on post-plant, but this is Counter-Strike. I always say that, like, it's unfortunate that we lost that match, and it's up to us how we react on this loss. We can keep this in mind and lose the game today, or we can just get these thoughts out of our heads and give all we can today.
We've seen you guys go behind a lot and then come back into games so far in this competition. You know, you've got Nickelback, you've got Boomish, you've got yourself. Do you feel like there's a lot of good mid-rounding options?
Yeah, I mean, like, we are really struggling with the beginnings of our 3 last games, and I hope this won't continue today. I don't know, like, we reviewed our games and we were just making like stupid mistakes, or just not making easy kills, but I'm pretty happy like how we adapt through this hard circumstances. So I hope we have a good start today and just play our game.
In your opinion, how is the Boomich-Nickelback relationship working in terms of, because obviously Boomich is going to be a second caller in the team. How is that going?
I don't know, since Boomich joined our team, like, this is the most popular question, and I answered like many times, but the thing is, like, IGL is Nickelback and Boomich is second IGL. I think he has a great experience and he's good in mid-calling and stuff, so they're doing good so far. Like, I hope they will continue working together and become better. And I will do my best to make it happen.
Yeah, I wanted to get to know a little bit of the information in terms of how it's working. I know in particular that he is the second caller, but I wanted to know how is that going? Because I would say Boomich probably is pretty vocal.
Even if they have similar ideas or different ideas, that's a big question to me, because I don't know what you want from your second caller. I think you want a few different ideas, but you want at least a similar thought process on how you think about the overall picture of the game. So maybe some more details you could dive into. But you see the 1-win results so far, honestly, they've been a very competitive team so far. Even in their losses, they've been putting up good rounds.
Yeah, and honestly, we kind of expected them to win out that match against GamerLegion. They found that point first. It was like a 15-12 lead, and then GamerLegion just fought back into it, pushed them through to overtime where they closed it out. So 1-win, I mean, they could have been in a better position than they are today.
Yeah, it looked very tilted at the end of the game, and as Hooch was saying, you know, it just doesn't feel good to lose in the way they did, but it was kind of strange to see them disappear in the overtime. They were just non-existent, and I think we were seeing some certain illnesses. I think Deco was having a tough time. But over on the OG side of things, they've been been having tough times for a long time now. Nexa hasn't been with them this season. They've had to bring Nico in. I was asking Flames how that was going in terms of how is Nico IGLing the side? How does it feel without having Nexa? I know he's a little bit uncomfortable not having Nexa around the team. It feels like really troublesome for them. So it has been rough to see OG in this state, and now they're facing elimination time and time again throughout this RMR.
Yeah, you still have some upside, right? You have Dexter, who is a really in-demand AWPer. He is definitely someone who you can rely on consistently. I think some of the other players can definitely step up, maybe wanting to see a bit more from Flames based on those numbers so far at this event. But you're definitely looking at Dexter, and I think he is the kind of AWPer now who is happy to take much more initiative than he did in the past, and that's really important when you don't really have a proper true IGL on the team.
Yeah, exactly. He has to be the one making a lot of the plays and setting up the rest of the team, and it's a little bit concerning for OG to have won a best of 3 and to only have one player that's positive, right? I feel like that's a pretty big issue they need to be addressing here.
Well, we're seeing Neofrag getting some meditation done. I wonder if you asked him about that. We've got an interview with Neofrag down on the sidelines.
Neofrag, got your first win on the board yesterday. That's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling. Finally, we have some confidence to play, and I think I also hope we're gonna win today as well.
You guys had a 9-loss streak on Vertigo, but you broke that against Saw. What changed for you guys?
I don't know what we changed, but I think on the practice it felt like better. So I would say maybe on this we changed maybe a little bit something. So I hope we're gonna keep this win streak.
Inferno got a little scary for a second. Saw were kind of coming back towards the end there. Does anyone say anything when the game's getting a little close, when the opponents are coming back like that?
Yeah, basically we took a pause and Casper said what we should play and we shouldn't play like default.
Perfect. And how are you feeling for your matchup today?
I think we have good maps. I think it's Ancient, Overpass and Mirage. And I think we have one of the 3 best maps we can play, and I'm looking forward.
Well, no secret there with the Veto, Hawk, Ancient, Overpass, and Mirage coming through into the series. We'll take a look down there. How are you guys feeling about that Veto?
I actually quite like the Overpass pick from 1win. OG looked really shaky on it yesterday. I think they only had 1 CT side round, which is obviously where they're going to be starting on going into that, and 1win have shown they're quite proficient on it. OG, I feel like Ancient has to be a must-win if they want to be taking this series.
Weirdly enough, OG actually picked the Overpass in that series and ended up getting smashed on it. So it is a weird veto for them in that sense. In theory, it's maps they should also be comfortable on. But I think it's pretty hard when you don't have your true IGL in the team to play a map like Overpass. And then Mirage is the decider. 1win have got to be delighted with that. That's normally a very good map for them. They've already beat Bad News Eagles on it at this RMR. I feel like this is a pretty good veto for 1win. I don't think they have any complaints here.
It feels like this could be pretty rough for OG, because in this competition so far, they didn't really look all that convincing, even against Saul, who one of the weakest teams at the event, right? And when they're playing teams like GamerLegion, they're getting beat 16-9. You brush off the FaZe loss because it's FaZe, right? But when you look at how unconvincing they were versus GamerLegion and how shaky they were versus Saw, it is a little bit scary coming into this one. But here's the Unicorn predictions, the Blast picks. We're all doing pretty average right now. We're pulling ahead here. Deokai's doing well.
Jeez, man. Unicorn's way ahead of the pack.
Unicorn's kind of popping off, aren't they?
I don't even know if we can catch up. They need to get like every prediction wrong at this point.
You feeling good about your picks today, Lucy?
Yeah, I am actually. I feel like particularly that second row with the change up with VP, right? I feel like Mouz is a good chance there.
I feel so disappointed that I'm actually going to have to side with 1win in this opening game. But I've convinced myself, but I'm looking forward to getting into that matchup. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have the first game of the day ready for you. OG versus One Women coming up real soon to kick off day 3. Here's the odds at the bottom of the screen. Favoring OG. I did that earlier, but now I've actually convinced myself that I think One Women can probably take this, Lucy.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, on paper, yes, I think OG, you would normally, in most circumstances, say are the better team, but recent performance not looking great. One win, even with the veto coming through, it definitely feels like they're slightly favored.
I'd say so too. I think especially that game against Saw, who, let's be real, Saw have not been at their best lately. They've not been in great form. The fact that that series for OG got so sketchy really scares me. I think the, in theory, nice thing is that they said they're comfortable on all the maps, because that's very important when you do have Nico coming in to try and help IGLing. So that is something that can maybe go in their favor. But really, in general, OG probably need to turn this into a scrappy game. And I will say, One Win have had those slow starts. One Win also we saw in some of their previous games, it felt like once the games got close, they did kind of fall into this default spread across the map style where maybe OG could just kind of try and frag out individually. So
yes,
that's the one thing I think could go in their favor.
Yeah, and yesterday we seen Travis actually, he would get a lot of good entries, but there wouldn't be the pack behind him, right? The group up was a little bit, the spacing was all for One Win, and that can't really happen against a team like OG where Dexter's going to pick you off.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit weird to be having problems like that when you've got such a strong system of calling, right? When you've got Nickelback, who's, you know, well known for his calling and has quite a long history with Entropic, and then you've got Boomage coming in. So it just feels like you should have enough structure there and understanding of how you need to be spacing that those issues shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, how do you feel about Inch and Holker?
I think
you had a follow-up point on that.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think if I'm Hooch, I'm saying to the team, our advantage should be in our team play. That should be their focus in this one.
Well, here we go. Ancient's underway. We're about to find out how this one is going to go. Both teams fighting for survival here at the EU RMR. OG would desperately love a chance to get to the major, and One Win looking to bring everyone back. Ancient, the first map for this digital battle. And it's as close as you can get, and the pressure is mounting on day 3 of the RMR.
I do think Ancient is a map that OG should be pretty damn comfortable on. They've taken a couple of losses on it at this event, but it is generally a map they have lent towards whenever they have the chance to. Let's see if they can get off to a good start on their T side, straight out through mid.
Yeah, really fast.
Quick. Yeah, look at this. Charging towards Donut. Nickelback in a tough position. Flames about to run him down. Smoke up. Flames doesn't care. He's running right through it.
Fight's coming on through. Nickelback with a huge double bomb drop. Forrester out in the open though, taken down. Boomage chimes in for one. He's gotten quite close on the site. A brawl here as they're trying to take down Flames. Everyone running out of bullets. The reload comes on through, but they push the CTs back.
Well, Fiku not the weapon for the job, but he's still going for it. Fighting CT with a Glock. Flames will find Travis's skull. And just Boomich and Deco left in the 2 versus 2. OG yet to put that bomb down, and Boomich now starting to come through the temple. He'll clear the back of the tall box, not seeing anybody. Now has a window of opportunity to slip through, but Fiku sticks on the box itself. Boomich not ready for his swing, and now just Deco on 2 health to try and win this. It's very, very unlikely he even gets a kill here. He'll get close towards Flames, who will just rattle him away. OG with the pistol.
Good start for OG. And I think this is what we can probably expect their style to be. A lot of these grouped up plays earlier in rounds. It's how they used to play when they had Nexa in the lineup. And I think it makes sense for them to play that way here. And Nickelback did such good work initially. You thought One Win might have had that locked in. But as long as OG can get onto bomb sites, they have explosive players. And we see that here. And some words of encouragement from Flames. Feeling good about that one.
You're not going to be feeling good if you're One Win in this round, though, Lucy. This one's about to be a bloodbath. A lot of money picked up for OG.
Yeah, the single HE thrown on through. That was the investment for One Win here.
Oh, I did see a Zeus for Forrester, but it's gone now.
Well, they're all gone.
Yep. They are pretty much all dead now, of course. And Nickelback running towards spawn. He's going to try his best.
It's a clean whiteout.
It is pretty clean.
Pretty clean.
Have you seen the whiteout in Source 2? USP?
Is it even cleaner?
So.
Oh, yeah. I have one that has like
mate.
a few scratches in CSGO, but they changed the model for the classic USPs, and it's completely white. It's awesome.
Mate, I can't wait for people to get baited by the CS2 beta skins, and I can't wait for it to change. I feel like Valve are going to change it just to mess with everyone.
The wear is just
That'll make everything worse immediately.
Yeah.
As soon as
Imagine,
it comes out. Yeah. The gloss off. One win now, though. didn't invest anything into that last round, save that HE and Zeus, which we sadly did not get to see. So now everything back out for M4A1Ss on the board.
I feel like OG love an A play on Ancient. And even here when you've got Mac 10s, listen, you might as well go for an execute out the gate. They feel like they want to get those Mac 10s involved early. Nico's actually throwing nades from the back lines with the Mac 10, but Forrester's through the smoke. That's a really nice opening kill to get, and he gets to fall back with ease.
Yeah, he just dips in, dips out real quick. He's got his teammates pretty close by too. Nico back out towards Donut. Deco playing towards right so he can rotate back to this A side pretty quickly. And Forrester is going to see all of that utility. Will call for his teammates to come support him as he sits back in tempo. Nickelback has crossed over. Forrester chimes in with another for this round. And Nickelback, too hot and heavy to stand on default with that Molotov coming in. Dexter with the headshot on Forrester has made things much more doable here for OG, but it's this fight in tempo. Dexter jumps up with a smoke in his hand, mistimes the timing, and Nickelback is just shredding through them alongside Travis. So a pretty easy round for the first for 1 win.
That's after getting that great kill on Forrester as well, right? He goes down, suddenly you're getting the space onto the site. Nickelback's forced back because of that Molotov, but yeah, just couldn't capitalize on any of that space. The repositioning very fast from Nickelback, able to get so much done.
Yeah, I don't mind the call from OG. I think their best chance is to get into these post-plant scenarios pretty early and just try and have individuals overperform, maybe make smart plays to try and get in behind once you get into that position. But there, Dexter just not fully prepared when maybe he should have been. That leads to a pretty comfortable cleanup for 1 win. This is where you get the proper full buy for OG though, even with the AWP in the hands of Dexter.
Sounds it off. Announces his presence. Flames starting to take in space in mid. Using the smoke to peer on around. Doesn't spot anyone close. There are 2 players in Donut, which could be an issue later on. Cities will have to concede some control. Dexter boosts up on over. Doesn't spot anyone yet, but might get an opportunity in a second. Flick does not connect. Sticking around, I'd be a little cautious peeking back into that one.
Well, mid has been a big emphasis for 1 win in this round. They've had 3 players hanging around mid the whole time. They finally use utility to try to retake this control, but that flash was solid. And this player in Cubby could be in trouble. He's so exposed.
Good flash. And that's going to be Deco just caught out with his pants down. Fiko with an easy kill in middle. And that's OG feeling pretty good about the start of this round. 45 seconds. They're going to start shifting that ball back over towards this B site. 1 win has got significant players here, and Flames goes out mid. Boomich waits for it, and now they're stacking B. They've got the right read here. 35 seconds left. 1 win have pretty much everybody at the ready to cut down this OG attack. Travis goes swinging through, though. Nico will take him out. Neofrag spams back through the smoke, and Boomich will fall foul. It is just 2 players left suddenly, but a denial of the bomb plant brings 2 players on each side. This time, Forrester unable to stop that plant. And 2 versus 2 players plant has to be played.
And it has to be Forrester here. Nickelback is so low. You can see he's flanked all the way around, but Neofrag's going to be holding this the whole time. Forrester waiting for an opportunity. Nickelback even making the noise. So now definitely red. Neofrag's got this kill every single day of the week, and he's the one with the kit, the crucial part here. That bomb has ticked down so low, he falls. A missed shot for Dexter. They line up for a moment for Forrester, but it wasn't quite enough.
Oh, that was so close, so low in the last player, and that could have changed everything, but OG desperately needed to pick that up if they wanted to continue this run, but that good opening kill. Deco, I think, is positioning a little unfortunate, we'll say, is the word I'll use there, Olga.
Yeah, listen, I wouldn't mind that play if you haven't made it obvious you're trying to retake mid, but they made it really obvious. They were trying to retake mid. Man, the stress you could hear from that round on the OG side, but a really solid execute into B, even against the stack, and now they're going quickly into this B-bomb site.
Very quick indeed. Flames at the front with a Mac-10. Not seeing anybody just yet. Passive enough setup here from 1 win. And Flames is going to try and get deep and forward. It catches Travis. The Mac-10 brings his head off his shoulders. Fiku gets involved. And Forrester and Nico back, making sure to try and keep this one even. But Nico's had enough. Here he turns back. He will. Straight through the cave. Collects his 3rd.
That's unbelievable from Nico. Spraying down both, expecting the swing, rewarded with 2 kills. But then just the pre-fire spam through the smoke in towards cave for the 3rd. Beautiful stuff for the stand in IGL for the squad. See that one back again. Not even ready for the second player, but he gets it. And that is just absolutely filthy on the Boomage.
Man, these slow starts have been pretty brutal for OneWin throughout this event. Against Fnatic, it was 0-12 before they were able to get around. Against GamerLegion, they started 7-2 behind. OG, following that trend, they've come out to an early lead. This should be a comfortable 5-1 lead for them. And maybe that's something...
That really
not
sucks if you're Boomage.
Yeah.
You know, you're just sitting there in the corner with your CZ, hoping to get that cheeky kill as someone comes around. And it's just nades in your face, bullets into Nickelbacks. They're just forcing their way into this site. The pistols fall easy. Neofrag nets himself a bunch of extra money.
That's about as well as OG could have wanted that round to go. Make that extra cash and have a very clean round win. Yeah, I do wonder for OneWin, now that we're in the best of threes, is it just slow starts to matches, or is it going to be slow starts to all the maps? Because that's the thing that would scare me. Hopefully OneWin can step it up here. They've got pretty much everything they would want in this round. A few nades missing. Boomich stuck on a FAMAS. They have that AWP for Deco. We know what he's capable of. Good utility into mid from OG early. Nickelback still fighting. Goes into the flames, and that means he'll be traded.
1 for 1. Travis also able to step up 4v3 already, and we've barely started this round, so Nico has a lot to do, and he's got himself into the red room. It's a powerful position to have this early in the round, especially when you're down a player.
You got to go for something crazy. Try and find that timing window, which he's done. Travis is watching it, but the issue is he's the only one over towards B, so he also has to kind of dart between two positions. You can see that's caused Deco to rotate on back. It is a good setup, though, from OneWin with the player in Temple and the player in Donut. They've kind of got all their bases covered, but all you need to do is find either this mid player or the B player, and suddenly half the map's open.
But that distraction for Nico needs to come from the A players right now. Otherwise, there is no gap to be found. He should be traded even if he gets one pick on the move forward. There needs to be that A contact first. And Dexter's going to get boosted up, just peering over the site. This is quite close towards Donut, just not getting that chance to rattle off the shot. Deco still patient, this time scoped in on Fiku's potential walkout. And now Nico starts to activate, pushing deeper in towards Red Room. Starting to come around the backside now, and that's the kill. Nico with the headshot on towards Deco. That should trigger the attack forward from A. Dexter with a good kill, but Boomich slips out of the temple and back into the cover. 18 seconds left as Nico is now alone. He's picked up the bomb, he has a smoke. Should use onto the left side of the site to cover off that temple swing, and that's a smart play. Now he can isolate them into 1 versus 1s. Travis goes down first, and he knows where Boomich last was. And that smoke has created a bit of a corridor for Boomich to now exit, so Nico has to think about that in the site. In the meantime, Boomich is going the other way around. He's coming from CT, and Nico is not reading that. He thought for sure that Boomich would have played into the site, but Boomich makes the right call.
Big play from Boomich, especially once his teammate goes down, giving away the one-on-one fight where he can't trade. It was a tough decision for Boomich to make, but he goes all the way around. Nico not able to read it on this occasion.
Yeah, not just that kill, but also the kill that he got onto Dexter as well was huge, right? He manages just to stay silent, doesn't engage initially when his teammates are falling, because Nico comes through this flank, the player in Donut goes down. Boomich is the only one here defending, while 3 OG players are suddenly swarming, but the right decision-making coming out, catching Dexter, dropping the bomb, forcing Nico into a clutch that, you know, he almost pulls off.
Yeah, just not that easy, unfortunately, for Nico there to get fully involved from that flanking position because of the positioning from Boomich we were talking about. But good work from OneWin. Looks like OneWin's reads are pretty solid so far. They're pretty consistently putting their players towards the right bomb sites. So that's definitely a good sign early for them, even if they haven't got too many rounds on the board yet. This is their opportunity to get things going. Man, the money is still so uncomfortable for OneWin. OG have a bit of cash in the bank, so they can keep the pressure on here.
I mean, they've almost forced every round, right? It's only been like 1 half investment.
Nico looking to fight mid right away. Forrester's already pushed so deep down. He's up in the B lane. He could charge through. 3 players started towards this side of the map for OG. And And this could become an absolute disaster because we're looking to split them here on two sides for one win. Travis went alone in the end and just gets a 1-for-1, and they realize now they got the ramp kill, they might as well just pressure into the site. Flames runs up, immediately catches Forrester unaware, and Boomich jumps right into the crosshair of Flames. A good round from OG, good, quick, decisive plays.
I really like that round from OG, and from Flames specifically, because Fiku gets the trade on the aggressive CT through the smoke, and that means I don't think they were expecting Flames to have already been in such an advanced position. So you kind of see the player on the site there for one win was out in the open, maybe not expecting Flames to be there so early, and it was just that slight difference in timing window that seemed to be all they needed to unleash onto the bomb site.
Yeah, you knew that kind of play was coming through from one win because of the aggression down ramp, and you heard a lot going on over towards cave. Like, there was two separate players that had come through there with all the flashes, with all the utilities. So there's a bit of a read there in the chaos, keeping calm on the comms and knowing that you can exploit it with that fast push up from Flames.
Oh dear, Nickelback.
That's unfortunate. I think he was like in the cubby on the other side, and Ancient has the most misleading bomb radius.
It's so hard to figure out the bomb radius now on the sides.
The big bricks just do not block anything.
They don't block a thing, and obviously they've adjusted it with the latest update as well. But one win starting to get into the CT side. Sure, they went down a few rounds early, but that's expected on a map like Ancient now with the T side being strong. But you know, there's 2 rounds.
Yeah,
that's at least something. You know, they've got the AWP out here for Deco. There's a few moments where they're getting close in these rounds. It's just it's the same story yesterday. You know, they're looking pretty close to closing out the round, and then suddenly there's one little detail that goes wrong. They're not on the same page of that initial push. And OG starting to rack up 6-2.
And this is the Deco hero round. He's got the AWP. The MP9's the most deadly thing other than that. They're all keeping 2K for the next investment. And Deco obviously gets a smoke to his face immediately in cave, which has slowed down his ability to be that hero. And he's only just starting to move. No contact over to B. He needs to get over to A.
Deco yet to frag, by the way.
Yep.
So big moment for him here to try and step up for the team.
Forrester up on top of the boost. MP9 waiting for the attack in. Taking a chance as well. Flames just runs around first. Fiku goes into the MP9 and they haven't traded him yet. Forrester, oh, he's got 3. What is this? 1 by 1 they go in. Jumping over the AWP. Forrester with a 4th kill in the MP9. Neofrag now spotted towards the elbow, and the bomb is on the boost.
Oh, God.
Oh, everything that could have went wrong there.
Well, it wasn't the hero we asked for, but it's the hero that one win needed.
Yeah.
Unbelievable 4K. Might even be able to find himself the ace here.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty good for Forrester, but Boomich is going to stop that ace from happening. Well, that's a great round. That gives them a foothold back. Now they can start to, well, that's an opportunity to build on. You know, we've seen them be strugglesome in terms of being able to find round after round. They haven't been able to string them together.
How does he get away with the reload there? That's absolutely criminal.
Boost.
Yeah, boost.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I gotta say, something I love about Forrester's game is I feel like he's always just looking for that 1 kill, get back, reposition. He's really good at isolating those 1v1 fights, even if the trading wasn't ideal from OG.
Oh, Boomich. They know he's there with that noise mid. Quick out mid here, ROG. Smoke fades away from Red. Just gonna tuck in the corner. Nickelback actually forced into the fight, and he will win it. Nickelback wins a lot of those unreasonable fights. He's run back through the fire too, so he's down to 26. But I think he'll be happy with getting that 1 kill and controlling the red room.
Oh, and the re-aggression coming in. They want to use Nickelback's low health as maybe an information gatherer, but Deco just wins the fight instead.
First kill on the board now for Deco. Good trade over towards the B-Ram. Neofrag finds Travis in that position where he's often been throughout the start of the CT half. Neofrag slipping up onto the side. Forrester gets caught. That is a ridiculous kill. And suddenly OG have fought themselves back into a competitive position. And Neofrag could get even more here. He's aware of the cave player, but he wants to go through the smoke.
Back with
he
the
wants
bomb.
to take a risk and stand in the smoke right now.
Yeah, look at the space over towards the A bomb site. It's completely free. It's been walked in on. The bomb can go over there. Fiku has taken all the space, and Neofrag's got 2 HP. He can just be the distraction.
They're both sitting on each other. Oh,
man.
Boomich turns around, sees him in the smoke, and now they realize, well, there's nobody else on B. There has to be that play in towards A, and the rotation's starting to come quickly. Dexter has to get the digits punched in as quickly as he can, and that's exactly what will come through. OG in a 2 versus 3 post plant. Dexter looks towards spawn. He wants to take a fight and draw these numbers even if he can. Doesn't want to take too much of a risk and stand in the open for too long. He realizes they've likely got under the temple now, so he's watching for that to walk out. Oh, quick shot from Dexter, but swings towards CT, and Deco was ready for the trade. It's all on Fiku, and he cannot do anything about it. 1 win, recover it. 10-second defuse on that stick, but a good quick call to rotate once Boomich got the info.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the worst player that Dexter could find there. It's a low HP player. Obviously, that's very intentional from 1 win to send him out first, bait the shot, and there's not the follow-up player on site because they're playing so passive, worried about the donut flank coming through. But honestly, a pretty decent recovery from OG considering where it was. They're able to find that opening on for Neofrag on the B side and throw everything into chaos to set up that bomb plant.
I like the mindset from Dexter there in the clutch of kind of trying to take initiative, make a proactive play. I think that's the mindset he has to be in. But in a 2v3 like that with the AWP, I feel like you might be able to just sit back. The CTs didn't have that much utility. And he goes for the proactive play and it puts him in a precarious position. And now OG on pistols are able to get into Jaguar early. Boomich does have backup in this position though. Oh yeah, the double stack. That's what you like to see. And no nades for OG. How the hell do you get into a bomb site with this? Well,
Like
that's
that.
how you do it. Jeez.
Dexter's just kind of cracked. He's definitely the standout player. If you're going to get some wins here at the RMR, Dexter would be the strongest tool in your toolbox to do that. It's an important shot. Maybe something can come from this now. Boomich just watching in cave. There are a couple of players on the other side of that wall, but not moving yet as we head under 1 minute. OG definitely telegraphing to us they want to go towards this B site.
It's pure contact play. Dexter's going to get another opportunity to peek on through, and they're just going to run on in. Boomich, though, just standing in front of the smoke. Easy enough to spray them down. Travis spots out the rest at ramp, and OG call it off the back of that. Need to find something onto Boomich. Go 1 for 1. That would have been the pathway through. Instead, they're rooting back into mid. Looking for maybe something in Red House, but Nickelback is pushed through to the site. Time is ticking.
With Travis watching for Fiku, crossing out red. Forrester's already got back here towards the site, so he can watch Donut and mow down 2 with no issue. So 5 rounds now for 1 win. They are well and truly in this first half, and we do talk about the T side being stronger now on Ancient. Bigger the CT half you've got, the better you'll feel moving into that second half.
OG's turn for a timeout. We did hear Neofrag in the interview earlier saying that Rugger was the man with the words of wisdom when they started to struggle against Saw. It's definitely important that your coach is able to do that when you maybe don't have your strong leadership figure on the team with you. See a couple of players bringing the towels, a few sweaty hands. I never get that problem. I'm always cool, calm, collected.
Not a sweaty gamer.
You see me when I play, yeah.
Yeah, you've had a lot of experience playing at the RMR Major.
Of course, mate, of
I
course.
think you maybe get a little sweaty, though.
Matchmaking game's not doing it for him.
Yeah,
You know,
you need the high of the pressure.
I actually wouldn't get sweaty here because I would have no expectations for myself. I'd be like, if I get 1 kill, that's a win. That's a
right.
win for me.
Maybe we'll see you on Viperio next time around.
Oh, I hope not for their sake.
Mindset master. Flames comes out of elbow. Utility over the top of mid to allow some safe passage out. Well, deep Molotov. Nickelback, who is going to be stuck in there now. It's going to be pressured. In the meantime, Travis once again making the exact same move he has many times in this first half, and it's the same result he receives. Death to Neofrag, and Flames catches Nickelback. So OG, I think they're just playing off the tendency of the setup there for 1 win. They were ready for those 2 kills, and they've got big openings. Now Deco has to try and pull it back, and he'll go forward into the Jaguar, catches Neofrag. At least it's a 4 versus 3 deficit rather than the 5.
Forrester looking to get something back in mid as well. Each individual trying to find the frag that puts this back into even steading, and almost the opportunity. Takes the flash to the face on the fade back, but did a lot of damage on the Flames. Hit coming through to A. Forest repositioning into Temple, but Deco isn't quite here yet. Needs to come through CT. Forrester, the only one here, swings out the perfect time, but it's damaged. No kill found.
Yeah, Forrester's been so good in that position, so you almost bank on him getting something done, but they just remove him immediately, and I think it is a very similar setup we've seen from OneWin. All of their moves to create openings are the exact same. It's that Travis push down the ramp. Nickelback stays aggressive in red. There's no real change up in how he's been approaching that red room. So OG just move forward. They've seen this round a few times. Let's just go kill the ramp player. Let's try and fight that red room player, and they get 2 openings from it.
Well managed by OG once they got into the advantageous position.
Here's the kill
This
as well.
is free for Fiku. Money is okay on the OneWin side. Deco would still want to save this AWP though. That's a nice shot. That'll do it. Yeah, I like that call from OG. And they even have Dexter just scoped in on that angle with the AWP. It almost got awkward because there was a close to lineup there on the OG side. But they realized as long as Dexter just holds this angle, there's no real way in for the CTs. And Forrester was already out of position, so he can't get to a good spot to defend that bomb site. Solid play from OG there to get their 7th round.
Buy still good for OneWin. And obviously the AWP still in the hands of Deco. That's going to help matters. We see the setup is Forrester starting in Donut, Nickelback again towards red, and Dexter, well, for OG, he's boosted up on the box, but Travis seems to be ready for that.
He's going for this fight a lot as well. Flashes over and actually repositions. Looking to see if the swing comes on through, with OneWin showing how much aggression they want to take over to B. Don't blame him scoping up here. A lot of T presence over here in the lane, establishing the control in Jaguar, which forced on back to Cave. Has caused the 3rd player to come over to the B site to reinforce it for OneWin.
They want to hold on to Cave here, OneWin. Boomich can't help his teammate now due to that molly. So NeoFrag will start to take initiative, and that's a good shot, but Boomich is able to get the trade back.
Yeah, not easy to land that, but important trade. Absolutely. 2 players inside of the site. OG look to try and find a weakness here. Oh, I like this bait and switch setup. They're not going to check for Travis. And sure, Boomich is the sacrifice, but Travis is reaping its reward. Dexter finally gets that trade through for OG, but it's cost him some seconds. And Deco's over here. He's taking damage. He's low, but he denies the kill. Or rather, the life of Dexter. And Flames is able to fight back. Just Forrester left. And Flames will swing for OG's 8th round. Wins the 1 versus 1. What an important kill to come through from Flames.
That's the star power of OG shining there. Dexter and Flames doing everything they could. A missed smoke actually over towards ramp kind of set up that position for the CTs. Travis gets this massive double kill. Feels like he's done enough here on the defense. Completely scuppers it. But Dexter trades him out, and then Flames finding both these frags at the end. Exactly what you want to see from OG.
I was waiting for the slap. I was waiting. Yeah, that is so tough for OneWin, because if they get that kill just a little bit sooner, Deco could have denied the bomb plant, and then the round is so favored for them. But instead, the bomb gets planted. It puts Flames in a very winnable position, and we know what that man's capable of. It is a good team showing from OG right now. Everyone having their impact. And for OneWin, they've been the team that have been constantly battling the economy game. That's never where you want to be. They're living in their overdraft right now.
Oh, this is scary. Dexter going close quarters against the pistols. Luckily has a lot of rifle support around him.
They got mollies. They're not going to use them.
Boomich to the CZ. Kill. Right away. No, there's a 2nd pistol in there, and ooh, they do take a lot of damage, but eventually they'll get the kill, and now they're looking at just playing towards B. Travis will come back over, USP in hand. The easy work for Fiku's AK-47. Forrester swings and meets the same fate. Just Nickelback left. He's on the flank round. He's on the loop-de-loop around the back. And the 5-7. Oh, might get the AWP here. Dexter's position was not good for that. And ooh, Nickelback. You do like to have an AWP in your hands at this point of the round. You're not going to win in it, so slip away with that.
Yeah, Deco does have money for the last round of the half, but it might just help make sure you get an even better buy. No reason not to save here.
You'll take it if it's free. even if you have the money for it.
Yeah, free orb.
Yeah, why not?
Any day of the week. Might even be able to get some kills
No,
here.
I don't know. Oh, they're right on both sides of him, so he might not be able to keep this. He flames away, but look at the sprint. Yeah. Oh! He actually got a kill with 5-7 as well. But yeah, he will fall. Last start of the half coming up. Pretty close half so far from both teams. One win with another slow start, but good patch of form. Get some crucial rounds won in this half.
I think OG is showing a really solid level here.
Yeah, they are.
Considering, you know, the circumstances, they're doing exactly what I would want them to. Oftentimes grouping up and actually looking really clean on their site takes. It is their map pick, but it's still impressive to see. Let's see if OneWin can salvage anything here at the end of the half.
Well, this is quick from Nico. That's his team's own Molotov. So maybe a different page they're reading from.
It's a little less spicy than an opponent's one, though, so not too bad. Deco's got this great position on the ledge, holding for it. Nico walks straight on through. Free as you like it. Dexter's actually got the AK. Maybe a consequence of that damage done at the end of the last round.
Yeah, OG have fumbled the start of this round. It hasn't gone exactly to plan for Nico.
How did they not steal the AWP back?
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Maybe got lost in all the mess because the bomb exploded at that time. So Nickelback doing a lot of work there in that save.
Man advantage looks good here for OneWin, but there is some play left in this round for OG, especially with this red room control. This angle from Forrester could get uncomfortable. He has to drop back. No one really here to help Forrester right now, so this is a pivotal moment. That's a fantastic shot from Flames. He is traded, but there's still another player in that position on the flank.
Look how many players here on the CT side where the bomb is going right now. So Fiku really needs to be that playmaker. If he doesn't get anything, well, it is going to be pretty difficult. Oh, nearly turns in time. Travis dinks him up, but no kill to come through. Nickelback will have to do that. And Bumich, well, he's far away now from the site. Nickelback will fall without any extra kills. And Bumich has to come back towards Cave. Dexter is so ready for him. Instant headshot with the 8K. And OG have flipped this round back in their favor. 10 rounds almost surely secured unless Deco slips out with a monstrous 1v2. Well, Dexter overexposes himself and gets caught looking the wrong way. Now Deco with some time left, looking to play towards Neofrag. Slips out of the site, taps, but peeks immediately. And Neofrag will hit the headshot to secure a 10th round for OG on the first half of Ancient.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against NAVI. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
second half of Ancient is now underway. OG feeling good about their first half showing, but it is on the T side, Lucy. We have seen teams rack up big score lines on the T side of Ancient and watch it all fall away as they move to the second half.
Yeah, this is a great sign from OG, and well, it's actually a good sign from Sprout early here against Apeks as well. Keep it competitive on Inferno. That's good to see.
Yeah, I think Sprout were 4-0 up at the start of it. Apeks won 5 rounds in a row, and now they're tied up 6-6. So competitive game over there on the other stream. And it's going to be a tough one again. All of these survival matchups as you're currently watching. And OG looking to survive in the RMR for another matchup. A good lead built up, but could go the wrong way quickly. I mean, we talk about OneWin's ability to come back into these games. You've seen it time and time again throughout this competition. They've got to do it once more.
See what they go for in this one. Have got, a fantastic shot from Flames and a huge fight on mid. Neofrag cleans up. That is just so quick from OG.
Every single individual has been firing off on this squad in this map, and I think we're seeing it there in the pistol as well. Everyone chiming in, save one, but you know, great double from Neofrag. Fantastic little shot from Flames as well. Beautiful stuff from OG, and they've already gotten more rounds on Ancient than they did in their prime matchups against GamerLegion and FaZe. It's a good start on their pick.
That's a lovely start to the pistol for OG. Want to get a good start in the second half. That pistol win will go a long way. Not allowing them anywhere near a site. No bomb plants, so OneWin don't get the force buy with the Gleals and the AKs mixed in. It's just Deagles as they force into this round. They want to play for 6 rounds right away and try and make this competitive from the get-go in the second half.
The force here is very concerning for OneWin. Given their slow starts, if they do lose this one, it's all going to be quickly spiraling out of control. Looking for the Desert Eagle to connect. Forrester peeking on through, spots a body, but can't quite connect the shot. Does beat out some utility, though. The rest of the team not in any sort of position to start looking for fights. They're holding for an aggressive push that's not quite coming.
Nades into this A bomb site. No real follow-up, just the one player maybe trying to sell the fake. And they come back to B.
Oh, Fiku, he can make some cash, or he can get immediately killed. So he's under a lot of pressure, and it will be Boomage to take him out with the Tech-9 and double up. Tech-9 onto 2. Dex trying to fight back, but he just runs right through the smoke, and he will be punished for that. And OG are making their lives a little more difficult than they should be. OneWin in the site, Boomage with the double, and Neofrag and Flames, they cannot do anything about this. They have to stomach a force buy loss.
That's actually pretty cool from OneWin, the way they played that. We were looking at Forrester taking all that contact over towards A, and it did keep them interested. They dispensed some of their utility, which was limited, just to try and slow him down as he was throwing out his Molotov, taking pot shots. That kept the attention there, and then as soon as that hit comes through, they're just not ready on the B site, get overwhelmed. And Dexter, well, he goes for the heroic play, and that's basically the end of the round when that doesn't work out.
I have no idea how Boomage gets away with 2 there on the Tech-9. Yeah, sure, the first one, that's pretty solid, but it's the second kill that's just kind of unbelievable. They don't get anything done on that initial B hold.
It's kind of this awkward positioning for Fiku where I feel like he might have wanted to play more passive than that, but you have an MP9, so you kind of have to play close, right? Yeah. So he's not in the best position to spot for early info, but he's also not in the best position to play passive. He's kind of in between both. Leaves them in an uncomfortable spot, and you just wonder whether that could be a turning point on this map, because now OneWin can get rolling. As long as they win against this force buy, they got to do it themselves.
Was that the force buy war starting, Lucy?
Yeah, I mean, that's how it started on the other side as well, right? It was very back and forth early. Another team wanting to concede anything. Deco looking to take some ground with the MP9. Nico's got a nice off angle, but the jump around the corner, no chance there. The MP9 criminally accurate when you're in the air.
That is so unfortunate. That is Deco feeling very happy, I'm sure. Flames jumps up on the ledge, gets away, daylight robbery, but Deco hunts him down back.
With 5 HP, he's going for fights like that, even gets himself an AK and gets away, but...
No, he can't get more, surely. A warning shot. Deco is still interested in going towards Cave with his AK. As we hit 1 minute on the clock, look where the bomb is going. Back over towards A. No one's home.
He's just done everything here. Found 2 kills, showed his presence in Jaguar, and it's kept everyone here on the CT side. Single-handedly winning the round, even if he goes down here. It should still be secured. That kill comes through. You can see A site completely compromised.
It's a little awkward that it's the AK on the lurk, because that will be recovered. And OG actually get back towards the site somewhat quickly, but Forrester's position too strong. As soon as he gets that kill, that's going to confirm it.
Yeah, I think you'll sacrifice the AK for the round there. That was great work from Deco up towards Cave. Considering he could have died immediately to the 5-7, it could have been an entirely different story. But 5 HP is the difference, and that's what CS is a lot of the time.
Yeah, OneWin gave him a very difficult job in that round. That's how you do it when you're the in-game leader. You know, you delegate. A good manager just lets everyone else do all the work, right?
Yeah, officers don't work.
Exactly. I think we've got a game on our hands here. Now that OneWin are up to 7, they've got a chance to get going on their T side. I'm excited for this. We've seen OneWin with these slow starts. We know they can come back from them.
Yeah, we set that up a few times for good reason, because their opening game versus B&E looked awful at the beginning. And they were able to just show up and finish with a convincing scoreline. So we know they're able to come back and make games competitive. Running out mid is Forrester. Crosses beneath the ledge box. And the good smokes in mid right now. OG shouldn't really be able to put too much resistance up if they go towards A here. It's going to be almost impossible to do anything for NeoFrag. He's got the AK. Should get traded out pretty quickly here after 1. And Boomich will make quick work of him. Now the rotation's starting to come in, but they're smoked down. They don't have the weapons for the job.
They walk into the site that's not stacked. They have the FAMAS with all the pistols over on B. Yeah, the most you can really hope for from that position in particular is the one. It's just so hard to get a multi-frag there, particularly with the Molotov coming on through. OneWin being diligent in their utility usage. Now they just need to be diligent in not giving over any weapons to OG, as they are going to throw these pistols into the fray.
Could make a big difference considering the money right now for OneWin. Oh, that's a kill. Fiku comes in on Boomich. That's a rifle now in the hands of OG. And they might just slip away with that. They might be happy enough with taking that one. They're just going to back off, bodyguard the rifle. Now the pistols can go back in and see if they can find something else. A round for OneWin picked up.
Oh, gotta move on here, fellas.
Oh, run, Deco, run! The AK-47, and he's going to turn. Fiku dies to the ball.
Thought we might see OG rotate back round and try and cover off Donut and aim before the bomb went off. Instead, they try and run through the site. A little more awkward for them. Should get the gun round out shortly. It is always intriguing to look for that early mid-control battle on Ancient. Sometimes teams will either go heavily into making sure they hold mid, or they might just play passive and give it up entirely. Pretty much every team has both of those ideas that they can play with. And OG just got to make sure that they don't get flustered in this scenario. Still in a good spot on their map pick. Even if OneWin are starting to make it competitive.
Back to the action. AWP out for Dexter as well.
Big mid presence.
A lot of mid presence. Play goes into Donut, and with all that utility thrown by the T side, they can't contest too much there. OneWin out the gate, putting all their bodies over the A side. Straight up, execute, looking to be the play. Smokes over the top, near frag. In behind, gonna throw out the incendiary to slow things down. Drop the defensive smoke to play behind. That smoke is gonna block the molly. Kills going each way. Near frag still sitting here in the smoke, looking for the timing to come on through. Forrester just coming on over. They are next to each other here, and the flash comes through. No one seeing anyone. It's just gray across the screen.
Yeah, this is awkward. But eventually that smoke will fade away. Who will see the other? First, it's Forrester that gets the up on NeoFrag. A headshot can make a big difference here with 1 minute left.
Look at OneWin though. That X2 comes through. They completely relocate as that Chaos goes on side.
Yeah, but he's going to be drawing the attention towards this side. That's the big factor here for Forrester, and he's smart not to overcommit around the corner. Boomich has the red room. There's no info right now for OG. They are fully ready for the A play. And that bomb is slowly but surely making its way up that B ramp. And they're going to realize eventually then it is that B site that has been compromised.
Fiku was the important player for OG there. He realized he had to take some initiative towards mid, see if there were any rotates going down. But as soon as he loses the fight, it is all over and done with in this round. Man, you can just sometimes feel when a team is going to start coming back. And as soon as that second round force was won by one win, you just had the feeling we had a close map on our hands here.
Yeah, OG actually set themselves up on the platform to knock this one home, right? They get themselves the pistol in the second half. They do it in a dominant way, too, so you don't have the difficult force buy to go up against, the AKs with the Galils. Now their life is miserable because they've just even lost Nico in this round. The money's disappeared. Dexter's, it's really important he keeps this up. He's a kind of player who can make a big difference alone, even with the solo AWP. They're looking to hunt him in the last few seconds. Dexter holds on for just a second longer. Deco removes the AWP. So nothing for OG really to talk about.
That is brutal for OG. Not only do you have the absolute wool pulled over your eyes in that round, completely caught out of position, the mid-round calling for one win, 10 steps ahead it felt like there, but then you lose everything at the tail end. That lead you had, the 11-5 scoreline, so far behind now. Just 2 rounds separating them, and, well, Dexter has actually managed to get out the AWP. Looks like Flames has funded that one for him. So he's going to have to do something special with it, looking to get aggressive in towards Jaguar, but the Molotov is going to force him back.
I assume that scope may have been heard there. So any surprise element of the AWP might be taken away now. Boost up. There are players waiting for this. Oh, Deco.
Oh, yeah. Deco.
Taken.
Yeah, a good boost. Very effective in dropping Fiku. They're going to try and send that AWP of Dexter around the corner.
Well, now they know.
Yeah, you can see Deco immediately getting very vocal there.
It's like, all right, the only weapon worth talking about is here right now. Let's go to the other side of the map, avoid the AWP, go through Donut, and whoever's here likely has not got a very good weapon, and they would be right. Neofrag with a CZ up on the boost. He's hoping to come through a main, but in fact, they're going to come around the other side from Donut, and they're just taking kill after kill. Flames, she manages one on the weakest of guns OG had. And just Nico in the CT spawn smoke. They've got to be aware that he's likely come to the same position. Oh, Nickelback, interestingly, decides to walk into the smoke. Gives Nico an AK-47. They're all over the place, though. Nico, super uncomfortable at this point. No kit, no armor, and no hope in this one. Boomich about to take him out. And it's on fire now for one win. 10 rounds on the board.
Good to see the boy Boomich, top of the board with 19 kills. You want him to deliver impact fragging-wise on this team now that Nickelback is the in-game leader. Nice to see that Boomich has been stepping up on this one. Now, we heard Neofrag say earlier when they started to struggle against Saw, when Saw started coming back, it was Rugger who just gave them those words of encouragement, made them realize that if they play their standard CS, they can still come through with the win. They need that here. They need that leadership on the OG side because it is starting to fall very flat for them. At least if the rounds were somewhat close, you would feel it was being competitive, but it's felt comfortable for one win. It feels clean right now on the one win side.
Yeah, I feel like this is an important defining round of how OG's gun rounds are going to really play out, because we've only really seen the one on the CT side so far, and the CT side has been where they've been struggling, on Ancient in particular. Really having a lot of troubles in their prime matchup against GamerLegion here. One win, proving to be able to punish the same issues.
Nice mid control.
Once again in this position, he gets a lot of powerful options in this spot, and he wants to play towards Flames. It's a tough angle to clear here for Boomich, and he won't. Flames will get traded though. Good spacing from one win to fight for that red room control. Flames gets caught. I think one win will be happier with the 1v1 trade.
Heads up play from Forrester, realizes there might be re-aggression, but it's still traded by Dexter.
It's a lot of information too, because you see how many players are over towards that side of the map. So now the B play feels a lot more confident. They're running right through. up the ramp, and both of the B players are pinned inside of Cave.
Yes, it's so uncomfortable for OG, but you might not be expecting the second player here. Nico strikes for one. Nickelback's trying to find this fight. Travis goes for it. Nico with another. Nickelback now has to do it all, and he's found one more. Dexter on the other side. Honed on in. Nickelback ready for this swing. Dexter with the AWP. It's unfavorable. Nickelback is ready for it. Jiggling the angle, but Dexter wide swings, takes him down, and gets vocal, because that's a huge round for OG.
Yeah, so get loud about that one, Dexter. That's the difference having this guy on your team can make. That's why G picked him up. He can win these rounds for you, these important ones. And Dexter can be a massive influence if he can start to get going on this CT side with the AWP. But this looked very good for one win, Hawker.
Yeah, it looked solid to start with, but it's nice that OG had this double stack setup, at least holding on to some control near the site. And we were saying we feel like that's a very important round for OG. I think you can see they feel the same with that release of energy. Finally, making sure that they can get some success in this second half.
Immediate counter timeout from one win off the success that OG found there.
And Hooch is having basically a one-on-one conversation with Nickelback right now. So definitely seeing something he wants to fix at this point.
Or maybe he just wanted to chat with him.
Yeah, you know, that's probably unlikely.
How you doing today, Nickelback?
Waste of a timeout, but I'm absolutely sure we're going to be seeing something a little different here. But one win, the initial start of the round, fantastic. And OG, luckily have that man on your screen, Dexter, who hasn't really had one of those games yet where he's just being that beast that can take over the whole server. And we know he's capable of doing it. We've seen it so many times in his career. And Forrester, he's fast out mid with the AK, gets himself into that comfortable position behind the boxes.
One would have been great at these sort of early spreads, just getting the space in towards mid and in towards ledge.
It's been solid mid control. See if OG go for any heavier contest towards mid later on. Right now, they seem happy playing passive. Even more damage done onto Travis.
Travis is having a tough time, isn't he?
It's tough out here.
He's always just sent in. You go figure out what's happening over there. Yep, it's you may die, and that's a risk I'm willing to take. Send him in. Get him damaged up. And now Dexter always under a little bit of pressure with that molly coming through. That's going to give up the cave control, but he's wild. He's confident, and he goes in for the fight. A pick on towards Nickelback. He'll start to drop back.
He got so lucky there. He waited way too long to extinguish the molly. It made the re-peek unfavorable, but that's what Dexter can do. Delivers a quick kill. And now, do one win stick to their plan? The bomb is still in cave. They're resetting towards mid briefly. Maybe just trying to make OG second guess, but this is a great angle from Flames.
It feels like that one's always good for one.
Oh,
Travis though, oh, just the one. A good trade from Nico. Dexter tucked on in, oh, missed shot in towards mid. Deco very uncomfortable here. Boomage activates, the bomb coming on through. Dexter had to rotate for that, but now it's Boomage, and he has to do everything.
1 versus 3 for Big Boom. Gonna go back into B lane.
Oh, he might get one for free here.
He might get a chance to draw the numbers back, and Neophyte turns, and Boomich unable to capitalize, and he'll be frustrated about that one personally. But OG starting to find a few together now. I like the start of the round from Dexter. I like that he's put under pressure by the utility. You think the most likely play is you drop back. You don't play for cave. But he realizes if I go out cave, that's so much control going the other way. I just have to stand, I have to fight. Heals away with one.
Yeah, and those positions, like, the play is great, but there's a little bit of indecision there, right, when he goes to, am I going to drop this smoke? And when that indecision comes through and you still commit to the play, that's when it can get really out of hand, but manages to make it work. He is a man that can make magic happen with the AWP. We saw it right there. Great stuff from Dexter. Great stuff from OG to get that 13th.
I gotta say, Neophyte having a really good game here as well. Forrester, same movement, same pathway to get out mid. Ooh. And Molotov bounces back towards Travis. His nightmare continues.
It's Forrester who's taken the early damage this time.
But we just need to be careful. He's the bomb carry here.
Got that molly down. Will keep himself safe. And leaves the bomb behind. There you go. Just needed the word of advice from Dinko.
Yep, there we go. Sure he wasn't aware of that. Big Boomich. Good to see him back.
Ooh.
And Forrester, well, he's changed up his position slightly. Got up mid, came back, now holding the A push, and Neofrag's A push has gone wrong. Goes too far and gives OneWin a big opening. Let's see if they want to play with that.
It's one of the first times we've seen OG go for some aggression, whether that's been outside main. We've seen a few fights in lane, but very rare have they taken like deep mid control or pushed A main, and well, they've been punished this time around. And OneWin are going to try and capitalize off that kill, but look at this stack from OG.
Yeah, they've made a really good call here. Everyone's on the correct side of the map. 35 seconds. Nico playing from default has plenty of help towards Donut if needed. Flames can peek out and assist Nico, and that's exactly what'll happen. A complete clear out of OneWin. Deco's left with the AWP. 23 seconds. He's good at no scopes, but generally in that position, you're going to get overrun. And after one, he goes into the grave.
Ended up feeling like OneWin just got sent over the top into a death trap. OG take an educated guess, a calculated risk on the rotate. What's Neofrag doing with his hand?
Nice, good ball for us.
Get excited, I guess.
He probably just, you know, he probably feels the pain of what Flames has got. Flames has to have one of the hardest hands in esports now. Getting slapped by Dexter all the time.
I reckon Flames, you put like wood out, could just like smack through it now.
Exactly.
Like, it's just hardened like a rock.
You can have like a karate chop, like straight through 10 piles of wood. Yeah, Dexter training camp with the hand slaps. Might get one of this event. Dexter slap, but
do it once you finish casting, don't want an injury.
It's been on the list. I don't need my hands, it's fine. Ooh, what do you think of that, Smohawker?
You know.
It's gonna be pretty good for Flames to try and play with.
It's worked okay in the end.
Flames will do it for him. Oh, and he takes the kill through it too.
Cheeky.
That's rough for Boomich.
Just spotted him before the smoke bloomed. This has been a really nice recovery here from OG.
This is the force back from OneWin to try and deny map point, and it's already started poorly with Boomich going down. I mean, Deco's just running a Deagle, a Tech9 on Nickelback. This is desperation.
Fiku sits in the smoke. He'll be waiting its fade away. Oh, and he's revealed Travis. Travis cannot catch a break. Fiku will break his skull open though, and Nickelback will reply. 45 seconds. 4 versus 3. OG still hold that advantage in that bomb. It is going back through spawn. It is looking for a different avenue of approach in these final few moments.
OG won't have a fast one pulled on them here, though. They've got the player advantage. They can just cover up every angle here. Dexter, spots one out, doesn't quite connect, but gets the information, and now might have spotted that second player coming on over. Neofrag can reinforce the site. That's a good Molotov, forced him out of position, but he still drops Nickelback, thinks about sticking around, but that damage is going to force him back. Deco getting in through mid, though. Catches the flank in Flames, and he's looking for more. Forrest has found another, and somehow they're making this work.
No
there's no time. Nico, in the final hours, saves them to get map point.
Yeah, Nico, what a save right there for OG. He realizes he can just sit in donut. Time is ticking. As soon as he hears that plant coming in, one job. Tunnel vision, kill the planter, no time left. And this is the opener for Flames in the round, but OG are really coming close in a lot of these rounds, but it doesn't matter if you're winning them. 15 now on the board.
I mean, OneWin did so much right here, but I think right at the end, you've got the player flanking in through CT, you've cleared that out. The player goes back to plant towards Donut. I feel like that's the only position that you have to be worried about. If you plant on the CT side, maybe you're okay.
I think they just come through Donut, right? So he's got this full sense of security, but Nico was so fast on that flank, right? And in the moment when you've got, what, 5 seconds left, I mean, you don't want to be fiddling around to get to the other side of the box. He just wants to get the bomb down, and if you'd taken that extra second, maybe that would have been the difference.
Fine margins throughout this entire second half, really, for OneWin. They've had a lot of really close rounds. That 1 versus Dexter is going to sting. That round in particular is a rough one because now they can't even win in regulation. It's got to be overtime, and look at the buy they have. Boomich is on a Glock and a smoke, and finally he upgrades into the Galil.
Nickelback gave it to him.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be here. Nickelback's on the Glock himself, and Travis once again dies in the same position.
Not really having any success there, and it's such an important fight on the map. Deco with a scout. Can you really just go like this? You'd need a headshot. Wow, look at Forrester. They're out on A.
Yeah, they've got a lot of room here. They've got a lot of room to play with.
They're so split though. It doesn't. Oh, but this fight could be
way.
big. How does Flames win that one?
That was not a clean duel at all from either of those players, but Flames comes out on top of it. Boomich tries to make the play forward and removes one of the chief danger men for OG. Neofrag no longer here, but Flames with a lightning shot right from spawn crosses over towards Boomich. And he's just holding the exact same position. Nickelback with a Glock. Okay, he just wins some of the most unreasonable fights in Counter-Strike, Nickelback. Well, he's got a gun now in his hands. Dexter's come over to Donut. Viku has the right read on Elbow, and he's patient enough. He turns back, sees Deco, and Nickelback's last whereabouts are known by Dexter. He's holding to close this. Missed shot. Nickelback trying to make something happen here. 30 seconds left, bomb on his back, and he will not be able to retreat. Dexter will close map 1. OG on top. Ancient will go their way. One more map and they stay alive here in the RMRs.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why didn't I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
OG take Ancient, and they are looking pretty solid now moving into this second map. One win yet again with a slow start. Looked good in that second half, Hawk. I think we started talking about that comeback really starting to come in. A lot of close rounds. Could have been a completely different story if some of the 1v1s went the other way. But in the end, OG finds success first.
Yeah, there were a couple of key moments in that game. You see the force back from one win in the second half, felt like it's what made the game competitive in the first place. But then you've got to remember that first CT round win in the gun rounds for OG. That was Dexter in the 1v1, and it really felt like that's when OG started taking over. So props to Dexter for that, but really it was the riflers that mainly delivered.
Yeah, Flames was pretty impressive, but Neofrag, he was finding so much success.
Yeah, I feel like Flames had a lot of good individual moments, but Neofrag was this consistent force. And on the CT side, that was a big difference, because that's where OG have been struggling a lot, but this time around, it didn't feel that way.
Well, this is Flames coming in. Really solid player. I know he's been struggling a little bit at this event, Hawker. You brought that up in the pregame. Well, we didn't really see him struggle too much here on Ancient. Had a great showing.
Yeah, I really like what I saw from him on some of these B-site plays. Was really playing it perfectly. Sometimes getting openers, sometimes getting clutches. And then on CT side, maybe a little quieter, but did his job.
This round
Make
was
sure they
so
get
good.
it over the line.
He's just got such great aim, doesn't he? He's just incredible young talent coming from the Endpoint squad as well. So, you know, they've pumped out a few great Israeli players, it seems.
You could almost make two Endpoint teams here just from the pure alumni that have come through at the RMR.
Crazy, yeah.
It's kind of nuts. But yeah, I mean, Flames absolutely stepping up here. One of the highest performers, but you know, I am also really impressed by what we saw from Neofrag, that the two of them were just a danger duo, and it felt like OneWin weren't able to respond. Like the players that would play the similar positions on their side were struggling. I mean, I'm looking at Travis, for instance, who was having so much impact in that game versus GamerLegion.
It is a really positive sign to see Neofrag play so well, because so often the conversation about this team is Dexter, right? The fact that he's the big star, but when you got a player like Neofrag stepping up, Flames, this is where OG actually become a deadly squad.
Yeah, had a very solid performance in this one. I think we definitely saw the riflers being the main difference maker for OG, which was a fantastic sign. They were definitely all having their moments where they would kind of take initiative at the right time, which is exactly what we were hoping to see for OG. And yeah, no complaints, honestly, from me. I feel like OG were surprisingly cohesive on this map, and maybe it's because it's their map pick, but it was still pretty impressive to me that they looked so comfortable. I would say team play-wise, these two teams were pretty similar. If anything, I felt like OG might have been a bit more put together.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ancient comes down to this. A 16-10 victory. OG with a 16-10 win. They'll be feeling good about that. Neofrag leading the way with Flames, as we mentioned. Over on the other side of things, Forrester and Boomich topped the charts. Travis had a really tough game. He really struggled in a lot of those entries, especially on T side.
I think also Deco got off to a very slow start. I think at one point he was like 0 for 6. It took him a long time to actually start finding his footing, and that's a bit of a concern for OneWin when he is kind of the player that's spoken about the most on this roster in terms of his fragging potential. But I think OG's scoreline's really exciting to look at because there's no disparity here. You know, it's what, 17 and 21. There's barely 4 kills between their top and bottom frag. Sorry, 22. So yeah, like very close across the board.
Yeah, well, you mentioned it was their map pick. Now we're moving on to Overpass. OneWin's coming in with this one. How are we feeling now going into the second map?
Ooh, I don't know. OG did not look good on this yesterday, so maybe they've changed things, but it's very hard to change things that quickly.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is to go to a break and come back. Overpass ready. Map number 2 versus OG versus the side of OneWin. Well, it's about time to get into Overpass. OG looking to try and do this in 2-1 win on the comeback trail. We'll see how those odds shape up. The unicorn odds at the bottom of your screen certainly favoring OG now, Lucy.
Yeah, that feels reasonable. I think what we saw from them on Ancient was very convincing. We had a lot of concerns about what they were showing us in the prior matchup so far, but I think we're starting to see a lot more signs of what we're used to from OG, and Overpass still is a little bit of a concern, though.
Yeah, and I still think the Veto is in a pretty good spot for 1 win, as long as this Overpass pick pays off, because it is a solid map for 1 win. It has been a map in the past that OG haven't minded, but I don't know, man. That pick against Sword just makes me feel very uncomfortable for them. 1 win themselves played a pretty close map against Fnatic on Overpass, and we know how good Fnatic are on this map. So the fact we have Overpass here, and then I feel like Mirage is pretty decent as a decider, although that is where OG, in theory, could pug out a bit more. But Overpass, I do feel like 1 win should have a pretty big edge.
In that Fnatic game, though, 1 win had another slow start.
Like
yeah, it's quite funny,
down.
right? Yeah, insane comeback they put up. So their T side, they only got 2 rounds on it, right?
Yeah.
That is not good. But then OG only got 1 CT round against Saw. So 2 sides that kind of on both sides are struggling and going to be going against each other. So who knows who's going to come out ahead there?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how this one pans out based on the performances so far from this competition. This is a map where I'm expecting Dexter to maybe have a bit more involvement on the AWP, especially on that CT side.
Yeah, we got to see earlier how important the AWP can be. I think it was Nork who was having a very solid time in a previous matchup shown here at the RMR. So definitely when we've seen Overpass played, we've seen how important it is for those A-sided players to get involved. Normally you get an AWP and a star rifler on that side of the map, so will be fun to see.
Over on the other stream, Apeks have taken map number 1 versus Sprout. They're now heading on to Overpass as well. So that is how it is going over on the other stream. Apeks looking to stay up in this competition and eliminate Sprout, who stayed alive yesterday, beating Viperio. And OG surviving Saw. Now, that was it always feels a little sad when you see some players who have played so much. They've played the first CSGO event, some of them. They've been to so many RMRs, so many qualifiers, try and get close to the major. And they're never going to be at a CSGO major. That is fine. The final chapter closed in CSGO for those guys.
Yeah, it's really sad for Saw, especially just because Antwerp was there, right? The RMR there, and just how heartbreaking that was. It felt like maybe this would be their redemption, because on paper it felt like this was the better roster than then, right? With Jackson Story coming through, but unfortunately couldn't make it work here, which is a bit sad as being one of the first teams to go.
Yeah, and Hulk, you actually had the losers interview, and I'm sure that was a tough one to do.
Yeah, you could see it was affecting them for sure, as it makes sense too. You know, the teams put so much into these tournaments, so I think it was obviously unfortunate for them, but they're always a team that play with their hearts, which I love to see. I love it when players show that, because it shows how important it is to these guys. You know, it's not just a job for them, it is what they love to do. They wish they could be there, but whoever loses this series, you know, in a similar boat here, so we're going to have a lot more heartbreak at the RMRs. You got to take the lows with the highs, man. You got to take the lows with the highs. Well, without the lows, you wouldn't get the highs.
Exactly,
Everything
right.
would just be a boring middle.
That's very philosophical. I like it.
I know, man.
But we have got some tech issues. It looks like they're being resolved very quickly. Flames just got the headset back on, so we should be getting into this game shortly enough. Pretty interesting news coming out of the VP camp today as well, guys. We haven't really had a chance to talk about that on this stream, but Chiron is no longer there, so that's a little strange. That's coming up a little bit later today. What do you guys make of that?
I think everyone's been caught a little off guard by that one, right? Yeah. And, well, what can you say? You're being by a guy with a Tesco bag, and suddenly you feel like you have to make some life changes.
Yeah, I guess that is a perfect way to put it, Lucy. Anything else to add?
Sure. No, just it's Norbin time, man. It's Norbin
time. That is great. They're going to win another major now. This is how
wild. Listen, I know we are very far off this. How wild would it be if Norbert comes back in just to win the major one last time?
Well, that is for another matchup. Now we've got 1 win versus OG. The music builds because Overpass is constructing itself as we speak. We're going to be heading to the playgrounds, the sewers, and having fun in both.
Yep. Fun for all of the family. It is Overpass, everything you could possibly want and more in that map.
Let's go. 1 win versus OG. Overpass survival yet again for 1 win as they are up against the ropes. They started to come back on Ancient but couldn't quite pull it off. Now they've got to do it on their map pick. Neofrag looking to start the pistol off with a headshot and not able to do it, so he's going to drop back into the bathrooms.
So how strong the CT pistol was from OG on Ancient, looking to repeat the trick here, but look at this speed from 1win there, just going all the way up long as a unit. Have been spotted, going to be crossing over. No one here. Maybe classic slippery snake on the way back down to connector, but it is just a split onto the A site so far, and the CT's have to scramble. Dexter swings on out, spots everybody, but a fantastic flashbang sets up Travis.
Yeah, 1win very happy about the start of this pistol. Neofrag and Dexter don't get anything done. There is a kit here on Nico. But getting it into a position where it's going to be used is the difficult part here, Alex.
Yeah, just so much pace from 1win. Bombs already ticking. OG decide they do want to go for this.
Oh, what a shot. Flames chimes in. A couple of kills coming through for OG. Finally, Travis will make a bit of a mess. The kit is down now on the top of the stairs. Keep note of that. As Forrester and Nickelback sit back, one in the bathrooms went out towards the flower beds, and they get onto it. They tap. They got that kit back. Fiku on the headshot. Just Nickelback sticking the defuse as Flames around the corner, and OG pull it through. The pistols pull back from the 3 versus 5.
That is unbelievable from OG to be able to recover that. The kit coming in crucial, but it was the headshots that got it done. The firing line at the last second, spamming on through desperately with the Glock, but the defuse at the final moment.
Some of those shots. Flames coming through with what looked like just running kills almost. I'm sure he counter-strafed, but damn.
It's actually insane. Him and Fiku just making quick work of this post-plant setup.
How many nices was that? Can anyone count?
It was pretty darn nice.
It was like 3 or 4.
It was quite nice.
Possibly 5.
Deserved it.
We needed a nice.
But there was only
counter
one
for both
nice
teams.
Fiku, so Neofrag shouting them out, so that's good.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to Nico, though. He bought the kit, so that's why they won.
Do you get the full spy, though, for 1win? So, as nice as that round was, you got to make sure you keep on top of this one. Long taken again. This time, a really nice nade. That's actually going to set up Dexter with this scout very, very well if he just wants to go for the body shots. It's hard to confirm that damage, though. So I think Dexter will probably still be aiming for the head. I love when we get the scouts in the mix because I feel like it shows just how good the pros are when you see them land the scout shots.
Among the most satisfying kills as well, alongside the 1Dx.
USP headshots also in the mix.
Zeus kills. These are a few of my favorite things. 35 seconds. Neofry running down the stairway into the connector, making a lot of noise here. The door open. He doesn't want it to be a secret. In fact, it's a surprise! And it's not a happy one. It's not a welcome one at all. Neofrag with 3 kills. The massive Flames arrive too. And it's quick. 20 seconds left. As soon as the action does happen, it's instantaneous.
I need someone in my life to just yell, "It's a surprise!" all the time whenever there's a surprise coming, Dinko. I appreciate the warning. The heads up. It's a shame they didn't hear it, though. Man, how does he get away with this? Oh,
by being pretty darn good with the FAMAS. That's how 3 headshots and
yeah, Deco, I agree.
I think that's a very relatable moment there.
Nice.
It's just so nice.
All you need to do to play in an international team is know how to say nice.
That's all you need. The first word they learn.
Oh, Boomage. A little bit damaged up, and there was not really too much you could do about that one.
Always fun. I feel like if you have a kid, you know he's going to be a CS pro if his first word is nice. Or rush B. One of the 2.
Yeah, definitely one of those. What was your first word, Alex? Do you remember?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't remember.
Come on now.
Come on
Throw back to
Wait, you
being
don't remember your
baby.
first words?
Shout out to the baby version of myself. One time. He was a cool guy.
What happened? Neofrag. His turn with the FAMAS again. He's loving it. And Dexter chases him out towards the lawn bathrooms. So nice and quick. Sweeping these boring rounds under the rug. We're getting into the real ones now, Lucy. The buys are coming in.
You should remember your first word, right?
Yeah, it was like last week.
Yeah, I know.
Nice.
It was not nice.
It's not nice.
Oh, not nice. Sorry.
It was another word. It was just hi.
Really?
Yeah, it's probably the first word.
You know what? That's a great way to declare your entry into the world.
I have arrived.
Hi.
Well, 1win have arrived with their full buy. All out for Deco. He has to go without the helmet though, which is always sketchy. Now we have seen this spot be powerful before. Neofrag playing it this time. Flash in for him. No one wanting to fight just yet though. How long do you stick to this? Yeah, not much longer.
Fades, yeah.
Until the Molotov comes flying towards you as well, that definitely will discourage you from standing there. And he's going to draw it back and play safely. Pretty much just confirming he hasn't stuck around. Found a little corner to hide in. They're thinking about long now, and so is Neofrag. He doesn't want to swing, doesn't want to give them that opportunity. He's just going to wait for them to come towards him as we head just over 1 minute. Neofrag under pressure, does a lot of damage, but doesn't get a kill. And that's an important one to find here for 1 win.
No support there for him at all. No flash to set him up for that. Now Deco with the AWP, honed in on the angle. There's still 2 CTs here, trying to keep some pressure on. Flames taking the initiative, pushing on forward. And he might catch a good flank timing here. They're rerouting back towards the B bomb site. And OG, they're actually out of position, but Flames can still unravel everything with this push. Connector open as well. He's hearing the play out, so it should be good for this kill. And well, now he's known. They'll be a bit more wary, and the monster push comes on through.
Forrester charging ahead of the pack. Viku, he always makes this MP9 look very good. Against the rifle at that kind of range, Travis beats him out. Now it's Nico coming down as reinforcements, and with the Khalil has taken down 2 lives. The bomb was down in water, but it doesn't even matter because the playthrough short was just as fast. OG continue to look strong on overpass.
The day that one win get off to a good start on a map is the day the world's ending, apparently. They just cannot get off to good starts here. Even with the opening kill, Fiku aware that the B-sided play was coming in. It was well worked between the two of them as Nico arrives from the heavens. Even on the 1 win cams, we hear it. That's how loud they are.
Women have started on the less favored side both times now. And it feels like they are going to have to play behind because of that. Against Fnatic didn't look great in the first half. Didn't mount a whole lot of resistance.
And it's also good to see OG recovering from a very struggling CT side they had against Thor, right? Who you would maybe consider the weaker opponent of the 2 they've had to face in this map.
I was talking to Hooch obviously before this, and in that interview he said that the reason they had a lot of slow starts, he looked back, he was confused as to why it kept happening. He watched back and they were missing a lot of easy kills. Got a Blast TV poll on the left side of your screen. Can OG close it out on overpass? 75% of people are saying yes. If you want to have your say and be part of that ever-growing number of easy 2-0, you can head over to blast.tv and get involved in all the fun polls throughout the day.
Or will 1 win live up to their namesake?
1 win wins.
It would kind of suck for them for that to happen because, you know, that's kind of it's so set up there in the name. You really just want to get the 2.
Yeah, true. You're just get 1 win in the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, next time they come back is 3 wins.
Yeah, better than getting 1 round win, you know.
Well, they need to get 1 round win here on the T side.
Dropping a big
would be a good start
right now. Well, this round isn't going to be the easiest for them. A couple of flashes still from Forrester and a scout tag onto Dexter. Maybe some small window opening. But there's still a pretty solid setup. Got a fair few players here. Going back to B isn't going to be easy either with this crossfire positioned on short.
They're coming through the connector as well. It's going to be straight into this. And yeah, Fiku pops up for 1. Nico's tucked in the entire time. Able to get 1 with the back turn. Swiggles around for Forrester. Bomb delivered. Deco with the scout. And nothing but nightmares as there are so many OG players about to flank him. And Neofrag, oh, he might have even been tempted to go for the knife if the back was there, but gets the nice frag. And they're on fire with a 5-0 start.
It is starting to look pretty similar to that Fnatic game that they had a few days ago here on Overpass. Sure, OG would have watched how that comeback started to unfold as well. Likely prepared to the highest extent for this. And it's tough. I mean, Hooch was saying they're just missing a lot of easy kills, not getting going at the start of these games. Doesn't feel like 1 win have been able to fight back. I mean, highest amount of kills is Travis on 4. Boomich is yet to get a kill. Forrest just on 1. Deco 0 on 5. He had a really slow start as well on Ancient, as you pointed out, Lucy. So Deco's transition onto LAN hasn't been as explosive, I think, as people were hoping for.
It can be tough for a young player with a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
And it did look like he had sickness yesterday too, so
That is true.
you definitely have to give that caveat.
Yeah, I think he played decently at the last RMR, but we're still waiting to see the real explosive play we know he's capable of when he plays online. Oh, Forrester moves forward at just the wrong time. Dexter unlucky not to get that kill onto Nickelback. But he'll get it second time of asking. A little too easy here for OG.
Even on the unscope, as he repositions and spots a player, he doesn't get punished. Plenty of opportunities for Dexter to shine. Travis is getting up close over towards Banana. And has been spotted. Neofrag definitely going to be aware of this. Calls over the support in Flames. They even have Dexter arriving as well, so plenty at the party to hold off these 3 players. Neofrag just swings out for an easy fight onto Boomich. Flames tucked on in and Dexter on the dumpster. Should be easy. Blinded does not matter. Deco gets 1 back, but again, he's up against it all.
Yeah, and he's running up towards Long with the bomb on his back. Not enough time to get to a site. Feeling too comfortable, so just a safe call for Deco. There's a bit of a hunt being sent out as well. Fiku coming through playground. He's got multiple forces close by on Deco here. He could go down after the time. $200. Ooh, Fiku. Just the last second. He could have waited just a little moment more, and that would have been devastating beyond belief. But OG not really having too many issues at all.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy from OG. Just a short push at the right time. They get the fights. It feels like OneWin might need to have a round where they have an end goal in mind a little sooner, because they are just not getting anything going when they spread out right now.
Yesterday, that was actually something that was working for them on Vertigo, right? The fact that when they were playing this spread out default, they were often just getting picked apart. The rounds that were working was when they were grouping up together and hitting sites. Obviously, you don't want to always rely upon that. You do hope that your default spread works, but sometimes you got to get a few rounds on the board, especially on this T side. We know their CT side's going to be much better. They can force out a few rounds here. It doesn't have to be the cleanest T half, just effective enough. They should have a plethora of brains to go through and find solutions here.
Yeah, I feel like they're far outnumbering the kind of big brain contingent on the OneWin side with the 2 ex-IGLs. You got a stand in IGL on the OG side, right? So balance tipping the favor of OneWin, but not so far on this map.
I do think it's very important for OG to stay fully focused here. Don't give away any rounds for free, because we saw the very slow start from OneWin against Fnatic, and then they came through with a strong CT side to try and come back. So even if OneWin scrape together 4 or 5 rounds, the game is still very much on the cards. It's a little too easy for Neofrag though. Nickelback rounding the corner. No support for him. Boomich trying to do the same. That is not Tech9 range though. I do kind of get this feeling that it's just whoever on OneWin wants to try and make a play, gets to try and make the call. They will now group back to B, but the utility is so limited for them.
Go from the side, it's a quick double, make it 3 as he swings out to the left, and it's just clean from Nico yet again. He's always reliable from that position. And Deco, he's always just getting 1 at the end of these rounds and nothing more. So not expected to get too much out of that OneWin, and Nico will be happy about shutting down the site.
I feel bad for Deco, right? Because he's meant to be kind of this clutch presence where he can kind of close out the round once the rest of the team gets the space. We've seen him clutching onto a AWP, a Scout, and a Deagle with all these teammates falling around him now 3 rounds in a row. So a little bit rough for him. But a fantastic start from OG. I mean, that one was just against the Pistols, but showing their prowess in the hold on B.
We've got to see something here now from OneWin. This has to be a round win, otherwise it's getting too far out of hand already. OG will be 8 rounds to 0 up. Covering this half without really getting too many kills. It's going to be a very tough story. Some info on Neofrag's aggression towards Connector there, but he's managed to get out of dodge without dying to Boomich.
Can't believe he gets away there. They knew he was in connector because of the flame tick, right? And Boomage was kind of there to pincer him, but somehow Neofrag escapes.
This looks like a more standard round. Take control towards bathrooms, leave one man on the lurk. Still a risk to peek long like that when there's an AWP up against you. But Nickelback will sneak up close. Are they going to be ready for a player in the close corner, though? Because Dexter has now fallen back. And Neofrag's still on long.
Classic setup, having your AWP playing back towards side. Neofrag going to get the first contact with Nickelback while falling takes him down. Unbelievable, but the refrag was there immediately from Dexter. So it still works out. I'll tell you what, Neofrag is not going to be happy about that. This is cool. Flames repositioning to where his teammate had just fallen, but patience from OneWin. Flames have kept going. Boomage had his number.
Flames it's clear. He's rotating away now. It's only Dexter here. Ooh, and Dexter not able to deliver. Now this bomb site is wide open.
14 seconds. It's all about the time. And Flames has arrived towards Bank. Forrester will hit the deck. Viku looking to deny the bomb plant. So it's Nico that hits it. The bomb is down. There's no time. And Deco has to hide in the bathrooms. OG steal it away. And OneWin unable to connect anything.
You gotta win those. You just gotta win those. 4v3 up onto the site. If they try and take truck control, that's what allows the first kill to come back. And then they just swing onto truck itself.
Fourth round in a row where Deco was just relying on his teammates just to get the damn bomb planted, and you can see the frustration afterwards. He would have been in such a powerful position with that AWP in bathrooms. Not really too many ways to contest him there.
And we've seen yesterday how OneWin fell into a pit of despair, right? And you know you're one map, well, half a map now away from being eliminated. And it's going to add to that. This is quick from Boomage. Oh, he's just thrown caution to the wind. And the Tech-9 has come through with a double. Nico and Viku cannot do anything about the sidearm. And Forrester will help the two players in connector clear out Neofrag. And just a little bit of speed from OneWin catches them off guard.
That's an absolute fumble from OG. Overconfidence there. Both players reloading at the same time. You should never be making that mistake.
Yeah, well, they have just been going through the motions, right? And that's when that change of pace catches them off guard because they are so complacent after winning so many rounds in a row. But you have to win this round, and they're coming to B. And there is one player waiting for them, and it's Flames, who is so good at getting these multi-kills. This can still go the other way. Oh, that's important. All right. There we go, Boomage.
Dexter is going to actually give this a bit of a look in. Utility was light, so there's no smoke, but I mean, you have to be gifted a kill here. Nade goes over, good damage. Wallbang does not connect, and Boomage is on the hunt, coming on through. Dexter hits him. And Forrest is low. There's still a world where Dexter can make this happen. No kit on his back, though, so needs to find these frags fast. Coming on over, and Forrester catches him.
Well, that's an all picked up there for the side of OneWin, thanks to Dexter. But, you know, he's feeling it. He's confident. They're 8 rounds up. He's going for it. And this is it. This is the move that wins the round. You can see, that's what Lucy was saying, complacency, reloading, both players in water at the same time. Boomage hears that, and he's like, perfect time to just sprint through this with the Tech-9. Gets a chance to take down both, and then the connector fight goes the way of OneWin too.
Yeah, and even though the scoreline doesn't look great right now, I really feel like if OneWin get 4-5 rounds, they're still in this. OG heading into the T side could have some real problems when you don't have your in-game leader with you. Overpass probably the hardest map to play. That is Boomage trying a similar play again. Hero of last round to 0 in this one.
Yeah, OG adapted to that. They're not going to fall foul to that twice. Viku, he's completely blinded. He couldn't turn away and just commits to the spray. This is a little flat from OneWin when attacking that B side. With all the flashes going, it felt like the pack was about to move forward, but it just got completely destroyed.
It's crazy if Viku gets that kill. It felt like his crossover was nowhere in the right place, but the final bullet connected. And yeah, just good positioning from Nico to find that one. A nice flashy kill from Deco, but that's all he's going to get.
This has been his game.
Yeah, it's so frustrating for him. He's just never been able to do anything. You know, maybe the change-up is he needs to be aggressive rather than the closer. He needs to be the opener.
Yeah, because they're not doing enough for him to be able to close, right? So maybe he can be the key to unlock some of these rounds.
Something's got to change. You know it's desperate when you go for the monster rush, right? And just falls flat like that.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's some very visible frustration here. Headsets off. And on the OG side, it's back to the happy nice.
Old favorite.
Always nice to hear.
Oh, is it, Hulk?
Yeah, I didn't
Wow,
mean to
Where
do
did you
that.
select that word? You heard that one.
Listen, bud.
Guy got out the thesaurus for that
This guy
one.
gets paid to talk, and that, you know, that's perfect.
I'm just stealing it from the pros at this point. All right, this is a bit of a risky angle. It will be traded. AK recovered. Spray from Neofrag to the body. It's a little uncomfortable, but he turns around. Oh, Travis just dropping a nade at his feet.
This is sad, isn't it? They won the Tech 9 round, so there's always a little hope that maybe they do it again on the low buy, but this time it's too easy. Super clean from OG. They haven't had an issue. They don't look very stressed at all.
I mean, this is where I do really want them to stay focused, because I genuinely believe if OneWin get 4 or 5 rounds, they're very much in this game. So I really want to make sure, if I'm OG, that I'm not getting complacent here. Don't give away any rounds to OneWin unnecessarily. OneWin's not looking sharp right now, but on CT side, that could be a whole different story.
This is how much Hooch realizes they need to get these rounds going in this T side, because he's called 3 timeouts already in this first half. He's not really going to be able to talk in the second half.
Yeah, these might be the last moments he gets to even talk to his team at the RMR.
Yeah.
These have to be the most important 30 seconds of his life.
You don't want to go out like that, do you?
Go on then, Nico. 18 kills.
Yeah, Nico has been kind of sick. Yesterday, he top-fried a lot of the maps for them too, so yeah, and he's IGLing. He's been out of the game for a while, so coming back, IGLing for OG, something he's not really had to do, and still playing well, that's impressive. I mean, it is a little easier to call when this is happening. But here goes Dexter, a bit more aggressive, hits the shot on Boomich, but unfortunately for Dexter, very fortunately for Boomich, he only takes 70 damage.
We'll be feeling good for him. This guy likes to get up in there first, and he comes out with low HP. Nico, again, a nice kill for him, playing around the pillar. Never seems to have any issues finding those players trying to poke short.
It didn't even look like Forrester's pre-aim was in the right position there. I think he was already thinking about clearing the left side of the pillar. Peek comes in for OG at just the right time. Do we get a flash hit? Oh, nope.
They're just using every different change-up. Like, OG aren't just playing the same strats, they're going for different setups, and OneWin are just absolutely walking into every single trick that the CT side can pull out.
Yeah, Travis is going to go down here, and the bomb is so far away. So Travis should die, but he's actually overperformed. He's caught Dexter and nearly gets a chance to take down Flames, but eventually does get traded out. But look where the bomb is right now. Nickelback has to pick that up. A long way to run in 30 seconds, and Deco isn't the kind of player that's going to be too assertive in terms of clearing and making some space.
He needs to, though. I mean, this is the thing. The rest of his team's not. Like, Boomich and Travis are giving up opening kills constantly, which in the past has netted them success, but isn't here. We need to see the AWP stepping up, finding that space that the other players aren't, and it's not going to happen this round.
Really, they just don't have the time to go for it. I'm sure they want to, but there's no space being created. Boomich is trying to do that. He runs out long, just gets immediately killed. Forrester's having a really tough time right now.
It's so disjointed, like they're running out. I feel like I've seen Boomich or Nickelback just die when they've just gone on like a solo hunting mission for information.
There's a lot of solo peaks. There's a lot of solo plays. And I think that is the problem with OneWin sometimes is look at the 3 players you got here. The Travis, Forrester, and Boomich. I mean, these are 3 wild cards.
Looking a bit tempered here, though. Not very wild. Tamed by OG. Collar on them.
Put in the cage.
I mean, yeah, they're trying to make these plays still. Like, they're trying to force fights. It's just not working at all. So often it's just one man feeling like they could get a good read. That's a huge nade.
Yeah, they have a bit more
health for Deco.
They have a bit more utility here, Hawkins. Hopefully, able to flash some of these plays in because last time too easy for Neofrag.
No Molotov at ramp. You think, oh, it's safe to peek. Gotcha. It's a surprise. It's a HE sandwich.
There you go. Explosive surprise. 11-1. Could get a little bit worse here for OneWin. Have to pick up this round too, otherwise the money is just looking dire and the chances of making anything in this half impossible. You were saying 4 rounds, maybe they still got a chance. Well, this is their opportunity to get it. NeoFrag sets himself up for the fight into the bathrooms. Nickelback goes down. Nico gets aggressive, peers up towards the top of Connector and catches the perfect timing to find the back marker of Deco. And Boomich and Travis trying their best to make some fights happen, but OG have surrounded them. They've cut them off. They played through when they have the information. They've got them trapped in the bathrooms. They get behind, and a flick, a dismissive flick of the hand warmer from Deco is all you need to know.
This is beautiful from OG. I mean, you know, we've talked about 1-wins failings here, but you got to praise OG in this CT side, how dynamic it is, the different change-ups they're doing. We're never seeing the same round twice, and that's fantastic considering what they showed us against Saw, which was very flat.
It's a round where 1-win, try and switch it up, try and go for the group up into bathrooms, but I just didn't feel like they were confident in their play. I think if they were earlier in this half, they might have just run down NeoFrag when they nearly caught him, but instead just a little hesitant. You don't have the map control elsewhere, you start to get flanked, becomes very uncomfortable very quickly. Some more aggression from OG. This is what has been working for them, so why not stick with it?
Nico slips into water. Another great kill. Just he's full of just pure confidence right now.
Can't do anything wrong. Okay, maybe we can do one thing wrong.
Deco finally playing aggressive.
Yeah, there we go. Gets an opener. It's still a 4v4.
In his hand, so freed up by the rifle. They're going to come back over towards B. Fiku, he's been very good so far. He's got a challenge down 2 fronts of this attack. 1 through short, 1 through monster, and here comes Boomich running right through in towards Fiku. The ball will stand for 1, and that is it. Deco actually making something happen here with the rifles.
Actually getting it onto a bomb site, still a bit of utility for them to work with as well, but here come the quick players in from OG.
Flames nipping the heels, unable to make something from it, and Deco, what a round he's having. 3 kills now added to the tally. The rifle is the weapon for Deco, it seems. A 4th bound, and this is the potential that we talk about. This is what we'd like to see from Deco. He just hasn't been involved in this half at all. When he gets that rifle, he frees himself up a little bit more, and he's able to dish out the damage. He's on for the ace, in fact. He's looking for it, and Deco will get it all 5. All right, 2 rounds now.
Yeah, we talk about 1-win taking a little bit to warm up, but hey, at least it's some signs of life here. A lovely ace from Deco, and most of that done with the rifle. Started with the Galil, 3 with the M4, swaps to the AWP at the end. You're almost thinking maybe you don't want to hold on to that AWP with how well he's been aiming with that rifle, but finally, a lifeline extended. 2 rounds, potentially a 3rd here. Necessary, I feel.
Oh, absolutely.
I think 3 could be enough. I honestly think it could.
In a perfect world where they get the good start in the second half, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they need the pistol.
This is it, more assertive plays from Deco. Coming up fast, Dexter though, he's doing the same thing, pushing out Fountain. Oh, spots out Travis. He goes down. Deco though, onto NeoFrag. The boost comes on through. Flames responds back in kind, keeping the advantage here. But Deco is still going strong. Another frag with the AWP.
What a turnaround. The chaos of the last 2 rounds is really working out for Deco, but Forrester, look at this. Look at the space he's found.
Yeah, Fico just pushed short. He's going to look at the wrong position.
Oh, Fico turns back. How has he managed that? How has Forrester gone down in that position? Luckily, Nickelback was with him, so they traded out. Now OG realized that B side has fallen. Now the retake needs to come through.
Gets a side smoke instead of the heaven smoke. They have to throw the Molotov up there to give the cover. But Deco, he's got the angle with the AWP and takes down Dexter. It's another masterclass from the young gun. Can't quite connect the follow-up. Nico finds his way down, has the kit and the smoke to get this done. Knows the player's gone into short, but no idea where the follow-up is. They're doubled up in there. A lot of time for Nico to work with. Has to piece this one together to find where they are. And it's Deco again with the frag. 3 rounds for 1 win. Will it be enough? We'll find out in a moment.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay,
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monesi, alright? I just have to go for Monesi here, I think.
But Monesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
A good recovery in the end out from Deco. 9 kills in 2 rounds. The last 2 rounds of that first half. What a shine. For most of all, he was doing nothing for pretty much the whole game, and then suddenly he just pops off with these back-to-back stunners.
Yeah, it just felt like he just woke up. I mean, it was obviously not working for him the way that the rounds were playing out, leaving him to clutch it out, because they could never get in there. But, well, he really stepped up there and delivered in 2 massive rounds, which got them that much-needed third, which doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, but hey, it might be enough.
Looks like a little praying from Boomich there to the Counter-Strike gods.
That's what they need. They need to pray that they get a great start in the second half. You mentioned hockey. You know, you need 4 rounds, really 4 or 5. You can make something of that. They have less than that, so you still think there's a chance here, but it really all has to go perfectly right from the get-go.
Listen, if they win Pistol, OG have had pretty bad T sides on Overpass. 1win have had some great CT sides, but that is a big if they win the Pistol. So important for them here, and they've gone full Kevlar straight into it.
Absolute frag coming through, and speaking of, Neo frag opens up, Flames as well, and already they're starting to fall, pincering out towards long, and well, Decker is here. He's actually going to slowly creep on forward. They're not quite ready for him yet. Travis peering on through, not spotting anyone at Fountain. Deco's going to get inquisitive eventually. No contact yet, but he's hearing these footsteps. Knows that there are players still here. Forrester also going for the push.
Dexter's timing, he was watching for that, but yeah, I think he just left it. He looked away. This long play from 1win's going to start to come through too, but the Dexter turned back, and luckily just in time because Forrester had just got in behind him. Now 1 minute left, and the attack forward from OG is starting to make its way up through the mid portion of the map. Travis is getting inquisitive and actually getting behind them quite quickly, but now the steps are being made. No secret about where OG are going. They'll throw some flashes up the up right now. Watches for the flank, and it's a good thing he does. He's got info at least, but unable to get the kill on Travis.
Yeah, they make sure to plant the bomb on the truck side as well.
They're going down B.
I think they think it's B, yeah, because Dexter got that kill, right? And they only saw the one player at bathroom, so they've been absolutely sold down the river for this one. It's done. It's written off. There's no kit. It's not possible to win this round.
Yeah, down the river, into the sewer, and that's where they live now.
Guys, no one's here.
Yeah, this is where you pretend.
Do you see the bomb?
You pretend you're saving here, right? Just to
It's always a
embarrassment.
save, guys.
Well, unfortunately,
Nice save, guys.
it isn't the perfect start in the second half. OG win the pistol, and for one win, that's gonna feel rough. Everything, details like that, you can laugh off in normal environments if it's a close enough game. But when you're down this badly, that hurts. That hurts a little bit more.
When the scoreline's 3-12, you're down a map and you're about to get eliminated from the RMRs for the very last CSGO major, that pistol round stings a lot more.
Even if you do end up being eliminated here, you want to show your best face.
Nice.
Honestly, at this point, I'd just be saying, let's just make OG sweat a little. Let's just put a bit of pressure on them. We want to win a couple of rounds. Force buy here for one win.
Where's
just
that going?
trying anything.
It's a crazy monster smoke from a very interesting position. Allows him to be a little bit further forward after throwing it.
Well, this is the force buy, which means if one win lose this, 14 rounds, 15, almost surely confirmed. And OG just have to knock one more home. And they'll knock out one win. This round matters so much. Think about what these players have done. The coach of Hooch, what he's been able to deliver to CSGO over the years. Boomich, major winner. This will be the end of his CSGO major run. This round is so important to get going for one win. Deco swings out long, tags up NeoFrag, brings him down to 29 HP. We'll go on towards the long cross to try and hold them back for the time being, but we go under 1 minute in these 5-7s. They can be deadly, Lucy.
A lot of pieces here, and they're swinging on through. Nico pushes the smoke. Boomich, long range with the CZ, does connect. Deco's in a good angle for this low HP fight, but Fiku catches out one more.
He's low as well.
Deco, potential to find one, but so many G's about to swarm him. Flames takes him down. Nickelback and Travis, the only pieces remaining, and now it's just Nickelback, just the leader, getting tapped out of the server, runs on through, but Fiku takes him down. The force buy falls flat.
Yeah, they're going down, not with a fight, but with a whimper right now on the one-win side. Decent shots from Deco. He's been trying to do what he can. That was a nice one, but only so much he could do with the scout on the side. Once they start to run you down like that, once they start to get close range, I think you can see OG know just how close they are to a win and to that 2-2 all-important matchup. For one win, you don't even get a bye here. You went for the force previous. You basically have to face 15 rounds.
Yeah, that's not a nice position to be in. 3-15, it's impossible, it feels, for one win. This would be one of the greatest comebacks we have ever seen in an RMR if they're able to pull this off. And this round, even with a little bit of extra investment, there's a couple of pistols here, there's some HEs for a nice nade stack somewhere. It's all going to be out of position based on the way OG are playing at the moment. They're making their way through bathroom. Forrester is jump spotting. Now they might swarm over here if he gets the contact, but it's likely going to come too late. They're going to be up on his grill before he really knows what's hit him.
Oh, he's even rotated away.
Yeah, that's rough. He's rotated away and he's coming back up now.
I mean, they have nades if they get here in time.
Yeah, Boomich is flying. This is the key. This is the play. If he makes something from this, if there's something to be said about the round, and he does eventually get that kill. Forrester 5-7 has knocked one player down. The bomb will roll across the floor. Fiku luckily sends the MAC-10 in, but Boomich has got another. How is he doing this? How has Boomich done so much? And OG have to get that ball back, and now they're in an uncomfortable position. They're in a 2 versus 4, and they are sandwiched right now, taking dinks. They don't even know where they're being shot from. 25 seconds. Time is starting to run out, and they want to go down towards this B side. They found that pathway, but one win read this. They're sending Deco back. He wants to try and get there in time. Silently drops in, gets as close as he can. 13 seconds left. Fiku being distracted. Oh, what a flick back. Needed to hit that one. And NeoFrag starting to pull it back too. Boomich with the AK gets caught by the MAC-10, and OG, it was panic stations for a moment, but they somehow find the pathway to the round win.
Fiku deserves a massive high five after that. He single-handedly kept them in it. Unbelievable the amount of work that OneWin were able to do here with the pistols. That was a fantastic one for Boomich to start things off. Finishes off Dexter, but Fiku recovering it in these awkward engagements, getting peppered from every side. His teammate got dinked through the smoke. He was on like 20 HP. Fiku has to flew an escort mission across the map, getting attacked from every angle to make that round happen.
Fiku's had a great game here. Boomich straight through the smoke. And he falls immediately. Deco, headshot locked in. Switches out to the AK-47 and handles Nico. OG trying to close this one as quickly as possible. They are chasing the victory, and they might catch it. Dexter replies, Deco's work here is done. It's down to Forrester, Nickelback, and Travis to win this 3v3 and keep OneWin alive for a moment longer.
Deco's been trying, man. He's been trying. Doable in the 3-on-3. Nickelback currently alone on long. A pretty common angle to play, but does Dexter get the opportunity to clear it? He's so slow around the corner, and he actually fires wide.
He was ready for that. Dexter knew that that position was going to be there. It's not uncommon behind that pole, and yet still Nickelback comes out ahead.
Nickelback once again winning an unlikely fight. OG with 2 left. Coming out long, Nickelback sees them. That's a lot of early information they can adjust to in the final 35 seconds.
Cheeky.
He's gonna fake the run back too, but Fiku, he is not going to fall for his tricks. He checks the right side. Nickelback will fall. Now the rotation from B has to come up. Good molly. That's gonna slow them down a little bit, and Travis with the kill. Really helping himself out here. 17 seconds left. Flames, he's desperately looking for this kill. He knows where the 2 players are now. He knows the second player has to be on the stairs, so Flames is looking for it. It's so close to knocking OneWin out, but Forrester will put them on life support.
Still in it for now. A long, long way to go, but still in it for now. Good to see some fights being won by Deco here. I think OG maybe just wanting to get this over and done with a little too quickly as they desperately go through the smoke. Still, Fiku brings it back close, but Forrester in position at the right time. Still smiles for OG. They're so far up.
And honestly, even though OneWin win that, I mean, their economy is kind of shattered off the back of it, but...
Should be reset here,
yeah,
right?
it's going to be okay with OG having just the Glocks. They'll be able to build back into it. So maybe at least another couple of rounds here for OneWin.
There's a few Deags in here. Neofrag does have armor with his Deagle.
There's no way they lose and get eliminated from the RMR by pistols like this. There's no armor on anyone except Neofrag.
Well, you heard it here first. Starts with Lucy. Then who else is going to pop off? Deco's hearing all this, though. Deco's hearing all of this. There's the bomb as well. Nice first player to find. He goes around the back. Ooh, clean. Deco's had a couple of really nice multi-kill rounds.
Another ace?
Is he going to find another ace, yeah? It'd be kind of crazy to have 2 aces and only have 4 rounds. I mean, this would be the 5th, obviously.
As many rounds as you found kills in one of them.
Yeah.
2 of them. Unless is Neofrag going to win this? No. Absolutely not.
No, Deco has it.
Yeah.
He's going to get the ace.
He's going to get the ace.
He's on for the ace.
Yeah, he's about to get the ace.
Oh. So close to the ace, but the ace is stolen away.
We jinxed him about 10 times
that was a bit of an overjinx.
Sorry about that, Deco. But there we go. 4 more kills. He's definitely had a couple of those multi-kill rounds. That one should have been much easier. And here's them all coming past. All the pistols just drop nice and easy for Deco. Now OG decided to go with a conservative approach. They want to close this one as early as possible, so they will have the buy coming into this one.
And again, that one gets like way too expensive. Like even the rounds they're winning, that was against basically full pistols. They lose 3 players. Nothing's easy for OneWin here. And this round's going to be the most difficult of them all.
Standard util into mid, but it is the B side of the map we need to look towards. OG want to close this out quickly. Good flash. It's a team kill in the mix. And now Forrester brings another kill back for OneWin. Surely their round here up in the 4-on-2.
Or maybe this one won't be the hardest yet. Maybe the next round will be.
The comeback is coming. Here we go, 1 win. The first steps have been taken. Fiku and Neofrag.
You know how 1 win have got to come back here, Dinko? 1 win at a time. Ba-dum-ts.
That was great. Great work again.
Does the slow cut get picked up? I hope so.
Great work again, Hawk, as always.
You might need to give me your book.
Yeah, I will. Forrester, he's going to get 1, follows up, and now it is 1 win with another picked up. So 1 step at a time, absolutely. But OG just need 1.
Just 1 win.
God, I can't anymore. Get me out.
I like it when we get to gang up on you with terrible jokes. Coming from both sides.
Yeah, I'd get a tag team.
It's the same joke as well, which makes it
It's literally
even
the same
worse.
joke, yeah.
Even
How
better.
many times can we make that joke?
How many times can I make Dinko cringe in one cast? That's my goal for today.
Cringe per second, quite high at the moment.
Alrighty, pistols out.
Ooh, they're quick.
Only gets the 1, but Boomich in possession.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And he could get a lot more from this. 2 runs out of ammo on the M4A1S. So pulls out the USP. Ooh, he's getting spread, and he's going to get caught. Flames with the Glock. Now they've got an M4.
Oh, man.
Vector's got armor.
And an AK. Ooh, this is a bit scary now. This could be the round. OG could close it on this one.
Against pistols.
Yeah, it's got a little spicy. No longer lemon and herb. We're up to medium spice levels.
Look at hot.
They're just going to sit here, OG. Maybe hoping 1 win, make a mistake. The thing is, 1 win are very spread out, so they might want to play for info at some point. It looks like OG will be forced into making the first move.
I feel like in a 2v3 like this, you kind of don't want to go to B. It can be really hard to find that space in there just because the solo defender has a lot of room to work with to delay and call over the rotations. That is going to be their destination. I mean, if they can find that opening kill, this round is doable.
It's so hard to hit the headshot with the way Travis is playing, right?
Time also a massive concern. 20 seconds left. Travis behind the pillar only has to worry about the 1 angle. Hears them coming, swings on through. Perfectly timed from Travis to get both.
Yeah, even if Travis was to go down there was the quick heaven rotate was there, so and also the connector player would have been down pretty quickly. Still would have been difficult for OG, but the fact that they even find a way into the round, considering this start to it, is kind of wild. So OG looking just 1 more, and that round obviously not much of an investment, but they will start to buy up now.
15-7, that's looking a little bit more, you know,
respectable,
right? Yeah, it doesn't feel quite as bad for it to be your last map.
There might be more to play here too. We'll not count 1 win out just yet, but it's very unlikely they're going to be able to find the full resurgence, especially because even these rounds against the pistols have been close. Nico inside a connector. Fiku clearing it with him. Forrester's so close to this door, and they're trying to fake that there's no one close to them over that spam as well. And now that creates a hole. Forrester's going to play with it. Oh, the timing, he would have had it perfect. He takes the unfavorable fight, in fact, against Fiku. So OG up a player.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but good work from Fiku. And now OG will come back up to bathrooms. Boomich not really in a position right now to stop them from moving into bathrooms itself. But they're actually coming this way, and Deco needs to pick up on the angle, but he's not there in time.
I was about to praise this setup from 1 win because the initial contact comes from Deco, and then Boomich can swing, but it relied on that first frag. He can still get this one here.
I think he only gets 1, though.
Yeah, he's going to track them. It depends. Boomich could have a couple of options here. He's just going to walk as much as he can. He's gathering so much info. He does decide to take the immediate kill on Neofrag. And now Nickelback needed to do something, but gets overrun by Flames. 35 seconds. Travis and Boomich, the last 2 players left here for 1 win. Nico confirms the bomb plant. Dexter knows to look to bathrooms and catches Boomich. And there we go. OG will knock out 1 win. They stay alive in the RMR. But the road to the major for Boomich in CSGO, a major winner in his own right, well, it's over here. Hooch stands behind him, disappointed and in dismay. 1 win did not do enough here in Copenhagen.
No, sadly not. And I think for OG, definitely a really solid team performance. Definitely good signs going forward.
Exactly what you want to see from OG. A resurgence here after some struggles in those opening games, right? They looked very shaky coming in here. Obviously had some very tough opponents in FaZe as the opener, but this was the OG we're used to seeing. Every single piece of the puzzle, fragging on out, showing that star potential, and it was simply too much for one win.
And it is the OG without Dexter just doing the solo carry, right? And that's what I love to see. Vkook is a little bit hit or miss throughout the season, and I feel like sometimes there's really quiet events, but this is the kind of Vkook that you love to see when he's hitting a good level, when he's working with Neofrag, rifle support are doing really solid. I guess they're going out for some handshakes.
They just got phased out of existence.
Yeah, they
and
just
out
disappeared
of the
immediately, yeah. Phased out of existence, phased out of the tournament, and they now join the team of Viperio and Saw as the eliminated teams here at the European RMR.
Yeah, it is a shame for one win. I think they were a team that had a lot of promise leading into this event. Everyone's very excited for Deco. I think we did see glimpses of this team when they were bringing it close in the BO1s. It's just a real shame here in this matchup. I don't think we got to see the best of them. I don't think we got to see the best performance from these guys, which is unfortunate because this was a big opportunity for them, this event. I think they're a team who really want to qualify for more LANs. Deco doesn't have that LAN experience, but you've got to get there. And unfortunately, CS is just so stacked nowadays. These RMR qualifiers are so hard to get through.
Well, it was good to see Boomich back. I don't think it's the result he would have wanted, though, but it's good to see him back.
Yeah, exactly. You know, another opportunity to maybe strike at the major, but unfortunately couldn't make it happen. We can see here the scoreline. It was really just the Deco show 4-1 win. The star fragger, we saw 2 4Ks and an ace from him, fighting tooth and nail to keep 1 win in it, but it just wasn't enough. And I mean, for OG, across the board, everyone fragging out, but you got to look at Nico there. Those are some massive numbers.
I'm really impressed by Nico because he's been out of the game for a while. He comes into this team, he has to play the IGL role, and he's playing a different role too, right? He used to play a lot of solo lurks. He's not really doing that as much here. So I feel like there's a lot to learn for Nico coming into this, and he's performing really well.
Yeah, he's really impressed me. I wasn't sure he would have the personality for it more than anything, because I've always thought he's a pretty smart player. He always seems like someone who is going to be thinking about the game on a pretty deep level. But the way he's put the pieces together here, pretty damn impressive for this OG lineup.
I was asking Flames, you know, how is the calling situation work? Because truly, it just can't be Nico on its own, right? So he said he's helping, Flames is calling a little bit too, and as a voice in the team, and Dexter's helping out too. I'm assuming Dexter's calls are mainly around himself, where he wants to peak, where he wants to go, how he wants people to set him up. So it's definitely getting a little bit of help. And when a day goes like this, when your CT side just starts racking up, as an IGL, you're probably loving this. You're just calling a different setup. You're in the head of your opponent, and it was really difficult for one win to be able to adapt to the amount of different looks OG had on the CT side.
Yeah, I don't know where all the specific calls were coming through, but we complimented it during the broadcast, just how well that CT side looked put together in terms of where they were positioning themselves, the different change-ups in the set plays. It was really nice to see, and particularly in contrast to the game versus Saw.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm very happy to see OG stay up. I think they'll be feeling very good about that, considering they could have been out on the first day, right? They could have been at a real tough spot. And here are the results we've got on day 3 so far. 1 win, 0-2 versus OG. They are now out, and we have another scary matchup coming up now. We've got Mouz versus Virtus.pro. Chiron's out, Norbert's in, VP might be out, Mouz might be out. One of them's definitely going home, Hawker. That's a crazy game.
A lot of people had 4 lock-in teams to get through this RMR, and VP and Mouz were some of those teams, realistically. So that is scary. That is very scary, but I don't know, man. I really don't know what the stand-in, what Norbert in there will do to that game. I think it could be chaotic as hell.
Yeah, we look at that 1 and 2 bracket in Apeks versus Sprouts currently on board as well. We do have a losers interview with Nickelback. We'll see what he has to say on his way out the door.
Nickelback, thank you very much for joining me, mate. Didn't go to plan, right? Talk me through your kind of thoughts and feelings right now.
I'm very disappointed. We didn't play our game. We not follow our game plan. We are playing bad today, to be honest.
And talk me through the tournament as a whole. I think you came in with a lot of hype, but you haven't had a lot of time to prepare as a team. You're still pretty new. Do you think it was maybe you guys just not quite finding your form early on?
I think we were in good form, but it's all about psychology, like your mindset before game, something like this. We lose like in our heads.
And of course, going forward now for 1 win, what's going to be the plan? Any changes? Are you going to be going back to the team and talking through what went right and wrong?
I don't know. We will see. I don't know really.
Fair enough. I guess finally as well, you know, for you guys, thoughts on the camp are pretty bad, right? But what are you guys going to do to kind of mentally turn around from this sort of performance?
Can you repeat, please?
Oh, what are you guys going to do just to kind of try and, you know, mentally turn around from, you know, a rough RMR and then in future competitions look a little bit better?
I don't know. Maybe we will have some psychologue for next tournament because we are not so confident in ourselves on this tournament.
Well, it's clear that the mentality was definitely an issue throughout this competition for them. We've seen yesterday getting tilted quite evidently from the body language, even today as well. When they're down and out, they didn't feel like they could come back into it. You could just tell that from the body language. You don't have to be an expert to understand. So perhaps they could get a sports psychologist for the next one. But we have got Apeks versus Sprout currently going on. That's on map number 2. Sprout's seeming to pull back. If you want to go watch that one, you can. It's over on the alternative show on the B stream. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll be switching everybody out here on the desk, and we'll be getting ourselves Mouz versus Virtus.pro.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil, so I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Three teams already sent packing from the major and 2 more to leave by the end of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gents, boys and girls, to the Blast Paris Major EU RMR. My name is Kodacast. Joining me is the lovely Neokai and Anders. We have a spicy one coming up. And yeah, we did just see one win. Unfortunately, bail out of the tournament.
Yeah, it was quite a tough interview as well with Nickelback. You know, you could definitely see that the feelings in the camp are in a very rough position as expected. Viperio, I think that is kind of proud even to kind of be here, but they didn't really get the performances they want to and saw underperformances. You can see how things have sort of panned out so far. Of course, you've already seen a couple of elimination games. We do have a couple more as well on the chopping block in the 1-2 circuit. Apeks currently playing Sprout, and of course then we are on to Mouz versus Virtus.pro.
that game it was already going to be interesting. Obviously, the rematch from Rio and all the rest of it. Interesting history between the two teams, but because of the roster change, it just got so much more fun.
Let's touch on that in a moment. Let's talk about Mouz, because I feel like there's a lot to unpack from the VP side of things. This is a team who should not be in 1-2.
No, this is major semi-finalists, right, from the previous major, who are now in a 1-2 position. But let's just, we don't have to beat around the bush here. This has been criminal underperformances of Mouz. They're not playing the way that they should be playing. We had a chance to speak to Torzi and the team, just generally speaking, and they know themselves. We shouldn't be here. We're even shocked that we are here, but now we need to bounce back.
I mean, they shouldn't, but they are, and they're going to have to prove it now. Backs against the wall, it's pretty tough, and they're playing up against Virtus.pro. Obviously, legendary team in many ways, winning the major last time around. They had Chiron, but now they've got Norbert back. He's been flown in.
It's a new face.
He's been teleported into the tournament. It's crazy, and I'm honestly so excited for this. I think this is like going to be a really rare test, and doing this live on a stage with everyone watching is so crazy.
Yeah, let's not beat around the bush. I mean, this is a crazy situation to be in. And of course, we do have a statement here in terms of Norbert replacing Karen. I mean, Cody, feel free to take it away if you want to. This one is very, very spicy.
Young players do not immediately adapt to the pressure of LAN events, especially important ones like the RMR. Therefore, David will replace Alex today. I don't know if we even need to go further. What on earth is that statement? I mean, that is crazy, right? This is unprecedented times. We haven't had a situation, we believe, where a player has purely been replaced at a qualifying event down to performance. And looking in the bottom left-hand corner, if we look purely at performance, it's an interesting swap at that. But as we were talking earlier, Anders, Neo, like, it's not all that on paper, right?
The thing is, they could be right. The stats of the corner, obviously, that is the easiest things for anyone who wants to create a lot of memes, which we all love. It's good. It's really meme-worthy. But the truth is, VP could be right. They might be onto something. It's possible that even if Chiron plays really well, the rest of the team does not. Yes. And as a net result, it's not worth it. We don't know that from the outside. It's very hard to know, but we're going to find out. Obviously, we've got the pick and ban coming through, and this is going to be real fun. Mirage and Ancient, teams are going to be feeling comfortable in this. And Inferno. We got a whole string of maps that probably could make this a very, very close best of 3.
Quite an interesting one here is the fact that Overpass has been banned by Mouz, which was the map that they beat VP on back at the Rio Major in that best of 3 in the semi-finals.
It's very spicy. It's such a spicy situation to be in. I think everybody's looking at this, and we're looking at over towards VP. We do have an interview as well, so we can go and head on over towards that one. Thank you very much for joining me. You're in a 1-2 elimination game against Mouz. You played them last major in the semi-finals. How does it feel to be here, first of all?
Yeah, we like those games, deadly games, as always. Last time we played 2-2 game, and yeah, I think it will be an interesting game today.
Having beaten Mouz as well already last major, does it kind of give you guys a lot of confidence coming in towards this game that you're able to keep this run going here?
I don't know. I think we played versus Mouz a lot before. We know each other very good, and I think it will be a game with mind games maybe or something like that. Yeah.
And talk me through the ITB game yesterday. Obviously, a massive upset coming through for you guys. What was the kind of the feelings in the camp off the back of kind of being in this position now?
Yeah, it feels like shit losing those games. Yeah, we shouldn't lose them, but this is life. It happened, and we need to fight for living.
And finally as well, what was preparations like coming in towards today? Because it is Mouz and you know so much about them, was there anything different, any changes in towards kind of how you're preparing for this game since you know them so well?
No, it was usual preparation as always, and only thing that we know each other very good, but the preparation was the same.
And finally, since this is a little bit of a rivalry of Mouz, any fighting words for Mouz?
No, nothing personal.
Well, I suppose if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? They're back to the roster that bested this team in that BO3. I don't believe Mouz have ever actually beaten Virtus.pro in a BO3 either, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is really spicy. Mouz have never beaten Virtus.pro in a best of 3. Now they've got one to try and fight. We look at the odds as well, and they are so close. 1.9 to Mouz, 1.8 to Virtus.pro. I think potentially, if this had been changes made, that maybe they could have been a little bit more weighted over towards Virtus.pro. But I think right now, this is so hard to call. I think even for the talent as well, we were split more or less 50-50.
I was about to ask that. Does either of your predictions change into this? Anders, who did you go for coming into this one?
I picked VP for this one for historical reasons. They might be even more historical now that Norbert's here. I'm not going to change my prediction. I'm going to stick to it. Even if Ancient is in the mix, I'm still going to stick to it. Whatever.
I'm sticking with VP. I mean, Norbert, he's beat them before and he's won a major. I'm sticking with it.
Can he do it again? That is the real question. Well, ladies and gents, we're about to jump into this one. It's a hell of a best of 3 for elimination. Tournament life on the line. Let's hand it over to Neo and Anders for the first map of Mirage.
A major semi-final rematch here. Mouz versus Virtus.pro. Norbert back in the server. I think it's safe to say all eyes are on one man. How will he perform is going to be the massive question. Mouz on that CT side, Virtus.pro on the T side, and they need to make a difference immediately.
I'm going to stay very, very open-minded about what Norbert could bring to this team. I don't think we could just be looking at Norbert. I think we're going to have to look at the team as a whole because they've been playing pretty badly. That's why they're here in the 1-2 bracket. They just haven't looked and felt like VP really at all. So if that changes, then maybe it's Norbert, maybe it's just the team. Who knows? We're going to find out. JDC is defending over on the B-bomb site. And a little bit of a peek. He's going to fall back, but they won't slow it down. They've already committed to the grenades. VP, they are going for this one. And JDC, it's a good kill to begin with, but James, actually Norbert getting caught immediately by Torshia. That's a little bit unfortunate, but it should be a bomb plant.
Yeah, exactly. Post bomb to be set up. Numbers still favor Mouz in this position, though, and that's going to be the big talking point. How do they now try and formulate a retake despite utility being on the minimalistic side, that of none? This is going to be so difficult. They have to pug their way back in towards their side, and they're slowly but surely creeping out. James holding, Frozen a fine kick it as well. It's all James towards the backside. Flip with a double as well, but James will fall. Leave it all out to one man, but he's on for a quad clutch. It's just Xerxes to the eye in the opening pistol round, the opening round. Drama, fireworks, and he was looking for the fourth, but he can't quite find it. He still might not have time, and he doesn't. Virtus.pro have done it.
That was quite the performance from Flit at the end. He definitely was not favored, I think, in some of those fights there. And I think you could see at the corner, I think it was James at the end as well, missing a bunch of shots with the P250. A little bit uncharacteristic, but it works out anyway. No defuse kit, and like you said, no utility to try and force out many of these fights. Yeah, this is really impressive for Flit. Tapping away on the third one, that's wild.
A bit sumptuous. I gotta say, Norbert gets really unlucky as well. Torsi just spamming through the smoking window and he catches him. I mean, that could have been a completely different post plant. So at least a little bit more of a secure post plant over towards Virtus.pro. But, you know, that's all the past, and we're going to look at the present here. Scout shot towards mid. Torsi will find no success, but information gained.
Yeah, he's going to take a little bit of a peek. And this is a very aggressive buy for Mouz, obviously. Not just the scout, but the FAMAS and everything else. They get a bunch of kills in the pistol round that can help you out in upgrading of some of these weapons. So, pretty wild approach from Mouz. But again, they don't seem to be happy themselves with their performance. Yeah. I bet you they want to try and flex on VP early on, especially if they sense VP being a little bit weak. Maybe you can just run away with the early match and really just get off to a hot start here. Bit of a trade in the middle. Surgeon going down for Flit, and it's a 4-on-4.
Giga spotted, dropped as well with an ADC. The raid on the afterlife will fall him out. Norbert finding that opening kill for him, and a second as well. He's back in the server, but he's traded immediately by Frozen. The numbers go back level, but a lot of damage dealt to Torsi and Fame will fall.
Wallbang's even coming through, James. I can't believe he's not hitting that. It seems like the bullets, surely some of them must have hit down there, but they just don't. Frozen instead finds a third kill, and they're feeling pretty good. That's vindication for that early buy. It got real close here at the end, but they managed to pull it through, tying up the scoreline quickly. And also slowing down VP. I think this is huge.
Yeah, it still feels like we're both sides kind of just testing each other out right now. They're really not kind of getting that confidence, getting the usual playstyle. It's very scrappy, which is something we don't see all too often from Virtus.pro, but we've seen a lot of it here. This is not being the Virtus.pro that we know and love. So waiting for them to kind of get back into their rhythm. And the question of, is it going to be here? Right now, it's going to be a pretty rough buy for them. Just a few pistols to work with. Mouz on paper should take this.
It says something about, I think, the state of Mouz as well, that they force up into that previous round. If you felt like you had the way better default and that your normal game on Mirage was going to beat VP every single time, maybe you just say, oh, who cares? Let's just wait until the third round or the fourth round or whatever it is, and let's just see what happens, and maybe we can just defeat them like that. But yeah, they really want that early advantage, and maybe also feel like they can get away with it now that VP have made the roster change. Ooh. It's a decent shot for James. And any damage she can get from here on out, she's going to be wonderful. Bomb plant, I think, was never going to happen. And there'll be the 2 casualties on the side of Mouz, and that's about it. So not necessarily the most exciting round right there for VP. I don't think they're going to be... They would have loved a 3rd kill just to keep the economy low on Mouz.
Yeah, exactly that. I think for VP as well, kind of in a way, the priority we're looking for, a bomb plant, just give them a little bit of security, doesn't happen, which is a huge thing for Mouz, just to get this early part of momentum in their favor, especially where these 2 sides are still sort of, you know, dicing each other out. They're still trying to figure out how they're coming in towards this game, especially kind of how the addition of Norbert's going to be too. Right now for Mouz to have early bit of confidence, bit of momentum. Good to see. Insertion feeling very confident, looking over towards mid to make a difference. Nade will come through and could do a chunk of damage too, but they just get away in time.
All they have is Glocks, really. I think 1 P250 there, but nothing too exciting. So Mouz will get, I mean, this is the big reward right now. Just getting that time to relax and maybe warm up a little bit of the aim as well for Surgeon. That's a little bit uncomfortable here. Just take a deep breath. You don't really need to fight them too much. You're going to get the kills probably no matter what here. So yeah, Frozen's going to show up eventually. But a 3-1 scoreline to begin with. I think that's just a very comfortable place to be. Frozen actually got almost all of the kills. That's pretty wild.
Now's the big test, Anders. Now's where we get to see what Virtus.pro are all about. I think as well, the big thing for me is going to be how, of course, the talking point for this entire series is going to be Norbert. We are going to have to keep coming back to it.
Yes.
But mainly because Kyron and Norbert play completely different roles. You know, Kyron was, you know, primarily an entry fragger, the guy who had a immaculate entry pathing, when Norbert's a little bit more of a support player. So how does the rest of the team change around this? Who's going to then claim those roles? We see Fame going towards entry roles. Flitz had the ability to do that as well, so maybe he takes up a little bit of the onus there. I don't know, a lot of question marks. We're going to have to see how things pan out, but Mirage is kind of the perfect breathing ground for it. It's just the middle map.
It is pretty good for throwing a new player into it, even if he's an old player in some sense. Yeah, there are so many things we don't know. So a huge part of the game is locked behind the communication on the team that we don't know about. So very, very hard to judge from the outside. We're going to have to see if we can feel it out. Fame goes down. That's a very, very tight shot from Torches. Almost nothing is throwing over on that side. Really well done. And the fact that he's so far up is going to make VP really uncomfortable, because even if they just wanted to execute onto the A-bomb site here, they're going to feel like we've lost part of the map here. Yeah. It's going to be so obvious that we're going for the A-bomb site. They have time to maybe look, I mean, especially VP have a lot of time with a minute left, but it seems like they're just going to follow through. Go for the A-split right away. Norbert, good opening, and Dexter, that's a huge follow-up. Gets 2 of them, and Exertion, he'll take down Flitz, no problem now. Jame on his own. I can't believe Dexter got both the shots there.
And Jame, all on the RDL. Dexter, the leader, got 2. For Miles, and we're looking for Jane to somehow, some way find 4. Well, there's one. JDC or 4 flying for a smoke to his own demise. 30 seconds to work on the clock. You know, 1 versus 3. And to make matters worse as well, no real clear pathway to either side. He does have the bomb. That's the silver lining. But 20 seconds and no real information about how things are set up. I don't see a world in which this works.
No, this turns out JDC's jumping through the smoke was not a big deal in this round, but there is absolutely a round where it ends up being that. James is going to try for it, but shot in the back. Just think about this, right? JDC, he jumps through the smoke and dies. If James has an HE, tucks it into the back of the bomb site, there are 2 players that are really low on health. He could find easily one of them, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 2. And he might not still be hugely favored in that, but some small stuff like that, you got to be really careful. Also, because I'm not sure anything is really accomplished by doing it anyway, right? You're already in a 1 versus 4. You don't really need to jump through the smoke.
Agreed.
But they don't get punished this time, so I guess no one cares.
Yeah, they're very lucky. They're very fortunate indeed. I think we're seeing a very early tac pause called here as well. So, a good opportunity for a conversation. It's actually a tech pause. I mean, guess where we have a tech pause being also mentioned? Over on the other stream, it looks like Apeks are very, very close to knocking out Sprout, which is, again, another kind of spicy affair over there as well. So,
good times. Apeks looking impressive. I've got to say, I think the mistake, the easy analysis, and I think ultimately the mistake would be to try to just match Norbert's stats with Chiron's stats. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Different players, and also we just don't know what the effect will be on the rest of the team. I think that's where we can start to test it out a little bit and get more of a sense of it. If those players that we were kind of missing in some of the early VP games here for the RMR, if they start to look a little bit better, then that could be an indirect effect of having Norbert. Maybe the communication is different. Maybe they just act differently. It's kind of hard to say right now.
Hang on a second. There's a bit of a spicy 1 versus 1 here. Steeko about to win it. Ninja defuse. Now we're going to tap on towards it. That was looking a very, very good game. Especially while we have a tech pause here. We may as well get some good entertainment.
Oh, man.
He's the one kill.
Sprout had a...
He's done it. Oh, he's on time. Never mind what I'm saying.
They had a really, really rough RMR Sprout, you've got to say.
It's not been good. Nothing's been going to plan, right? I think for Sprout, this unfortunately has been the story of Sprout. ESL Pro League Conference Season 16. Everyone expects them to make Pro League, didn't make it. Season 17, same story, just a few months ago. They were expected to be one of the teams that make it, and make it comfortably, and again, it doesn't work. They make changes for a while playing with Barry, the coach, and of course, that's never going to really work out as you expected. They bring in Azza, which was completely out of left field. We haven't seen Azza play, I think I'm right in saying, for 11 months in an official, prior to the pickup something by like Sprout, something ridiculous like that, yeah. But, you know, this is a side which is on paper should be dominant. I mean, this is an on paper side which should be comfortably in the top 25, but they just haven't been able to find their groove.
Yeah, it is a bit weird. I don't really know why. I feel like they have a good core trio that's working in there, but yeah, maybe they'll figure it out. But they have 5 rounds to run back here at this point in time, so maybe they get into overtime. That'd be something. Right, we're back into this one. Paused for the minute, but a 4-1 scoreline favoring VP at the favoring Mouz at the moment, which is pretty interesting. Mirage is being played. We do have Ancient and Inferno in the mix as well, getting down to it. Inferno is the potential closing map. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, we're still paused here, I think. Technical will continue a little bit. Hopefully nothing too serious.
Yeah, this is, hopefully only a minor thing. It looks like I'm seeing headphones being taken off across the board, so maybe some sort of sound issues. But either way, talking to that Vito as well, Mirage where we're kickstarting things. This one, a very good map for Virtus.pro in the sense that they have a little bit more confidence on it, a little bit more reps under their belt in comparison to Mouz. Let me flip it on the other side. If we go towards an Inferno, that one is pretty kind of even playing ground. Both have played it kind of a decent amount of times against decent caliber opponents, so it should be quite the even. You know, the age-old moniker, right? All good best of 3s are decided on Inferno. I feel like this one could be, quite amicable here. Although Ancient spicy.
The Ancient one is really interesting because, I mean, I think they've had 1 win, 1 loss so far, the RMR VP on this map.
Yeah.
And they lost to Bait on it. Well, Bait have turned out to be a really interesting team, so it's not necessarily the end of the world. But obviously, we know VP before didn't really play this map, so you've got to say it feels like if they don't win this opening game on Mirage, they could be in a really dangerous position where they might just not have the depth of play on that particular map.
Agreed. It kind of, in a weird and wonderful way, it feels like the win factor. I mean, Mirage feels like a must pick up. And if it doesn't, then things do get really, really dicey. I mean, even when you look statistically speaking as well, where obviously for Virtus.pro, it's not a great map. Played it 4 times, only won 1 of the 4. Over towards Mouz, it has been one of their comfortable maps, which is a somewhat rarest thing to say in the sense that for Mouz, they've had a lot of inconsistencies recently. There's a side who have been kind of criminally underperforming despite the talent we know they've got. So to have one map which they have some security over and have been able to lock in a way, it's good to see. So if Mirage goes sideways for Virtus.pro, I get very worried. One thing to mention, the tech pause turned into attack pause for Mouz. So a good opportunity to bring Cyclone, the coach, into the conversation for the team to have a little kind of conversation about what they've seen so far. But so far, things have been going pretty well.
Yeah, I would agree. This is looking more like the kind of Mouz that you want to see and that we've been used to in the past. Still waiting for VP to show up, but it's early days. Fame with a good entry in the middle, but Torshi quick to return and take him down. That's, the structure of any good meat defense. At least get the trade, Franks, if you can, and don't just let him walk away with it. All they have is the AK right now. They probably, they love to go window to pick up that rifle, but Dexter's already thinking about that too.
Well, smoke might make it a little bit easier for Jame. He's going to make his way through, and the light wasn't being held either, so they wouldn't have seen him cross, but I think he's got an inkling. M4 not scooped up yet. Jame doesn't realize he's next to him. Dexter will find the kill. That was a messy one. It could have gone either way, but thankfully for Mouz, able to make it work, but Flip will answer back with that 1 AK they've got to work with.
Yeah, so it's holding them the round at the moment. M4 picked up right there. Dexter, back turn. Oh, he comes back for it. That was really horrifying. He could have been shot in the back instead by Norbert. Almost had the timing for it. Kick it and Flip now. 2 versus 3. And they are converging on this A-bomb side, but the fact that Torshi's up here is just a nightmare. Nobody wants to attack the A-bomb side on the T side when the CT still hold the palace.
Yeah. Torzy, as long as he doesn't show his cards, he should be in a very strong position to deny any sort of success over towards A. But time is ticking, 30 seconds left to work with, and they've got to make a play right now. Mouz, they're lurking, they're lingering in the shadows. And it all comes down to Torzy. The second he has info, like a bomb being planted, he can't deny it. Nothing being spotted, and Torzy doesn't show his face.
So smart. So smart not to peek. Let him plant the bomb. Flit was covering this angle. If Toshi walks out and gets shot in the face instead, it's an instant 2-on-2 that's really winnable. Right now, Flit is in really deep waters. It's very hard for him to win this one. Takes a minute for the spray, and it's enough time for Toshi to instantly get to the peak. Really well done. That shows a high level of understanding of the game right there. Many, many, many players would have been very, very tempted to try and go for that one and just try to see if they could have wide swung to stop the bomb.
Yeah, and over in the stream as well, Apeks have just taken down Sprout. So we say goodbye to Sprout, which is an incredible thing. Another thing that a lot of people didn't expect as well. Once again, Sprout just not quite working out. What's going wrong? There's a lot that needs to be done over there. Apeks staying alive, which is good to see. This team really impressing me as well. I think, you know, there were definitely massive question marks with the multitude of changes they've been making, but they've been playing some good CS. They really have. It's good to see Jacob as well really performing the way we know he can. So,
yes.
Great to see. Great to see.
Some really emotional shots of Sprout as well. I'm sure you guys see them later on social media as well. I mean, I think that's really worth thinking about, though. We talk about it a lot, the emotional impact for some of these players, right? For us, it's we're watching the game and having a good time and enjoying it, but for them, it's obviously very, very different. So that's pretty rough. We'll see. This game off to a bit of a bumpy start, but not for Mouz. They are enjoying everything at the moment. They're having a good time with it. Currently performing pretty well on the Mouz side is Frozen, and Toshi's there with the AWP, Exertion, and Dexter as well. They're pretty much all doing well.
Yeah.
So you can't really complain about it from an output point of view. Curious if we can see, again, I think some of the stuff that made VP very hard to play against in the past was just, it would be very hard to figure out what are they actually doing on the T side. It could feel at times like they were attacking many different places on the map, and you didn't necessarily know where they would sort of flip. They'd be good at switching it from, you know, from A to B, and they'd be in the middle all at the same time. So it just felt like they had all their options open right up until the last 20 seconds of a round. And I haven't seen that at all for this RMR. It just felt much more one-dimensional, much more, let's get mid-control, let's do an A execute, which is fine if that's the style that you play. A lot of teams play that style, but it's just not what I associate with VP. And hard for me to figure out what is actually going on in that sense.
They look discombobulated, right? This is kind of VP was so good at kind of dictating the pace of a game, controlling the tempo. Whether they were CT or T side, they were making the opposition play to their tune, play to their rhythm, which is kind of why all the memes and whatnot of Jame Time were actually so prevalent, because he was able to really control the economy of himself, the tempo of the game. He's been doing, you know, something that has been so synonymous with Virtus.pro, but I just haven't seen that this RMR. We're looking at Mouz as well, and I think there's been a lot of question marks over Torzy. I mean, there's been, you know, in ways calls for his head, but he is really living up to his name and what he can bring to the table. We know this guy can put on monster performances. It's just not as consistent. But he started really well in towards this game. Currently sitting 6-2 as Mouz have a 4-round lead. That's 5 rounds on the trot for them. Virtus.pro, onus on them to answer back as the full buy comes through. Jame in towards the AWP as well.
Yeah, in Counter-Strike, confidence is key, but that's especially true for an AWP player. We've seen it on many. I mean, we were talking a lot about it yesterday with Nikodos over on Fnatic, not having a great time. For sure. In some ways, they're kind of similar players, right? They do go for some of those flashy plays. They are really quick with the flicks, but again, once you lose a little bit of confidence, it can absolutely backfire. Here it is, though. That doesn't take any flicking at all. He just had the patience to wait, and it was risky. Someone could have peeked him from the middle, so it's not for free that he managed to get it quite 4 versus 5 to start the round with. And a lot of time has been spent, and VP, they're in the middle, leaning the bomb a little bit towards the B bomb site, but at least they're going to try and get some control here and maybe play the round from here on out. James is obviously dead now, so you can just get some good calls.
Oh, it's a reaction from Flit as well. JDC 180'd. But Norbert, no idea. Xertion tucked in close in towards Van. Will find a kill, looking for another as well. Kick it in towards Apps, and he meets them with a nade. Off the back of the initial bit of contact, and with Torzy finding a kill, they are going to go for a rotation.
Yeah, but only one of them. The other one is stuck at the B bomb site, so I'm not even sure I understand. I mean, it's fine to leave Flit here if you really think Kick can run to A and plant the bomb on his own. That'd be sick, but obviously that's not really going to happen. He gets blown up, and by the time Kickit comes back, because they actually did cancel the rotation, Frozen is ready to add some more kills to the scoreboard. They're super excited, and they should be. Mouz are off to a flying hot start at the moment. You've got to say, this one is, you should be able to recover in this. This is pretty wild. But I don't know what's happening to the calls in the middle of VP after that. It felt like they were a little bit missing some communication there.
We love to see confidence in Torzy. That really does kind of make you quite excited. When this guy is feeling it, when the cogs are in motion, he's seriously talented. It's just not always the easiest case for him. You know, like you mentioned, confidence. He's looking pretty damn good in the server right now, really stepping up to the plate. Virtus.pro, they are struggling. The thing you're talking about, one-dimensional, it seemed very similar there. With the second that B hit fell apart, they had no idea. And you can see the comms were cluttered. One's rotating away, one's stuck on the site, so he couldn't even rotate over towards short anyway. It's messy, it's scrappy Counter-Strike, and this is not what makes Virtus.pro good.
Well, they could try and just walk out the palace here. They got 3 people. Might make a little bit of noise on the other side to put some pressure on, but no, they're going to go straight for it. That could have been a 2-for-1. Instant headshot from Surgeon as well, and look at this. Absolutely blowing up that part of the attack. If it would have worked, this late flank through the middle could have been really interesting with the Galil and the Tech-9, but you need to make the entry on A, or none of this is really relevant. So just slapped out of the round completely.
Nade coming through. Won't really do all too much, but I think Norbert's not long lived for the world. Frozen sneaking in, finding one, finding Flit, and that's going to be Mouz up to a 6th round lead with 7 rounds in a row. This is dominance coming through from Mouz, and this is just, once again, not Virtus.pro. I'm not saying that Norbert is the issue here, but maybe there definitely is kind of question marks about how he looks a little bit lost, looks a little bit all over the place, even in terms of the buy there, right? Here's a Tech-9, the rest of the team have a full buy. It's scrappy, it's messy from Virtus.pro, and I would like to see an early timeout once again.
Maybe there's some theory here that I'm not understanding, but when you put 3 people with the bomb coming out of the palace like that, I feel like the mid portion of the attack, it doesn't have to really go first, but it has to do something to, like, you can't just have the orb and the rifle both free to look at the palace the whole time. If you make any noise in middle, you throw like some deep smoke maybe towards top connector, that someone has to look away. Oh god, no, but he just showed his entire forehead. Just looked like he just stuck his head around the corner for a minute. But yeah, you need to do a little bit more, otherwise they're just going to be looking at it, and this is so one-sided right now for Mouz. The VP have not even really showed up to this game yet.
Just to remind the viewers at home as well, this iteration of Mouz have never beaten Virtus.pro in a best of 3. So this is could be history in the making, and also history in the making considering that Virtus.pro might be on the cards to drop out of this RMR 1-3. I don't think anybody predicted. I think a lot of people even predicted Virtus.pro to be one of the legends.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, again, even if you look at the games here, you want to say that when you have this kind of experience with a lineup, you could probably always be dangerous.
Of course.
I haven't really seen it yet. It hasn't really felt like it. But let's give him a chance. I mean, we can still, they can still get the turnaround. Pickett is going to be found. He did a little bit of damage. Nothing that's really relevant in the game the way that it's playing out right now.
Yeah, this is monstrous. This really is. Torzy is absolutely lighting up the server, and you can see him getting so confident in some of his peaks as well. He's such a versatile AWPer, but he's playing so aggro. Well, no, but I kind of feel you, buddy. He peeks it around the corner. Torzy rips him apart. The sporting util from Dexter, brilliant once again for them to reclaim this mid control. And you can sort of see as well from Virtus.pro what we are seeing in terms of how they're setting up. They go for mid control, which is great. They're being given mid control actually for the most part. They just can't do anything with it. They can't go over towards A. The second they fight in towards con, Torzy's always there. The second they go over towards short, JDC's posted up. There's no kind of clear pathways for them. And it seems that once their initial plan that they set at the start of a round falls apart, their mid-rounding is just abysmal.
To be honest, I feel like that's the way that the metagame is involved right now for CT side of Mirage. In the past, people would fight to the death for middle. They would just keep going. If there were three CTs in there to fight the Ts all the time, and if you won that fight, maybe you win the round. I feel like nowadays a lot of teams will be a little bit further back, and then every once in a while they will go very aggressive and try and fight for it just to mix it up. But a lot of the times you don't feel like you really need to, and you're just kind of lurking for kills in there and taking the shots to connector instead. And if you have the confidence to do it, it can work out pretty well. I mean, it is a risk because if the Ts get control of connector, probably the most important part of the map, and you can do so much with it. But VP have not shown that they can. No. Every time I see any Ts near the connector area, always makes me excited because it opens up the tactical book a lot for the T side, and VP aren't showing that they're not feeling it at the moment for sure.
Safe to say, a very understandable tack pause coming through from VP. They just need some difference to be made here. Dexter will find the first. Torzy can fall off the angle. That will give James some space over towards Chair. So this mid control, once again being collected by Virtus.pro, and slowly but surely, James trying to get info, trying to find a kill. There it is, instantly traded, but Fame will drop him out with a Tech-9. Looking in towards short, JDC answers back, keeping the numbers in favor of Mouz. Just when things were starting to look up for Virtus.pro, they get slapped back down.
And look at the trading. Every time there's a kill, Mouz, they have someone else they can throw into the mix and take it back instantly. And once they get the opening kill, that's going to favor them eventually. Fame and Norbert, 2 versus 3, about 35 seconds as they're walking towards that B bomb side, but instantly shot down. Mouz are missing much right now. Mechanically, they look like they're absolutely ready to play here today. Norbert's going to get a kill, pick up the AK, and go for the bomb plant, which this is sadly one of the best chances they've had so far, and he can't even make it out. Norbert, if he could have got back around the pillar, that would have been something else, but a 1 versus 2 at the end, and it still goes the way of Mouz.
Yeah, in terms of how rounds go, I think that really is as best as it could have been. Virtus.pro getting themselves 3 kills in a bomb plant off the back of what was, for the most part, a pretty minimal buy. Not bad at all. James did invest in towards the AWP, so of course he will not have that in towards the next, despite loss bonus and a bomb plant. But unless anyone has a little bit of spare cash lying around, I think it should be just rifles across the board, prioritizing utility more often than not. But Virtus.pro, we are starting to see kind of these ideas, what they're going for, but the execution about closing out rounds is still not quite there. There's an 8-round buffer built up, and Mallows have put up 9 rounds already on the CT side. It's monstrous. Swinging in towards mid, Fame and Torzi go 1 apiece. Norbert will be dropped out by the AWP as he once again holds over towards A.
Okay. There's a little bit of a shot and more of speed behind this one. VP really trying to change how they play this T side now, and I understand why. 3 versus 4, best position that they've had, I think, yet in this map. Dexter down here below, but nice run up from Flit. That's still super worth it. Fame catching the rotation onto JDC, and just Frozen left. Now, he's been playing very well. He's up to 14 kills, so you love to see that, but unless he, maybe if you could have found Fame in here, that would have been interesting. I think now, even with the money in the bank, it's probably not worth it to do anything here. So, good call from VP. Finally going to be picking up a 2nd round.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually Frozen playing, aggro exits just to kind of make it a little bit more expensive over towards VP. But like we mentioned, they've got money to work with. So have Mal. It's not really going to be all too problematic. The only thing that would be really good is the AWP gets dropped out and doesn't get recovered. But for Mal's, there's not really any kind of much point here. So Virtus.pro, for the first time in 10 rounds played, will pick up their 2nd round. It's been a long time coming, but now it's a case in a point of, can they turn this into a catalyst for more success? It's all well and good finding 1 round here or there, but it needs to be consecutive, consistent rounds on the board. This can't be a flash in the pan.
Yeah, I mean, if they could get up to the first 5 rounds here on the T side, they're still going to be competitive in the map. They still have a shot at it, and I think that's all they're thinking about right now. Just let's build the foundation so that we don't just get wiped out. You can obviously make it back into a map like this one.
For sure.
It's just been such a flat beginning that makes everyone feel really nervous. That's 161. Jesus. Why? That's so ridiculous.
This is what he can do when he's confident, right? I think maybe, you look towards Miles, and there's been a lot of people calling for Torzi and to try and improve him as a player. Maybe it's more of a mental game rather than kind of in the server itself, because this is a top team right now that he is making it look so easy. And also to mention as well that Frozen's not even doing too bad himself.
I really think it's an AWP problem, and it's a problem of starting out. Ooh, that's a good read. If you want to go for that kind of boost, you probably need to do it right off the bat and not later in the round. Jame able to pick that one up. And if you really wanted to go for the boost anyway, I mean, you can flash your way in. You're not surprising anyone once the first 30 seconds have already passed in the round, so I don't even know what the point is. Kick it up here, instant shot down, and they walk right into the double headshot from Kickard. That's all you needed here. 5 versus 2. This is starting to look a little bit more encouraging from the VP side. I would hate to see VP just never show up to this match. Yeah. Not just because we picked VP to win it, but just in general, I feel like this is kind of a historic game. I want to see the real VP show up eventually. And so far, they're just good kills. We're not really seeing the VP effect yet, I'm going to say, but it's a way to get into it, I guess.
Also, I guess in our defense, Anders, we made our predictions prior to the news about Norbert as well. So
I'm not going to use that excuse even. I would have done it anyway.
I am going to play devil's advocate and say I may have made a change.
Hedging it. You can. I mean, I think someone could have. You could defend making a change based on that and saying, okay, things are obviously in a really weird state.
Yeah.
For me, it's more about sort of trusting in the Jame vision for the game. I feel like he's earned that trust, so I'm not going to just walk away from it. But yeah, it's clearly lacking right now. Third round though.
Good to see. Of course, an AWP saved over both ways. The JD can drop back over towards Torzi. No problems. Our money isn't really all too much of an issue over towards that seed side anyway, and I don't think it really will be for the rest of this half, but much better. I think, honestly, as well, you look towards that round, and more of the blame goes over towards Mouz for losing it rather than kind of Virtus.pro winning it. You know, you see pushing in towards Kick It, giving him 2 easy frags, you know, just swinging and dry as well. No pot flash coming off the corner. That would have completely farmed on towards Kick It. So I think, you know, definitely a couple of question marks. You see a timeout taken by Mouz. They're second of the game already, despite the 6-round lead. They're kind of just making sure that Virtus.pro don't get too confident on the latter stages of this first half.
Because VP historically have been a team that have played all of their strats in the last 30 seconds, maybe the last 20 seconds of a round in the past. They are very, very used to holding aggressive pushes from the CT sides early. That's kind of their bread and butter in some way. So I'm not surprised that they're good at that. It's hard to blame Mouz as well because they feel like they're off to a really hot start. They want to keep the momentum. They probably would love to take, you know, just to erode the confidence of VP that they built over a couple of rounds by some aggressive pushes. So it makes sense on that level. But yeah, it does feel a little bit silly when you're just giving them a couple of kills. Flit goes down to the start of this round of Torshi. So it's a great start. And look at the mid control. This is really sick. It's what we talked about. You don't do it all the time, but every once in a while. And right now, they know absolutely everything. JDC spun around. Counter flashes are everywhere. Norbert, it's a labored spray. He can't find it. JDC, even with his legs on fire, able to pick up Kick It. And now James is all alone once again. What a rough turn of events. They had the Molotov on top. They had him locked in the corner, and they could not kill JDC.
That's messy. That really is messy. James now, there's nowhere to go. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Saving here is an impossibility. There is just no chance. So can he get a kill? Can he try and keep this AWP in play? And I think it's so unlikely, but he's so aware of the flank just coming through. Again, Kate, and a point of conversion find him.
This is where you want to see some discipline on Mouz, right? Before you had JDC running in, he's dead now, so he's not going to be doing that. But wait at least until it's 10 seconds. You know he can't really escape. You have him locked in. If you push in the last couple of seconds, you might kill him after time, which is obviously even better. But if you push early and you get a...
there we go.
If you push too early and you give him a chance to make it a 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 2, then obviously it'll be different. Obviously it's more for I think James knows it as well. He doesn't want to die after the time. There is no escape from this. He's completely locked in, and oh yeah, they're going to be sneaking up behind him. Molotovs everywhere. Wall bangs are coming through, and Frozen going to be able to find him 10-3 for Mouz.
Monstrous stuff from Mouz. I mean, what a response off the back of what was a dominant round from Virtus.pro. That sort of answer back is huge, but we have to start off here. I mean, JDC getting away with 2, even getting away with 1 kill, I think, is a massive misplay coming through. He never should have been able to get away with 1 kill. Nobody should have confirmed that it's a massively labored spray. And then the fact he doubles it down as well. Credit to JDC. Really well played from him. Under pressure, under the cosh, and he manages to walk away with kills, which instantly just halts Virtus.pro. Pumps the brakes over towards that T-side execute. It's really good stuff. You gotta love what you're seeing from Mouz. Up to double digits in the first half. It's a monstrous performance right now, and Virtus.pro just do not have their number.
Not yet. There is, I think, still a chance for VP to have a first half they can walk away from, shrugging their shoulders, saying, "Oh, it's a bad start, but it doesn't matter."
For sure.
But if Mouz get up to 12-3 type scoreline, then that's not. You can't say that anymore. Then you're in. It's full panic at that point in time. Individually, Flit is a little bit there, and then Fame and Jame are kind of behind him. But we're not seeing a huge output in terms of the kills. Nothing like what's happening on the Mouz side. They are really ahead in that front, so that has to change. Oh, a little bit of an attempt here to Tech 9. It's looking good. It will be the AK on Flit to finally take down Exertion, but still, you like to see that. Frozen tries to put out a grenade into the mix down there. Actually did land on 3 people. Didn't do too much damage. Dexter with a good tap, but he's instantly dispatched. He could not escape from the corner. Frozen, he's in the right position by the jungle, and the spray is decent for the 1.
Well, now, of course, making the way towards ramp. Upholding from Torsi, but he falls off the angle. He's so aware. Jamin coming through, kicking out ramp, will be picked off, and Torsi makes it a double. That's huge. All down to Fame now in a 1 versus 2, but JDC, other ideas, monstrous for the Mouz NXT boys in towards the main roster. And that will, of course, be Mouz extending their lead once further. Now we're getting into the realms of too little, too late.
That's the kind of confidence on Torshi that simultaneously can be very risky, but also the reward is huge, because right here, Kick It and Jame, who is going to be peeking up there, they are coordinating that attack. If he waits, then they can swing them at the same time.
Yeah.
They can peek from the bomb side and from the palace at the same time, and they're going to be probably trading him no matter what. But the fact that he jumps up means he offsets the timing just enough. It's very risky, but it absolutely pays off. Torch is looking really hot at the moment. It's sick to see. Dexter's going to be sneaking in right through the smoke, or at the edge of it, it's going to be Norbert going down.
He has a healthy gap over towards that ram of smoke.
Yeah.
Dexter exposes it. JDC, aggro here, might have flip off guard, and he will flip to 4, 5 versus 3. Takes a hefty dink, but he stays alive. That's all that matters. Numbers in their favor. Zertion looking the wrong way. Jane will punish. So at the very least, space for them to work with over towards A, but he advises against it.
Yeah, the same kind of aggression that we saw earlier, and we kind of questioned because they walked into, I think, Kickert for the double kill in the palace, but they keep doing it, and it's working out this time. So clearly something that Mouz have a feeling for, and I think they're not wrong. Gotta trust the game. Everyone rotating towards the B-bomb side. JDC is here. He's got no backup, but he's kind of low on health, which I think you're starting to see on the minimap. People are rotating over. Steps are being made. JDC's heard it. Staying alive for another second would be great, but James is going to be able to find him. So we're back into a 3-on-3. Deep nade. Yeah, if it lands on James, he's dead. They do have another one on Dexter, so it's still possible that he could be blown up by the end of the round here. Torshi's just jumping out the window with the AWP, pushing right through, and what a great flick to take down Fame. Oh, this is troublesome. James in the corner. He doesn't have the health. I don't know how they haven't checked him. Nobody's seen, and he almost got the spin around. He was right there in the open, and they just didn't notice, but they will still get the round. Absolutely brilliant first half here for Mouz. 12-3 in their favor. They've locked VP out of this one. This is a nightmare for them. Let's see if the second half could be any better.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. 12-3. First half by Mouz. I don't think many people expected this. Now, Anders, before we get started, I'm going to ask you a little question. So Mouz, they put 12 rounds in their first half. What do you think their probability is of all the maps ever recorded on HLTV of them? What percentage of them closing out this game now? Starting on the CT side, 12-3.
Oh, it's going to be like 85% or something like that.
You're actually you're on the cut a little bit. 91% chance of closing out.
That's wild. Well, things are looking good. Jame and Kicker, though, trying to see if they could beat some pretty heavy odds at the moment by just getting a couple of opening kills here. Second half is coming up. If you're just joining us, it's the first map in the best of 3, and this one is for elimination. If you lose this one, you're out, which for both these teams would be a disaster. There are no happy endings here for the match. But VP obviously former major champions, so you've got to assume that is just too much to deal with. Heartbreaking if it happens. Dexter fighting left, right, and center. They look at the bomb plant, but they cannot win the round. It's a good job. Norbert with the double. Obviously, all eyes are on him.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
just how it is.
Naturally, I think for Norbert, he's got kind of, in a weird way, this added pressure, but then like no expectations in a way, right? I mean, he literally arrived this morning. That's the crazy thing, right?
You have to assume people won't be blaming Norbert necessarily individually, right? Then I don't think people are going to say, "Oh, Norbert probably made the choice for this to happen," right?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Maybe they'll blame VP as a whole. That could definitely happen. Which, again, I've got to just remind everyone not to run too much defense for VP, but the truth is that an enormous amount of what happens inside of a server happens in team communication.
Of course.
And how that works is kind of all invisible to us. So it's kind of hard to judge. But the result right now is not what we're looking for. Still time to change it, of course.
And we're kind of saying as well, this, in a weird and wonderful way for VP, Mirage feels like a must-win, just because Ancient is such a bad map for them. It's such a good map for their opponents. Mouz, start off badly, searching for his hand to James, but Frozen will trade out. He lands on the head. He Goomba stomps him like Mario as Norbert will drop out. The numbers go in favor of Mouz in the post-plant.
Yeah, just walking on top of him. That's ridiculous. 3 versus 3. The bomb is planted for Mouz. They're in the round. There's still a very good shot at it. What a nice connection. Unfortunately, don't keep fighting. Not Tech 9 range. You have time to reload that gun. You don't really need to. Here comes Frozen, and he tracks him in mid-air. Oh no, VP, you win the pistol, but lose this round? That's heartbreaking. If things weren't already looking rough, then here we go. Kicker's going to have to walk on out. It will be 13 on the side of Mouz.
And just to roll it back as well, back towards that pistol round, Mouz lost the pistol round immediately. Opening 2 kills go the way of Virtus.pro, and from then on it is done. But Dexter, there's one little Hail Mary coming through, just getting the bomb down, and by getting that bomb plant, it means there's money to work with for Mouz coming towards this one. Allowed them in towards the Galils, and did a really good job of making them work. But look through the Goomba stop once again, as he's just on top of Norbert. Nothing really Norbert can do there, to be perfectly honest, but that bomb plant has really alleviated the pressure coming in towards his second round of the half in terms of the investment.
Yeah, the stress really showing on the VP side. There's no question. Timeout being called, the second one for them as they try to recover whatever it is that is going on. What a weird... It's just a weird thing to be watching right now.
It's kind of surreal, isn't it? 13-4. I mean, just in this sort of position where it's such a massive gap built up, I mean, it just really feels all over the place. I mean, right now, so many question marks over towards his Virtus.pro side. I mean, how do they turn around? Can they turn around? Is it already too little too late, right? I mean, all of the questions running through, and the fact that Ancients to follow this up, a map which historically and statistically Virtus.pro are not good on, never mind the addition of having Norbert back in towards his roster, who God knows how much practice he's had with the roster too. Oh, it's worrying.
Counter-Strike evolves very, very quickly at the upper echelons. It's not like you can take a 3-month break and then come back and say, it's all the same. It's how I left it. No, it's not. Like, things change all the time. Little tiny details. People realize how to play around smokes in a slightly different way, or the timings change, and it's just, you can't just necessarily swap in and out like that. Obviously, your mechanical skill could be picked up, I think, pretty quickly, but that's not necessarily the same. Good couple of kills. They need them so badly. Flit right over the smoke to take down Dexter, and Fame starts the round with a kill there with a 5-7. We all love a good 5-7, don't we?
It's a bloody good gun, I gotta say. I mean, maybe even in the realms of overpowered, it's so good at close range. But for Virtus.pro, they will take anything right now. 5 versus 3. The brakes pumped by Mouz. What's the decision for them now? They're going to rotate back over. It looks like they want to group up with the bomb being collected and maybe go join Frozen over towards the A site. But right now, no face really being shown.
Yeah, Norbert on a mission. Turns out that's probably going to be a really good call.
Yeah.
If the A defense falls or if it just turns into a little bit of a protracted fight over there, he's going to be right on point, especially now he's running. Kind of risky, but it feels like he's going to be rewarded for this. All right, certainly it's time to walk now. They're up, and 24 seconds as the first Molotov comes out.
Already, Xerxin holding the flash to the angle as well. Pistol will swing, kick it won't make a difference, but Norbert, we spoke about the flank, there it is, gets one. Information on the second as well. It's enough just to keep them at bay. Time is ticking, 10 seconds to work with, and surely this one has got no chance of going down. Bomb will attempt to be planted, but no idea. Fame with a double on the way out, and Virtus.pro make that look good.
13-5, yeah, they needed that. Good job on Norbert. The one kill there, the flank, it slows them down, it makes them second guess everything. And that's all they needed. Really well done. Started to feel a little bit like VP's, you know, the major run winning it. That's like the classic TV show that we all love. And now this is kind of the reboot half a decade later when everyone kind of is like, nah, just leave it alone. Don't do it. It's not the same anymore.
It's the difference between Shrek 2 and Shrek 3, Anders.
That's it.
That's the base.
Exactly right.
That's Shrek 2, great. Lord Farquaad,
Should have
brilliant. Should have stopped it there. Should have kept it in place. However, if they can miraculously turn this ship around, then that'll be a story.
Ironically, they are getting Shrek'd, so it's too bad.
It is too bad. You hate to see it.
Norbert's inside of the bomb site. Got two people with no head armor on the T side, so against that MP9 of Norbert, it could be a lot of fun. He could have a good time with it here. We'll see if it's going to be a possibility or not. He does have a little bit of backup out on Catwalk as well. Here comes the jump through. JDC gets blown up, and that's a great start for Norbert. Double kill to secure the bomb site, and it's a 3 versus 4 here. A little bit of a tag comes in. They should be able to reclaim this bomb site. VP, deep breath. No bombs even planted yet.
Well, now it will go down, but not at the cost of more. Torzi and Frozen falling. All down to one man. Takes the back turn, and Flit makes it look easy. 2 kills to his name, 1 for James, 2 for Norbert to keep them at bay early on towards that execute. A very good round once again. And Virtus.pro starting to show what they have in the repertoire, what they have in the strat book to start to chip away slowly but surely at this deficit. Mouz, while they look like they're in a secure position, it is starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable. The door is being cracked open a little.
Yeah, I would say it is. Again, just given the history of VP, you really should not be underestimating them. No. Even though, I don't know, I feel like I'm playing this weird waiting game inside of my brain where I'm just looking for when am I going to see a little bit of that VP flavor that I'm missing. And I'm not seeing it yet, but if that starts to pick up, if they get a bit more confidence, they get some of these people warmed up. You know, James is still up there, Flit's up there, Fame has started to join in. They got sort of 3 out of 5 that seem to be doing something now. It could absolutely change. And Mouz, this is about closing this out as soon as humanly possible. Just to stop this kind of a comeback from VP before it even gets underway. JDC in the middle, he's banging them out with a deagle. That's ridiculous.
Making that hand cannon look pretty damn good. Down to a 3 versus 3, but a lot of damage being dealt over towards both JDC and that of Frozen. Double the eagle for them. Torzi with full HP also has the hand cannon himself. This one going to be very difficult to work with. The priority now looking for a bomb plant. Easier said than done. 2 over towards B, 1 towards mid, that of James in jungle. But the A site itself is open, so a ramp take coming through is actually the right call.
JDC, just as the smoke is there, he walks up right in front. The timing could not have been better. He's going to be careful linking around. Yeah, Kicker just shooting him in the back. If he'd gone around the corner, maybe he could have made his way there. They're going to be run boosting past to try and get the bomb plant. That's pretty sick. Acrobatics in the middle of the round. You love to see that. Torshi and Frozen. Could they live up to what JDC started here? He had the 2 deagles to begin with, and James is low on health. It's not impossible. Torshi, if they line up for him, all right. Not quite. Not quite. Kickit will take him down, and now it's just Frozen.
He's low as well. I think they know they've tagged him. He's had a monstrous start to this game, 22 and 9. He's looking to up here to 25, but this would require something monumental. And he's been spotted out. We'll shut down that conversation as he gets a bullet to the cranium by Norbert, who is really starting to find his form in towards this game. It took a while for him to get confident, but now we're starting to see him individually step up. And with that being said, Virtus.pro as well across the board. Jamie in the charge has a frags M13 to his name. JDC, I gotta say, cracking effort with the deagle, but you know, all in hindsight didn't make all too much of a difference. But I think a couple of kills in the bomb plant, really all you can ask for in what was such a minimal buy.
You'll take it. That's pretty respectable. Also, just even any rounds like these, if Mouz don't win them, but they can keep doing significant damage and just make VP feel uncomfortable, that in itself is part of slowing down any kind of a comeback. But this is a 13-7 scoreline. This is a 6-round gap, and it's totally winnable. I don't know what the stats say for what you win like this, but I think we're way far away from the 91% that we were earlier. This is going to be a very, very different feel. You can absolutely win this game on the CT side.
Right now, things are looking pretty damn good. I think for Mouz as well, they know themselves that momentum is slowly but surely starting to swing. Lose this round, the economy's broken once again, and Virtus.pro slowly but surely get towards double-digit marks. And when they're in that territory, then it's anybody's game. It's so doable. This game most definitely not on its final chapter as of just yet. Deep nade coming through, Torzy will take some damage. All things considered, doesn't make too much of a difference to the AWP.
No, he's going to be all right for the minute. Not that many nades left on the VP side. That's a bit curious. Maybe it's fine if they just want to battle it out for the middle. They do have a lot of people here that could converge to fight on the TZ side, so that's okay. But if they ever go for a retake, they're going to want some of those nades back that they've been expending in there. Flit's going to be taking out Exertion. It's a good start, and what a flip from Jame. That's everything that they wanted. They get 3 kills before Mouz even have a chance to answer back. Norbert with another headshot, leaving Dexter on his own in a 1 versus 4 here. And there's nothing. He can't even get the bomb plant at this point in time. He's going to get eventually zoned out. It's a flawless round. Norbert with a double kill, and VP up to 8.
It's very confident Counter-Strike. Right now, of course, at one point we were looking at this and saying it was a 91% chance of Mouz locking it out, and you were asking about kind of how things will pan out. At 13-8, 77. So those stats are starting to kind of slowly but surely diminish. And I think as well, not only statistically are things starting to look a lot worse for Mouz, but in the server, the eye test, you can see not only on the player counts, but in the way in which they're approaching this game, they are getting a little bit nervy. They know it themselves, hence why they're using their 3rd out of 4 time out here, just because things are looking a little bit awkward, right? Psycho going to come in towards the conversation, try and rally the troops. He needs to. They're so close to the finish line as well. 3 rounds is all they need, but that seems like such a big ask with how they're playing right now.
And you have to think as well, in a slightly grander context here, Mouz have had a pretty terrible RMR too.
Yeah.
It's not like their confidence is just brimming right now. Maybe it is when you start, with the 12-3 half, you feel like this is sick, but it doesn't take that much to rediscover some of that insecurity that they must have had from the other games. And that's what VP are probably banking on too. Even if they're flying really, really high, it could be a long way down for the Mouz team. Oh, he walked right into that grenade. He got legged to begin with and stepped on the nade in the middle. That's unfortunate. Good dink. But more nades are landing in the middle, and this time Torji is the victim. That's a little bit unfortunate. 3 versus 4.
Nice shot for James. Flit will add one more. This is a pretty chaotic but clean round, all things considered. Only the one left alive out of Dexter, the IGL. No bomb for him to work with as well, so even saying a Hail Mary of a bomb plant's big ask. Hello, potentially. Get a little knife, go on. Extra cash in the bank. Oh, do it, Dexter.
This is Norbert as well. Why is he doing
Oh, no, he makes noise. He jumps off, he ruffles the clothes, he didn't know. Oh, and he fluffs his lines and getting an extra 1,000 in the pockets. Dexter must be kicking himself. Could have just confirmed the kill. Will it have made a difference? No, but it would have been funny.
Absolutely heartless. He's trying to knife the guy who's flown in at a moment's notice. Look at Norbert. Sick. Well done. He's reclaiming some credibility.
Let's go.
What else can you do? You got to smile about that.
Yeah, if you don't laugh, you cry, right? Exactly that. These two teams, of course, both of their only wins have both been to Soar. But since then, we saw Mouz. Both their losses have been pretty dominant. To Bait and to Falcons, weren't even able to get the double-digit rounds. Torzy, nice opener. Will find Jane. That's important. Looking for more as well, but Dexter will reclaim the space.
Yeah, we talked about Torshi's AWPing on the first half. It looked brilliant. They need it back now once again. A little bit of a spam coming through. The bomb is still dropped a little bit further back, so Mouz aren't committing 100% to this yet. They're hoping and expecting that VP are going to be nervous enough. Someone will run into the middle, someone will run onto the A-bomb side to try and get some backup in there. Eventually, Exertion goes down. Flick just the right position. Fame, he's going to find one more. This defense is starting to look a little bit better, although JDC has something to say about that. It's all onto Kickert, trying to tap it away. He's nearly got the kill on Frozen. The nade, can it chase him down? It will. Blow up Frozen, and now it's a one-on-one.
One-on-one, but Kickert only has 1 point of HP. I just don't know whether Torzy knows.
Both players can win by position alone here.
Yeah.
Although you can tell Kickert's picked the wrong move, but if he actually went to the B bomb side, he could have been hiding in a corner, and there's almost no way that Torzy could sort of check the whole bomb side easily. So clean bomb plant, bit of a risk from Torzy again. He's not really checking anything. If Kickert had ran here, it would have been real interesting. And now it should be Kickert going down to this one, although he's keeping the AWP out, so maybe he doesn't know.
I am nervous. He's keeping the AWP up. One missed shot, and this is game set. Oh, he's going in towards the angle as well. Surely he doesn't miss here. Torzy changing the angle. He will find the kill. Mouz, for the first time in a long time, find a round, and sighs of relief. You can see finally a couple of smirks and smiles on the faces too, as a little bit of sweat wiped off the brow. But the job is not done yet. Still a couple more rounds needed for them to lock this one out. But at the very least, for the first time in 5 rounds played, we will see Mouz put another notch on the board.
Super important stuff. Just to get something rolling on the T side, show they could do it here. Yeah, Torzy, he's
selling him 99.
He's playing really well. That opening and obviously the ending to the round as well, but just getting that's just a raw peak against Jame, and he comes out on top. Another timeout for VP to discuss the situation at hand.
I mean, to do credit to VP, they've done a lot better on the CT side. It's just not been, I guess, conclusive in the sense that we can have a conversation here about them pulling off the comeback. We said the door was open. There definitely was a conversation around it, but whether it was possible or plausible still seemed kind of out of reach. Look at the scoreboard as well. 22 for Torzy, 24 for Frozen. He's been absolutely farming. Torzy still has a 119 ADR. That is still monstrous.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive. And those two have been playing a fantastic game right now. I think the problem is at the start of the half, especially the first part of the first half, VP were not even really getting any kills at all. It's just mechanically a very, very, very slow start. They're making up for it quickly now, and that is good to see, but sometimes it's just too late. Or if you go down too much, even if you feel like, yeah, you know, we actually, if we'd started CT side, maybe this would have been different, but you're not going to get a chance to prove that ever. Jame silently boosted up here, and let's just see. Torzy's in the middle. Looks like they could want to maybe go for a peek here. They do have 3 players that are nearby, maybe could even be a 4th one. I think Norbert's about to show up in the window as well, so they could have a pretty big presence in the middle if they wanted to, VP.
It's a nice setup here by VP. You see kind of 2 players in the crossfire, one just around the corner too. Oh, of Jame. Train on the angle as well, waiting for a missed shot though. Information game both ways, but full blind. Fame will fall.
Yeah, and what do you do here? All on your own. It's a good flick, but many, many more are coming. Misses the opportunity there. Norbert's going to get a kill on the other side though, so he's maybe getting a little bit of backup soon. He eventually goes down, and Jame nearly walking into certain death. He will. Good reposition from JDC, and Kickert in a 1 versus 3. Very, very patient play, although that's a little bit risky, a little bit scary potentially. Kickert still maybe with a chance. About 30 seconds left here. The bomb is up there. They actually go pick up the bomb right now, so they're going to have to expose themselves. Did he see the jump? Maybe he didn't. He has a Molotov. No, just an HE, sorry. So can't do much with that, unfortunately. But that was really risky. They should secure the round now. Kickert's going to try and make the jump out. They both peek him at the same time, and JDC with a brilliant round.
It's close, but no cigar. Credit to Kickert. I think the Frozen staying elevated and exposed there was such a risk. Maybe not needed, but hey, if it doesn't fall flat, who really cares? Now up to 15, 1 round away as well from taking the pick of Virtus.pro, which would be monstrous for this series and completely set in stone. The underperformance, but also kind of the overperformance in a way from Mouz. They've been really lights out Counter-Strike in towards this game so far. 1 more round's all they need.
It's really cool, though, to see Mouz kind of slow it down once they have Jame on the bomb site. Yeah. Then they're not just rushing him down. They're sort of saying, no, you're locked in here. You don't really have any teammates with you. Let's just wait and see. That's hard to do. It's very hard to do in a game, especially when there's this much on the line. I think Mouz played it pretty admirably in that one. Jame forward in the middle. At least they have a little bit of money to work with here. UMP in play on the VP side, but right now they need 6 in a row to try and bring this into overtime. And if anything goes wrong, Mouz will walk away with the victory, and that is devastating for VP, especially when Ancient is the second map. They're going to go back from the middle, and the timing, just as they're about to peek up the underpass, that's crazy. Flit is thinking about it. They were just turning for it. But so far, no battle in the middle.
Kick it up close. UMP. The buy is somewhat middling in a sense that Kick has only got a UMP to work with and one flash alongside him. Popping the break, swinging in. It's such a risk, and Frozen will find him.
Yeah, that UMP just doesn't have the rate of fire. MP9, I think, actually probably gets that kill. Famous going to be going down, and this has gone from bad to worse. Mouz, the mechanics of Dexter, they're so sick still, almost running with it. It's going to be a nice, actually a quad kill now. JDC will take one more down. Norbert is on his own and in a lot of trouble. 1 versus 4 to try and see if he can clutch this one. There should be no way. Mouz need to make a massive mistake, and they haven't really been making many. So far, they've looked very strong. And Norbert, he's up to 14 kills, but he can't even find anyone on the bomb site. Absolutely dreadful position to be in. Trying to see if he can walk it out. He does have a smoke, but it's not going to matter. They found him. They already got the dink off. Now the wall bangs are coming through. It's JDC to take the last one, and it's Mouz to pick up Mirage, opening up this best of 3.
And of course, it's Norbert in the clutch as well on the way out, just to rub salt in the wounds. But what a performance from Mouz. But I guess an underperformance from Virtus.pro on their map pick. Mouz take it confidently.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Definitely a huge turn up for Mouz. You love to see it. They look very, very strong. But on the other side for VP, pretty dreadful.
Yeah, exactly that. Either way, we're going to throw it on to a break. When we are back, we'll delve into the details before going in towards Ancient.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoon.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no
way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Lone Show have for me here? Rings off, you know? Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry, no look. What? Buck, everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what, I'm not sure. Oh no. No, I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go, quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready with another map, or at least soon to be, on Ancient. It's VP and Mouz, and so far it's been pretty one-sided. VP have not really shown up in the way that we were expecting.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of storylines, let's be honest. You know, with Norbert coming in, all the attention was on him, but I think we need to put attention over towards the likes of the Torsies of the world. A lot of kind of question marks about him as a player, coming in towards his RMR, about his previous kind of tier 1 performances, but he has come out the gate flying. Him and Frozen have been absolutely farming in the server, and I think now a lot of question marks going towards the second map. It's Ancient, a map in which, let's be honest, VP aren't that good at.
Yeah, they haven't shown us yet. If they have anything hidden for it, they've been hiding it even the matches they have been playing, which is obviously not what you want to see. Frozen and Torshi, this absolutely sick. Especially, I think a lot of people are going to be excited about Torshi playing well again. That's been something that they've really been lacking. I think Frozen's always been kind of a rock of this team in a lot of different ways. But yeah, just a very, very convincing performance from both those players.
Yeah, of course, take a look at the package here from Frozen. He had a cracking game, really came out the gate flying. 25 kills, 14 deaths with 96 ADR overall. But like you mentioned, I think the use of the word rock, he's just so consistent. You can always rely on Frozen to make a difference. Even when this Mouz team have played pretty poorly, Frozen has been someone for me who is just such a consistent factor. And you kind of feel bad for him at times when he is the only one really stepping up. Right. Thankfully, it wasn't the case. Towards those moments, JDC as well, he was playing the Bianca, which, let's be honest, on CD side, you're not called upon all too much. When he was called upon, always good for a couple.
Yeah, I think it was just such a nice mix of output coming out from the Mouz side. So I mean, huge reason why they did so well. Was it 12-3 the first half?
Yeah, 12-3.
Crazy.
Ridiculous. Absolutely. And of course, we do have Torsi highlights as well. This guy really steps up to the plate in that first half, especially. Of course, 12-3. It's all well and good when you are winning so dominantly to play dominantly, but he was so confident. You could see him playing so aggro, but then at the same time, so smart.
I think, yeah, this is the kind of Mouz that I guess Mouz fans have kind of been dreaming about and have been denied so far for the RMR. But if they can keep this up, they suddenly look like a strong contender again to make it really, really deep in the major. And even, I mean, let's just start by qualifying, that'd be good. But this is the kind of stuff that inspires you to think, okay, this could really happen. On the VP side, just nothing like that showing. Like we've mentioned a couple of times, the second map is Ancient, which... We have no evidence to suggest that's good news at all for VP.
No, not at all. Especially if Torsi's playing the way he is. 24 kills at 115 ADR. Not too shabby, not too shabby at all. These are things panned out. And you can just see for the entirety of this map and how things panned out, it was just so consistent from Mouz. There was these flash in the pan moments from Virtus.pro, but they never found consistency. They never were able to put up, consecutive rounds in a point where we could think, okay, momentum's starting to swing, the script is starting to be flipped. It didn't happen. It was so good.
I mean, let's stretch around to the beginning. That's 9 rounds, out of which 2 of them are bomb plants. The rest, they just don't even get onto the bomb side. That's pretty devastating for playing the T side of Mirage. I mean, especially because Mirage is a map normally where, at least on the A bomb side, you can probably get the bomb down. Now, whether you can defend it is a different matter, but you can most of the time, you can find a way to get in there. And they just didn't, so yeah, they could not recover that start. We've seen it before from multiple teams. You go off to such a bad start and there's no getting back onto the second half, and that's pretty much what happened here.
And as me and you, we both put Virtus.pro to win this game. You're starting to feel a little bit nervous about your selection. I know I am.
Yeah, you'd have to be delusional, I think, to not feel nervous at this point in time. I was happy to give the Mirage to kind of show some of it. I mean, again, it's possible that making the change to Norbert was the genius 5,000 IQ move. Doesn't really seem like it at the moment, but I was happy to give them the benefit of the doubt. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, ladies and gents, we're going to throw this one to a quick break. When we are back, our second and potentially final map in this series. It's Ancient coming up next. It's the pick of Mouz, and it can be all over in a jiffy. We'll see you soon.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil, so I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get on the way in towards our second map. You see the odds up on your screen right there, and Anders, safe to say, they're looking pretty down one-sided. 1.2 towards Mouz, 3.8 over towards Virtus.pro. I gotta say though, going in towards Ancient, I kind of agree.
It's hard to argue with at the moment, isn't it? Because we just haven't seen VP really show up. There's a little bit of a flare or something. Some of the players started to wake up towards the end of the map, but it's way too late, and they just don't look anything like themselves. So once again, they have to prove it. They have to be the ones to convince us that this could be different. They brought in Norbert. Everyone is confused. Maybe, especially probably Chiron, who's probably thinking, I was playing really well, what's going on?
Yep.
But, you know, the magic touch that they were probably hoping for, that's not what we're seeing at the moment.
No. And, you know, I hate to be that guy. They're kind of missing a little bit of firepower. And, you know, you hate to say it, but it kind of is the truth. There was not really too many individuals showing up. You know, overall, it was just not the performance that they would have hoped for. We really didn't see the stars shine. Jame had a couple of moments, but I think for the most part, Toys did a really good job of shutting them down. And actually, more important than Toys, I think Dex had a really good read on him. And that was huge. We saw Mouz, generally speaking, have the number on Virtus.pro for more or less the entirety of that game. There was these snippets here and there, but it was nothing consistently.
I think you could be allowed to be that guy. There's about there's like many thousands of that guy in the chat right now, spamming away, criticizing the decision, which I think is one of the most exciting things about this, right? I'm sure they must have had the conversation internally at VP at some point saying, if we do this and it doesn't work, we just look like idiots.
Yes.
And they did it anyway, which kind of also tells you that you know they really felt like this was somehow necessary. There's something that obviously we don't know necessarily yet that they feel like they need, and it's going to be hotly debated topic for a long time to come. I have no question. Most especially if they get knocked out by Mouz here. Losing to them in the first time for the first time ever, and also not qualifying for the major, you have to assume that at that point people will really be criticizing this particular situation. It's I've never seen anything like it ever before.
In a replay as well of that major semi-final, which Virtus.pro went on to win as well, which is just the storylines around this game are it's immaculate. And I think I was having a little look and I was having a little scroll through Twitter, and from my understanding, this is the first time at an RMR or an RMR or a minor or anything of the sort where a player has been changed in this sort of fashion midway, where it's not kind of illness or injury or here, there, or ever. They've been changed for performance issues midway through an RMR, and I'd love for, you know, someone from HLTV or Twitter or the chat or whatever to let us know, because if that is the case, it's such a gamble, considering they're the reigning major champions, to then be on the brink of no longer being at the final CSGO major itself. It's bonkers. It's insane. And for it to be this matchup as well, which was a semi-final in itself, is just crazy, the narratives here, there, and everywhere.
Part of me, I had in my mind a little fantasy that what would happen between the first and the second half on Mirage is that they just bring Chiron back. Because I just think that'd be the funniest thing if he's like, okay, Norbert, you had like one half. It's not. We're not happy. We're switching it back again. I don't know if they actually are allowed to or not, but
Karen walks on, takes the headphones off, and sits down. I'll do it. Don't worry. Don't worry. But yeah, interesting, right? Very, very interesting. I think with Norbert as well, the big thing is that when people are going to look at this, they're going to look at, okay, Norbert played, he didn't play badly, but he didn't play immaculately, right? Where for Chiron, on paper, statistically, would have been putting up better numbers, better ADR, better kills, but they do play different roles, and that's the thing that we're really trying to run across to people's minds here, is that you can't look at this sort of direct comparison on paper. You can't look at it side by side in terms of just raw stats, because they play completely different roles, and the team changes depending on who's in the server. But the big thing for me is, how much experience have Virtus.pro had with Norbert in the last 3 months, if any?
Yeah, you have to. It was very, very little, right? They gambled on Chiron to be able to do a lot more. But I've got to say, I mean, Norbert was never the flashy player on this team. I think in general, VP have never really had flashy players in that sense. I guess the Orb on Jame is one thing. That's something that's been looking really, really cool. But other than that, they just have very intelligent players, and that's what they have to rely on here.
Well, ladies and gents, I think it's about time to get on the way in towards our second map. It is Mouz's pick of Ancient, a map in which historically, statistically, Virtus.pro are not a fan of and not all too favorable with. This one is going to be very spicy, as Virtus.pro are 1 map loss away from being knocked out of the RMR, not even making it to Paris. The reigning champs not making it towards a major in itself is bonkers.
Yeah, they start on the T side. And we've seen it before. If you win the pistol and you get off to a hot start here, it could change. They need it badly. They need to have spent this time between map 1 and 2 to revitalize the team. And looks like they're going to be attacking the middle of the map. 3 people in with the Glocks. But already, I think Mouz have a good read of this. Dexter a little bit forward. I don't think he needed to do that. They had a read coming in from the B-bomb side. They knew what was coming up. Torshi's going to get the headshot on one of them. And now they're kind of weirdly trapped. The rest of the VP team, they're all the way in the middle on the other side. USP stolen and wheeled it to take down Torshi. It's great. No reload needed because Exertion has the other one. Fame goes down, and now it's a 3 versus 3. Oh, and he's quick with it. Flit is dropping next. They're going to pick up the bomb and try to make their way to the B-bomb. So it's a very awkward round and almost getting caught in the middle of it.
That's masterfully played, I've got to say, from Xerxen. Dropping the pistol as well. It sells the fate that he's off guard, but he isn't. As he continues to rain terror down in the server right now. 3, looking for 4. JDC will clean it up. And it's the new boys, it's Mouz and NXT's youngsters of Torzi, JDC, and Xerxen all stepping up to the plate in the server. As Mouz will find the first round. The silver lining, the nice point, is Virtus.pro get a couple of kills in the bomb plant, which should give them some money. However, this is still really good over towards Mouz, continuing their run of form from Rush.
Yeah, I think it's a cool idea to try and attack the middle of the map. I'm not sure. I think VP must have been expecting that some of the Mouz players were going to push out of Donut or out of the Cheetah cave on the other side. And they were kind of set up to wait for that, and it never happened. So then they just kind of awkwardly had to try and join up with the main attack.
Of course.
Just the whole thing it was a good idea, but it didn't really play out the way that they wanted to, I think. In this round, head armor on everyone. They are expecting some kind of aggressive buy coming out of VP. They're not wrong either. So that head armor is going to be huge for them. Dexter, just the 1 kill there with the MP9. Kickers, he could have maybe had the follow-up there, but unable to get the spray properly through. So it's a 3 versus 4 instead.
Do have a little bit of control in towards mid. Once again, there's something that Virtus.pro they're fond of, they're fans of. However, with James low on HP and the numbers not favoring them, I say, this does make it a little bit awkward. Walking over towards Fame, lines up 1, looking for the second as well. Round the corner, in towards it. Fate could get messy as Torsi gets straight out. Numbers brought level, but still the HP of James looms over them.
That was absolutely dreadful timing on the side of Mouz there. Just a very unfortunate flip of the coin. If they'd got a little bit further up, I think they probably swing to win that fight, but they just got caught on top of each other. Flit goes down, and like you pointed out, James is almost already dead. Although he's going to get a bomb plant over on this side. I don't think they're going to be able to stop that, so a little bit interesting, but whether or not he can win the afterplant, highly unlikely. Always out in the open as well. JDC, he might almost get him a freeze. At least going to know where he ran to, so he has all the information, and I think James, hoping that he's on this massive flanking run. Yeah, just go straight for it. He knows. What a read from JDC. He's not even in any doubt. If James would have stuck around, he actually did have a Molotov, so that could have been really fun to see him play like that, but he's just already said, that's it. I'm out. I needed the bomb plant and nothing else.
That's well played. That really is well played from JDC. Read it like a book. I mean, potentially could have even denied the bomb going down, but all things considered, it's not a bad round. I mean, it could have been way less expensive over towards Mouz. They do line up, and it makes things pretty awkward in terms of the trades. However, in the grand scheme, the macro sense of the scale, we do not care. So, Mouz, a 2-0 start for them. Not bad at all. Starting things how they finished over towards that of Mirage. Exactly what we want to be seeing from these guys so far. Virtus.pro, the onus on them to answer back. There's a lot more we need to be seen from them before we start to get our hopes up. And you can see the odds as well. They're starting to slowly get more and more dominant over towards Mouz.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? It just does. Smoke about to fade. Frozen fades with it into the back of the middle. She's going to get the opening kill of the round. Taking down Kickert. Frozen. Called him on, and he's going to answer back really quickly. Norbert's taking a lot of damage out here, and Dexter's going to come hunt for him. Oh, he disappeared in the smoke. That's very awkward. There's still a 3-on-4 that's heavily going to be favoring the Mouse side here. They need James or somebody else to step it up. James probably the most likely candidate in the middle here with the AK.
Like ships in the night. They just have no idea. They've just sailed past each other. Could be a misrelay of information. James has got an aggro angle. Norbert will fall to hand desertion. Do they expect James? I don't think Torsi does. He has no idea. He's not holding for this over towards Red Room. And James should be fine, so he's guaranteed himself a kill. He hears the footsteps too, but he's not pulling the trigger.
Timing is everything in this game. And he might have been just a little bit late There might have been a shot here where he could have turned the corner and got both the kills, but now, one, they're looking for it, and even if he wins this fight, the rest of them are going to know. Yeah, the timing is good for the backstab. Oh, he's trying to double it up. This is a hugely dangerous play. Spinning around James. Oh, there it is! Taking down JDC as well. He played for all the marbles, and so far is looking good. Exertion and Torshi. Oh, the famous shot at the back, unfortunately. And now it's just Jame with 10 seconds. I don't think this is winnable. Exertion goes for it before anything even happens. But even if he had it, I don't think Jame had the time to win the round, unfortunately. No. That's a really, really good idea. It's a nice play from Jame. It's just not enough.
It's a cracking effort. He would have needed an ace clutch to make that one work for him. And isolating the fight here is brilliant. On towards Dexter and JDC, just catch them completely blindsided. However, the numbers favoring Mouz is all that mattered. All they have to do is play the trade game. The second the bomb falls as well towards the site, like you mentioned, there's just not enough time. To collect it and plant alone would have taken the entirety of the clock. Never mind isolating 2 more fights alongside it. So for Virtus.pro, once again, starting off this map, Ancient, like the Mirage, backs against the wall with Mouz in some pretty stellar form. And the buy over towards that T side, somewhat brutal. Just an AK for Jame, and that's about it.
Yeah, the hero AK. They got some pistols behind it as well. But CT side is shaping up nicely. Flip getting some bullets to the back of the head through the wall. Mouz are feeling comfortable once again. VP are at least allowed to get some amount of mid control here. It feels like for the minute Mouz are happy to just control the red room and donut and let the T side try and do whatever they want. And I guess if VP don't prove that they can do anything with the control, then what does it matter? There's a good boost. Torshi goes down. Jame hunting for more, but he's pushed in front of the smoke, and Exertion just able to take him down almost instantly.
The thing that fills me with confidence about this not being a complete landslide is that Jame is trying to take this game by the scruff of its neck. He's trying to desperately make the difference here, lead by example, lead from the front. However, we need to see people step up and support him. One of those being Fame and Kick It. Both of them will fall to the hands of JDC and Xertion. Just like that, it's Norbert and Flit in a somewhat unwinnable position, or so I say, before Xertion falls.
That's a good read. Nice time to take that little micro step forward. Gonna go straight for the bomb plant. And it's a 2-on-2 with holding the middle here. Flit even low on health. How do you check this corner? You could easily screw this up right now. Kind of wish that Norbert would join up on this side and actually try and play a little bit of bait for Flit at the moment, because there is a chance for JDC now to peek it. Instead, he's gone into the cave. And Flit a little bit forward, walks into it. What a shame. They needed that shot. That would have probably won them the round. Now instead, with a kit on Frozen, there's a very good shot at it here. Norbert, he can't wallbang it from this side either, so he's walked all the way around, and they're already on that defuse. 2 seconds left now. Norbert a little bit delayed. They go all the way through, and he goes down to Frozen. He missed that timing, not by much, but enough for the round to go to Mouz.
It's a good effort. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. If you'd maybe pushed a little bit further forward by half a second to a second, there's a world in which you can force Frozen off the bomb, and then off the back of that alone, win the round. But even to get to that point, it looked like the round was lost. It was a 2 versus 4 at one point, and the fact that somehow, some way, Virtus.pro made that into the 1 versus 1, that in itself is showing good signs. However, it's all well and good getting close, but if you're not getting rounds, who cares? It's still a 4-0 start over towards Mouz, and they're still completely keeping Virtus.pro at bay.
Yeah, to back up your point, though, if you look at the money on the Mouz side, it's really, really low. Yeah. So I'm on that side with you. I think that's pretty much what VP have to be thinking about. It's just we didn't quite get it, but we're in a position where if we win 1 round, we probably get almost 2 for free, and that's great. That's everything you would have wanted. Jame with the AWP back again.
It's a huge swing round here, right? I mean, both sides' economies, as we were just talking about, in a pretty dire straight. Oh, JDC pulls his knife out at the worst time. Thankfully bailed out by his mechanics. That got very risky. Fame will fall, but I'm not sure what happened there. Misclick. We see scroll wheel jumps at times. We're going on towards a knife at the worst possible point. Could have cost him his life.
Oh, Exertion. His timing is sick, but Kick It is right there to catch him. Could have been interesting. Flit waiting for it. 1 misstep here, and JDC is going to get blown up. He does kind of have the right read, though, and he ducks right under the shot. It's not bad at all. Sees the AWP in the middle, and there's no reason to fight this. Dexter had no choice because his feet were on fire, so he just had to run for it. 30 seconds left in this 3-on-3, and the bomb has been brought back to the B bomb site, which means there's only 1 defender there. This maybe could work out.
Yeah, it's all down now to Torzi. Just the old M4 for him to work with. Molotov coming down at the perfect time. They're not keeping him at bay. Flashbang coming over too. That should catch them and pump the brakes, but he himself caught by a flash. James catching JDC. The bomb trying to go down and will. No, it won't. Frozen spamming through, finds Norbert. And just like that, time is ticking. 7 seconds. The spam again by Frozen will do it. And that leaves James all alone. Tail between his legs was nothing to do with this. And Mouz will make it a 5-0. 5 in a row off the back of the perfect spams coming through.
Oh, if only they hadn't made the bomb code so long, they could have planted the bomb instantly and they wouldn't have got double wall banged. What an absolute tragedy here for VP. They had the right read. They even had the kill, I think, in the middle for James. Ezra made it 2-on-3, and it still was not enough. Mouz will make it through another round. Very, very tight, this one. Oh, the frustration is going to be overwhelming at this point. 5-0 in favor of Mouz. Very, very close rounds. This is nothing like what we saw on the opening map on Mirage. VP looked more competitive, but they're still not getting the rounds. Oh, it's dreadful. In the middle, Torshi's taking up James, and he's going to try and make his way back in the safety of Donut.
That's lightning fast. Yep. Lightning fast from Torzi. And he falls away as well, unscathed, which is massive. Now they can reclaim a lot of space with the numbers in their favor. They're going to force Virtus.pro to make a move here, force them to get aggressive, which should play into the hands of Mouz. 5 in a row that they've found, and looking pretty good for a 6.
This is a bit risky. Still going to get the shot on Kicker. I'm just going to say, it looked like they'd made a choice to fall back to the back of the bomb side and just play it as a retake, which I can understand. A lot of teams are doing that right now on the CT side, so it's not necessarily a mistake for Mouz, but the fact that he walked back into the bomb side and was out in the open, that could easily backfire. I'm shocked that he got that one, but yeah. Xerxion's having himself an insane game, so maybe that's why he's just feeling the confidence. Torshi out of the fire, and he's pretty tagged up. It's a 3 versus 5 as the bomb is being planted.
Boost coming through as well. No one showing face just yet in the post-plant. Virtus.pro, the numbers don't favor them, but the position does. HP damage over towards Xerxion is a possibility of them bringing things level, and there it is. Tech down at close range, finds one, looking for more as well. It's famous step with the AK, but the AWP of Torzi will trade him out. He's it all down to the new boy on the block over here with just a Tech 9, and he gives it a good effort. It's close, but no cigar.
Yeah, I don't know what he could have played really differently there. It's very, very hard. If he runs really far back because of where the bomb is, if he tries to sort of flank around the big cube, he can't stop the bomb from being defused if anyone runs on there. So, yeah, this is kind of interesting, right? He does see the shadow, I guess, so that's a little bit of an advantage, but also it's a right IP coming in from James, so you would have thought that maybe he had a slight lead on that one, but not this time. And let's just see. 6 in a row here on the side of Mouz. All of them felt like very, very close rounds. Could have gone any which way, but they keep being just far enough ahead that they are able to win the after-plant scenarios. Timeout being called for VP. Because the rounds are close, though, it means the path back into the game is not as long as it was on Mirage. There is something to be done here on the T side still.
Exactly that. I think this timeout is a good opportunity. Just bring Dasan into the conversation. Just see what he has seen so far. I think they just need to pump the brakes a little bit. Like we said, it has been a case of so close yet so far. And Virtus.pro, they just need to find that added 10% to push us across the line. Get a first run on the board. And if they do, like we saw in towards Mirage, they can start to fight their way back in towards the game. But the big thing, like we saw in towards Mirage as well, is make sure that this half isn't a landslide. It was 12-0 towards Mirage, and there was just no way they were going to get back in towards it.
Spam through the smoke, not connecting. JDC hearing the footsteps behind him. He's getting overwhelmed. He's in a lot of trouble. He should be dead right here, but he's able to land the headshot anyway. He was absolutely not favored in that fight. That's really rough. And through the smoke at the edge, Frozen will find the one, and he keeps the spray through with the final bullet headshot to take down Norbert and kick it in James. 2 versus 4. They were trying to change the pace. They wanted to go fast and run down that donut position. And you know what? It almost worked. But again, it doesn't really count. Almost is not going to make any difference at all here.
Yeah, it still is technically a winnable position, but this is going to be so difficult. I think the fight's going to be hard, but there's a good first. Frozen to 4 is an important kill. JDC's low on HP, so he can be falling in a matter of mere moments. A strong gust of wind that'll be dropped out of the map, but Torzi's AWP finds James, and that rain Xerxion will see it off. 7 consecutive rounds for Mouz as they continue to be flawless. And right now, alarm bells starting to ring off for me in the camp of Virtus.pro, and probably for you too, as Anders.
Yeah, it's just not looking good, is it? I don't know what kind of alarms they are right now.
Just, I was going to say...
Klaxons, sirens.
Sirens, get into the bunker, get into the shelter. It might be too late. I love it. 7-0, and again, the money is just almost not there for Mouz. They're really not in a great position, but as long as they keep surviving with 2 or 3 members, they can still keep up a pretty good buy. They've got the AK stolen all over. Torshi, the flick, he's gonna get it. The kind of flick that we've seen Torshi kind of miss in some of the other Mouz games just hasn't felt quite as devastating, but not against VP. He's so fired up right now. It's a delight to see. Xerxon also brimming with confidence. And kind of an unnecessary fight to go all the way into T-spawn to find them, but I'm not even going to question it. He's on a roll.
Yeah, he has really been farming. 11 kills for him. Torzy up to 8. Frozen on 10. The big hit is over towards Mouz showing up, which hasn't always been the consistent factor. But you can just see confidence is absolutely brimming in these youngsters. One spotted. Dexter will take the first fight, and he'll double it down alongside Frozen. A very, very easy round, all things considered. Mouz never really tested, never really any kind of sweat on their brow at all. And right now, that camp is looking pretty damn good. They are feeling confident, they're feeling fresh, they're hitting their shots. And Virtus.pro, I just don't know what they've got left in the locker. It kind of seems like they're running on fumes right now.
Yeah, I'm still... I feel an enormous amount of anxiety over the fact that VP made this call to bring in Norbert. It's just opening yourself up to be questioned forever until the end of time. People will be talking about what happened at the Paris Major during the RMRs. Why did they decide to swap out a player in the middle of it? Especially the way things are going right now. Flit's going to be ducking down under. That's a couple of opening kills here, both on Dexter and Torshi. Going to get the bomb plant, and to be fair, Mouz shouldn't be fighting this. 3 versus 5, they need the money. Don't even try it. Even with the kill on Fame, it's not worth it.
Well, what is going to be the call? Smoke is coming through over towards CT. But JDC sniffing around. He's looking for something. We'll find one. Not quite the second to trade it out, but like you said, money and funds over towards that CT side are not exactly immaculate across the board. Xerxon only got 500 left in the pocket. His wallet's pretty thin. They will have a buy-in towards the next, but you may as well secure long-term funds rather than kind of a short-term success. I can't see a world in a 2 versus 3 they're going to retake that B site. Just call it.
Yeah, JDC is just saying, you know what, if I get 3 kills here, it's going to make them feel so bad, but yeah, that probably wasn't going to happen. Anyway, Frozen getting another exit. Really unfortunate for VP now because, again, you might be late to this one, but at least you want to show that you have a lot of confidence out of it. They lose every single player as Xerxon will show up at the end to get the triple. 8-1 scoreline, but absolutely no amount of excitement. You can see they're still laughing. They're just so happy.
Yeah, we've got an absolutely one-sided affair over here, but over on the other stream, 14-13.
I know, GamerLegion are coming back on the T side.
Yeah, Falcons, GamerLegion. There's history there between those 2 sides, and that game is looking so spicy at map number 1. GamerLegion, of course, I'm assuming on Falcons map pick, looking like they might be able to pull something off. But Virtus.pro, their first round for them, finally on the T side of Ancient. And Ancient with the, I would say recent changes, not actually that recent, has made this map way more puggy. It's lent a little bit more favorably over towards the T side. It still is a CT side of map, but at least with the spawns, the T side can compete in towards mid. Virtus.pro, first time we've seen them compete.
Yeah, and I think for a while when the changes happened to the spawn positions there, oh, the wallbang is so unbelievable. Kick it and flit. I don't know if Xerxon knows, but he's just done almost a double kill out there. I was going to say, you can get in the middle quickly on the T side, but you no longer really get to fight the CTs in there because they're not just showing up.
Yeah.
So you can get there, but unless you have a really good strategy to make it forward, what does it matter?
In a weird way like Mirage, right? A lot of teams now, like we were talking about, the way the meta's shifting, you give up mid, but then you have to take fights elsewhere, which isn't always a good thing. Speaking of, fight over towards the A site here. JDC posts up on the angle. Spray, slightly laboured on towards Fame as he will drop him out. Quick trade coming through, but leaves him low on HP. A lot of damage being dealt, and Frozen will make it a double. It's all down to Norbert and Fame, with Fame on 6 points of HP. Surely not long live for this world, and that is the case. Torzy's off, sees him off, and Norbert, I think he might just save.
Yeah, I almost feel like even saving is risky because now they're going to have money. You can't obviously just call someone in to say, get a triple here, but he's not going to be able to, especially against Xerxon, who's picking up a kill. But
this is the first time that they've had this many rifles live on the Mouz side. So not only are they back on the winning streak, but now they can start to build some money.
Wow. Jesus Christ. 15-5. With 157 ADR. That is absolutely monstrous from Xerxen. This guy, we know he's different gravy, but that is a ridiculous kind of stat to have coming in towards this. 9-1 as well, 8-round buffer. You can just see Mouz, this is it's boys versus men out there. It is globals versus silvers. There's just no comparison.
Such a ridiculous story, this one. There's very rare sight here. Trying to qualify for the major, but not even really that yet. Just trying to stay in the qualification. Yeah. 1-2 teams. VP can't make it back on this map. They are going to get knocked out, and nobody wants to see that. The last major of CSGO, and they can't even defend the title.
It's insane. It is insane. Right now, we've just not seen anything from our side that even begs the question of, can they even compete here? We already mentioned about how Ancient was such a risky pick to allow through just because Virtus.pro statistically aren't good at it. It's not exactly a favorable map for them, but Mouz really like it. This is Mouz's go-to first pick. If they give them the option, more often than not, they will go towards Ancient, and we can see why. Frozen will find kick a quick reload as well. He knows another one is lurking.
It's going to be a bomb plant, though. They are on the other side, so they should be able to walk in here. Not that it really should make a big difference, because there's... Oh, maybe now it will. That is huge. Norbert with the double kill. That makes it a little bit different. Bomb goes down, and now Dexter and Torshit, they know that Norbert's in the middle, so if they wanted to, they could try and find this a little bit early and just have an isolated 2-on-2, but maybe even that timing has kind of slipped up for them here. What a time for Norbert to step it up. They need as many rounds, they need all the rounds they can get right now on this T side. Fame and Jame, a little bit of an attempted crossfire here. Torshi, not quite dead, and I don't know what's happening. Where are the bullets gone? Jame, gonna get a little bit of defense there. Fame able to help him out, and now it's just Dexter left. And I think he's realized so much time has already run off this bomb that it's not gonna be worth it. You can hunt for the kills if you want to, and actually he will. Go and pick up that AWP, throw it away. All right, no one can get it now. Second round for VP.
I don't mind that from Dex on the way out as well. Just make sure, well, if we can't have an AWP because he dropped towards it, you can't either. Just stick around, make sure James can't scoop it up and save it in towards the next. He knows that, well, Mouz's economy has been a little bit, in flux. So has Virtus.pro's, despite having lost bonus. They have had these times where money and funds have been on the low side for them. So Mouz call their first time out off the back of a few and far between round picked up by the likes of Virtus.pro. Second on the board for them. The deficit's still at a pretty healthy 7. However, they just want to make sure, as we saw at the end of Mirage, make sure that Virtus.pro don't start to build up a repertoire. Make sure they don't start to have any sort of an inkling that they can get back in towards this game. They had a really good time out, getting mid to late round of that first half, where Mouz just cut the tempo immediately, saw at the half 12-3, and they're looking to do more or less the exact same thing here.
Crazy scenes that are unfolding. 9-2, and they're going to try and get a little bit of mid control here. Maybe a flash to set it up as Flit runs for the middle, but he's not going to find anyone once again. On the other side of the smoke, they do have a player, MP9, up with an aggressive move, and looks like even though he kind of got spotted there, JDC, he wanted to see if he could double down on it.
Well, holding, waiting, JDC close and personal, MP9. A lot of information. Darts between the two angles. We'll find Norbert. Thought things off towards it at range. Drops Fame and in towards mid as well. Flit thought he had Frozen's number, but little did he know he was trained on the angle in a matter of mere moments. It's just Jame and Kickert in a 2 versus 5.
JDC has been playing some really ratty Counter-Strike over on that side, which is, I say it in the most positive way possible. It's going to be really frustrating. He did it earlier when he was boosted up. He fell back down, made a lot of noise, and just came back for the fight anyway. He's so confident, and it's catching Virtus.pro off guard more often than not. It's got to be so annoying to play against because he's just fighting every fight. Jame goes down to... I don't think anyone's won a fight against Exertion for like the last 10 rounds. He's just won every single one. Torshi's going to be taking another kill. It's a 10-2 scoreline, and things are starting to look really, really impressive for Mouz. They're not giving VP a chance to get back into this at all.
No, not at all. I mean, this has just been monstrous. I mean, you can really see the setups for Mouz as well that have been coming through. They're just immaculate for the most part. Like you mentioned, Xerxes been on fire. Torres had his moments as well, as you would expect. Frozen being hitting those shots. Across the board, so many individuals stepping up. Just to bring out some stats as well. I mean, 17 kills and 16 kills of Frozen and Xerxes apiece. 128 ADR and 139 ADR each for the two of them. It's just insane. And Virtus.pro cannot seem to even scrape the surface of how to shut these guys down. And Frozen showing why. Flit once again gets spacing towards Red Room, instantly deleted.
Yeah, up close again with the MP9. Ready. This time it's Torshi to open it up, and you could see if you swing against that, you run right into the SMG, and you probably just get blown up. 3 versus 5 here to start the 13th round with, and VP just flat right now. Nothing at all of excitement to be talking about on their side, which is hard to believe.
There's going to be a lot of talking points after this game, regardless of result. There is going to be a lot of talking points. Recent changes and everything over towards Virtus.pro made this game spicy already. And then we've got this criminal on the performance too. I mean, whoa.
It just, for the whole RMR, it has felt like they've been, trying to change the whole brand of how they play, the whole James style that we've all become really used to and obviously were forced to respect in some sense. And we've not seen any of it at all. James is going to be going down here. Dexter just jiggling it out, waiting for his teammates to show up, even if he dies. Oh, okay, good spin around. That's really unlikely. Still, a 2-on-2 with a bomb being planted, finally. If they can bring this round back, again, anything they can claw their way is going to be helpful. JDC, you have to assume he's going to be entering with that MP9. He's just at the corner, ready and waiting. And Fame, one misstep here, and he's going to get blown up, waiting for the swing.
Swinging. Fame will find one. Looking for second as well. Frozen trade, and he makes it a double. Frozen is just unstoppable right now. This man is on fire. And every time they need someone to step up, someone to make a difference, Frozen is there. 20 kills to his name and 3 deaths. He is just immaculate. A robot in the server as they get up towards 11. And once again, we saw a 12-3 half coming through. And it's looking like I might see more of the same. 20-3 for 132 ADR. Frozen is just in a world of his own right now.
Yeah, he was playing unbelievably well as well on the first map. So they've got it going on right now. There's only so much praise we can throw on the mouse. This is a very one-sided bit of commentary. VP, give us something, anything at all to work with. 11-2 in the 14th round. They've got some rifles back in their hands on the VP side. They've had a couple of rounds where they've tried to change the pace. They've tried to lurk through middle. They've tried to, distract the B-bomb side and lurk a couple of people onto the A-bomb side. That was probably the best round that they had, where they managed to sort of rotate the defense over to B. But it's been very, very little success so far, and nothing much to look back on and say, that's the key, that's what they need to do again.
Exactly. Well, penultimate round of the half, and we just need to see something from Virtus.pro. There's been very little we've been able to say on a positive note over towards that T side. And yes, this map is CT sided generally, but not this CT sided. Kick it will find the first Dexter to fall. He tries to do something aggressive, like the idea, just the execution let him down.
Well, so maybe a bit of a gift. Can actually see Mouz look like they're going to go back and try and crunch the middle with all 4 players. So kind of a cool idea, but the smoke makes that tricky. And now they're way out of position. I do love the idea of taking that kind of initiative when you go down a man. So it feels like a very heroic way of playing a CT side. But the bomb side's been given up, and the bomb is going to be planted. There's not almost any money once again on Mouz, so strange as it is, even being up 11-2, you might just save it.
Yeah, you honestly might. I don't really think there's any kind of real point giving this a go. You go for a full reset towards the next round, especially the likes of the Torsies. AWP, full armor, he hasn't taken any damage. JDC and Frozen, both of them have taken damage too. Just full save. Park up. If you want to play for X's, they were pretty good in the X's when Virtus.pro picked up their second round of the bomb plant going off. But aside from that, just make sure you keep hold of what you've got. Full reset. You've only lost 1 casualty. It's not all that bad. So, heading into the 15th and final round of the half, do we get a repeat of Mirage, a mirrored first half of a 12-3, or can Virtus.pro do it one better? Can they push themselves up towards 4? I don't know if it's going to make a difference in the grand scheme of things, because this still looks out of the reach of possibility for the likes of Virtus.pro, but it's not impossible. It's just improbable.
Yeah, highly improbable. I mean, if all comebacks start somewhere, right? An 11-4 type scoreline, yeah, maybe. I agree from just the eye test and from an emotional point of view, you can't have any confidence in the way that VP are playing this game right now. 15th round is coming up, and a little bit of an aggression in the middle to begin with. They are slowed down, but Flit, he's at least showing up. He's got a teammate on the other side of middle, so they could try and pop their way through if they really wanted to shock someone. But again, Mouz are not really going to be found in there. They're once again happy to give it the middle, and VP can't do much with it.
Kick it. Train to the angle as well, waiting for an overextension. And that has been something that Mouz has been partial to. Frozen, does he go for a spam at all? No, just holding, waiting. Picks his time, but picks it wrong. Virtus.pro have got mid control. They're looking to crunch on towards Donut.
JDC's going to be able to see that, though. He realizes one of them has made his way past. Torch is being wheeled in with a huge cannon, and it'll take down Flit. So, really good stuff. Just the information enough to make Torch's job a little bit easier. 4-on-5 now, and under a minute on the clock. The bomb is back way outside of B, so it's a strong indication of where we're going to end up in this round, even if they try and play some games in the middle and even outside of the A-bomb side.
Norbert spamming on towards Dexter. Does get some information. Would have heard those sound cues. The spam
it back.
Gets him to 50%. Frozen, waiting. Jane will fall. That's a huge kill to find. That was going to be the linchpin. If they can wrap through towards CT, that would have made a difference.
I think they were rotating A because of James' position. So when he goes down, it feels probably awful now. Dexter's about to shoot someone in the back here. Oh, maybe not. Kicker. That's a good turnaround. This is so important. VP are about to get knocked out of the RMR. They need this last round. Absolutely. 3 versus 4. Norbert's going to get a kill quickly. And a big double, actually. No bomb plant yet. 10 seconds. And they're neck to neck. And oh, no, it's falling apart. Torshi gets the last one. 12-3. It is going to be mirrored from Mirage. And VP are in shambles. They need a break. And Sudoi second half is coming right up. We are back once again. And when I say we, I mean Neo, Kai, and myself, and Mouz. Not so much VP. They're not back at all. They're in deep trouble right now. If you don't have the context of what's going on, let me catch you up really quickly. They've lost the Mirage. They're not playing Ancient, which they're not that good at. They're down 12-3. If they can't make it back and just put up a historical comeback right now, they're going to get knocked out of the RMR and will not be able to qualify for the major, which would be an absolute nightmare. 12-3 right now. And VP, they're going to be in the CZ side of Ancient. This is an absolute horrible nightmare that's facing them at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely just not the position they want to be in at all. I mean, right now, Virtus.pro, we saw what happened in a Mirage. It didn't go well, and this is looking exactly the same. Hang on a second, though. Right back into the action. Fame, the Julies in towards Donut, getting overwhelmed by Kieran. Headlights, doesn't know where to look, and JDC will find the opener. They are flying over towards A, and they should get the site more or less for free.
Yeah, once you let that many Ts into the donut position, they're going to be wrapping around, and you're absolutely dead. Bomb is going to be planted. James, though, with a good headshot. They're trying to bring it back. They must win this pistol round. The entire RMR relies on it, and it's going to be JDC with a couple in return. Still, maybe a chance here. 2 versus 2. And then they shoot him in the back. It's close. Dexter swings out, but instead, double headshot coming through. 1 for Norbert, 1 for James, and they're quick on the defuse. VP, they win the pistol in the second half. Ooh.
That was a necessity, right? It's just a sigh of relief. I mean, right now, there's still so much more that we need to see coming out from VP, but at the very least, just a little bit of a sigh of, okay, we've started well, we'll have a little bit of money to work with, but then so will Mouz. They'll have a buy-in towards the next one either way. So this is actually the round that matters most. The pistol is all well and good finding it, but the second round of the halves is what actually matters most. That's what sets the tone. At a 12-3 half as well, Mouz have an 86% chance of seeing off this map. So already, the stats don't lie well with Virtus.pro, and this round could follow in the same suit because they haven't been very good at these second rounds.
Here we go. Galil into the middle. Flip, though. He managed to turn around mid-air for the flashbang, so Exertion goes down instead, and it's a 4-on-5 to start with. Very risky, though, and oh, so is this kicker. Going to have a free kill to take down Dexter. You'd like to see it. And VP stabilizing the start of this round is huge.
Yeah. Well, smoke coming through towards mid. I'll keep towards at bay. So they're going to fight there. We'll take a lot of damage too. But right now in a 5 versus 3, there is still a bit of an awkward situation where Towards taking damage. The bomb's been spotted too. And they're still going to make a decision about how they play this one. Towards JDC and Frozen, you can kind of see, sort of perplexed about what do we do?
I mean, the normal answer would be against any other opposition, you'd say just wait and see if they make a big mistake. But
yeah.
VP, they're not playing like themselves, but I would be shocked to see them push a 3-on-5 like this one, and they're not at all doing that right now. So yeah, maybe you do just kind of wait it out and see if you can fight into the next one. You're not going to have any kind of a buy in that round. So yeah, it's kind of a boring end of the round, but just, there's not much else to probably be accomplished.
It happens. Yeah, I think this might even be, wait, I'll see if anything happens. If they can't find an early kill over towards what looks like A, they're kind of posturing in that direction. If they don't find anything, they might just call it. There's an overextension from James, though, looking for info, and it will cost his life.
At least they can't lose the round now. There's only 20 seconds, so that's probably okay. You're just taking a look, you're saying, all right, could I find a little bit of damage? Maybe not let them save what they are trying to save. Not going to be the case, which means we'll be at 12-5 as a scoreline. So still very, very good shot, but I mean, again, we've been seeing them, including this map. You have to assume that there's something in the practice. There's something somewhere in what they're trying to do that'll give them confidence in letting this map through and not banning it out during the veto. So maybe it's the CT side. They did look better on the CT side of Mirage.
It's true. It is very true. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, I'm not filled with all too much confidence. However, it's better. We are seeing bits where I'm thinking, okay, this is at least, for the time being, a little bit more positive from Virtus.pro. They're getting early bits of confidence, trying to get a little bit of control of that economy as well, which is all well and good. Second timeout out of 4 used for them is 12-5 on the scoreline. It's still a healthy deficit that they have to claw their way back into, but I don't know, man. This just already starts to feel like such a loss, right, for Virtus.pro, where it's mentally, they're so checked out right now. You can just see just disdain across the faces. They look distraught. They're not looking at themselves. They're not playing like themselves either. To try and miraculously turn around the mentality of this game would just be something out of nothing. But I've seen crazier things, so who knows? At 12-5, it is still a possibility. Mouz need 4 more rounds to close out the series and keep their dreams alive for Paris, and of course simultaneously knock Virtus.pro out of contention of making it all the way to France.
Yeah, there was a moment on Mirage in the second half where you could see VP powering a little bit up on the CT side. Oh, wow.
Those odds, oh my god.
Yeah,
I gotta agree.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty fair, unfortunately, for VP. Couple of FAMAS, a stolen Galil, and 2 M4A1s on the CT side. They're not really fighting in the middle either now, giving up that space for Mouz to play around with. And Mouz have, what, 1 flash, 1 smoke to try and get into a bomb site. It's pretty minimal, but it could be done. One sneaking up. Kicker is looking for something. They're going to double swing this. Bottom of the ramp over at B. They'll find the bomb. At least a good dink in return. Torshi's able to pick up the kill, and this is so risky. Norbert's going to be going down. Huge double for Torshi.
Now, of course, Flip posted up. Close and personal. There's a lot of information. All these sound cues being relayed over. It's a question of what do they want to do. The bomb has been scooped up by Frozen. Low HP as he carries it over towards the A site. And it's only Fame here ready and waiting. FAMAS in hand. Numbers don't favor Virtus.pro, and neither does his position because they've got control of the site, and the bomb will go down with more or less no response.
Fame, you needed that headshot. Frozen, he's very low on health and on the site itself, but that flank over in the A hallways is, yeah, get rid of it. You need that because now you can pretty much focus on Donut. That's going to make it a little bit easier for the retake. They have the smoke as well. They can actually smoke off both the players or the bomb, depending on what they want. But Frozen hiding in plain sight. They had no idea to check that. And now Jame will have to back on out of there. Mouz with a 13th round, winning the 3rd of the second half here by just being allowed to save a couple of Galils from the previous round.
Times get worrying. Times getting very, very I guess cautious right over towards Virtus.pro, where they themselves have to keep their economy in check, which isn't the case in towards the next round. The buy is going to be somewhat minimalistic. You've got 1 M4 to work with. I think forcing around it will be so risky. But right now, I mean, maybe Virtus.pro, risk is what they need. They've tried everything. They're not playing like themselves. It's falling apart across the board. And maybe just taking a gamble might be the way to make a difference here. Xerxion's dancing. He's loving life over there in the booth. And right now, you know, they've got past the point of being loud because they're just playing so proud. It's just been fantastic Counter-Strike. Mouz up to 13, 3 rounds away from knocking Virtus.pro, the reigning champions, out of contention for Paris. And Mouz look like they want to go quick up towards B.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. You know they're not going to have the nades to stop you. They just don't have the economy. There's no way they could have. Norbert is going to get run down, kick it surely soon to follow. He does get a double, but they knew exactly where he was. And now Torshi's holding this AK in hand. Jame, he is 1 pixel away from death. Just going to be Flit and Fame left, and they're already burning. I think getting grenaded down in the middle of it. Fame, there's nothing you could do right now. He's going to be a victim of Torshi as well. 20th kill for him right there. They're so excited, and you can't really blame them. This is the Mouse Sports we've all been lacking and missing, and they're finally here.
And especially considering as well the history between these two, and that's the big thing. We really get to see Mouz, when it comes towards a best of 3 series, take the number over elsewhere. They've always kind of had this mental block where they've taken maps, they've made these games close, but they've never been able to really defiantly and dominantly take down Virtus.pro. And this is what we're seeing there. This is going to be a historic victory, especially in the fashion in which they've done it and with what's happening around it.
I'm not going to blame them, but they did force up into this round. I mean, otherwise you're trying for a 10-round comeback into overtime.
Yeah.
But this is a really pathetic force up. there's nothing to fight with here. It's absolutely devastating. They got whatever they could, and it's not a lot.
FAMAS on a few pistols to try and alleviate the pressure that is just looking insurmountable on Virtus.pro's shoulders. Already Jacob peeking Torsy in towards the corner as well, trying to make some damage on towards one of those pistols, but it's not really converting just yet. The Molotov clearing the close position. He's getting comfort. He's starting to get cave control.
Yeah, kind of smart to put out that Molotov, even if it's not burning anyone, because it could signal to the T side that there probably was someone up close, even if we could tell there wasn't. So those are the fun mind games you could be playing. Mind games are not going to be the one. That's not going to be what brings VB back into this, though. They need something else that they can't find. Smoke goes up. A little bit of a nade to try and put some pressure on. They've got the right rotation, though. 4 people in the bomb site, even with pistols, could be dangerous.
already. Spamming through Zeshan will farm on full blind. In fact, quick trade coming through with Dexter himself blind. Finds Kickit. Over towards that B side. They're getting a little bit of space to work with. 30 seconds on the clock. 2 and more bodies dropping. 6 feet under. Norval get a cracking shot with an eagle. Make a second as well. And surely not. So many question marks around Norval, but he can't quite make it a third. And it's down to a 1 versus 2. Torzy, a sliver of HP to work with, but Fame and a 5-7 to keep the dream alive.
Wall bang it, and you win the round, but he can't. He doesn't want to risk it. Trying to pick up the gun, and Frozen finds him for a headshot. They bring it back in the 2-1-2, and now oh man, there was a real chance there. Norbert doing everything that he could to keep his team in this one, and they just can't find the rounds they need. Instead, 15-5. VP, they're a single round away from getting sent packing. Headlines to be made, no question.
For sure. In a weird and wonderful way, Anders, we're part of some weird and wonderful history with how this storyline has developed, and for it to be this dominant. Once again, another pretty feeble force buy in, but what do Virtus.pro have anything better to do? Torzy, great start for him, James. Put in the ground, and this one is starting to get dire, but Flit's got other ideas.
Feels like being part of history, but it's, you know, Enron crash or something like that. It's like, you don't necessarily want your name anywhere near. Oh, dear. 15-5, you're not wrong. This is absolutely crazy. Frozen's going to be taking down Norbert. They're all showing up once again. Kickit dancing around the pillar with the MP9 and trying to do something here. But they have plenty of time, 1 minute and 15 seconds. So why not, you know, they kind of can guess the rotation. There's a very aggressive rotation coming out every single time to the B-bomb site. So they are right about it. Scope will reveal that someone's fallen back, and Faye might be able to just catch a sliver. They know what's coming, but the question is, can they stop this plant? They definitely can't, but maybe they can get the rotation in time.
Yeah, it's all well and good having the information, right? But it's just a case of how can they deny anything. Plant will come through, but they're not expecting this sort of a level of aggression. Dexter, Torzy, doubling back, waiting, finding on towards Fame. Quick trade by Flit as well. He's trying his best, but try as you might, and he will fall. It's down to Kickit. In a 1 versus 2 to keep the dream alive here for Virtus.pro. MP9 brought out, spotting one. Leave a couple of taps as well as JDC low on HP, but somehow still alive. The flush will catch him, and I think bit by bit his number is up. The flames will tickle him, and a jump peak as well should give it up. JDC sees it off, and just like that, Mouz continue their dream here. But they eliminate Virtus.pro from the possibility of making their way towards Paris. With the headlines of the changes, with Norbert brought in at last minute, they bomb out of the EU RMR.
We had a lot of questions coming into this one, and I think we have even more now. No one knows what is going on, but not the VP that we were expecting. A shadow of their former selves as they get knocked out by Mouz. Historic victory for them, the first time that they managed to beat VP, and the way that they do it here is just so convincing. I don't know what to say. You could tell on their faces, well, obviously a huge shock for them, and yeah, this is a weird day to be part of.
Yeah, it's a horrible predicament in terms of a Virtus.pro. Nothing went right for them. It doesn't matter whether it was Norbert or Kyron. This entire roster, it just wasn't themselves. It is not the Virtus.pro that we know and love. Not the VP that are able to really take it to teams, you know, slot into James' system, and it doesn't matter the puzzle pieces around it. James' system always comes out triumphantly, and like you said, we've been kind of forced to respect it in a weird and wonderful way. But today was just not the case. These guys never found form, not only today, but this entire tournament.
Yeah, it's gonna be, wow, they just got disappeared. That's production for you. Part of the eliminated teams, along with the Viperio, saw 1 win, and Sprout. One of those names stands out. Yeah. One of those is not like the other.
Viperio. No, Virtus.pro, I know, exactly. It's insane. I think if you had made kind of the vast majority of kind of CSGO fans and people who are very active in terms of watching, even the pundits as well, right, to kind of make predictions about who is going to end up where, I would say minimum 95% would say that Virtus.pro are making at the bare minimum challenges. But I think the vast majority would say Legends too. It is an incredible upset to see them bomb out in this sort of fashion, but I think it's heartbreaking as well. It's the final CSGO major, and the reigning champions aren't even there to defend themselves.
Yeah, they're just not. You see it here. Obviously, you know, shocking down there in the 1-2. Yeah. With Mouz moving forward to fight. They're not qualified yet, but now, you know, they get to move into the 2-2 section. Don't know where they're fighting yet. OG are in there as well. They had a brilliant game earlier. And Apeks as well. So we've got some fun teams in there. More to be sent that way. Things are looking good for GamerLegion against Falcons at the moment, but yeah, I think we've talked about it as much as we can. I'm looking forward to some kind of comment from the VP camp about
100%.
what has been going on here. Obviously, hard for them to focus on in the middle of the tournament, but we're going to need some clarification at one point about what's been happening.
It's going to be an interesting couple of days. I think headlines are going to be pretty manic. I think it's safe to say all eyes are going to be over towards the Virtus.pro camp. We're waiting for someone to make a statement because it's chaos, mate. It's absolutely chaotic. True. But I think, let's not kind of, stray away from Mouz. I think Mouz deserve a lot of praise here.
Yes.
Torzi, Frozen, JDC, Zersh, and Dexter, all 5 of them stepped up when called upon. I think Frozen had an immaculate game, especially that final map. I think he was at one point rocking, something along the lines of a 1.8 rating. So he was absolutely on fire. But Mouz deserved this win. From the start to the finish, they were in control. It was their game, their playstyle, their tempo. So credit to them. And, I'm excited to see what they do towards tomorrow's last round qualifiers. I think we do have an interview, a losers interview, in fact, as well. So I think everyone's pretty interested to see this.
Well, commiserations. This is not what you guys would have wanted coming into this one. How are you feeling?
Congratulations, you said?
No, commiserations. Sorry. Yeah, let me rephrase. Sorry that it didn't go the way you wanted. How are you feeling off the back of this?
Feeling shit. That's it. I'm sorry for letting everyone down.
Obviously, it's a bit of a storyline for you guys. Last major, winning it, and now out in the RMR. Is the consensus in the team that you guys should have been there? Do you feel like you were good enough to still be at the major after a couple of the games in this RMR, or was there like thoughts in the back of your mind that, okay, maybe this isn't going to be the one?
Yeah, I think we deserved, but the way we played is bad, and we could have won all the games, but this is only our problem, and this is it's justice,
Okay.
Yeah. Obviously super emotional. You can sympathize with this. It's hard to probably vocalize how much time these guys put into practicing and getting ready for these games and how much is really on the line for them. But credit for stepping up to do a loser interview. I think that's huge. Should give some respect to the man for doing that, because that cannot be easy. No. What a tough day for VP. They'll have some time to recover, obviously, but we need to see the next chapter of VP has got to be really spectacular here.
Yeah.
The results that we're looking at here, some of them already finished. Coming up is Bait and Into the Breach here on the A stream. That will be a really interesting game. Yeah. I actually think that's going to be a really fun game. I look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that one, of course. Into the Breach trying to be the first UK team to ever make it to a major in the final attempt as well. But Bait, they have been surprising and impressing all of us. And these guys are no easy feat. So it's going to be a really good game. I'm really looking forward to that one, of course. Myself and as Cody will be involved in it. But for now, we're going to throw this one to a quick break. When we are back, it's our third and final best of 3 of the day to see who makes it to the major between Bait and Into the Breach. See you soon.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. No. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? It's bugged. Hello? I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
dupreeh, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. One more best of 3 here to bring you, and one more team making their way and booking those tickets towards Paris. It's Bait taking on Into the Breach, and for the first time ever, we could see a team for the United Kingdom make their way to a CSGO major. It's never happened before. We've never even had a CSGO team from the UK at an RMR. We've had 2 this time. So history could be made once further. It's exciting times. My name is Neokai, joined with the wonderful Cody Carr, so we're going to bring you the coverage, and we're from the UK.
Damn right. Apologies for any, I don't want to call it biasness, but, you know, we have, so let's give some little bit of history from us here when it comes down to Into the Breach. Well, let's, yeah, so we've been talking about these guys in the UK scene for ages.
Yes.
I mean, these are names that people would have been seeing not only online and doing international events, but from us in a UK perspective, LAN events, Epic LAN, they've been doing Prem and that sort of stuff. So every single event, we have been seeing these names, and we've been following them for years at this point. They made a massive upset yesterday, besting out Virtus.pro, and of course that put them into that situation where now VP are gone. Let's see what Cypher's feeling like coming into this one. Cypher, thank you for joining us. Hell of a win yesterday. Now you're coming into a BO3. What are the vibes like in the team, considering how big that victory was yesterday?
Honestly, it's unbelievable to get that win, and I think today we're just focusing on the game. We're not yesterday happened, right? So now we're just focusing on this game, and yeah, the confidence is all-time high. Everyone's going to be playing good, so yeah.
Did you watch the Bait game yesterday? Did you expect it to go that way, considering, you know, the prowess of Fnatic, Bait being able to take it to 3 maps and almost getting it over the line? Is this a team you guys were prepping for at all?
Honestly, I don't think we're prepping for them at all. But when we heard the Bait versus Fnatic is one of those teams, I think we expected Bait because Fnatic have been playing quite well in this tournament. But yeah, I think we watched some games yesterday, and we were just expecting everything today. So I think we'll, yeah.
How are you feeling personally about going into this one? First map didn't go great for you, and then you drop, what was it, a 2.44, then a 1.58. Are we going to be seeing more big numbers from you from a HLTV score perspective?
I hope so. I wish I could control it, but if I can't, then long day. But I mean, I hope so, and I'm confident I can do it.
Big question. Are you ready to win this BO3?
Of course I am. I'm ready.
Well, so far, Cypher, a little fact for you, is the highest rated player in the entire RMR right now, joint with MPL. So it already shows about kind of where we're leaning towards in terms of who's going to make a difference. At 1.34, he is currently rocking 96.9 ADR, and he's averaging 25 kills a map. If you're not from the UK, you may not have heard of this guy, but if you're from the UK, you know exactly who we're talking about. Cypher is one of the most talented players that we've got to offer. Mechanically, he may even be up there alongside, if not better, than Mezzy. That's how good this guy is. Do not sleep on Cypher, but Bait is going to be a seriously tough game.
Yeah, Bait is going to be a tough opponent. They took Fnatic to all 3 maps yesterday, and God, there was a feeling in me they were going to be able to best them in that final one on Ancient. We saw a miracle round towards the end. It was a half buy, and they managed to find the openers, and then they secured it, and they almost brought it level, and then it all crumbled down at the hands of Mezzy. So these are no slouches. This is a team who have done quite a lot of damage on inside the RMR. Of course, they're not feeling great after their loss yesterday, but coming into this now, they've got to be feeling a bit better.
Yeah, exactly. There's a couple of names we really do have to highlight over towards that of Bait. Captain Kirk is one of the best riflers they got, or probably the best rifler they got. Yep. Serious talented. But Wrinkle, the AWPer, the youngster here, 18 years of age, is unbelievable. And of course, we got a chance to sit down and talk with him.
Well, thank you for joining us. Commiserations on the loss yesterday, of course. It was a really close one between you and Fnatic. What was the team vibe after that?
The team vibe was a little bit not really that good, also except of me. I mean, yeah, it was good. Anyways.
You faced Into the Breach before in the open qualifiers coming into this event. They were able to win that one, but you took them the distance on a map, Vertigo, which they've been pretty good on here. Does that fill you guys with confidence, knowing that you can do that on one of their favorite maps?
Yeah, it's good. In that match, we weren't practicing Vertigo. Yeah, and now we are ready to play it, so yeah, we'll see.
You had a pretty decent performance yesterday, probably the standout AWPer between yourself and Nika Doz. Does that fill you personally with confidence coming into this map?
I think no, like I have confidence, like the first map on Vertigo, like it was a bit unlucky for me because I was like giving them -80, -90, and I have so many assists. So yeah, and we just failed our city side, and now we like we practice it today, so yeah, it will be good.
Coming into this event, honestly, did you feel like you would have been going into that first 2-0 best-of-3 game, or did you kind of expect it to be a little more difficult for you guys?
As Amster said, like we were expecting that we can beat any team and we can lose any team, so we didn't like thought about it that we will go to 0, but yeah, it was like game by game, like win, and yeah, that's it.
Well, it's safe to say that Bait have shocked most people to get to where they are right now. They started off with a 69 over Mouz, and that in itself is dominant. And then a 16-14 over Virtus.pro in arguably one of the upsets of the year, barring ITB beating Virtus.pro. But of course, yesterday they lost 2-1 to Fnatic. But let's be honest, that game showed a lot of what is to like over towards Bait. We look at the odds as well, and they're favorable over towards Bait. But Into the Breach had the same scenario against Virtus.pro. The odds were against them. They are the underdogs, and they love the fight back.
It's quite an interesting one, right? The fact that this best-of-3 is between the 2 teams that beat Virtus.pro in those best-of-1s. It's like, okay, how do we extrapolate this data? They're both good. It's basically what it comes down to. Definitely not teams that people would have expected coming into this one to perform as well as they had. That's not BM, let's just be honest. These are names that and teams that people have not heard of before. And now they're here, doing it against the best, and in places that some of the best aren't at. They're gone from the event. These 2 teams are playing off. They have a lifeline after this as well, Neo. They're in a great spot for qualification to the major, and we're going to be kicking off the first map, and of course it's Ancient, like every single other game we've been seeing.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, Ancient, the pick of Bait. It is a home map for them. They absolutely adore this map. So, the odds are against the likes of Into the Breach coming towards this one. It's a map in which Bait have won 7 out of the last 10 times they've played in the last 3 months. And they'll start on that T side, looking over towards A.
See what happens with this one. Cypher, long sight line, smoke going to go down. Pretty standard execute here from this T side. This is kind of the util usage that we're going to be seeing time and time again for this A-bomb site. But in this 5 versus 5, a kit on Cypher, this is winnable for ITB, but they need to make a push quick.
Yeah, this is on. It's starting to tick down. They need to be careful. The
Here they go.
smoke dissipates, and now they're going to look over towards the side as well. Alex posted up on towards that elevated angle. It's such an immaculate setup by Bait, and as time ticking, I just don't think Into the Breach can get back in towards it. They're going to tap on towards the bomb. They were looking for an Ninja Defuse, spamming in towards the smoke, but it will not make a difference. Bait pretty comfortably finding their first round.
Yeah, it seemed like Into the Breach were going for kind of a set play retake on that one. They knew exactly what they needed to be doing, but it was also a little bit cheesy. Just going in straight away, smoke down, and go for the defuse. I don't hate the idea, but of course, as we saw, definitely didn't work out in their favor.
No, not at all. I think for Into the Breach, it was a little bit of a Hail Mary there going for that.
Oh, for sure.
Ninja Defuse with the smoke. I think this is one of those maps where we do get a little bit worried over towards Into the Breach. Just statistically, strategically, it's a map in which Bait are very, very good on. We're Into the Breach. It's not bad, but it's definitely just not on the same caliber. Not on the opponents, but victories they've picked up. Hence, of course, why those odds from Unicorn were so one-sided. Into the Breach, of course, for them, they are going to go for a full buy towards the second round. So we see pistols coming out, 1 UMP in the hands of Thomas, the IGL, trying to alleviate the pressure.
Yeah, basically a full force here. Look at the econ, everyone's down to basically 0. The richest player being Crucial on 850, but he's got the 5-7 in hand, looking to do some damage, but it's certainly not going to be an easy one for them. They aren't getting aggressive here Into the Breach. They are just holding quite passively, waiting for this approach from Bait, and Bait giving them the respect that they have, well, across this tournament, come to deserve. Potential execute over towards B. We see some smokes inside the mid to be able to pull some rotations over. Amsa does get bodied there by Cypher. Up close and personal now is Thomas. Spams down one, looks for the additional spray. Not going to be able to get the kill, but a lot of damage either way. Spam continues as now we see this push from the 3 pistols, and they are just going to begin falling away as Owner and Kurtka, they clean up the round.
Yeah, the IGL, 3 kills on the way out. It's pretty damn comfortable, all things considered. And with that being a full investment coming through from Into the Breach, you do get a little bit questionable about, well, how the early doors are going to look in towards this round. It's not exactly a dream start. They're now going to have limited money to work with. But right now, it looks like we're onto a tech pause. Cypher, headphones are off. He's looking around. He's hoping to get something fixed before we get back underway. Some may have called it yesterday, of course, Cypher, who is arguably, like we said, one of the best players coming out of the UK. Definitely, in terms of skill stealing and talent, I'd probably say the highest. He's just such a talented dude. His gear turned up in a Tesco bag.
I was glad you were going down that route.
Yeah,
amazing player, and it's like, I've got a Tesco bag with a hole in to be able to bring my mouse, my keyboard, my earphones.
I guess what's Tesco across seas? Carrefour? Supermarket, any sort of supermercado. That is exactly one of those plastic bags with all of his gear in. You love to see. It's a humble king.
Other supermarket brands are available, of course.
Of course, other supermarket brands are available. I just don't know their name. So, Cypher has got 1 kill, and of course, it's more or less all that really Into the Breach have had so far. Baits. Predominantly really found themselves up to a 2-0, and they're wrapping through as well, all the way round, back over towards A. This is crazy. This bomb will go down. This is such an aggressive post barn, and Ron had no idea.
I mean, it's a gamble stack, right? You've got 4 guys stacked up inside a donut, hoping and praying that they can find something, and Captain Kirk, who runs right past, doesn't even find them. Alex might run headfirst into a few, and he does. Volt's going to be able to find the opener there. Thomas picks up one of his own as well. I mean, if they're quick enough, they might have been able to grab that AK, but now with the pop flash coming in, Thomas does grab it, but I think he is going to fall to the wayside. Due to this, Amster actually getting those kills on him is really nice off the back of the MAC-10. The eco for the T side, they are rich in their pockets.
Yeah, a couple of consolation kills, but the most important thing is that MAC-10 farming some cash, added money in the wallet, looking pretty fat stacks over there. For Bait, they aren't really in a position of struggle right now. Even I think as well, they might even just keep the MAC-10 in play for Amster. There's no real need to upgrade or things considered for Into the Breach. We do ask questions about what they're going to look like in towards their first full buy. Crucial in towards the AWP, rifles across the board. A lot of utility to work with as well. Into the Breach, this is a must convert. Not a great start there for Alex, as he nades himself.
Yeah, incredibly influential round here. They need to be finding the openings if they can. Thomas going to be holding this headshot angle, waiting to see someone swing right wide, but it is going to be the boost up to tree for Wrinkle. He's holding, waiting. Does indeed spot Thomas's head. Swing now from Volt, just as the smoke plumed, but he's not going to be able to find the head. Wrinkle hitting shot after shot so far, and with the ace sight falling Into the Breach, they fall back. Going to be saving these 2 M4s and the AWP on Crucial. I mean, there's no reason really for Bait not to hunt this, right? They've got good econ basically across the board. The only people who don't, Alex and Captain Kirker, but even if they die here, they're going to be able to buy into the next round or get something dropped over. So, yeah, just commit here, lads. Runner's going to be able to find that opening pick. Needs to be cautious of Owner, though, if he does try to go aggressive. Owner knows the AK has been recovered, so now needs to be more present with his first shots. And, Rallen's going to be just a little bit better on the first shot accuracy.
Yeah, Roland, in terms of a lurking presence, he's really solid on his map, especially on the T side. He's very, very good at making a lot of a difference, big impact as well, but all things considered, right now, things aren't looking all too good. I mean, Bait really in control of this game. This has been a strong start from Into the Breach. From Bait, man, say we're Into the Breach. We're looking towards them to try and find some onus about them to make a difference. They're not getting good map control. They're not able to shut down Bait, and you can see why they're calling for an early tag pause. It's not a dream position for them to be in. They understand that. We're already starting to see Bait on the T side just completely dictate the pace and the tempo of this game. And if Into the Breach aren't careful, Bait will run away with things and start getting up towards the likes of 6-7 rounds before a full response comes into play. And that's where things get really, really risky indeed. So, this tech pause, or tag pause indeed, needs something magical off the back of it. Bring Juve, the coach of Into the Breach, in towards the conversation, and hope that him alongside Thomas the RGL can make the difference.
We actually saw vice versa of what's happening right now in that Fnatic Bait game yesterday, where Fnatic opened up on the CT side with a number of rounds. They won the first 2, and then off the back of the full buy from Bait, they were able to string a number together. I believe they got 9 rounds in that first half on the T side. I mean, we know that they're a good squad here, and not even being able to find one this early, it's not fantastic, but Cypher, he is going to be looking for a little bit more than one here. Oh, he's ahead of the Molotov. Let's see what he can find. Finds one to fourth Amster, but he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Wasn't confident about the second swing, and Captain Kirker, he's going to trade it straight back. Oh, spam there from Rallen, but there's Owner. Pushing on up, finding that kill, and crucial. An important moment for him to be able to pick up at least one. A nice little pixel angle there. Angle being now held from Thomas. Oh, this round is looking to go over towards the CT side, especially with Kirker low.
This is very durable. The Brig's pumped by Bait, though. They know they're in a bit of a predicament. Alex is the onus is on him to make a difference here. Nade in his hands. 94 points of HP, but it's not exactly a dream position to be in by any means. Captain Kirker rotating through with the bomb in hand. And it looks like they should be able to get it down. The only one close is Volt over towards CT spawn, but he's giving them the space. He's allowing them to take control of the site. So it looks like Into the Breach prioritizing a retake rather than denying the bomb.
I like this respect. I do like this from them. Bolt is going to throw the respect straight out the window, though, as he goes for that early swing onto Alex. He's indeed going to be able to find him. Kirker, 7 HP. It's not looking likely. I mean, if there is one person on the side of Bait that you probably want in a 1vX situation, it probably is him, but not with 7 HP. We're going to see the first round on the board there for Into the Breach. Yeah, I mean, some aggression there from Cypher. Quite surprised he only found 1 kill and usually doesn't panic in those situations.
Yeah, he looked a little bit flustered, I got to say. I think he was really hoping that he could turn around and drop a smoke and fall back to the Molotov, but it was just so close to him. There's just no way he was going to get out. I think he really should have just committed towards that second frag. And in kind of the worst case scenario, yes, he dies, but maybe a little bit more damage dealt over. Either way, in the grand scheme, does it make a difference? No. They win the round. Into the Breach and put their first on the board is what matters most. However, we need to make sure this is not just a one and done, just not a flash in the pan. It needs to be a catalyst to success, and they need to start making these rounds chain in their favor.
They need to do it again. I mean, they're going up against full rifles once again from Bait. Those 4 rounds they strung together at the beginning just allow that T-side economy to be so bolstered. I mean, Amster's still got 5k coming off the back of this round. Owner's got 3.2. They're still going to be in an all-right position, even if Into the Breach find this one, but it's incredibly important that they do. This double stack here, that could have been a little bit spicy if that smoke just began to fade, but they have their timings underneath control. It looks like we're going to be seeing a pretty big execute here onto the B bomb site. Crucial, big shot for him to miss there. Kirker's now got free reign of the site. Cypher swings, not good for the kill.
Oh, Crucial, a nice shot look for one. Look for the second as well. Crucial, that's what we want to see. Nate come through, and that might confirm him a third as well. Good night, Amster, as well. Now in 2 versus 3, Into the Breach, looking in control. Alex going for the long rotation, but he's being held. Little does he know he's making a lot of noise as well, and surely drop. Yes, he will. Thomas will see him off, but all out of one man. And Owner, the IGL needs to pluck something out of nothing, and crucial right there, it's a quad kill for him in the round, and Into the Breach will lock in 2 consecutive rounds in a row.
Yeah, he missed that first shot and was like, oh God, okay, let's not do any more of those. Swung on round and found 4. I mean, can't really ask much more for your holder over on that site. They're clean as well, aren't they? I mean, this third frag, being able to find that on Kirker as he goes for that aggressive swing. Yeah, this has just become pretty common for Crucial at this point, which is amazing. God, Cypher's feeling it, isn't he? Look at him. He's like, let's go, Joey, let's do it. I was talking to Thomas and Crucial before this game, and they were saying, well, we've been in these sort of positions before, and when we're on like finals, like a final position for us, we usually do pretty well. We come out in the clutch, and I was like, why have you said that? Are you kidding me? Knock on wood, man. Like, you can't be jinxing. It is confidence, but we know it can backfire.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the whole beliefs around caster curses and jinxes and whatnot.
What do you mean? You and I have both had situations where we've cast it rounds and we cursed the hell out of it.
I'd much rather someone come in and say, I'm confident I'm going to win this, because that's the mentality you want coming into us. I would be, you know, bricking it if Into the Breach coming into this saying, oh no, we've got no chance. I mean, that's the complete opposite. So, for me, I'm glad to see this. Wrinkle, nice shot. He's someone we highlight coming towards this game, and that is a corker on towards Thomas. He was caught in no man's land. And here's the opener, over towards the T-side. Bait onto right back.
Ooh, Cypher. Nice retaliation from him there. Smoke going to go down, not going to get flustered this time round as he finds that pick, and it's actually going to make Bait rethink what they want to be doing moving forwards here. What I'd really liked from Wrinkle there is that he seemed to be kind of bored over the last couple of rounds. It's like, okay, we're waiting. We're not actually going for these early swings yet. And he was like, no, screw that. I'm going to go over towards the A-bomb site and just find myself an opening pick, giving us that opportunity and opening up some space for us. We do see this 2-man stack inside of Red Room, and it's Volt actually going to be swinging on out with the backup there from Rallen, from Donut, and home. It's all good. Alex, now on a 1 versus 4. I mean, he's probably going to be pretty lucky to find one. It'd probably be Rallen at that, right?
Yeah, I think just save it, just park up. I mean, saving on Ancient is really difficult, just because wrapping through, if you go over towards spawn, you're going to make noise in the water. It's definitely not the easiest maps to save on. I think for Alex in this position, it's the best call. It's just a case of can he. But Into the Breach, I'm liking what I'm seeing. At least, for the very least, they are clapping back a little bit. This is a map in which we've seen not only this RMR, where Bait have looked really strong. You know, not only getting wins over Mouz 16-9, then they took down Virtus.pro 16-14, and they did pick up a loss yesterday to Fnatic in that 16-30 matchup. But
close,
even 13 rounds against Fnatic, who have qualified 3-0 to the major itself in a legend spot. It's commendable. This Bayside on this map is their home turf, their home ground. They are so solid on it. And for Into the Breach, we need to see a defiant CT side if they want any sort of a chance. And thankfully, this is a really good response. 3 rounds in a row from them. Exactly what we want to see. Do not leave Volt hanging. Thankfully, Joey will keep him there. So, much better from Into the Breach. They needed something. Wrinkle started so well towards the round, but it's all here, there, and everywhere, because in towards mid, they go for a crunch, and they get absolutely decimated by Volt and Roland.
I'm glad you mentioned the game yesterday on Ancient, because it is kind of the ground that we've been seeing a lot of these teams play on, but it was very, very T-side heavy for Bait. They were finding round after round after round after round. It was a 9-6 half, sorry. Thomas, actually, we'll touch on that moment in a little, just a little bit later, as Thomas finds one, and Alex is going to be able to execute here. They are going to be pushing out onto this A-bomb site, and crucial. Big shot to be missing there, but Volt picks up the pieces, looking for the 4-piece, but not even good for 3. Rallen, behind the enemy line, spots out Owner, knows he's low. Round is going to be won here by Into the Breach. I very much doubt Owner's going to be able to find these 2 kills at range, but I mean, they could have been a while, but the Molotov blocking him off as well. Cypher's going to be able to get that defused. That's my point. The T side is where Bait play best. If they aren't able to string enough rounds together here, and Into the Breach are going to be able to basically apply this CT-sided pressure, they seemed really rough on CT side Bait yesterday.
Yeah, I do have to agree, and I think it's another thing as well. We were looking in towards this matchup as a whole. Oh, we love to see it. But no, we were looking at this matchup as a whole, right? And I think that the big thing is that Into the Breach and Bait are very similar map pools in terms of the depth, and they're more than happy to flex either way. So we were kind of having a little conversation with Cypher last night and kind of his thoughts coming in towards the game, just kind of off camera. And, you know, they're feeling confident. Well, I think both sides could predict where this veto was going to go, so they'll both be ready. Alex will find the first. Captain Kirker will find another as well. That's a corker of a shot towards Cypher. But he might fall, and he will. No, he won't! Hello, Captain Kirker, that is monstrous. Head on a swivel. And Rollin, that is laboured, that is messy, and he should not lose that fight.
Someone needs to call the medical professionals. We need to check his wrist. He might have broken it after that flick. Dear Lord, Kirker, that was crazy. Crucial is going to be able to find it, but it shouldn't take 3 people to find that kill, surely not. Thomas now going to be set up inside a connector, waiting for Wrinkle, finds 1, looks for 2, only good for both of them. Amsa there with the trade, but with a minute on the clock, now on a 1 versus 2. Crucial needs to find at least one of these opening kills. Owner now going to re-smoke the position. He's going to use this to his advantage. They've both fallen back. Crucial's ground to the site. Did he spot him? I think he may have. Oh no, he swapped up from the smoke just in time. He taps it once, wait for the swing. The spams come out. He gains that information. Is he going to be able to find that? He kills it. How has he left him there? Oh, so unfortunate for Crucial to not find that kill. And it was on the high HP player as well. So that was a world, but sadly we do not live in it. Let's see if we can see this flip from Kirker as well. I mean, gets shot, goes get out of here. Misses the first one, but the first one pure reactionary. Lovely little reposition from him.
Captain Kirker, that is
Rollin can't believe it. Look at him.
It's a gorgeous shot from Captain Kirker. I mean, you know, he's one of those people, I think, you know, when NAVI were going through their troubles, and thankfully they're not anymore. Nipple has been the joint highest rated player with Cypher so far this RMR. When we were looking at NAVI and making the changes, when Sunday Young was leaving, there was, you know, I was having a thought process of who they could pick up if they were going to stick with a Ukrainian player. Captain Kirker was the name that came to mind for me. He's a very, very good rifler. Plays actually similar roles on that CT side that Sunday Young did too. So he's a real difference maker.
You've got quite a bit of experience with the Bait roster, right? So you know these guys well. So it's good to be able to get that background.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Wrinkle is someone who, alongside Wonderful, both when they were kind of 16, 17, they were both in the same lab. Like, one of these guys is going to really make their way to a tier 1 at some point. Of course, Wonderful did it. Cypher, maybe the same owners on towards him as well. Nice shot towards Captain Kirker. Let's for more as well. Owner spotted crossing. Takes a lot of damage to the molly.
There's no way he predicted that he was going to take exactly 40 damage on that Molotov, right? I mean, we know that Cypher's aim is good. Is he able to do quick calculations as well? Speaking about quick, Into the Breach have already decided, nah, not this round. You can have a 6th, we'll allow it. They're going to begin falling back. I mean, no kits as well, not ideal in this situation, but even though the economy's pretty bad, and by bad, I mean dreadful, being able to save 4 weapons here is amazing. So I'm picking up a kill onto Alex as well. Opens up a little bit more when it comes down to economic damage onto the side of Bait. They're up to 6 now, Neo. Just 3 more, and they're going to be in the same situation they were in against Fnatic yesterday. Yes. Doable, you think? Do you think Bait are comfortably in the driving seat, or is it not comfortable yet?
I think right now it is still Bait's game to lose. I think right now they're looking really, really good. I mean, this has been a solid performance from Bait, where I think for the most part we've seen instances here and there over towards Into the Breach, but realistically, you know, we look towards that pistol round, they should have won that, and I think unfortunately we do have to highlight Rollin. That should have been a comfortable kill, and then off the back of it, would have had numbers here, there, and everywhere, but that's if buts and maybes. That's the path. Look towards the present. The present is Thomas getting tested over towards that A site. MP9 and Hansby slipped the net as it spotted him, and he dropped the bomb as well, but he will fall the hands of Captain Kirker, who's deep on towards site. Traded out, the numbers remain level. And Captain Kirker's got a gap in this left-hand side of the smoke.
Yeah, this is a big issue here that Captain Kirker's been able to lurk all this way through. Crucial actually spots him first. Getting aggressive works out well for him there. Finds himself a second. Forcing them all back off the site as he picked up the 3K. Now it's going to be Rallen. Oh my good God, knife him, please. It can only be Into the Breach finding a knife kill with the chance of going to the legend stage.
I love to see it. Knife kill as well. What you want to see. Exactly that. And, you know what? There's actually, it's all well and it's funny, BM, all the good stuff. It's important. Get a knife kill coming through. It's a lot of money to work with. It means that Crucial can then have an A to a P dropped over as well. It's $1,000 extra in the pockets over towards Rollin, which is huge. I mean, of course, it's tilting over towards Owner. It's a classic thing. If you don't laugh, you'll cry. But, you know, really important because it does mean they have just so much economy left to work with. Now, you look over towards Crucial 3.4k. Same can be said over towards the likes of Thomas and Vol, who have got a couple of grand in the pocket. It's huge.
That came off the back of the save round as well, right? That wasn't even a buy. That was the save from the previous round, having those 4 rifles carried on through. And Rallen is looking to make this round expensive for the T's as well. Able to take down Wrinkle, but Captain Kirker is always there to back up his fallen comrades.
Exactly that. It's important to kill towards Wrinkle as well. I think on Ancient, having an AWPer, you know, really just running riot can be so brutal. We saw Torzy do it earlier today.
Oh, yes.
I think it's an important thing to try and shut it down. Captain Kirker will find Cypher looking for a double. Alex comes in for support. 2 easy kills over towards B round, and it should confirm that the B side is more or less open.
Oh, needs to be cautious on this swing, but actually, no, he doesn't. He's fine. Him and Thomas are going to be able to clean up this site now and bring it down to a 2 versus 2. That was an interesting molly bounce, but it works either way. Amster now, a lot of ground being gained here from Red Room. Thomas, I don't know if he's going to be expecting it. Crosshair placement is there, and wow, okay, actually coming out on top there against Amster. I don't know really how they've turned this round around, but Volt and Thomas combined looking to secure this round. On the corner is Owner, spots out the second as well. Now it's just Volt, and he is indeed going to be able to find it. A 7th round. Owner's feeling it this game.
Yeah, the IGL leading from the front as well, really stepping up. It's a lovely second shot. It's so risky. He's in the open, and the ability to be traded is really there. But the only thing is that Thomas is so low on HP that it just makes his job so difficult. 15 points. He's trying to be essentially cannon fodder, but he gets instantly deleted. And credit to Owner. The IGL leading from the front. Celebrations coming around. They know what it means to them. This is a 2-1 game, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, winner of this books their tickets towards Paris. That's the first time for both of these 2 squads they make it as well. That would be absolutely monumental. Bait were here in the last RMR. They got an upset over Fnatic on Ancients, but that was about it. Crucial. Will kick stop this round. Wrinkle answers right back.
It's the AWPers opening up most of these rounds now. Owner, a lot of ground being gained here. Oh, wow, it's behind enemy lines. They have no idea he's up this close. I mean, it'd be insane for him to be able to get a knife kill here, but he's not going to go for it. He's just going to go for the easy 2, picks them both up, but Cypher is going to be able to recover that AWP. Damage limitations, right? I mean, that round kind of fell away from them. Thomas getting taken down as early as he did over on A. Sure, it was on MP9, but just peaked at the wrong moment. And then, God, lurking that far behind from Owner, leading from the front, literally.
Yeah, no, exactly that. He's really doing well. You look at the scoreboard over towards that side. Of course, Captain Kirker, he is the proficient rifler over towards Bait, but Owner done a solid job. He's not exactly someone we usually call upon over towards Bait to kind of make a difference in terms of the fragging department, but right now, really doing a solid job. The same over towards Into the Breach. I mean, this is still a very competitive game. You see Thomas and Crucial leading the charge in terms of frags. We're still kind of waiting on Cypher to come alive. We're yet to really see him have the impact that we know that he can bring to the table. But, of course, Ancient, bit of a cruel mistress from the T side as well. That's where we might see some of his best work. Right now, guaranteed lead for Bait. And, of course, while we do have a little bit of a breather over on the other stream as well, Team Falcons looking like they're getting closer and closer to pushing that one to a 3rd map.
My predictions are in shambles once again. But I'm finding I might have to follow you on next week. This is.
I think I'm leading. Apart from Unicorn. Unicorn's ahead of me.
Unicorn's going nuts, actually. I mean, who would have thought, eh? They got 1 wrong.
Yeah.
There's no way they get into the breach. That's crazy. Thomas going to be able to find that kill. Over onto Wrinkle. Nice one to find. Does indeed. Oh, did he have an AWP? I don't think he did this round. I'm not too sure. But yeah, Thomas is now just going to be posted up over towards the A-bomb site. Doesn't want to get too aggressive on these angles and is just going to wait for Bait to push here. Crucial already has this strong sight line, and we know how influential he can be. There's a word I'm trying to avoid. Don't know if you've spotted it as of yet. Cypher, close, knife out, gun out, make up your mind. Tapped out from Captain Kirker. And now Crucial missing that shot. Needs to reevaluate the position. Flash goes in, he hears it hit the skybox and has to fall on back. Not as aggressive as he would have liked to be. This 4 versus 4 is now a 4 versus 3. Is now traded straight back, and Alex gonna find 1 more with Volt doing the same.
August a little bit quiet on 2 versus 2, Thomas. Hello. Captain Kirker dropped, and now things have flipped. The script is all over the place. Tona now on a 1 versus 2 fight the first, trying to check out the AWP as well. Pop shot by Volt, and he will make it work. I think he just about has enough time. It's going to be mighty close, but into the breach. If all goes to plan, then we're up to a 6, and he will get it. No problemo.
No problem.
8-6 for them, and just like that, the penultimate round goes the way of the UK side. Heading into the 15th final, if Into the Breach can make it as even as possible in 8-7, that's really not bad.
That's what you call no problem. I'm sweating one out here. Jeez, so you got a little bit close to that one. Did we see another round where they couldn't or didn't buy kits? This is something we're seeing from teams now, where they're potentially losing rounds due to just not buying the one thing that has an entire phrase around it. Don't be a loser, buy a diffuser. We're seeing one on the former Crucial. I mean, they are kind of limited when it comes down to the money situation. In this one, they wanted to just force it up. Speaking about forcing the situation, our bait off the back of this force buy, able to find the opening kill, but Run, Thomas, Volt, all finding kills to be able to shut this round down and shut this half down. It's an 8th for Beat. It's a 7th for ITB. Can the momentum continue in the second half? Let's find out after the short break.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of, like, the Inferno clutch as well, when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Like, even in practice, what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monasin.
Well, Beta leading, but only by 1. It does usually come down to the pistol round, Neo. I mean, is there a lot of momentum to be gained here? Yes, and Bait, they usually don't have the best CT side on this map. A window of opportunity is opened for Into the Breach. Can they capitalize?
I'd even play devil's advocate and say the pistol round isn't the most important. The second round is. But, you know, there's something meta
Resetting
right
that economy.
now.
You're right.
It's just kind of force buying in regardless of the result. So either way, this is super aggro from Bait as well. Taking a big fight coming through. Rolling will fall, but Bolt answers right back before he's traded out by Ona. Already, this pistol round start to spice up quite a bit. It's a messy one as it's going round for round, kill for kill. As they're down into a 3 versus 3, but Captain Kirk going to reclaim space for a double kill and drops the bomb as well. And surely in this pistol round, it's all she wrote, and Bait up to 9.
You get a kill, I get a kill. You get a kill, I get a kill. It's back and forth, but does end up falling to the way of Bait as they swing onto Cypher and they just simply overwhelm him. Usually in those situations, it's not great to push a Glock. The higher rate of fire, the fact it's still one taps in the pistol round, you need to be a little bit careful because, God, if that boy switched it over to burst, you are in an interesting predicament for sure. But this is a really nice win from Captain Kirk to be able to find those 2 kills. I mean, that basically won the round for them. I love that aggression from them. We saw Into the Breach do it over on the CT side, but off the back of rifle rounds instead of on the pistol. I like that we're seeing this more just in-your-face style from Bait, and we're going to be seeing an in-your-face utility over towards this A-bomb site for Into the Breach.
It was super confident from Bait. Amster holding, trying to find some early damage over on towards his site as Amster and Alex go one apiece. Pistol whipped out, but Rawlins Deagle will drop him, and they might be able to get a bomb down, or Rolling going to push in front and pick up the FAMAS and fall away.
How's he managed that? Simply not allowed. Now they set up for the post plants as well as all of the util begins to fade. Amster inside of CT does get tapped, and he's actually not too sure where he got tapped from. Captain Kirker, high rate of fire weapon in the form of MP9, finding that kill onto Random Crucial, up close, but damn, gets ruined. Volt now on the swing, looking for the taps. Needs to go for one more, but the time runs out, and he's not going to be able to find the final 2, but he finds one of them. Dear Lord, there was a universe that we lived in where he finds that one, but instead, he does lose it, but he makes it damn expensive.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Once again, we're looking at it. What is it? A very expensive round. Into Breach not only get the bomb plant down in what is it? For the most part, pretty minimal buy, but they get so many kills alongside it. It's really actually not that bad. Only one staying alive. And of course, the bomb for Into the Breach gives them plenty of money to work with heading in towards this next round. And it still is a pretty awkward situation where both sides, their long-term economy is just not built up at all. So it's kind of a full reset.
They must know about this. Amster did this exact same thing yesterday, and Cypher's already ready for it. He deals a lot of damage, and the trade is there on the second kill. Instead of Amster going to be able to boost up and find 2 this time round. It is going to be Alex from the headshot angle, picking up 2. So the round kind of goes the same way as what we saw against Fnatic yesterday. AK going to be recovered. Thomas now an opportunity to be able to rotate if he wants, but he is just going to hold onto the bomb. Smoke begins fading, needs to find heads. Not good for it. Volt on the lurk. Now, here's the question. With that smoke fading, with a flash available, does he want to go for this? Smoke goes down. It's going to be hard for him to be able to do much. Takes down Owner, goes for the second swing as well. Bomb does get tapped. It's a 10-second hold, though, but he taps it once, then repositions. Volt! The final bullet finds the head. What a clutch from him!
Oh, what a play from Volt. That is monstrous. In a 1 versus 3, the lack of a kit made Bait's life so difficult. The first shot to his own is miraculous. Wrinkle falls in fellow suit. And this third shot, the transfer. Volt take a bow, of course.
The final round. Oh my God.
A name that you may know, of course. He played with Fnatic Rising in the We Play Academy League, and he was one of the standout players, but it's elation over towards Into the Breach as celebrations all around as they will find their 8th and a deficit down to only 2 rounds. And the buy much better now for Into the Breach. Bait pressures on, and Owner started to succumb to it. But what a shot from Captain Kirker. Crucial will fall, looking for more, but he gets limited.
A lot of util being committed now as we see this aggressive push here from Bait. They recognize the situation they're in. They need to make sure that Into the Breach don't start feeling themselves, because we've seen time and time again, once they start getting loud, emotive, then they start getting into it, and they just very rarely slow down when they get into those sort of positions. They're going to be able to secure a 9th round here. Amster's almost certainly just going to be saving this. I mean, he might go for the push. They're low enough, but I don't know if that would have been communicated effectively, and having them a FAMAS into the next round is probably pretty decent for him.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is unconfirmed damage, especially that on towards Volt. So for now, the bomb will go down. I think, honestly, if Amster gave this a go, he could really pull something off here, but it's not worth it. He's going to park up. It's an extremely off angle over towards the CT spawn, but it will not make a difference. Into the Breach are going to be up towards their 9th. You look towards Bait as well. That was a full investment coming through in towards round number 19, which came to nothing. So the buy can be pretty bad for Bait in towards the next, and it's a prime opportunity for Into the Breach on the T side to tie this game up 10 rounds apiece. But this one, for the most part, was pretty comfortable. It was made, a little bit costly in terms of the damage dealt, and there will be reinvestments in towards armor. But all things considered, a very solid round coming through. So, for Bait, maybe even attack pause to come through in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, the benefit of how long this round has taken for it to go up, there's only one person alive, is that they can kind of use this as, God, I can't remember the team used to do it. I think NAVI did at some point, where they would just do nothing for like a minute and a half in a round, just throw it away, but stay in spawn, have that conversation. We do hear the timeout music, though. If you've been watching enough games, you kind of get the vibe before it even pops up on the screen. Almost certainly going to be from Bait, unless we see a BM1 from ITB, but no, it is going to be a Bait one, just taking a few extra moments as well. Yeah, big conversation had there, of course, because of the 45 seconds they would have got from the bomb, and now the timeout as well. Big strat potentially coming out in this round?
Who knows? Who knows? I'm a bit of an oracle as well, predicting this Bait time up, but I think 90% of people could have predicted as well. They need to. They really need to just make sure that Into the Breach do not get any momentum here. They got to cut the tempo. It's fully understandable why. You're looking over towards that CT side. They're making a smart decision about not investing in towards this one. Owner as well for him. I think, he's one we're looking towards to try and make a difference. The IGL, what has he seen so far over towards Into the Breach to try and, put the puzzle pieces together? It's definitely easier said than done. Amster will be the only buy-in towards this round, though. FAMAS for him, half armor, and no util apart from that one flash over towards other Captain Kirker, and Alex is posted up with a Zeus.
Alex posted up with a Zeus, Thomas posted up with a Mac 10, nade off the back of it as well, just to be able to use that. Well, there's a bit of a smoke. Ooh. Amster with the swing, they really like pushing down here as well. Cypher's not going to get effective for the flash, and he's good for 2 there. Amster does take out Thomas, though, so this is quite expensive. Owner, hello, Mac 10 in tow. Gives him a little bit more firepower to work with, and plenty of time, both for Bait to be able to reposition themselves, but also Into the Breach to decide what they actually want to be doing. But they are using every second of it to try and lure somebody in to this fight. But right now, they're not going for the swing. They're just going to be holding Kirker on the corner. Nothing to be found as of yet, as a minute ticks off the clock.
He's parked up close.
Surely not.
Oh my God, he could get something. Damage is what he does get. On towards Cypher, but of course the kill will go the way of Into the Breach. Numbers fail their way too, and at range as well, one more spot. I think crucial hold and just make sure that no rotation comes through. The back 10 up close and personal will only do anything is the question. We'll have to wait for the answer. It's a 1 versus 3, so we're not expecting him to win anything here. But if he can make it a little bit more expensive, that'd be nice. Cypher, other ideas, and now as well, Kai is starting to come on online. This is getting worrying.
Yeah, this is what happened in the VP match. This is what happened in all the other matches they played as well, is that, yeah, Cypher is a little bit quiet from time to time, but then once he warms up, it's the Cypher show. He finds frags, he finds frags. He finds info, he finds info. He does everything that you need him to do, and Thomas is just like, Cypher, go kill. He's like, okay, I'll go kill now. All good, don't worry about it. He's up to 12. It's a level KD, net 1. Let's see here if he's going to be able to do anything. Misclick to give away the information? Sure, why not? Don't worry about it.
Cypher trying to take first contact, spamming through that of Excavation.
Nobody home.
And you're mainly just looking for sound cues there as well, just hoping that some sort of noise is heard, and then you can make some decisions off the back of it. Right now, all square. 10 apiece. It's such an important round for Bait, though. Their money is still crippled. If they lose this round, they're once again broken, and they're stuck in this brutal cycle. Full buy-in, failure to find success, rinse and repeat. It's a harsh and horrible cycle to break.
Is there a gap? Sure, don't think there is. I mean, this is just random spam for Amster. There is in the bottom left, but they're jumping over the top of it. That's really nice, mindset there from Into the Breach to recognize, okay, maybe the smoke isn't perfect, but it does most of what we need. Let's play around that.
Roland, lurking. Something which he's very good at. In towards Red Room, and Ona going to try and meet him for right-eye peek, but Roland on his left shoulder will win it out, and he will get dropped from behind. Amster in for the quick trade. Cypher turning his head at the worst possible time as well, and it will cost him as Captain Kirker finds one. Thomas quick on towards Alex, while full blind, and Captain Kirker will fall to the hands of the Into the Breach IGL as Thomas doubled on a bomb plant.
They're going to keep going for this one. Amster and Wrinkle, they're together with Wrinkle with an AWP in hand as well. Just needs to find at least one of these kills, about to bring us into a level playing field. Thomas now, flash goes in, it's not going to connect. Amster's going to be good for that kill. Now on a 2 versus 2. Aggression now from Volt. Needs to reposition. Can't play this long sight line on the AWP, and they've kind of given up holding the position as well. They're gambling on Cave. Wrinkle now with the swing, never misses those ones. Now down into the clutch situation for Crucial. 2 crucial kills to be able to find. He finds the first one. Look for the second as well, but Wrinkle's going to be good for it. No kit. Does he have time? I think he does.
Yeah, he should be fine.
Yeah, he should be okay, right?
He should be fine, yeah, he'll be fine, no problem. I think it's unfortunate for Crucial there as well. It's one of those positions where you're looking at him, and in the previous iteration of Ancient, he would have been fine, because he could have actually probably just jiggle peeked or even parked up in towards Cubby, but you can't actually stay, you can't tuck your shoulder in towards that Cubby position. He's always going to get dropped there. It's kind of unfortunate, but Wrinkle, really well played. I think for him, the youngster really stepping up, winning Matt and Mouz. Bait needed a superstar, they needed a hero. Wrinkle's a name that we're going to continue to bring up throughout this entire series, because he should be somebody who makes the difference. And of course, that is exactly what he did. Great round from him. He's been uncharacteristically quiet in towards this game as well. So to see him really find a little bit of form, that might bolster his confidence.
Yeah, 100%. Really aggressive push here that we're seeing from Bait. Did this on the pistol round. They've seen Into the Breach do it as well, and they want a piece of the pie. Not going to be able to find anything, which is actually quite good for them. It gives them a lot of ground to work with over towards this B-bomb site. They're not restricted to the actual pillar and the post itself on the site. And now they know that Into the Breach, well, they can kind of be anywhere.
Captain Kirkett, other side of the smoke. MP9 posted up. Such limited utility over towards Bait. It's going to be the thorn in their side, the bane of this round for them. And that needs to require some individuals to step up in the fragging department. Captain Kirk posted up close. We'll find the first. Thomas the fall. Already getting spicy. Hello! Owner for 2. And that might be enough.
I mean, it very much could be. Amster's just going to get aggressive here as well through 2 smokes. Going to try and find Crucial. Does indeed find him. Now Volt once again in a 1 versus 3 clutch. He can't do it again, can he? No, not this time round. Would have been the 4K, but instead he's only good for 2. Another round going to be picked up here from Bait, putting them in quite a nice position moving forwards as we begin weaning off in regulation.
It's a huge round as well for Bait as well. We can start to see this momentum slowly but surely shifting over towards Bait. They're starting to get some control in towards this game, and this is where things get really worrying. If you're Into the Breach, you've done such a good job to even claw this game back in your favor, but now you're on top of this, where you're looking at this Into the Breach side, and the mental starting to shift, and you can kind of see why pause has been called. The mentality over towards Into the Breach is so fragile right now. They cannot let it slip. We're looking at the experience. Thomas, you know, a guy who has played in many iterations of UK Counter-Strike, saying can be ever crucial as well. These two need to be making a difference in terms of controlling the mental. Juve coming in as the coach as well to try and rally the troops. But right now, with the game that looked like it was in their control at one point, it's starting to slowly but surely slip away.
Bait have now leveled the amount of CT rounds halfway through that they found against Fnatic in that final map. So clearly they're feeling a little bit better about themselves. Kirk is on 21 kills as well. That is great from him. We kind of touched on Owner a little bit earlier, the fact that the IGL is putting up some pretty decent numbers, and he was quite quiet in that game yesterday in Fnatic. He was the lowest fragger across all 3 maps. And now that we're seeing him come a little bit back alive, maybe that was the missing piece that they didn't have yesterday. And he's getting aggro with it as well. It's not like these are just default holding frags. He is just trying to go for those initial contact plays. Now going to go in, tags him down, does open up a new opportunity for that Galil and the MAC-10. But he falls back, recognizing the poor situation he's in.
Indoors excavation. Roland. Bit of space to work with. Even still, though, what are they going to do from this sort of position? Right now, it's not exactly a dreamboat of an area to be in. He goes mid. Volt will find Amster. Lurking presence, netting him up to 22 kills right now. Looking for more. A wrinkle of the right there. It's Rolling going to reclaim the space. We'll get a dink. That's all he will get.
Yeah, was looking for a little bit more there. Owner, wow, taken down by Cypher as he just pushes straight on through. Falls back. And now Captain Kirker on the edge of these smokes. Just going to be waiting for them to extinguish before he swings on the corner. Actually waits for Thomas to swing on through. Crucial finds one in the form of Wrinkle. Cypher now in a 1 versus 1. A round which realistically Into the Breach had no right in winning considering the buy. And that is the momentum shift that we needed to be seeing from them. It got a bit reset off the back of those 2 lost rounds. And they can take a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
when they gain that 11th.
That's big from Cypher, it really is. They just needed a miracle, right? They need someone to make a difference there, and it just keeps into the breach within an arm's reach of Bait, and that is all that matters for them. I think for Bait, for them, they know they've still got control of this game. However, you've got into the breach, 1 round behind, and starting to feel a little bit of form, and most importantly, that economy over towards the CT side in a little bit of a feeble and frail state. The back over towards the T side, over towards Bait, it's a double M4, and then just a few pistols in support. It is not a comfortable buy at all. And this one is the swing round. This is the one that makes a difference. Winner of this shatters the economy of their opponent, and more or less could be, you know, massively adding to their odds of closing out the map.
For sure. This is such a weird buy from both sides, right? This was the save door from Crucial. They've just kind of forced up around it into the breach because they recognize the situation. They're in the nades! Take down Alex! He has no hope of finding anything as he's completely blown out of the water. Wrinkle on the corner now. We started CT. Here's the reload. Goes for the swing. Not going to hit the first shot. Not going to hit the second either. And Rallen is going to punish him for it. They're looking now to collapse over towards this B bomb site, or at least gain some information. Kirker thrown to the wayside. And now this could be holding Amster with the CZ75. I mean, its range is not its forte, but he's still going to be able to find that kill onto Thomas. Bringing it now a little bit more level. It's still 4v2, but it's better than 5v2.
Exactly. That's all that matters most, right? And if you're into the breach, lock this round in place. And I think over towards Bait as well, just keep the M4 alive. This is such a big round for Into the Breach to be taken because it just gets the momentum in their favor. But the M4 could be in jeopardy. Rolling, looking, but not quite finding. Owner will get the kill, and it will just about get on a dodge.
For now, Cypher's hunting. Cypher smells blood in the water, and he's going to be looking around for just some of these angles. But he doesn't have the most money in the bank. His aggressive style could be the death of him here, but instead, a little more regimented, calm, collected, instead of just the puggy, I'm going to swing around this corner, by the way, and find 2 kills, which is what they need right now, because being able to build up that T-side economy is incredibly important at this point. As you mentioned, that's what's the main point of this round was, being able to keep 3 players alive, 2 rifles, sure, one of them's a Galil, but it is what it is, and the AWP as well. Fantastic for them. Timeout now going to be cool. We can only assume from Bait as they kind of crunch the numbers and work out, right, what is the approach here? How do we come back from this one? Because looking at the econ, they're about 2k each, and that's it.
Money's not good. They can't force in here. I just don't see realistically how you could justify that sort of a buy. I think you've got to go for just a low buy around the M4, save money in towards the next, and essentially kind of give up a 13th over towards Into the Breach, which in itself is incredible. Into the Breach on the T side, looking there like they're primed and ready to take a lead, which could be absolutely monstrous going forward. This is really a nice stage, and I think for Bait, you could tell they are feeling the pressure. They've burned their 3rd or 4th timeouts, and they're going to do exactly that. It's a smart decision by Bait. Do not overinvest into this sort of round, and essentially prioritize a buy later down the line. The only problem is there's not much left in this map.
I'm still quite surprised they've gone for this gamble stack here. The fact that, well, haven't gone for a more committal gamble stack. They've only got a 3-2 split, but they are going aggressive here. Cypher going to be the first one in contact. Good for damage, but not good for the frag. Lines them up, but Amster, too many heads to choose from, it would seem, and Rallen shuts down Captain Kirker as he recovers that AK. Says, no, 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 you will not be taking my friend's weapon. M4 is still going to be in tow for Bait. They reposition themselves over towards that A bomb site. The fact that they saw the bomb is like, okay, then surely they're not going to continue going B with that, right? We're just going to fall back. Not the case. Into the Breach, they're pretty content with pushing over towards this B bomb site. They've taken one fight. Hasn't gone too well, but they've got the weapon advantage. They know that for a fact.
Yeah, exactly that. They know for a fact that no other weapon's been scooped up. Bomb will be planted too. And now in terms of a post plant, it's a pretty easy one to set up. I think for Into the Breach, just make sure that's not too expensive. Crucial, he's scared of a flank coming through the spawn, and I can understand why. It definitely is a possibility. Someone going to have a little poke around, you can sort of see it.
They were thinking about it.
They should be fine. I think for Bait, the big thing is kind of just play protect the president with the M4. Make sure once again that stays alive.
Slowed down now for ITB. They recognise, what's the point of pushing? Like, guys, we've got a round here. We've got 4 weapons. We've got a shed load of money. Oh, and by the way, we've also got a 13th round, which is already nice. This is going to be an important one. The 13th round that Bait could secure themselves as well now that we have a bye. We're in an incredibly similar situation as to what we were with Fnatic, where if they can gain this 13th round, then they can begin stringing a few more together. But it needs to be a clean one from Bait. If it's not going to go down too well.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, 13 to 12, and right now, we look over towards Bait and think, what can they do to answer back? This feels like a must-win round. If they can't convert round on 26, it could be all she wrote. Into the breach 95-14, they break the economy, which means they're more or less locked in towards a 15-2, and everything is slowly but surely starting to fall into place. We're starting to see the puzzle pieces and the stars align for Into the Breach to steal away Bait's map pick, a map in which they have been so dominant on.
I mean, on paper, this map should easily be Bait's, right? I mean, Into the Breach have a less than 50% win rate on it, 42%, and well, we talked about kind of the level of Counter-Strike that some of these teams are playing at as well. If you compare Into the Breach and Bait, I mean, Into the Breach, yeah, they're no slouches, but they're not playing to some of the same level that Bait are, but apparently they are. Cypher on the swing, gonna be able to take down Owner. Crucial with a frag onto Alex there. Amston in no man's land. Trousers firmly around his ankles, he gets taken down. Now Pistols into Crucial. Wrinkle, thank you very much. I'll be taking that orb, I'll be grabbing another kill, and I'll be winning the round for my team. It's always his 13th round for Bait. If they can find it, then it's amazing. Now comes down to the 1v1 and Wrinkle gets it.
An ace
Brilliant.
as well.
An ace? Was it really an ace?
What a round for
Jesus
Wrinkle. I mean,
Christ.
he has done absolutely phenomenally in towards Donut. He's been tested there. And well, he's made it look pretty damn easy. I've got to say, that is a ridiculously good round from him individual. Take a look at the highlights once again.
God, he spams down those two, swaps out to the USPS, takes him down. Yeah, I mean, the numbers are adding up. There's the third, there's the fourth, and he goes, oh, Cypher, hey, mate, goodbye. Here's my ace. Single-handedly dragging Bait to that 13th round. Into the Breach do still have a response, though. The econ is not reset. This is the round for Bait to be able to win. If they get this one, Into the Breach economy is in tatters. They can force buy up, and they probably will, but Bait then on the cusp of map point. And Into the Breach would then need to be borderline flawless. Owner looking to go for this swing from Thomas. Oh my God, okay, Thomas steaming on through to the side. Captain Kirker there with the trade. The spam from Alex. Molotov's going to be coming through as the bomb gets planted. This is now on Bait to retake this site.
It's tough. This is going to be really difficult. They got used to work with as well. Cypher dropping a smoke, re-smoking into the left-hand side of CT, and we zoom in towards the minimap. You can see they're starting to converge. Boo's going to come through, and Cypher going to post up. This is going to be hard. They are going to be smoked out, but still, there's a decent amount of utility for them to work with, and they're going to slowly but surely try and utilize as much as they can. Cypher elevated angle. Time is ticking. Roller finding a kill. They need to get on the bomb here and now, and Cypher ready for his opportunity. Spam on the smoke. Did they get off the bomb as well? I don't think they've got it. It's going to be falling flat. Captain Kirk gets 2 kills, but it does not make a difference. Into the Breach, steal away yet another round as they go up to 14.
10 players dead on the server, though. An expensive round for both teams. We are still going to be able to see a buy from the T side of Into the Breach. It's not going to be as large as they would have wanted. I mean, we can probably see a force from Bait here as well. Wrinkle had 2.5k before the loss bonus. 14th round is amazing position to be in here. Yeah, Thomas is feeling it. No time. They recognize it. Good comms.
It's lovely to listen to that as well. It really is. You can see, though, how nervy they are.
ITB timeout.
Fully understandable. I don't mind this time from ITB at all as well. As you mentioned, you were kind of alluding to it, the money for both sides is still in a little bit of a jeopardous state where it's stronger over towards ITB. They know that they're going to have that, of course, off the back of the bomb plant, the kills they got, and the round being won. But they need to make sure they lock themselves in towards 15. They have a prime opportunity to essentially put the final nail in the coffin in this round here, but it has to be done here and now. They cannot let this one fall flat. This is going to be an important one because Bait have gone for the full buy. They're fully investing in towards this round. Here and now essentially decides who is going to be taking this map, and if Into the Breach are able to convert round number 28, money is going to be in absolute tatters for Bait.
I actually don't see Bait coming back from this into the breach and win it. And Cypher and Crucial are going massive. Owner on the side, and good for one. Gonna die to the Molotov though, as Cypher banks it off the back wall to be able to get that bomb planted. And now we see the rotate here from Amster and Alex. And there is a world, a universe, and where they save call here, just to be able to stand a chance of pushing something through off another force, moving into round number 29, because Into the Breach are not gonna lose this one. There's no kit available, but oh my good God, Bolt. Oh my good God, Alex. Have I really jinxed it? Is it really gonna happen? Rallen now in a 1 versus 2. They need to hold the bomb for as long as possible. Rallen close on the corner, takes down one. Looking for Amster as well. It's the AK versus the AK, and Rallen comes out on top.
Huge, absolutely huge. They stay alive by the finest of margins, and Into the Breach, they are dripping in sweat right now as they've somehow, some way made that work. Oh my God, that goes down to the fine margins. I thought it was done. I thought it was over. But Rallen steps up when it matters most. That double kill with the MP9 is absolutely emphatic, and Alex gives them a chance. But Rallen, when called upon, makes it work. And the celebrations over towards Into the Breach are absolutely unbelievable, and you can see why they're getting closer and closer to the finish line, and Tilt is starting to play in towards Bait. Reminders, ladies and gentlemen, this is their map pick, and we're going to see Into the Breach call for their 4th and final timeout, and I like this.
This is the mental timeout. This is the mental game.
But it's not the mental game over towards Bait. This is over towards Into the Breach, and this is really smart. They're making sure they don't get comfortable. They don't get too angsty. They're gonna try and just keep things cool, calm, and collected. It's the way to play it. Just try and slow things down. If Into the Breach fall into the pitfalls, the traps of playing chaotic Counter-Strike, they will succumb to pressure, and we might see overtime on the cards. But if they calm things down, they know they've got the better buy.
Yeah, they definitely do, but this force buy is no slouch either. I mean, we saw what Alex can do with an MP9, right? And now he's got a FAMAS in hand. God, Alex, everything was on his shoulders there, and he did so, so well to be able to find those 2 kills. Really gave Bait a lifeline, and it was laboured from Amster and Rallen in that final clutch situation. Both got a little bit panicky, but Into the Breach came out on top. The round is substantially slower than what we've seen from the last 4, maybe even 5 rounds. Let's be completely real here. Volt going to be holding this headshot angle, waiting for the swing. We do kind of see this mini execute coming out into mids, just trying to clear out everything they can. Volt yet to be seen. Oh, the MP9's doing damage once again. Amster, he's going to be the first to fall.
Oh, it's such a gamble here as well. Thankfully, Rallen comes back in time. This is starting to get really dicey. A lot of damage dealt over towards Into the Breach, and especially that of Volt, with the numbers looking feeble and frail over towards Bait. Into the Breach are 1 round away, 3 kills away from taking their map pick. I think it's going to be dicey. Swinging in, Thomas will find owner. This is monstrous, as bit by bit, step by step, Into the Breach getting closer to being 1 map away from the major, which is a first time ever. It's history on the card. Thomas swinging in, will get the lead for Rallen for the trade. All out to 1 man. Can Captain Kirker do it? No, he can't. Into the Breach lock themselves in with Ancient. They steal away Bait's map pick, and what a way to do it.
Wow, those last few rounds, they were damn close from both sides. I mean, Into the Breach did well to be able to stay kind of level-headed. The perfect use of timeouts towards the end of that as well. Bait, of course, they ran out of them, but they still used them at the right times as well. I'm loving the calls from both IGLs. I mean, they're just using the time fully to their advantage. Honestly, unfortunate for Bait. That was a really good showing from them. They did a better job on that CT side than did against Fnatic, but it was still that CT side that let them down. They only found 5 rounds in total.
Yeah, it does happen. It does happen. I get worried about Bait, but we're going to throw this one to a break before we delve into the details heading in towards our second map, that of Mirage.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the lone show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. Yes, let's go! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No, I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go quick. No. That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You're really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
And welcome back, ladies and gents, boys and girls. Do not adjust your TV sets. You can see Into the Breach celebrating, of course. First map going their way and one step closer to UKCS at the major. And is going to be joining me in the place of Neokai. Did you watch that one? That was nuts.
It was crazy. I mean, the whole story of ITB so far has been just phenomenal. So I'm excited. You can't not be excited. Just look at the emotional outburst there. I mean, Cypher was yelling. Thomas obviously yelling.
I mean, that's standard for Cypher. He doesn't shut up.
It's so good. I love it. I think this is such a cool story already. But it was a close game. Could have gone anyway.
It was. Those last few rounds. I mean, we did the Fnatic game yesterday with Bait, and dear Lord, we were seeing almost side-by-sides of what happened there shimmer into this one, especially on that CT side. These kind of eco rounds where Bait shouldn't have had a chance, actually did. Captain Kirker dropping 28 kills once again, 105 ADR. He's been so good.
He really has been. He was kind of one of the names, I think, along with Wrinkle coming into this one.
Yep.
But a couple of matches where he hasn't necessarily been in the driver's seat, but you could tell this is what he's all about. It's really, really sick. What a performance from him. Very, very close. I mean, once you get to that 13-16 type scoreline, you know any one little difference could have changed the outcome. It could have been 13-16 the other way quite easily. So just a very, very tough game. But should be a good momentum boost, obviously, for Into the Breach.
Going into their map pick as well. Now they're going to be going into their map pick of Mirage. I mean, just some of the highlights from that previous game as well. It was a slow start for ITB, but it felt like once they started going, once they got that momentum there, kind of a Bad News Eagles-esque in the sense of if they're vocal in the booths, they're going to be vocal on the server as well, and they're really putting up the numbers.
Yeah, I think it helps to keep everyone talking. Everyone's real active. I mean, it's their map pick that's going to be coming up.
Yeah,
Mirage for a battleground. If they make it, I mean, this would be absolutely historic for British Counter-Strike, obviously.
Finally.
Everyone should be happy with that. It means we have one less region to make fun of, which is a bit of a shame, but still,
that's
we'll
fine.
take it.
I liked your tweet from the other day, so that was a great one. If you did miss it, NACS who? Rallen, I mean, look at this. A really nice game from him, coming alive in these clutch situations, or him and Volt putting up the numbers when going to be required. Yeah, Mirage. We're moving into this this second map.
Yes.
This being Into the Breach pick. This is the map they beat VP on. I mean, that's no slouch. I mean, yes, VP have gone home, so not the best event from them. Situations, but still, it's a hell of a job to do.
Yeah, it takes a level of focus to beat a team like VP, even if they just don't look very good at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's confidence boosting anyway for Into the Breach. I think in general, there shouldn't be a good reason why they're not going to be feeling really fresh coming into this one. So hopefully they will. Yeah, wow.
That's interesting.
All over the place. A lot of swapping back and forth there. Like I said, if at any one point in time you run out of money in this kind of a run, suddenly you have another eco round, the other team wins instead. Is that close when you're down to the margins?
It's not 1 or 2 rounds, is it?
Yeah.
It's usually like 3 or 4 that you lose purely if your eco's completely reset. Whoa, Cypher, he's got his mouth closed. He's calm and collected. He's just taking a moment, it would seem. One thing we did see from Bait towards the end of that one, and I really, really hope they're using this timeout to kind of reset their mental, because they seemed quite tilted. We saw like monitor adjustments and that sort of stuff, and it's like, okay, you're now kind of out of your zone, and yes, it's going to take you a little bit of time to put it back, but if you deep it even a little bit more, this is the first map. You need to make sure that you can just retain the mentality and be like, look, that's fine, don't worry about it. Now we just need to win the next 2 flat. And they're a team that can do that.
They are a team that can do that. I don't have any doubt about it, but they're going to have to prove it to us right here. They have another shot at it still, obviously. Hopefully Mirage go their way. Vertigo is the third map. It'll be really exciting. I'd love to see that play out, but yeah, they've got their backs to the wall once again.
They do indeed. We're going to chuck it to a short break, guys, and when we are back, it's going to be our second map. Who is going to be our next team making it to the major? Find out after the short break.
right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready with the second map here. We've got Bait versus Into the Breach. The odds are now going to be favoring Into the Breach. No real surprise. There's quite a lot. People are feeling confident in the British. That's interesting.
Yeah, it seems like it. The faith in UK Counter-Strike has been restored, it would seem. The world is healing. I mean, I would say that, but it's never really been there in the first place. But now it's here, finally. I saw a tweet from Don Hatchie who was saying, like, they've finally shown up. And CSGO is about to be gone. It's about to be CS2. But what a statement it would be if, heaven forbid, Into the Breach make it to the major and they go the distance. I mean,
it's been something that's just been lacking throughout all of the history of CSGO in a way. And I mean, a lot of countries really never made it from 1.6 or Source into CSGO in the way that they should have been. I would probably count, tragically, Germany amongst one of those countries that had really good players in the past. And obviously now you do have some strong teams, but they've never really been on top in the way that they could have been in the past. And the same is kind of true for the UK. I want to see that change. It'll be fun. It'll definitely add a lot more spice to it. Some of these players have great personalities. They're great interview subjects. It's a lot of fun. And hopefully they can prove it today that you know, this is where they belong. They're going to be ready on Mirage. Second map, which was picked by Into the Breach. I think they're going to be looking really, really good right now. Bait, they've had a bit of a timeout, a little bit of a break to discuss this and try and get the mental state back online for the team. They're going to need it because right now, I mean, we've seen them already play Mirage once before in the RMR, and they look really good. Cypher was wild on this map.
They do, but something taken consideration. Bait have not lost on this map in the last 3 months. They've played it 3 times. Yes, the caliber maybe not be as much. I believe during the open quals as well for this event explicitly. They played it in the advanced season. They played up against Nexus, Ikla, Lasercat. So names that people might not have heard of. Into the Breach kind of making a name for themselves here on this map. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. They're starting on the T side, and Wrinkle looks to try to go for the opener here, and it does indeed get it. The tank engine has been stopped.
Yeah, well done. Wrinkle, definitely one of the shining lights of the team. A lot of fun to be watching. Captain Kirker taking down Crucial, and so far so good for the CTs. Cypher, he'll have a little bit of an answer back. They're hunting for Amster, but surely you can't be allowed to crowd through here. Cypher tries it anyway and delivers the bomb right to their feet. That's so dangerous. Volt has picked it up now. We need headshots. Oh, and he's going to get 2 of them right away. That is sick, and now there is a chance.
Yeah, I mean, Rallen does fall for his comrade to be able to escape. A good sacrificial lamb, it would seem. Volt now. We've seen him win these clutch situations. He won that 1 versus 3 previously. Dinks up 1, gets the second, gets the third, gets the 4th. Oh my God, Volt. You're blowing my mind, man. Keep it up.
That happened so quickly. He actually gushed the left-hand player immediately, went back to headshot the other one, and then came back for seconds. That's pretty devastating. They pretty much had that round on lockdown, maybe especially when the bomb is dropped like that through the murder hole, and they're still able to win the round. Volt with an absolutely lightning performance here.
Yeah, you can see how happy they are off the back of that one, right? I mean, we get every single player interaction because of everything.
Their coach behind him had his hand on his head. He had no idea what was happening.
He's so confused. He's like, oh my God, no way do we win this. And well, they don't win the opening duel here as Amster finds that shot onto Cypher. Mid is a point of contention, but Wrinkle is taken out of the round.
Yeah, his crosshair looked like it was right on, but the bullet's just not connecting, unfortunately, on the other side.
That's my excuse in matchmaking.
Yeah, that feels like it does happen a lot, especially with the Deagle, but what can you do? 4 players alive still for the Bait side. They're going to be all right for a minute. They do have a pretty intimidating buy. I mean, 2 MP9s, a Mac 10 that they've stolen now, and a Deagle. And on Mirage, you have to get pretty close to some of those SMGs. So it's not completely without risk.
Yeah, MP9s and Mirage, name me a better combo. You see this time and time again, especially on that B-site stack. It is actually going to be Amster on the Mac 10 who's going to be the first point of contact, but Alex wants a piece of the fun as well as he swings on round. Volt is good there for the trade, along with Thomas also. Molly goes into kitchen. Bomb going to be planted by the man himself. Volt. It's 5-0 right now. He's looking to make it 7, but Crucial aiming to get himself on the board. Does fall off the angle in mid just as they begin to swing. Captain Captain, they go for the boost. No, they don't. They don't get the opportunity. They line up, and the Galil does everything he needs it to. A second round now for Into the Breach. And it's going to hurt the bait economy. I mean, forcing that heavily into the round, they're probably going to be out of this for maybe the next 1 to 2, unless we see a miracle.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a shame, isn't it? But so early on, that mental reset between maps 1 and 2 in a best of 3 like this, probably not something that Bait have the most experience with, but it's super, super important. So need to get back to 0, even if it was a close loss on the opening map. You still need to find a way back. They do have a deagle, a couple of deagles actually in play, so they could do some damage here, but more than likely Into the Breach will be able to find a third round, especially the way that they're leaning towards the B bomb site. Nobody really here. Stack going on the A side of the map for the CTs, which is fine. You've got to roll the dice.
Yeah, absolutely. Gamble stacking in these sort of situations is absolutely fine. Amsur is going to be the only point of contact here, but he's fully whited. Not going to be able to find any form of kills. Thomas jumps in through window and was a little bit laboured. Does have to fall back. Drops down to 3 HP, but it's just going to be consolation frags if Bait can find anything here.
Yeah, pretty nice finding an empty bomb site in a round like this one. So, yeah. 3-0 in favor of Into the Breach, but the real test will be the next round. Wrinkle, he's going to pick up 1 net, sneaking through. Rallen, you might as well make these Mac 10s work all the way through. There's really no point in not doing it. I'd even say, you know, make Thomas give Volt or Crucial the Mac 10, just have them hunting low on health. It makes sense to try and do it. Ooh, actually, Thomas is fine with it. 3rd kill for him with that one. He's going to make a lot of money other round.
It's in the first time we've seen low HP players with Mac 10 doing so much work. We saw it with Crims yesterday, right, in Fnatic, where he basically cleared out the entirety of that A-bomb site on Ancient. And now Thomas is like, oh, I'm a 3 HP, might as well find something. Picks up 3 kills in that round and is only shut down by Wrinkle's Deagle at the end of it.
Yeah.
Into the Breach. I mean, they're looking pretty clean here. Round number 4 is usually that round where things start turning, but off the back of the Force in the second, I do still think this buy is going to be kind of so-so.
It definitely won't be perfect. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. All right.
Should not be getting away with that. I'm sorry. Like he whipped so many shots, jumps on through the window, and gets dropped down to 3 HP. Just don't check how much damage you've done in that situation, or you're going to be tilted for the rest of the game. But
it's the worst, isn't it?
Well, the buy's not too bad actually for Bait. They have rifles across the board. The utility's lacking a little bit. It's a lot of smokes, but not too much aggressive util. What's that? 1 molly and that's it. And I think one of them's already expended. So see a little bit more here from them. They want to hold on to this defense. Smoke goes down here for Crucial. Flash as well. Owner thinking about going for the swing. There's a big stack inside the mid. Amsur is indeed going to be able to find him. Wrinkle tries for a jump shot after finding Volt as well. Instead, now just going to go for the more generic swing. But Rallen and Cypher, they tag team up. They find that kill. And you can grab it, buddy. It's all right. There you go. Long arms.
That is kind of remarkable. Bait had 3 people in the middle, and none of them were able to help out Wrinkle. Now, he also was feeling the stress. I don't think he needed to be that active. Just wait it out. Stay alive is probably the better choice here. It's a 4-on-3 in the afterplant with Cypher. He's going to just drop that Molotov right behind him, but still getting hunted by Alex. He probably thought he had a little bit more cover back then. And now Thomas and Rallen in an interesting position. Swing for it here. Thomas, he can't quite get the job done. Only the 1 kill. Probably needed a little bit more. Now they're straight on the defuse. It's a 10-second. You're not wrong about that. Owner, he's going to find Rallen trying to creep onto the bomb site, and they're going to be on it, but man, there was not a lot of time left. Still, good recovery there for Bait.
Yeah, really, really nice there. I mean, Thomas had the opportunity to be able to find both of those kills. Of course, 80 damage dealt to that final player pushing on up who managed to get that bomb defused, but not going to be the case. Just too many different angles for him to be able to swing into, and well, they try their best. Rallen good in those post-plant situations when it comes down to that 1vx. We saw it in the last map where he's able to come out on top, but this one just too much to be able to clear. No utility to speak of either, so a timeout for Into the Breach as they just try and realise, okay, not great. It was still the 4th round that we lost, but it is what it is. Go next.
Look at how many people are in the middle. There's a double swing from Catwalk, and there was another player up close, I think, in Owner, who was close to top mid.
There's one more as well. There's 3 of them.
Yeah, so ultimately, they end up still not being able to help Wrinkle. That's a bit weird. I don't understand how that works. Someone should have been in connector much, much earlier, but they just weren't. Still, in the middle, we've got Thomas here in the 5th round opening up onto Owner, and 4-on-5 to begin with. He's 1 grenade away. There we go. Going to be the bullet that catches him, but he was going to be dead either way.
Still 4 versus 4 though. Not out of the round or Into the Breach. Pixel angle being held over towards that B bomb site by Crucial. Expecting someone to jump into his crosshair, which is not going to be the case right now, as we can see on the minimap. 3 players are indeed stacked up on B, though, so they're kind of thinking, reading the situation. Okay, this is going to be a B push. Util used smoke to be able to block off the angle, and oh, Crucial. I don't know if he got that information, actually. I think he would have heard it, but that's basically it. Good to be able to send that over to the rest of the team, though. The CTs not having, well, 2 smokes. Now they've only got 1. It's going to be pretty hard for them.
Matters.
It does.
Every little bit matters. They do have Rallen still in the middle. Oh, the timing is good for Alex. That's a shame because now this becomes a little bit more of a one-dimensional push coming into the bomb site. Wrinkle, oh, he's so aggressive and confident, looking for more. Volt will take his head right off behind it. But Captain Kirker is there, and he's going to be able to finish the round with an MP9. They should be able to pick up the AWP as well if they want, so no real trouble there. But that AWP on the forward ramp, but that was really, really nice stuff from Wrinkle. That's what I'm expecting. That's what they need him to deliver. Bait obviously hunting here for a 3rd map, so getting him online early, that's going to make a huge difference.
So important. I mean, he outperformed yesterday in that best of 3. We mentioned in the interview with him as well, he probably was the better of the 2 AWPers on the server during that BO3 against Fnatic. Just was able to be more consistent with his shots, was able to be a little more aggressive. So the fact that we see exactly that playing out once again, I mean, it's not a fluke, am I right? This guy is just able to find these shots whenever he needs to. The MP9, by the way, from Captain Kirker, every single kill that he seems to find now is with that gun in his hands. He's found so much of it over on Ancient, now he's doing it over here on Mirage as well. He loves the little SMG.
It's so huge to be able to be proficient with that weapon because it's such a luxury to be able to just say, well, doesn't matter, I'll take that and some grenades instead, and if you're gonna have the same output, it's gonna be sick. M4A4 in play, and the spray, it's okay, it's pretty good. Get a little bit of a double, nearly a triple. You get to see him assisted on that kill from Owner. But Bait managed to tie the scoreline. We're at 3-3, and they are starting to feel probably a little bit more comfortable. Again, we've seen this so many times already in the RMR. If you start to fall behind a lot at the beginning of half, the pressure to come back into it just becomes so tricky. So I feel like this is a good sign for Bait. Tie up the scoreline, get a little bit of an adjustment early on, and also build a little bit of a better economy. They are starting to look a little bit healthier. Into the breach, we'll have to come up with something clever to try and find a round now that everyone has rifles. Oh, and they're going to go quick.
Yeah, this is really, really aggro from them. Volt's going to be going down short. Oh, from Cat as well. Kirker helps out. Alex does some work as well to be able to take down Volt and Cypher. Rallen there with the trade, but the round does just kind of fall apart within the first 20 seconds. Amster's going to be good for that kill onto Crucial as well. Rallen basically in no man's land, takes down 1. I mean, it's eco frags. There's not much they can really take out of that other than, well, they're going to have to rebuy.
Oh, I can't believe it. I felt like the speed they managed to put into that catwalk push worked really well, but I guess the problem was when they slowed down to fight the first player on the corner of catwalk, they actually all slow down behind it. So they have 3 players there, but only one of them is fighting, and the others are kind of just getting shot at the back through the smoke on connector. So I felt like they needed to swing wider on that fight and get everyone involved. I'm pretty sure that would have worked, but I like the idea anyway. And now they're back to Tech-9s. Mostly.
I mean, yeah, Tech-9s on 3, PT50 on Crucial. The automatic SMG for Rallen. It's going to be Cypher, the first point of contact onto the site, but Captain Kirker's ready and waiting for it. Spams down 1, spams down 2, looks for the 3rd as well, he's good for it. Easily finds 4, and he wants Volt as well, but I think it's going to be stolen away by Wrinkle. It is. No ace for you, sir. Really nice eco kills there from Captain Kirker. Nice to see long-range spray control as well. We saw a lot of it from Neofrag previously in the event. It's good to see that other people are still prolific with these long-range big bursts from the A1S's big brother.
Yeah, really good control. And again, getting just everybody warmed up at the start of the map here is obviously huge. I don't really mind this attempt for Into the Breach. I mean, you had a lot to work with. It's kind of a half weird, half buy. Now they're back with the rifles again. They've got Crucial on the AWP to see if they could find a way to break this A bomb site. They're all set up for it. Again, some mid-control coming out from Bait. They're pretty insistent on that right now. And maybe a good timing here, actually. Captain Kirker getting caught right off the bat. Cypher's going to get traded immediately, though.
Owner and Volt both finding kills on the sidelines. Alex yet to be cleared. No util expunge over towards the firebox location. I mean, there's only a flash and a nade available, and Alex is letting them pass. Oh, crucial! Double checks the angle. Thomas going to be looking for the kill, but it's going to be Volt instead who picks it up. I was going to say during that round, it's these next two for Into the Breach that are important. Bait is still going to be able to buy coming into this next one, but if Into the Breach can do one more off the back of a full buy here from Bait, the economy for that CT side is reset before it really even started. I mean, that must have been interesting for Crucial, right? Turn around, Alex is just looking around. He's like, oh, I've caught you in transition. Thank you very much for that one.
Yeah, and from Alex's point of view, obviously very memeable position, but he is trying to get the double kill. Yeah, you couldn't forever argue whether or not you just go straight for it and get what you can.
I don't hate what he did. I think it's probably the right play.
Judgment call. What a flick from Crucial. That's lightning fast. Exploding owner at the bottom of middle. Yeah, he's 100% dead. 4 versus 5. That was a very, very nice little flick.
Yeah, a little plaque's going to be put on that bench now in memoriam of owner. That was pretty rough. Lovely little flick there from Crucial off the back of the boost. They're looking for more info inside a minute. They're going to boost again? I mean, they could do. They really wanted to do it. Thomas is setting up for it, but no, he's just going to be going for his own frag, spams down, but it is going to be Amster who comes out on top of that one. Edge of the smoke used to his advantage. And Into the Breach rotate over towards this B bomb site. We haven't seen too much pressure on B since the first couple of rounds. It was the pistol round they did fantastically well on to be able to secure that one from Volt. He's still alive and kicking as well. Captain Kirker holding on to the site. Usually on A. Let's see what he can do on B. It's gonna be nothing as Cypher finds that open.
Yeah, what a lightning fast clear of the bomb site. And now he's waiting, peering through the blinds. Smoke up on top. Oh, they're gonna be running through. He should be ready. He had the idea. I don't know if that actually helped him. Might have been better if he just had the clear vision. Looked like that was a little bit obscure, but still, it's a 3-on-3. Oh, the taps are coming in. Volt, he's in trouble. Alex, he's got the right idea. Keep it going. If you do a little bit more, it might actually have a shot at it here. But the retake against Crucial will be very, very tricky. There's no one coming up from the hallways behind, and they're getting shut down. Wrinkle now. He's waiting for someone to make a mistake, but it's never going to happen. It's a 5th round for Into the Breach. It's curious how much effort Bait are putting into controlling the middle right now. I don't really hate it. It's just that, again, it's a little bit out of the meta currently for how people like to play the CT side, and I wonder if Into the Breach are starting to realize just how much the CTs are fighting for their middle, and whether or not they're going to want to really try and crunch it. Because if you split middle through underpass as well, some of these CT positions are going to be a lot weaker.
No, completely. I feel like that's kind of the reason that kind of led into that boost inside of mid, right? The fact is like, right, we know that they've been boosting and they've been kind of stacking up inside of mid. Let's see what we can do with a little bit of an off angle, and it works out in Crucial's favor. I mean, you don't usually hit those, and he does get spotted out first, but god damn, that flick, pretty damn clean. We see a timeout here from Bait as they just take a moment, reset the mental. What was really important there from Wrinkle was the fact that he survives with the AWP as well. 6.1k in his pockets allows him to be able to buy and drop over to the rest of his team. There is actually a full buy now going to be available off the back of this one, and I think they might go for it. They do indeed. Wrinkle's now down to flat 0 as he buys up some weapons for his team, giving Bait another opportunity to keep the pressure on Into the Breach as the game is now leveled out 5-5. And Rinko, this is something new. Aggro warping, completely blinded. Thomas says, get out of my mid lane.
This is one of the reasons why playing aggressive middle CT side is tricky. Thomas, he nearly had the vision for it, but not quite. Alex with some good revenge, and now they're running for it. They're going straight for the B bomb side. They don't want to slow it down. Cypher is there with another opening, and Volt, as a second-hand man inside of the bomb site, they have it under control. Missed shot, but I'm not even sure why Bait are fighting for this. They don't have the money. They're in a 2 versus 4. Owner, obviously, in his mind, thinking if I get 2 straight headshots and, you know, we can turn it into a 2-on-2, it's sick. But in reality, on the long field, it's probably not going to be playing out that way. So, back in the lead Into the Breach, 6-5.
Almost carbon copy of last round. Find that opening pick inside of mid and then just execute over towards B, just a lot faster. Captain Kirker, well, he doesn't have the same benefit that Wrinkle did in that previous round of the 6k in the bank. Does save the AWP though, a little bit of util, defuse kit available as well. I mean, it's not the worst thing. A hero AWP is pretty decent. They are going to be hunting for this though, but he recognises, you know what, there could be someone behind me, there could be someone in front of me. Don't peek the angle, for the love of God, Kirker. I know you like swinging and going for crazy kills, but you are not the primary AWPer. Would not be surprised if he swung and just got absolutely bodied there, but thinks about it, recognises the situation that they're in, doesn't do it. And now we go in to another round with Into the Breach in the lead. They're up to 6.
Yeah, the ability to throw Cypher into a bomb site and have him get even the one opening. I don't even need the multi-kills. Just have him get the one opening per round is so huge right now. Out of money, as you said, except for the hero AWP that they got running around somewhere. Giving it a little wrinkle.
Thomas.
And he is over all the way on the other side. So another call for the B bomb site, and it's another good call. Pistol will do a little bit there for Alex, but there's absolutely no way he can stop the entire force. So I think we're already in a spot where you just try and save the orb again.
Yep.
Quick 7th round now for the T side. It's not bad at all.
Wrinkle's already inside a palace. He's got his feet up. There's some nice futons that he's just laying out on, just chilling, relaxing, acting all cool. Waiting for an angle. No one's going to be going hunting as of yet. These haven't been completely clean rounds for Into the Breach, and as you can see, like, Thomas doesn't have the most decon due to that. Everyone else is sitting pretty damn pretty, though. You got Running on 6k, going to be even more after this round. They are, yeah, just looking for a couple of exit frags here. Smoke goes down from Kirker, and yeah, Running's like, you know what? Nah, you're fine. You got a deagle. You can keep that deagle for the next round.
Yeah.
I really want this AK still. Oh no. Ooh, Volt's pretty low already. Could tickle him with the deagle and do it, but between the shoulder blades will do it instead. Running there. Ensures the AK is not going to be recovered. They've got to be feeling good after that one. And Into the Breach, a little bit quiet after that round in the post-round situation. I mean, I think they're a little bit upset they lost anyone.
Yeah, I think also just like, this is such a moment of focus in the game. They have the potential to turn this into a spectacular first half, but they're not there yet. And a little bit of a slip up here in the economy, and this could still be very, very competitive. I think Into the Breach, they're just thinking, well, let's get all 10 rounds. Let's just not even let them back into it here. 5 rounds, not exactly great at the moment for the CT side, but I mean, it's enough to already make them potentially dangerous in the second half. Wrinkle's going to start off on Thomas. It's been some good fights for him in the middle. And Cypher seeing if he could bring it back once again. Here's the jump. Oh, if you come back, you might be dead. The spray, it's not quite accurate enough. He's ready for someone to be over on the catwalk, and he's going to jump down to take the fight. He's relentless. Cypher, the confidence is off the charts, and he's going to spin for it. Absolutely sick shot. Amster is on his own, but he is pretty good with the flicks himself. Walks into the fire, though, and leaves Crucial in a 1 versus 2, and this could be one.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive, actually. The fact that the information is given up, now the site is clear. We knew he was there. We knew that was our point of contention. Crucial now got to get that bomb planted to be able to cut that timer down by 20 seconds. He's got so many angles to be able to clear. I wouldn't be surprised if he just holds back from bench, AWP in hand. He's going up against an AWP of Wrinkle. This is a fight I can't wait to see, but Crucial, he's just playing passive here, and this is 100% the correct play. If he starts swinging like he might do in a couple moments' time, oh my good God, how is he being handed that kill by Captain Kirker? But peeking once more, Wrinkle, an incredibly important frag for him to be able to find, and he gets it.
I'd love to see that kill from Wrinkle's point of view. It didn't really look like Crucial was even peeking all that much.
Shoulder blade.
Would have been almost nothing, but yeah. Amster with a very important couple of kills here. First one, obviously, but this connection here. Otherwise, they could lose the round. Okay, he's a little bit far out from his point of view. From Crucial's point of view, it didn't really look like it was that bad. What a close round. And the pressure is still on for Bait, right? They win the round, but they lose 4 players. So their economy is going to be dreadful. Into the Breach, you're going to take a time out to discuss probably that very scenario. See how they want to play this one. That B bomb site's really been working out for the T side, and that also means that there's a way that you could try and exploit that into the future.
Ooh,
the B stream, GamerLegion are 1 round, or not 1 round, but 1 map, 4 rounds in total away from a victory.
Yeah, Falcons were able to take it to that 3rd and final map of Mirage. It's almost like people like playing Mirage, you'd have thought, eh? GamerLegion, yeah, they're looking to close this one out in the next 4. We've seen some pretty aggressive angles here from Thomas inside of mid. He seems to be kind of that mid-anchoring player, which is quite interesting on the T side. It got punished in the last round, and, well, I think now it might be time to rethink the strategy. Bank that idea for a few, and then start going for it. Might go for it in round number 15, just see what he can find inside of mid, but they're going to need to reset the CT side economy for them to be able to do that, and they have the opportunity to do it here. Bait, setting up, 3-2 split. See what
they're expecting aggression in the middle, which is super reasonable. That's what's been happening a lot. And this is one of the few rounds where Bait actually aren't doing it. So all that's happening here is a little bit of time has been run off the clock from Into the Breach. And Bait, they're happy with that. They don't have that many nades, so they want to make sure that they don't have to use them too early on. So this is so far so good for the CT side. Curious what will happen now that we have the mid control. I haven't seen so many window boosts or even top connector plays from the middle.
Not at all.
Feels
None,
like
actually.
That's something that's been missing, yeah.
We saw the pistol round where they kind of went aggro inside a window, but that was...
They're going to go back to the B. Look at this.
God, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, it's hard to argue with. They have been playing really well, although there is an early rotation coming in already into the market, so this could get very, very tricky. All the way from the back bench, a little bit of a peek up from Apeks, and a good kill on to Rallen. Oh, no! The silencer, he screws it up in the middle of Amster, trying to recover from a horrible mistake from a teammate there, and they're going to be able to recover it just fine. Cypher is now on his own with only 20 seconds left. They're going to go look for him. Surely he can't even pick up the bomb. I mean, it's all the way up there. 10 seconds just about to be as he makes the jump up to touch the bomb and back down on the low ground. He fakes it once. He doesn't have any more shot at it either. And Wrinkle with a grenade from left field is going to be getting that kill. That got kind of close, but yeah, good three-man stack of the bomb side early on.
It's the person you want in a 1vx. Cypher's been so good this tournament. He's been a little bit quiet in this game so far, but that's because other people are putting up the numbers. He's only got 9 kills, but so has Thomas. Crucial's got 6, but they've been impact frags. Rallen and Volt, 11 and 10 and 11 respectively. We're seeing Amster, Alex, Wrinkle, all finding amazing kills. 12, 11, 11. Captain Kirker and Onan, 9 and 8, pulling up the rear. I mean, this is aggro. They're trying to find some more mid-control here from Into the Breach. But instead of it just being Thomas, they've sacked up a couple more.
Yeah, they could turn this into a pretty standard A split if they really wanted to. Hasn't really been their favorite strategy up until now, but once you got the mid control and you got the bomb outside of the A bomb side, it feels like it's just right there for the taking. They're not going to have many smokes. 2 smokes right now on the T side, which means they can smoke off jungle and connector, but not really much more than that it shall be. Oh, Wrinkle, he peeks in, he sees it! Cypher's coming out of nowhere! What a headshot to begin with. No backup there. Cypher's going to continue for a double. And this is a very, very clean entry. Looking like Into the Breach are going to be able to win this first half here. Rallen controlling the murder hole, not realizing someone's already made their way out, but the nade follow-up, surely there's no way through. There we go. Thomas on the Mac 10 at the end. 8-7 in favor of Into the Breach at the end of the first half. It's brilliant. Second half after the break.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
We've cut the first half right down the middle. It's a 7-8 scoreline in favor of Into the Breach, which, playing the T side of Mirage, is pretty good. They're going to be happy with it, but the job is by no means done. Bait look competitive. They look pretty strong right now, and if they have a good start to the second half, they could push us onto a third map. What do you think, Cody? What's your feelings about this one? You feeling excited for Into the Breach? I mean, a little bit of bias here, but still.
Always excited for Into the Breach. I'm not even going to try and hide the bias. Me and Neo were talking about this in the first map. We have been watching these guys for ages in our local scene, covering local events, local LANs, etc. Seeing them in a Valve-sanctioned event and potentially qualifying for the major, it's absolutely amazing. And we're going to be seeing Rylan try to open us up with this kill onto Owner. It's not going to work. Both fall back. Cypher, what the hell are you doing without that suppressor on your USPS? Finds the opening kill to Captain Kirker. Finds another one on Wrinkle.
He wants to be loud. He wants to be heard.
He does.
Not interested in the silencer at all. He's so aggressive. But again, when you're hitting shots like that, he started with the triple, and now just a deep breath here. It's just all on Alex. 1 versus 4. They're all fighting him at the same time, and they're going to end up picking it up. Celebrations for Cypher. They win the pistol round on the second half.
I was going to say, before the round started and we were looking at both of the teams, it looked like we had a calm and collected Bait coming into this. That's instantly gone now. You've just been killed by a dude who is tapping you down with an unsuppressed USPS. And it's just that mental. Like, the gun doesn't change at all. It just gets louder. But if you're able to get those kills, it's like, oh, I've been killed by a bloody unsuppressed USPS. It's a USB at that point. Like,
yeah, why is he having fun?
Yeah,
why is he having so much fun?
How dare he have fun against us? It's a full buy here for Into the Breach. They're going in pretty damn hard. Bait. 5-man stack inside the mid. Sprint boost from Captain Kirker, and Crucial's like, you know what, I'm not even peeking into that one.
Yeah, I was going to say even Rowland might even be worth it to fall back from this position. But he's going to have some great backup, and they mow them down. All right, they all grouped up. If only one person stays like that, it can be pretty dangerous. But that's a quick cleanup. And yeah, kind of to be expected. Nothing too concerning at the moment, I think, for Bait. The question obviously be this upcoming round. And a little bit of a check-in here, 15-7 as GamerLegion are 1 round away from doing it. They've been looking pretty hot.
It's an elimination game?
They've had 2-1 game.
Oh, this is Legend Stage game. My apologies. God, GamerLegion looking to do it in this final round. And Into the Breach. They've still got a few more. They need to make sure they come out on top against Bait.
Who have AKs?
They do. This is a big commitment here into round number 3. I mean, full saving in round 2, that makes sense, right? And then what are you going to be able to do against what is MP9s? Now, if on paper, this looks really bad for Into the Breach. They've got a Famous, they've got 2 MP9s, they've got a little bit of utility, but maybe not as much as they would like, but only 2 real rifles in the form of the A1 and the A1S. But
kind of
know
depends
how good it can be.
If you throw the smokes like you normally would here for Bait and they're allowed to push the MP9s through, actually they could be pretty good. Their smokes are a lot further back. Here's Cypher with a 1 kill, but a good return. 2-for-1 trade at the beginning. Thomas getting up close and personal. A nade will explode him, though. No chance to dodge that one. And Volt now, he hears that planting on the other side just as the smoke fades. He's going to try and pick up the M4. All right. A little bit of damage right there, but he runs out of bullets, and Amster will take him down right at the end. So good attack, pretty clean cut, I would say, from Bait. There wasn't much of a no real fakes going on. They just went straight for it, trusting in the weaponry.
We look at A. We go A. It's as simple as that. Some nice lineups there from the smokes as well. I mean, it wasn't the complete wall blocking off heaven. Blocking off stairs. It was, okay, we're going to take some fights there, so let's keep it completely clear and just swing on in. The MP9s did a little bit of damage, but not as much as we've seen them do before. Crucial. Okay. Nice little angle from him. It was a bit laboured, though, so he's still going to be able to get the kill, but it was the opportunity that he gets completely punished for that.
I was going to say, you don't really want to be hanging around on the railing out there. But okay, good job. 5 versus 4. To start the round with some hard choices to be made now for Bait, having lost the mid portion of this particular attack. I think if he can even get to the corner, even if he just sees somebody there, the rest of the push into the B bomb site is going to be so much more efficient, but losing the middle portion of it, it just doesn't feel that great. Cypher is there. Oh, flick, and it doesn't quite do any damage. That's unfortunate. Rowland's now waiting for the smoke to fade as every single member of Bait is in the middle. 3 versus 4 at the moment.
Cypher might even jump through this window here. Nope, he's just going to be waiting and holding the angle. God, Captain Kirk is not really there to be able to help. has to wait for his teammate to fall before he can do the damage. Now in a 3 versus 2, soon to be a, oh, I was about to say soon to be a 2 versus 2, as Thomas was due to fall, but instead he comes out on top, gets dropped down to 8, secures another round, and into the breach, one step closer into the major.
I mean, Thomas probably should have been dead on top of the ticket booth there. He looked like he was not in a very favorable fight, but he found it anyway. So more power to him. Time might have been called now for bait. I don't know. I mean, this is still a very, very open game. Said it many times before, but one of the troubles of playing at such a high level here and not necessarily having all the experience in the world is just keeping the focus. It could be a problem if you start to fall behind and you start to tilt. It could be a problem if you are a little bit ahead and you start to feel like, this is it, we're doing it, we're almost there. You have to just cancel out all of those thoughts in your mind and just focus on the task ahead. Here we go. GamerLegion. Wow. Acor on the final kill. Huge for them. They've done it again.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Not only for them, but for my predictions as well. Let's go, GamerLegion. We get another point.
Yeah, you can hear this. You can hear them yelling all the way into the room right now.
I love how vocal and how much this means to so many players here. Yeah. This is the final chance to be able to make history in Counter-Strike Global Offensive before we wipe the slate clean and go over to CS2. And this is the first time that, well, some of these players might be making it there. Rallen, nice little pick there from Ona. Until goes in, and Alex, oh, he probably should have got that kill. Fire first, die first, it seemed.
Just the pistols in play, but still there's something important to be accomplished here for bait. If you look at the money for Into the Breach, it's not looking good at all. A couple of kills right now go a really, really long way to stop the CT side from getting a little bit of a momentum build up. And they picked up a Khalil, so there is a chance to do it. Winning the round is probably quite far down the list of what's possible at the moment. There we go. Rallen gets blown up.
Good night.
One more, and you start to feel like, okay, this is not too bad. Another one, a three kill in this round would be super big for bait. That's what they're looking for. Oh, and the sneaking is there. Second kill is practically secured already. There we go. Oh my God! Laser accurate for Captain Kirker taking down Thomas. I said winning the round was far down the list, but not at all when you get a flank like that. Huge double, and now Volt is on his own, sneaking into the middle. He's trying to see if he can make his way past, but Wrinkle's already got the right idea, and now picking up the AK definitely knows. Volt canceling out any attempt to get the round back, and bait with 9 rounds. They stole this one.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, he mustn't have had head armor, right? For a tap from that range, full HP, the P250 doing what it's required. Volt very lucky to get away with that one. He drops Wrinkle to 3, he gets dropped down to 2. Yeah, they are now going to be hunting him down.
Captain Kirker is coming for him. He's not satisfied with the double kill. All right, Molotov, wrong guess, but you got to be real careful here. They could find you, even still. Just try and hide behind the pillar, and they're not going to be able to get him. It's so close, but he'll keep the AK alive at the very least, still. All the starting kills here are all... This is all pretty good, pretty fun. This one's even a little bit easier to get this next one. Boom. Shut down. What a play.
I mean, that... I don't know how he found that kill, Amster, initially, and then the long-range taps as well from the P250. I mean, that was the miracle round. It's what they needed. Bait now in a position to be able to level this game out just a bit more.
Yeah, and I would say probably a really, really good time to take a timeout. It's a good 100%. Call from the coach on Into the Breach, because you lose a round like the one you just did, easy to tilt the team. So I'm happy to see them do that.
It's into the back of your mind, and it's like, oh, okay, like if we lose these ones, what are we going to be like in the full buy rounds? Well, we're still not going to be a full buy round. It's going to be that saved AK, of course, from Volt. And a bit of a commitment here from Cypher and Rallen.
Yeah, a little bit of a chance. I'm not necessarily that bad, actually. With the AK and the M4. Grenades is obviously what they're really going to be lacking at the moment, but
it's a big issue for the CT side. Oh, crucial. That has got away pretty unscathed. Some light singeing on his toes, but other than that, he's okay. Rallen from range, trying to go for his engagements here. Crucial, up close and personal. Not going to be able to find too much with that MP9. Just minimal damage onto his opponents. Thomas now manages to find that MP9, but it doesn't recognise the situation. Cypher swings onto the side, spams down one. Looks for a little bit more now with the Famous. Rallen, long range being held. but just had to fall back.
Oh, it looked like there was a moment there where he could have sprayed down every single player just in front of him, but the FAMAS not necessarily the stopping power, so Rallen and Volt, they're going to start to walk their way back. It makes sense. Again, the money is just the real problem, and from the looks of it, it's going to continue to be a problem for a while into the future here. I mean, this looks like Bait are real close to getting up to 11 rounds and basically tying up the scoreline before Into the Breach can really come back and fight with some better weaponry. So, tough break right now. This is crazy. Could easily be a third map the way that this is going.
Double digits now for Bait. 4 guys surviving. A lot of economy for them as well, which is exactly what they needed. It does put Into the Breach into a awkward position. Thomas is quiet. This is, yeah, just safe. He's just like, look, just chill. Just give it a moment. We can come back into this one. We saw this against VP, where Thomas had a few quiet rounds physically, not in the server, but purely around not coming after the round with the team, like kind of building up that hype as much as we have seen in the past. And then he has the iconic round that Cypher told us about. I won't repeat with what he said, but it did the job and it reinvigorated the squad. Volt now gonna go aggro here and he finds 1 kill. A lot of damage onto the next one as well. Crucial, looking to play Bait here to ensure they don't clear Cypher, but Bait, they recognize the situation well. Fall back and delay the round just a little bit more.
Yeah, how do you bait a team called Bait? You obviously can't. They're immune to that by definition. Oh.
Is that how that works?
It's gotta be. Even if they did, they're trying to bait them into USPs. That's the kind of corner where a P250 or a 5.7 would have been a miracle, but I don't know. Hard round to call. There's still a minute left on the clock here, and all they have is the 1 M4 that they're sort of moving around with. You can see Owner is clearing out. Oh, Rallen, it's close. If he turns around, he can still make it. Owner is backing up into him. Oh, this is going to work out really badly for Rallen. The only other M4 in play gets lost, and they don't have that much to work with. I think they've stolen the AK on the other side as well. Oh, no, they haven't. That's a little bit interesting. I thought, actually, they'd gone to pick it up. Guess not.
Cypher's managed to sneak that one away somehow, some way. Owner's in an amazing position here as well, because everyone even tries to attempt to rotate round towards CT. Sure, they know he's over towards jungle, but they usually don't do it too quietly. Cypher, as the smoke goes down, just begins tapping away. The fact he doesn't find anything. Thomas, wow, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's a little bit cheeky. And Crucial finds one as well. Actually, this is a really good position for Into the Breach, because they're now going into round number 23. 3 rifles, one of them being an AK, 2 M4s, and a decent economy to bolster it up as well. This is going to be great for them. Bait, yeah. I don't know if they recognize this. I don't think they actually have a choice. I don't think they can push.
They have some money, but Mirage is kind of hard to get up into these hallways, and they might also just be thinking about their own momentum, right?
Yeah.
This is pretty good. You win the round, you keep 4 people alive, you're going to be happy with that. If you started pushing and it goes against you and you lose 2 or 3 people and suddenly it's just 1 person living, it's not going to feel quite as good for the T side. So I respect it for Bait just to try and keep this going. Sure, there was a potential economic victory by doing it, but it's rough. It's a rough call. I don't think I would have done it either, but...
Take the normal round victory instead of the econ as well. Just take what you can get.
Got to be careful we don't get too greedy with stuff like that.
For sure.
Game is tied up. It's 11-11.
It is.
Bait, they need this one badly. They've lost the first map. 5 more rounds here, and they could at least get a 3rd crack at it. Which would be pretty amazing. Again, fighting for a spot at the major are both teams. And they've both been surprising, I think, a lot of people that might never have heard of these 2 teams before the RMR. You might be gone under your radar. If you're used to watching the normal Tier 1 circuit, you probably have no idea who any of these people are. For me, for Bait, that's partially true. I heard sort of, whispers in different areas, but never really had the pleasure of seeing them. But now, I mean, it's been wonderful. It's been really cool to see. Into the Breach, definitely way more names that I recognize, but yeah, seeing them play this level is a cool sight. Thomas tries to go for the spray, but he can't quite get it done. Just the one, and the returns are powerful for the T side. 2 versus 3.
Yeah, this is 2 versus 3, but with Volt coming out the gate steaming like that, nade goes in. Cool, there it is. Takes down Alex Amster. It's all on his shoulders to be able to secure this round, and Cypher says no. Surreal is looking pumped in the background as he begins celebrating. A 12th round here for Into the Breach, and okay, they're grabbing guns, they're grabbing everything they can. They recognise, okay, look, there's util about for us to be able to pick up. There is still a kit on Cypher. Thank God people are going to be picking up some of those kits, right?
Yeah, whatever you can scavenge into the next round, you should try and get it just to save a little bit of cash.
Timeout.
It's about time that they get something done on the CT side here. It's been a little bit too quiet. But yeah, the grenade on top making a huge difference. They did get the bomb plant down, but Alex is going to get blown up.
I think they mentioned about an AWP in the round. I think I must have missed that one. If there's one that they've been able to recover and take through to the next, I mean, that is, yeah, I think there was.
Okay.
I don't know if they picked it up as of yet. Fingers crossed. I mean, it's pretty good for them if they have. We've seen how dominant Crucial can be, finding these shots that realistically shouldn't be hitting on paper, but the mentality's reset here. Into the Breach, they take a moment. This is very similar. Yeah, Crucial's got an AWP now. This is very similar to what happened against VP, where they led early doors, and then on that second half, a string of rounds were put together by their opponent. That's when they dug deep and were able to beat the reigning major champions, who are, well, no longer with us.
Yeah, already knocked out. Rallen on top of the smoke. Oh, this is very sneaky. Amster's right down in front, trying to crouch through, but he's got spotted. Can't escape, but good for the kill at least. Cypher's going to call it in, saying they're already here. A little bit of a mistiming. Oh no, Volt and Cypher. They probably could have fought that way more efficiently, but I think both of them getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Instant bomb plant and an instant save being called.
There goes your momentum.
Yeah, it does. But, you know, Bait, that's a really powerful call. Good recognition of the fact that once they've cleared out that connector position for Rallen, they smoked out the window. There's a very, very clear line into the B-bomb site from that catwalk position. But, yeah, if you slowed that down, if you could have paused it for a second, Cypher sees them and calls it out and says they're running through connector. He comes back and Volt wants to swing. And if Cypher swings at the same time, it's great. But when only one of them is swinging, it allows for Bait to take those fight in a little bit of a segmented way, and it hugely favors them. So it's a little bit of a shame, but I mean, it is a stressful game, and that's all you have to do. You're off by less than a second there. Here we go.
Yeah, we might see it again. I mean, that's a nice little trade there from Captain Kirker. And it was this pizza which was really, really influential in the round, right? I mean, a lot of damage was able to be dealt by Volt. He got traded from those two players in mid. Seemed like he couldn't really split the difference, work out which one he wanted to kill first. It was more just, I'm going to fire this mag of an AK at you and hope for the best. And he dealt a lot of damage, but yeah, then Cypher being left out, kind of hang out to dry. I mean, it's not what he would have wanted, but it was the hand he was dealt. And that now levels us out. 12-12 between Bait and Into the Breach. Crucial. Oh, he didn't go for the boost this time round. Instead, he's gone for the push through ladder room. I don't know if he knows Wrinkle's inside of this corner, but now he does spot the gun barrel. Yep, there he is. Like, hello, hello, hello. Baiting him out. He's coming it. He's got to hit this shot.
I'd actually be so nervous. Yeah, I'd be nervous. I was Crucial that I'm getting baited into something else. There we go. After a lot of patience. You can see he took his scope off for a minute and looked somewhere else, because it's possible that there's a boost happening next to you. They could be boosting in from the middle and you just don't even know it. So I'd be just as scared. But well played. Wrinkle is out of the round.
Yeah, a pretty big brain, actually, from Wrinkle to be able to do that. And that's Orpa versus Orpa. He recognizes what he would need to do, or what would be annoying if his opponents were doing it against him.
Okay, that gets smoked off. I was going to say, are they going to try and push through it? They could also just try and kind of extend the smoke and maybe run onto the stairs.
They're holding.
Oh my god, the lineup is insane. Wow. Thomas going to be able to find Alex before any battle even really happens, and now he's trying to see if he can relocate himself. They still got Cypher in the sandwich, ready and waiting. Thomas, good double for him, and Ona, he's got no shot at this one. Rallen, an easy kill to take him down into the breach. Economically almost completely collapsed here, but they were able to pick up the round. If they hadn't, it would have been save time. It would have been probably 14 rounds on the side of Bait, so this is absolutely huge. Another timeout. Last one that they have in the back here.
Potentially the last one of their upper bracket, so to speak.
Yes.
Play. I mean, remember, this is not it.
No, no.
The team that loses this, they still have the opportunity to qualify. 2 opportunities, as a matter of fact. They go through tomorrow. They have that best of 3 that they can play. If they qualify from there, if they win that, they go straight through the challengers. If they lose that, they go through to the last chance qualifier, which is next week. And that'll be 6 teams, I believe, a double elimination bracket. So, yeah, interesting. But no one wants to be there. They want to get through, don't they? I mean,
you have to seize the opportunity when it's there. It's so easy to get tilted, or you could just end up facing an even stronger opponent. There are still many of them left in the RMR, so you don't want to be taking any risks here. An attempted boost to try and get the kill on somebody at the A bomb site didn't really work out, but it's a cool trick. Every once in a while it'll work. Money on the T side is a little bit better than it is on the CT side. Nobody is really super rich at the moment. Crucial and Volt have a little bit in the bank, but it's nothing too special right now. If Into the Breach can win this next round and maybe stop the bomb plant, they could force Bait into an uncomfortable position when it comes to the money.
A delayed setup in this round from Bait. It's not the instant attack that we saw from Into the Breach. It's not the instant attack we've been seeing from Bait as well to be able to gain this ground. Instead, they smoke off mid, they chuck a couple of flashes, and now they post themselves up for this. What is a pretty standard A execute. Everyone, util in hand, owner. Going to be leading the charge of 50 seconds hits on the clock. Volt and Thomas, they're holding back towards Ticket, quite a passive angle. Smoke goes down. It's going to be for a one-way, isn't it? Yeah, Thomas. Oh, has he thrown it incorrectly? I don't know if he's going to be able to use that to his advantage. They do begin spamming him down. It does give up their positions. Volt needs to try for these long-range fights with this M4. Molotov in front of him, but he's still going to be able to find that opening kill onto Captain Kirker. Bomb now going to be planted. Thomas now needs to go for the swing to see what else he can find. The rotates come in from Into the Breach. They have the man advantage. Thomas has no idea that someone's right next to him. Amster going to be able to punish him for exact reason. Rallen is going to be able to hit him from the sidelines. 4 versus 3 situation. They need to be able to control this site.
Thomas with that T-Rex vision, he just no idea that someone's there, because I don't think they were moving at all. Bomb is planted. The spray is good for Alex as he takes down Volt, and it's still a 3-on-3, and they're going to go for it. Here come the kills in favor of Into the Breach. Now they're on the defuse. 3 seconds left. They're in the smoke. He's trying to get the spray, but it's not going to be enough. Saved by the USP, and it's another round for the CT side. My God, that was close.
Oh, way too close for comfort for anyone. For the T's, they were like, oh God, did we just hear that? Did they tap the bomb? I'm not too sure if they tapped the bomb, so he has to go for the swing. And then the CTs are like, I'm being dropped super low. I'm still just got to keep defusing. Oh my God. But yeah, look, Crucial gets so low at this point. It's like 0.5 remaining. And he drops down to like 20 HP. It's like, oh Jesus, we've seen rounds 1 like this before. That's the life that we've been used to seeing for Into the Breach. Alex is going for an early pick just to be able to keep this kind of momentum from the previous round going. But the bomb's in spawn. They have to hold off.
He ticked down to 1 health from the Molotov.
Jesus.
Thomas getting challenged from the ramp inside of a Molotov. He's never seen such a mess. The 4-on-4 now. Rallen trying to back off a little bit. He realizes someone's jumped up there. Flash could be coming in. Crucial. That's a shot. You need it. He almost gets the flick on a second, but there's still a chance here. They actually have 2 HEs. They could drop Alex almost immediately. Don't know if they know that yet. The spray is in there. It's good for Rallen. And it's all on Alex. He needs instant headshots. This has to be a railgun instead of an AK. There's one. He needs the second. No. He has a little bit of health left. And Volt, does he want to dare throw the grenade? It's a huge risk to pull it out right now. Molotov's going to be down in front. He's picked up the AWP, and there we go! Explosives right to the face as they pick up the round Into the Breach. They're close now, 15-12.
The look on Rallen's face there tells exactly what you need to know. He calmed the fact, like, guys, I think he's on like 1 HP, by the way. Like, you can just chuck this nade, go for it. And that's like the look of elation on your face. It's like, I was damn right. Yes, he was. Nade goes in, he gets that final kill. But it was a big risk. It was a huge risk to try that. If you get caught off guard, I mean, Alex knows exactly where he's coming from as well. He spots him at the last moment. And he has the smoke as well. Oh.
If you pull out that HE and you get peeked, you are instantly dead, and there's no recovery from it. A horrible feeling. You don't want to be giving up a round like that. Bait, they're playing this round, but they don't have a lot of money to work with. They need this kill early, and Owner, he just misses it. Oh my God, Rallen down to 19, and look at, they want to speed it up behind as well. Volt's realizing the spray, it's not accurate at all, and Captain Kirker will be able to take him down. Now they're facing Cypher. They're going to swing him all at once, but he's good for a double. He was fighting to the death on that one every single time. Up to Captain Kirker and Wrinkle to try and see if they can hold this bomb site. They're going to be putting the bomb down almost right away. There comes the sneak through from Thomas. Wrinkle, the last one left. They know where he is. They just need a bullet. And the flank is a little bit late. Rallen is walking in, but now Wrinkle has every shot at doing this. He's in the corner. The only thing is, he doesn't know where Rallen is yet. Waiting behind this. He's hoping that he's going to come through. Now he's going to see it. Wow. Great headshot from Wrinkle, and they stay alive. They can keep playing.
What an amazing, amazing round there from Bait. Being able to take it every single advantage that was handed to them and capitalize on the situation. It gains them a 13th round. I mean, it's a 1 versus 3 situation, Anders, and he comes out on top. Sure, Rallen was tagged up early on by Cypher, but it doesn't matter.
Very, very well played. That's the kind of stuff you want to see. Wrinkle call the bomb.
Buy. Oh my good God, we're going to the 30th round no matter what happens here. There's no way Into the Breach are going to be able to win this one off the back of USPSs. They're playing for the fact that this could go to overtime and they want to stop it. They want to do another 16-14.
Wow, here we go. No flashes to set it up, just trying to see if they could get through. I feel like they got stuck in the smoke in the window because the rest of them were fighting and some of them were trying to jump out, but it doesn't really matter. This is just a little bit of a brief comedy moment because they probably don't win the round even if they got out of the smoke.
Start playing the circus music.
Yeah, you should. Get a little bit of a laugh in here. This is going to be 14-15 and 1 single shot for Into the Breach at stopping this in regulation and qualifying for the major.
And it's gonna be a full buy. Both sides at their highest potential when it comes down to this. Into the Breach, they don't want to go to that OT. They're within spitting distance and touching distance. They can see it. The light at the end of the tunnel is blinding their faces. 1 more round for the major. 1 more round. That's all that's going to be required. It's the MP9s. The buy isn't as good as I thought. But we know how big they can be, especially with 3 low players now. A crucial shot to be missing. He's going to get an opportunity again to be able to find Alex. He does fall back. He's still going to be alive, but he knows that they're going to begin to push. But is this going to be a rotate over towards the A-bomb site? They're situating for it.
That was a really aggressive play from Crucial, and it almost cost him everything. But you know what? He got the opening. They're 4 kills away. And look at the position here from Cypher as well. He's quite deep underneath Chano. He's got the M4A1. If they try to make it up connector, which it looks like at least a couple of them will, facing Cypher at range, probably not what they want right now. Thomas on the other side of the crossfire. Wrinkle actually has to make it through this one. And a little bit of hesitation there. He wanted to swing for it, but yeah, he's back down the middle. A minute on the clock here.
No chance of being taken there by Wrinkle. He recognizes what's happening here. Why go for a single swing when the rest of your team are pushing in onto a site? Cypher is hiding back. He takes the first shot. He finds the first kill. Owner's going to be able to find that trade back. But Thomas on the site with the MP9. It does damage, but simply not enough. Rallen, he gets run at by Owner. He's good for 1. Now upgrades himself to the AK. Gets sprayed down by Captain Kirk, who's been a little bit quiet, but able now to do so much more in these final few rounds. He's looking to be able to take it to OT. Now in a 1 versus 2 for Crucial. AWP in hand, his favorite gun. And he needs to see if he can find these final 2 kills with only a smoke to play with, a single point of health on Amster. The pistol will do it. The smoke will go down. He forces the bait, but they swing him. We are now going to be going to an overtime. Into the Breach. Oh, they were so close, but Bait have done wonders to be able to bring this back and give themselves another lifeline.
Yeah, what a struggle that was. I think Cypher didn't realize how aggressively they were attacking him. He thought he could get the 1 kill and relocate himself up onto the high ground, but they were already on him. So that's a little bit of a shame, but still great recovery. Captain Kirker at the end, absolutely stepping it up. And that should revitalize Bait to get back into this one. Really well done. Yeah, we've got a real game in our hands. Still only the 2nd map. If Bait can pull through, we might get a 3rd.
Oh, Vertigo would be amazing to see as well.
Yeah.
The storyline between these 2 teams as well. They played it in the open quals and Into the Breach beat them on it. It was a 16-14 victory for them, but now Bait, they've been feeling themselves here, running with the long sideline, able to take down Captain Kirker as they go for that aggression over towards that A-bomb site. Smoke goes down from Wrinkle. He's been having a bit of a masterclass in these last couple of rounds. Let's see if he's going to be able to find himself 20 kills. He does by taking down Rallen. 3 versus 2. Volt just going to go for this one. Molotov, I don't think that landed where he wanted it to. No, it didn't. And actually, that's an incredibly important piece of utility to lose in this 3v2 spot.
They were fighting so aggressively. They actually won the fight in the middle to begin with, but they just got caught. Thomas got caught in the middle of the A bomb site. Real shame. I think the only way you win this round is with a smoke defuse. You need the kill to make it a 2-on-2, and they need to put the pressure on, but they're not even going to be allowed to. Crucial with an AWP. Should be no way into this one, and Alex, he'll make sure it doesn't happen as well. Almost a 1 versus 3 there. Some quick kills coming through on Crucial side, but the first round of overtime goes to Bait.
The lead as well. Sounds like a timeout. Taken reset. God, Thomas, his hands are shaking. That's why he was like, no, I need to take a drink. I need to take a moment. And I wonder if that's literally what that timeout was for, because they know how close they are at this point. Couple of, I wouldn't even say they're silly rounds they're losing. Bait have been performing fantastically in these last few. They're playing fantastically. And Into the Breach are just getting bested by it. They don't want to go to Vertigo. They love the map, but God, if they can avoid it.
I think that first death for Thomas, I'm sure he knows it the second that it happens, but he's just way out of position. That was a powerful Horosh. I like that. Rolling the R's. Can I get that at sound clip, soundboarded somewhere?
Horosh!
Really good stuff. Yeah. Cypher is at 24 kills. Rallen is at 27. On the other side, though, they've got some heavy hitters. Captain Kirker is at 23. Alex at 23 as well, and Wrinkle at 21. Cypher is ready and set up, and that's a fight he should win every single time. But again, the trades are good. Rallen picks up one, but can he escape? That's always the problem with the connector. You can get the kills, but you need to be able to make it out. And they're actually going to double down. They're going to make sure that they really hold this part of the map.
Look at this read from Rallen. He knows, but Wrinkle's aim is simply better. The AK coming out on top. The swing there from Thomas to be able to bring them that man advantage. Alex and Amster separated between themselves right now. Alex is kind of stuck inside of mid. I mean, he needs to be cautious about that short hold, which we know, of course, is not being held, but that information's not privy to the T side. They now begin pushing together with a minute on the clock. The decision needs to be made. Do we find this pick inside of mid and go A, or do we just commit to B? The only util they've got, Anders, is a single Molotov on Alex. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, they wish they would have had a little bit more. They might pick up a second Molotov. I don't think that's the weapon that they need a smoke right now to just block off any kind of vision.
Something.
Maybe against Volt, if they really are feeling brave, they could try and throw it back here. Ooh, he hasn't spotted them yet. Hiding back, 30 seconds now. Is he going to see anyone? Surely he did. He's acting like he doesn't, but maybe he's got no clue. Thomas still a bit far away. It's all on Volt here, and now he's going to realize only 20 seconds left. It's a good kill. At least gives them a bit of a shot here. Molotov is sitting on the bomb site, and Alex, no, he's going to be fine, but not from the nade. It will take him down, and a big round here for the CT side. All right, one more round of the first half of overtime still to go.
16-16. It's level out once again. These two teams peaked against each other, and honestly, the way that this best of three's panned out, both of these teams deserve a spot at the major. Bait have come into this, upsetting plenty of teams. An incredibly close game against Fnatic. They were so close at upsetting them as well. And they're looking to now play what seems to be equal opposition and Into the Breach on their map pick, taking it to OT. It means so much to them. They don't want to play tomorrow. Neither team does.
Look at Alex.
Oh, God.
He wanted to run straight for that AWP shot. He's not going to get any opposition, but he just had the spawn for it.
The votes don't think we're seeing a second OT. They think it's going to end in OT1.
Oh, okay. It doesn't say which way, I suppose, but...
yeah, it's just broad.
I don't know. There's been...
Oh, God.
He was waiting. That's what he wanted.
Getting the information.
Oh, Cypher's on the other side. Alex, he needs the no-scope here. He's going to be dead. Knife out right now, and he's going to get absolutely chewed up. Cypher's even going to be able to call it in. And Rallen in the middle, taking down Owner. It's a disaster. The bomb's on the other side, but it's a 3 versus 5, and they know it. Into the Breach, they have such a good read right now. Crucial, easy kill. Thomas is going to be in the bomb site. Double kill for him. And a 2-to-1 split at the start of the overtime here. This is looking a little bit good.
They run it back Into the Breach now with a 1-round lead once again. Alex looking a little bit dejected. Owner realizes, oh God, this is a little bit too close for comfort, isn't it? And Every single person on the server, off the server, in the chat, on the desk is feeling the same sort of pressures that these players are, but they are playing for the major. We're just sitting back and enjoying the fun, the clinic that both of these two teams are putting on.
As you can tell, you can just tell every single time you look at their faces, the stress is right underneath the surface.
It's not good for your health, I'm going to be real with you, but it means so much to everyone.
Yeah, at the same time, it does make you feel alive, doesn't it? Here we go. Cypherus on the ramp. They're going to double push it behind it. Wrinkle takes one, and it's a good setup. But Thomas, he's back for the double. AK spray is just flawless as he takes both of them down. And that's a trade that will take every single time on the T side. 3-3 right now, still 1 minute and 25 seconds. Not a problem at all.
Bombs top a ramp, though. Thomas has been a little bit cautious about going to go grab it. Well, actually, he changed his mind. He's like, you know what? Screw it. I need to get involved in this round after getting those 2 kills. Smoke's going to be plumed, and that's going to clear off the left-hand side sight line. He's waiting to see if someone swings it out from the cubby, and that's not going to be the case. As a matter of fact, Bait, they're not even certain that this is going to be an A push. Into the breach of play is so slow.
I think this is the problem. Defensively, you have a huge challenge in doing this. If they go 1A, 1B, 1 mid, it's actually a horrible setup. So what they're doing right now makes sense. They're saying, let's stack the B bomb site, let's play retake on A, and then we have a shot at it. And I don't blame them for it at all. Owner gonna get flashed. He actually did turn around perfectly, but just as he comes back for it, Volt is there to take him down. And now this retake is going to get real tricky. Amster and Alex, they have the money to go for it, and they should. You can't allow them to get up to 18 already. Alex, a little bit of a swing and a good spray. Nearly caught with a nade in hand, and he's surely dead on this one. Instantly shut down. Thomas with the 3rd kill of the round, and Amster is on his own. He can smoke the bomb, but even then, I don't think he's going to be able to defuse inside of this. It's just too much. They've got him sandwiched into the moment, into the breach, looking to get back onto series point here, as Amster is making a walk out of the bomb site and is definitely lost the opportunity now. Just enough time, but a good headshot, but he doesn't have the time for it. 18-16 into the breach. Needed one more round again.
I wonder how that feels. You get both kills, you lose the round, and it's like, Bono was able to do that 5 seconds earlier.
To be honest, at least in this moment, he must have known there's nothing he could have done. There's no magic way to get back into that round, unfortunately, so...
It's a lovely push from Thomas. We saw a lot of aggro in that round from, well, both sides. We saw the big fight over towards ramp. Saw Thomas getting aggressive through smokes.
You see the frustration as well. I think that was Alex not having a good time.
It's the 2nd time Bait have been this close.
It is.
They were this close yesterday against Fnatic. Of course, that went to the 3rd map, but they don't want to go for it again.
Well... They might not have a shot or a chance to have any say in it here. If they lose the opening fight, it might be all over. Captain Kirk at the running down Volt. That's huge. Owner inside of the bomb site. Yeah, this is a sick defense now. But if they'd lost that fight up in the palace, then I think Alex would have been alone down on the bomb site. And I don't know if they're going to be able to recover that. That's now they've got 4 people on the bomb site. It's not a big deal, but a lot of it was hinging on that opening fight.
Crucial is also running out of money here. So if he loses the AWP here, he's going to have to hope that someone else can drop one over to him. I think Thomas is going to have enough money for it, so it's not a huge issue, but of course it's not the position you really want to be in. Crucial in a 1 versus 5.
Yeah.
No shot.
Yeah, I mean, you can only win these rounds if the enemy makes a huge mistake, or really a series of mistakes.
They all line up for a single AWP shot. There we go.
Yeah, something like that. Or even just if they throw caution to the wind and just all come and fight you because they think it's fun, because they think the round's already won. But they're not doing that. Super disciplined on the Bait side. Wrinkle will take him down. 17-18. And good shot getting into double OT. The Bait side of things. Captain Kirker, absolutely monstrous performance from him at the latter stages of this map.
Yeah, the prediction's looking wrong so far. These last couple of rounds, especially that A defense there. And I mean, there's that mind game that's now coming into play, that 2 rounds on the trot we've seen into the breach go over towards this A bomb site to be able to gain control there. It worked once, it didn't work the 2nd time. Do they just go A again? Do they keep forcing the issue, hoping that Bait have fallen off of their hyper-defensive position? Instead, they're going hyper-aggressive. Wrinkle inside of mid, and oh, that's not a shot you need to be whiffing, my friend! He's been so crisp and clean with it this entire series, and Cypher's now going to be able to find that opening kill into Captain Kirker.
And that wasn't even a very sophisticated peek. He just ran for the smoke and actually didn't even get the first bullet off. That actually went to Captain Kirker, but somehow it still works out in their favor. Wrinkle walking all the way up, and that's the bomb. It even rolls forward into the bomb site. This is a big problem. They have, what, 2 more Molotovs, some HEs coming up. Everyone's going to be rotating in. There is an underpass play coming through from Rallen, and that might make... Oh, no, he's going to get shut down. This should be it. There should be double overtime coming into the breach. They're in trouble here, and now locked in the corner is Thomas. 1 versus 3, and overwhelmed at the end. Double OT coming up as this match is just going to get better and better.
It just won't stop. Neither team wants to give an inch because they know their opponents will take a mile. 18-18. We move to OT2. The predictions were wrong. We apologize. If you predicted wrong, get good. Simple as that. Bait wanted to ensure, God. I'm sorry, but Wrinkle, going inside of mid, missing that shot onto Thomas, and then just being like, you know what, I'm bored of this. Pushing them on ramp. Aggro swinging with the AWP, finds the other AWPer, finds more kills. This kid's amazing.
He really, I mean, yeah, 28 kills, even if we're in overtime right now. Captain Kirker is 26, Alex is 26. I haven't seen 27 on Captain Kirker, yeah. I haven't seen Alex play this well before on the team. We've seen it a couple of times now, but it's a really powerful performance from him at the moment. Captain Kirker sneaking up. There's going to be 3 people on the other side. He can't let them out. It's a good trade, and now Wrinkle is feeling very, very lonesome now. He could have been pushed from behind on the ramp already, but it feels like Into the Breach are saying, no, you know what, it's not really worth it. And Wrinkle actually goes looking. This is crazy. Rallen takes him down. Unbelievable.
How does he even think to continue looking there? I mean, I don't think there was any information given up there. Sure, it was Captain Kirk, and they were like, oh, you know what, actually, Wrinkle likes playing these aggro angles. He did last round. Let's see if he's bang, dead. Take him out of the round. And now this changes the dynamic of the round once again. You've lost your aggro AWPer. And now you can just execute onto this A bomb site. Didn't notice a double AWP setup, actually, but Amster's been completely quiet because the B site has not even been prodded or poked.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they're not using that fact to rotate another person closer to A right now. Yeah, do 2A and leave the AWP. Even move the AWP in a catwalk would make sense. Just try and get as close as you can. They're going to realize now because the smokes are going down. But a man down, 34 seconds here. Oh no, that's some amazing spree. Get the headshot instantly. And now there's only 25 seconds. They need to be real careful. Amster comes sneaking into it, and Crucial can't even get the bomb plant down. What an amazing recovery from Bait.
Yeah, that was really, really nice. There's a world in which Into the Breach, they go, cool, we've got everything we need to over in this A-bomb site, expect the rotate and then go B. I mean, on paper, we probably should have seen some quicker rotates from Bait, but it didn't matter. They were able to find the round at the end of the day, and that's the most important thing. And now they lead in overtime. Cypher trying to ramp up the squad there. This is now the first time in a while ITB have been on the back foot.
Well, this boost up gave them a kill in regulation. They managed to successfully find a kill. It was a good flick from Crucial, but no one is really presenting themselves. Bait did spend a lot of the time on the CT side in regulation actually being aggressive in middle and fighting for it. And it did cause some trouble for Into the Breach. They're pretty successful at doing it. This time they're not going to find anyone.
Different from Thomas. Instead of the top mid swing, he's snuck his way in through underpass, and now with Connector smoked off as well. Owner doesn't really have a leg to stand on the swing. Are you kidding me, Captain Kirker? Why are you going for that swing? That is like, it doesn't make any sense. But I think that's why it makes sense. Catching someone off guard. Why would you swing this guy?
He's so high on confidence as well. I feel like most of the players on the server right now are in that zone, which is what makes it so much fun to watch. Everyone believes that they can win the next fight every single time. Speaking of time, we're down to 45 seconds. They're going to try and see if they can walk it out through the connector onto the A-bomb site. Captain Kirker, he's Molotov'd out, goes for the fight, but Cypher gets the opening kill. Caught with an aid in hand. Owner is back for another double kill. Oh, he's actually up close. Crucial taking him down with the AWP, and he swings straight for more. 30 seconds left, and Crucial missing a shot, but not the second one. Amster is blown up, and Wrinkle, 1 versus 3. He knows he wants to get close. If he could have stopped the bomb, that would have been a miracle. No scope to take down one, but Volt is quick on the return, and Into the Breach. They needed that one.
God, I mean, single-handedly stopping the rotation there, Crucial. Picking up those 2 kills. I mean, you did see the flaws there of having Amster on that second AWP. Yeah, I don't think Wrinkle misses that first shot. They both peek each other. They both fire at the same time. They both miss. But Crucial hits the important one when it matters. The backup there from Volt as well after Crucial gets no-scoped. Always great. But it's starting to Starting to get a little bit long in the tooth this game.
Yeah,
oh my god.
This is risky as well for Into the Breach, because if you lose in double OT, you could get really tilted, even if you have to play a third map. Wrinkle, he misses it again, and they're going to try and see if they can hunt it down. Oh, they've got him. Cypher sees the opportunity, runs behind the smoke to keep himself covered, and Wrinkle is dead. 4 on 5 here. And now they can slow it down. They're expecting a reaction, or at least given a chance now for Bait to do some kind of counterplay in the middle, and they'd be super ready for it.
Oh, nice little flash there, and it allows Cypher to cross on over. The information's already going to be given up by Owner, though, and how on earth is Cypher still alive? The back up there and actually get the frag there? Cypher should be dead to rights. Owner not able to convert that kill when it gives Into the Breach once more a lifeline. However, Bait in these 3v5 situations, they've done it before.
Yeah, they have. That was nearly a critical mistake from Cypher. Could have cost them a lot. Captain Kirker hanging around. They have a lot of Molotovs. 5 Molotovs. If nobody throws one to sandwich, that's a miracle. If they do, he's in a lot of trouble. He can put it out with the smoke, but that doesn't really help that much.
Gives the info right.
A little bit of aggression coming out from the other side of the map. Amster, he gets one. Another kill would be huge. Smokes are up behind him. Amster's hoping for something. There's the first Molotov out. Position's been cleared. He can't hit the shot. Captain Kirker, they're right on top of him. Does he realize Volt spun around for it? Crucial, I don't think he even checked it. And now it's Alex walking in. 15 seconds left. He's going to find the bomb right here. Or he might just be able to hide. But no! Crucial comes running back in. A headshot instantly on the ramp. And that's now a 2-round lead.
Alex, he swapped out to his util. He was trying to be more tactical. And instead, Crucial just said, screw your tactics, I'm taking your head off. It's a 20th round for Into the Breach. They're so close now.
If he gets back around the corner,
oh god,
then there's like 10 seconds.
They won the round. They were playing time.
Yeah, they should be. It's not a bad idea. He just needed to step a little bit to the left, and he would have been probably fine. Or at least he would have had a huge opening chance for the player that would have had to. Crucial would have had to run down there to fight him, and that's probably not going to work out.
If we look into it, it was probably a molly for the bomb. That was probably why he was falling back. Ping a molly off the wall, land it on top of the bomb. You win off the back of time, but God.
Double up on the CT side. Into the breach. They have more chances now. See if they could do this. Thomas getting burned out and wall banged. Amster, he's really come alive here in overtime. Crucial going to get another kill, and he's another player that's really stepped it up. He was a little bit low on the scoreboard to begin with, Crucial, but he's starting to find his own form as well. Everyone is rotating over. They know this is going to be an A hit, and the bomb being successfully planted. No one there to challenge it yet. Going to be a full-on retake instead. The flashbang to begin with is marvelous. Rallen's going to get the kill, but Owner, nice headshot to bring him down. It's backed into a 3-on-3, and look at the rotation through the middle.
Massive.
Long flank here from Wrinkle. This is the deep play.
It's Yorp as well. There's no way they smoke off connector here. There's no reason for them to do so. There's no inkling for them to try and do it, but now he reveals himself, takes down Cypher, takes down Volt, and Owner picks up the third and final one as well to be able to secure the first round of the second half of OT2.
Really well done. That late flank through the middle has a long history behind it. It's been made a lot more tricky now that a lot of people realize that it can be done, but he did it so early on and with 2 people still inside of the bomb site, so he was going to be fine on that one. Really well done. Boom. 2020. Tied up once again. We're looking for the first team to hit 22.
22 rounds left. One of these teams is about to go on to match, potentially series point. Wrinkle, so aggressive, hits that shot onto Volt, was not expecting it to be this close. The first time we've seen them push B.
If they had more people behind it, they win the round.
Yep.
They could push. I don't think Cypher could get here in time, but it was just him. It's still a really good opening kill, but they're going to have to fight for the rest of the round. 4 versus 5 now. It's Into the breach. Just started to shake just a little bit. Again, as I said earlier, the problem with playing triple overtime like this, or double overtime, potentially triple, is that when you lose, it's so heartbreaking, and you have to reset and play a third map. So that's not easy to do.
Into the breach are used to it. Played up against NAVI in that first game, didn't they? They took them to double overtime. NAVI, for crying out loud, and they lost it. They've been able to win every single game since to get themselves to this point. Cypher, destroyed by Captain Kirker as he swings out from short. And now this rotation for Into the breach, I think it's going to be too little too late. Save? Yeah, it is.
You've got to. They don't have the money. I know it's overtime, but you can't lose these rifles.
No, they can't at all. And they're going to be hunting for them. They recognize what situation they're in. Bait might be able to win this one because look at the economy on Bait. They have everything. The tap's there from running. He needs to not die. He does take down Amster.
Yeah, just keep... That's the only thing that matters right now. There's no way to get back into a 3v5, so just keep it cool. And it looks like they're going to be exiting mostly the other way. So 21-20 as Bait are dangerously close to stealing this map away right out of the hands of Into the Breach, who have had multiple series points up until, I think, 3 of them already. They had 1 in regulation, and they had a couple in the first overtime as well, but they just can't close out the map. And that's got to be a suffocating feeling.
Doesn't feel great, for sure.
Almost at the major. Almost, but not quite. Bait are standing in their way. A really formidable team.
They've got a pretty good history of winning overtime games to Into the Breach, but in this event, hasn't gone their way. Of course, that was against a formidable opponent in the form of NAVI in that first best of 1. BA are looking just as formidable, it was seen. Thomas, yeah, looking to go aggro. Oh, crucial! Thomas dies as well. This could be it. This could be going to our 3rd and final map. Rannan looking to be able to pick up some of the pieces that were dropped by his teammates now in this 2 versus 4. Are we really going there? Are we really going to the high-rise? Stakes of Vertigo for our 3rd and final map in this best of 3. Wrinkle needs to find this kill to be able to almost guarantee it. And Cypher, if you want to find yourself an ace to guarantee yourself more time in this game, then by all means do it. But with the timer ticking down, no kit available, a Molotov and that's it. These are just spams out of desperation more than anything else. He's looking to be able to try and find Wrinkle, but I do think time has now run its course as Captain Kirker is going to be able to find that final shot that takes us to map number 3. Bait are feeding themselves. They look elated.
Yeah, you saw the desperation and just the frustration on Bait's faces earlier, but right now they are going to be super excited. And on the other side of things, Into the Breach, this is probably an emotion that they haven't really tried so much. Not at this level, not when there's this much online. You have to try and mentally reset this game and get into the 3rd map. This is definitely not going to be easy, but what a test for a team that's been playing really well.
Absolutely. Well, they're going to take a short break, and so are we. We're in for the long haul. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself some snacks. We'll be back after this.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had a one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even in practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Mouz in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A new voice back on for map number 3. Now, Kai taking over from Anders, of course, as we are just about to get underway in towards our third and final map. It's Vertigo up on the chopping block. Winner, essentially, of a best-of-1 books their tickets towards Paris, and loser plays a difficult decider game tomorrow.
The history. It was a best-of-1 between these two teams in the open qualifiers to get here into the closed. That was on Vertigo.
Yes.
It was a 16-14 victory for Into the Breach, but we talked to Wrinkle earlier on, and he said, we didn't prac Vert then. We've prac Vert now. And oh my God, if there was more a perfect map, I think this is. This is round number 28. This is where Into the Breach could have sealed the deal. They weren't able to do it. I mean, Cypher went big, Captain Kirker went bigger, right?
That's the thing. They should have seen it off here, and I think, you know, there's a worst-case scenario. If they are to lose this series here, this is the round they'll look back at, and even in towards overtime as well. You know, 1 versus 3 to isolate these fights as well. I mean, credit to Wrinkle. Wrinkle steps up when it mattered most, and to isolate these fights in and itself is ridiculously hard. But Wrinkle, cool, calm, collected under pressure when a loss right on the line.
The thing is, if he finds Rallen first and it's Thomas still alive in that situation with like 80 to 90 HP, then there's a world that it doesn't go that way. Isolating the fights, as you correctly mentioned, into those, my God, look at these bloody stats. Everyone putting up numbers. Crucial dropped the least amount of frags, but they were so impactful when he found them.
Yeah, no, exactly. And even same over towards Owner as well. I mean, watching that last map on the sideline, Owner was just unbelievable. While he may not be running away in terms of the fragging department, this guy in terms of the impact was unbelievable. But, you know,
he's
when we
the
look towards
IGL,
Bait,
and he's still putting numbers
exactly. We look towards Bait, and it's the two big names to step up. It's Captain Kirker and Wrinkle, and they were on fire. 33 kills apiece, and you look at the round differential as well. It was back and forth Counter-Strike. We're heading in towards Vertigo. There's history here between these two sides. This one is going to be seriously spicy, ladies and gents.
Yeah, honestly, I'm out of words. This is going to be an absolutely crazy game. Into the Breach, no one thought they'd make it this far, let's be completely honest. I mean, we knew that they had a chance against some of these teams. The first game they play is against NAVI. They take them to double OT, and it's like, hold on. What's going on here? That wasn't in the scheduled program. Who's flipped the script? And then they just continue pushing and pushing. Bait have been in this position before. Bait yesterday were on the cusp of making it to the Legend stage. They've got another opportunity now as well. They don't want challenges. They don't want that second chance qualifier next week as well. I mean, we still don't know who the loser of this is going to be going up against. I think you said if Bait lose this, it might be B&E, depending on that B&E FaZe setup.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, if FaZe were the favourites, the world in which it's B&E, but then as well, it could also be Falcons. I think it could also be Falcons as well. So it is very hard to predict. We're going to come back to it at some point when we know for damn sure. However, both of these two sides, one on the side of here, right? You do not really want to be playing another day of Counter-Strike. You want to lock yourself in so you can celebrate. But Bait, I mean, credit to them. When their backs are against the wall, to turn it back and win it 22-20 in double OT, it's miraculous. What a turnaround.
Considering their mentality, it seemed at the end of that first map of Ancient was in the bin. They had a pretty few rocky rounds on Mirage as well. And then you go to OT, you get given a lifeline, and they start coming alive. You see it on the player cams, and they're just vamos, and they're going crazy. They're really feeling themselves. And I don't know if this was shot earlier or if this was recent, but if this is recent, this is just Thomas taking a moment and realizing, oh, the danger in his eyes. That's not a man you want to be seeing coming to attack you on your bomb site. Have a look at Bait's results here. We mentioned about this. What a hell of a run this was, right? They went 2-0 and then went into Fnatic in that first best of 3, 16-9 against Mouz, and then 16-14 against Virtus.pro.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, look towards Into the Breach as well. They started off with double OT lost to NAVI, but I think it's definitely arguments to be made that they should have actually even won that one. Then they took down Sprout confidently 16-7. And yesterday, arguably, not even just the upset of the RMR, the upset of the year so far, 16-13 over Virtus.pro. I know they've been going through their roster troubles, but that is unbelievable. And now to get towards the stage, both these two teams beat Virtus.pro, and I think that the onus is more on Virtus.pro needing changes. There's definitely something going wrong there. However, we can see how close this game is. We're now going on towards Vertigo. We take a look at the Unicorn odds as well. They're slightly favorable over towards Bait as well for 1.7 towards a 2. But into the breach, they've always been the underdog, and they've always managed to prove stuff wrong. Either way, we're going to throw this one to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we are back, we get underway in towards our third and final map. It's a best of one to decide who makes it to Paris. It's Vertigo up next.
And this is it. This is for all the marbles. If you are just joining us, firstly, where the bloody hell have you been? This has been an amazing series between Bait and Into the Breach. We've gone to the third and final map. It went to double OT on that second one of Into the Breach's pick of Mirage. The first one went the distance as well. These two teams, they are neck and neck. And now we go to Vertigo, the leftover map. Into the Breach, they love this. Bait have played this quite a bit as well. There's life and story between them. Neokai, I'm so glad you joined me for this one, man. This is going to be... I mean, this is going to be amazing.
It's going to be an incredible game. I mean, the big thing is, you know me, I'm a little bit of a statistician. We're looking through the numbers on paper.
The numbers.
And both of these two sides are very similar win rate in the 60%. The only difference is Into the Breach more or less have 3 times the amount of maps played in the last 3 months.
Right.
So already you see a complete different level of experience being played. And since they're both within what we like to call, the quote-unquote tier 2 scene, the caliber of opponents they're playing is pretty damn similar as well. So you're looking over towards Bait, and I think definitely the underdog theory maybe leans towards them just because the amount of experience that side to be side have. However, on the flip side, to lose a game which you are 15-12 up, to lose it in double OT, in terms of your mental, that can always take such a big hit. And I think the big thing, and I'm hoping with this kind of 10, 15-minute break that you have in between maps, that these boys have been able to mentally reset, because it's such a tilting and heartbreaking thing to experience that it can leak in towards further maps.
It's still a big ask though, right?
Yeah.
It's a big thing to be able to reset your mentality. I mean, think about it at home. You're playing an MM game with a couple of friends and you guys get tilted, you leave the Discord call after screaming at each other, you lose a game that was super close, you go 16-14 and all it was a silly Vertigo that only D-ranked you by 1 down to MG2. You don't speak to each other for the rest of the evening. You've just lost a best of 3 second map with the qualification chance to go forward to the major, be the first UK team to do it, and now you're playing another game. Like, the mentality has to be reset. We say that a lot of teams need to do it and how important it is, and it is at this level of competition, but it's not as easy as we say it is.
No, it's not. And of course, it was their map pick as well, which makes it all the more uncomfortable. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to get underway in towards our third and final map of this series. Winner of essentially a best of 1 on Vertigo books their tickets towards Paris, France, for the final CSGO major ever. It's Into the Breach, taking on Bait, and Vertigo is our playground.
Into the Breach on that CT side, Bait on that T side, and God, they are looking to push the momentum from that previous round and just rush out onto this A bomb site. Volt gets gushed down to 6 HP. The rotate call's already made. And speaking about rotates, we see Bait rethinking their strategy already.
You're already slowing things down. I don't mind this from Bait as well. Cypher with the USPS, he likes to take the silencer off. Not often you see that all too much. Could also just use the P2K, but he's not me. Either way, so for him, reclaiming a little bit of space over towards Ali. Right now, this is risky. There's the risk, and there's the reward for Ona. He'll find the opening kill.
They're going to continue pushing onto the site here as well. Wrinkle, Ona, damn, okay, this is an opener. And now Ona's using Cypher's mind games against the rest of his team. He's got the unsuppressed USPS to try and go for these long taps. Crucial is going to be good for 1, but God, this is the first time in a while we've seen a pistol round go this badly for ITB.
Crucial in that 1 versus 4. I mean, this is going to be seriously hard. And I think he might even just call it. He's got full armor or half armor. He may as well just keep hold of it. I mean, he just have to reinvest in towards the next. I don't know if Into the Breach are going to be tempted to go for a force buy in towards the next round. It's something which we see a lot of CT sides do. I don't know if Into the Breach need to do it, but it's such a difficult mentality, such a difficult argument to have here. But it's a poor pistol round, but a great one from Bait. Really well played. Owner, the IGL, he continues to lead from the front. He was so impressive in towards Mirage. Well, he wasn't leading the way in terms of the fragging department. In terms of his impact, immaculate. He really is such a selfless leader. But he can make those frags work. Wonders, it's a cracking shot. You can see Celebration start to lift over towards Bait. They were pretty tilted at times, over towards Mirage as well. And they've kind of completely reset their mental.
Yeah, that's exactly what was needed. Just a little bit of stats. You're a stat man yourself. Bait on that first map of Ancient, they won both pistols. Into the Breach, they won both pistols. This map, who's going to find out? Who's going to be able to win both? It seems like the team that wins the first wins the second. So keep that in the back of your mind when we continue to develop this game. But it's only going to be the second round, and we do see a pretty large force buy here for Into the Breach.
Yeah.
It's those MP9s that we've all come to know and love.
Risky, very risky towards double MP9, but I guess what else can you do? 5-7 alongside it, and Cypher will find the first. Amster to 4 is a huge kill, but now what more can they add to the tally? This is getting messy. They're looking over towards that B site, but still, there's such little space because the smoke's a deteriorating vision.
Actually forces Bait to push back here. Just a barrage of bullets that are being rained through the smoke as it's about to fade. Owner, oh, crucial with the mindset to be able to fall and fade back. He is going to be safe for now, as the round continues to tick down. Needs to be careful on this execute. They are now going to push out on towards this B bomb site. Crucial. Going to be the first point of contact for a lot of these players. Going to be Cypher actually finding that kill over towards Alex. A little more taps from the left-hand side. Randall's going to be able to find Wrinkle. And now Cypher on the site. A lot of damage being done with this 5-7. Can he find the 2 more kills that's going to be required in this round? I mean, he's just hiding behind the pillar right now. Pop flash goes out. Not going to be able to find him. Randall and Volt pick it up. What a round to win there if you're Into the Breach. They completely reset the game.
It's a big round. It really is a solid round. We always like to say, kind of, the pistols are all well and good, but those force buys in towards the second round of the half, that's what matters most. That's where you really kind of set the tempo in early doors. Impressive stuff. And now it's all about building upon this slight little bit of pressure that they've kind of eased off the shoulders. They know that their opponent's going to have a low buy in terms of what firepower they can bring, but the expectations are forced. That is how the vast majority of these games start. These forced by wars, they're weird and wonderful, and they can be super scrappy, which does at times play into the hands of Bait. I'm going to count them out. Those Tech-9s can be lethal on the move.
Love that gun. It's just fun to use. It's not as good as it used to be with the unlimited fire rate. You can just bind it to a scroll wheel and go nuts. But you know what also does a lot of damage? It can also make you go a little bit nuts. Getting killed by a grenade. Captain Kirker and Alex are going to be good for 2 kills there, but they are going to get traded straight back. Amsa now on a 1 versus 3. Ooh, does he go for a little sneaky kill on Volt? No, he doesn't. Plenty of time on the clock for him to re-rotate over. Does give up the information on the audio. And now he's going to look to post himself over towards this B bomb site to get that bomb planted and get a little bit more money moving and kind of trading between the rest of the teams.
The only thing is he's walking over towards B, and I was going to say nobody's there, but Cypher has read this, and he's going to double back, in fact. Amster back over towards, well, A, I want to say is the plan here, but this is so discombobulated for him. He just doesn't really know where to go. There's no information. He has no setup, and time's starting to tick too with a lack of utility and firepower. Getting a kill, even that would be a big ask.
I mean, if he catches Volt off guard here, Volt might have been kind of sitting pretty, been a little bit limited. Like, okay, he's not going to push me. He gets a little bit bored on the angle and falls off, but all the timing's really good here. Does spot out one, and former Rallen does find it, and expects the only person to be there. Swings onto the corner, bomb in hand, is like, oh, I'm dead. Never mind. Yeah. Second round there for Into the Breach. Really nice from them. I mean, it was a little bit laboured though. Only 2 players surviving at the end of that, and that is the damage that the Tech-9s can do.
It's a good hold. It really is actually a good hold. Solid stuff coming through. Wow. Into the breach. A sigh of relief after what was getting a little bit close for them. Bomb won't be able to go to answer. Of course, it means over towards Bait. The economy is going to be in tatters heading in towards the next round. We're going to see what is going to be a minimal buy coming through. Just those low pistols, the Glocks, in fact, a little bit of utility. They actually got 4 nades. Like, quad nades that come through somewhere. It's just a question of where. Are they going to just spam over towards ramp? They are. And it won't really cause all too much of a problem. Crucial will find Owner, looking for more as well. And Bolt comes in to claim some space. Sunny will make it a 2 alongside Thomas as well. They shut down over towards ramp. It's just 1 consolation kill, but it's Into the Breach. 3-1.
Calm and collected. They went for it. Heard the util coming through. It was like, okay, we need to chill out a little bit. Let them push us. And then just explode. Gain a lot of that ramp control. And they're going to continue doing it as well. We do now see this complete buy for Into the Breach. And I say that even though Thomas got MP9 because, God, we know he loves it. He's got plenty of money to be able to buy up around it as well if he really wanted to. But no, he's happy with the higher rate of fire SMG, considering the close range angles he is going to be holding. We see rifles on all 5 of Bait, but the util does leave something to be desired. Only 2 smokes, a flash, a Molotov, a hope, and a dream coming onto this A-bomb site.
Well, Thomas and the MP9 is getting close over towards Ali. Right now, nobody really testing him all too much. It's a slow, methodical approach by Bait. Over towards that ramp position. Smoke will come through, and Rolling going to try and use that to his advantage. Peeking above it, taking a little pop shot. Needs to be careful. He'll just fall away. Straight towards Volt. Captain Kirk to find the first.
Molly goes down from Random, but it's a little bit too late to work out. Ooh, Dinky, your teammate, not the best thing to do. Thomas now on the corner, over by Orange. Yeah, absolutely dumpstered there. Crucial going for the swing, see what he can find. Nothing to be found. This is a really convincing round for Bait here. Seemed like they found the perfect opening to be able to disable Into the Breach. Now they're going to be able to find themselves a second. It's going to be the AWP and the AK save through to the next round. And, well, it's pretty decent players to be saving them because they have the money to be able to drop for their teammates if required. But Thomas, Roland, Volt, they're looking pretty good as well. 3 rounds in a row from Into the Breach. Well, that will always do it to you.
Gotta say, for now, the priority of Into the Breach. Just keep out of that AWP. I think, you know, having the AWP in play really allows them a very confident buy towards the next round. They may even have enough money to work with, even with what Thomas has saved in the bank. However, doesn't matter. Gonna go for a nice, comfortable full buy in towards the next. In a weird way, how this one was as well. I mean, they had an MP9, could have upgraded, didn't need to for Thomas, but now a full reset. We've seen what Bay can do in terms of their tactics. Sitting the smoke over towards ramp, it's so risky, but it works wonders. Any sort of spam coming through, and they really could have been in trouble, but not to be, not to be. Second round on the board for Bait. course, we're still yet to see them put a consecutive one up. Will this be where we see Bates find a little bit of form?
It was the CT side that both teams struggled on. Wow, nice wrinkle. Find that field. Yeah, it's CT side that both teams struggled on in that best of one in the open qualifiers for the Europe RMR. Into the breach, only able to string together 5 rounds. And it was only 4 for Bait. That's what eventually led their fate. Double nade going to be going on in. Volt takes 2. 1 point of damage from each of them thrown, and now has to fall back onto the site just in case even more is committed. But as we can see, Bait don't like the look of this site any longer. They want to take a bite out of A.
Augur's very quiet. A minute to work with. They've got the numbers in their favor. That's the main thing. The stack from into the breach over towards B, it's a good call initially. If they stick around as well, it'll continue to look all the more better. Just keep them positions trained over towards B, but Thomas is rotating away. This is rough. They're leaving one in towards backside. Volt, it's all on his shoulders.
Incredible play up in that first map. Had a little bit of a slower one in the second. The flashes come in, but he hasn't budged an inch. Sprays down one. Does get traded there by Wrinkle as he's going to be able to find those 2 kills. Volt and Thomas out of the server for the time being. Rallen now long sidelines being held with his M4A1S. Only 18 bullets remaining in the mag. Got the lurk here from Owner. He was doing this on Mirage, and it looks like Crucial was privy to it. Taps him down, and now in this 3 versus 2 with 1 inside the mid, 2 onto the site. Definitely doable here from into the breach. The limited utility is not going to help them out. God, has he been spotted? I think he might have been inside a connector. Rallen's going to be able to find the opener onto Wrinkle. Now Alex taken down as well. Amster on the lurk. They have no idea. He's going to begin spamming them down. Crucial's dead. And now on 1 HP, basically, it's Rallen as Amster finds that kill to be able to secure another round for Bait.
Yeah, that's huge. Amster really well played. The lurking presence. 2 lurking players. And one of them having a lot of impact. Amster, that is brilliant from him. He needed that one just to keep Bait in play. Keep them kicking. Here in towards this game, we are going to see a timeout called, and you can fully understand why. If they're into the breach, they're going to bring Juve in towards the conversation, and they need to. They need to just level the playing field. They need to calm their heads as well. You can see a lot of these rookie errors being made, a lot of mistakes started to creep in towards their playstyle, and this continues to happen. Bait will run away with this T side. We know Bait have a very good idea and ability to control the tempo and can control kind of the momentum over towards the T side. They just can't allow this to happen. But it all started so well. This first shot from Wrinkle. And it has to be said as well, Wrinkle has been on absolute fire so far.
Yeah. Both maps we've seen, it's looking like he's going to be able to perform to a high caliber here as well. 3-3, we are now level. The execute over towards the B bomb site. Bait feel like they found a chink in the armor for into the breach. That being this B site hold. Cypher does fall back, does not fall. Re-swings the angle to be able to take down Wrinkle after he picks up Thomas, who finds one of his own on that MP9.
Captain Kirk sneaks away forward, Crucial. No idea. Look at the space Captain Kirk has got to work with it. This is immaculate. He can sneak in behind and cause a ruckus in the backlines. This is where things get seriously dicey. Crucial will find Alex, but Captain Kirk still lurks in behind. Yes, it's a 2 versus 4, but he alone could be the linchpin.
Yeah, this is crazy. Crucial's not going to be expecting this. If Crucial manages to find this kill, he's absolutely insane. Oh my good God, Captain Kirk looks away and he catches both of them unawares. Crucial and Volt fall to the wayside. Now the rotate's been called over towards this A site. Cypher now, no utility to play with, neither Rallen either. They're now going to begin their push out onto the site along with the T's. Cypher's going to run headfirst into them. Waits on the edge of this smoke just for a couple of moments as it begins to fade, but the bomb goes down. He needs to see what he can find. It needs to be a pick, or it might be Rallen on the backlines, who's going to be able to find this opener. Captain Kirk on the lurk as well. Spots out the gun barrel, takes him down. Now Cypher knows he's got the site to play with, but it's going to be the range there for Captain Kirk, which would historically work out in his favour. But too many angles to clear there for Cypher, and it does get punished by Amster.
Yeah, Beta starts playing really, really good CS now. I mean, when things are looking dicey for them to turn that around in their favour, it was a 2 versus 4, and for them to turn it on its head, really solid Counter-Strike coming through. I think all things considered, a lot of credit has to go towards Bait, but to Captain Kirk, he was the difference maker. Individually, he has just won that round for Bait. And, you know, into the breach, you're looking at them and you're thinking, Damn, it's another tilting round to lose, and you're starting to see, once again, not only Bait find really good form, but Into the Breach start to have a lot of rookie errors creep in towards their playstyle. This is really getting concerning, I have to say, but for Bait, they're flying.
Yeah, they need to clean this up real quick. They continue letting a couple of these rounds slip away. They're going to regret it towards the tail end of this one. Surely we're not going to be seeing anything here from Into the Breach. I mean, it's going to be chip damage from both Thomas and Bolt. Bolt is going to be able to find a kill. Crucial finds one of his own as well. The 5-7 doing so much work once again. Rallen does give up his position, but manages to recover himself an AK as well. He has been on point in this best of 3, but he's not going to be able to find anything in this 1v3.
Yeah, so far, so good. Over towards Bait. I think there's still such a lot to like over towards this T side. They're just controlling this game right now. I wouldn't even mind Into the Breach going for another timeout just to get some control back in towards this game. At the moment, they're looking a little bit dejected. They're looking a little bit hard at this game. And Bait, a 2-round lead. We take a look at the scoreboard as Kirk 8 kills to his name, 8 for Wrinkle, 2. Those two, the big hitters from Mirage, have 33 kills apiece at the end of the OT over towards Mirage. And right now, they are flying.
Jesus, how many flashes do you want to use, lads? Save some for the rest of the map. Wrinkle, going to be up close now, looking to go for this swing. As he waits for Wrinkle to get on him. Let's see what he's going to be able to find. Wrinkle, aggressive as always, able to find Crucial as he tries to hide himself inside of that smoke. Alex going for the aggression as well. They recognise it's the ball by round. Thomas good for 2. Been a little bit quiet in this game so far, so this could be a round that he comes alive. He's up to 5 kills now. Looks to find Owner as well inside of that smoke, but needs to find the ever-influential force of Wrinkle, and he's just a few moments away from it. They're checking behind him. They realise that these rats have been so dominant. Round the round again. Rallen's going to be able to take down Owner in the process. Now on a 2 versus 3, Into the Breach should have this one underneath their control, but Kirk is going to get this bomb planted.
Yeah, bomb goes down. Now, post-bombing setup is easier said than done. Wrinkle low on HP, Captain Kirker, not much better, but Wrinkle will find one. Quick trade coming through. Noise being made by Captain Kirker, and Cypher with a double. We'll see another round go in favor of Into the Breach for the first time in 4 consecutive, and the first time out of 5 played. One goes the way of Into the Breach as they go up towards 4. They're looking for upgrades. They're looking to see if they can find anything else. They've got kits to work with, so it will be no problem on the defuse. As Into the Breach will find their 4th, and they just stay within reach and distance. Just stay within 1. That's all that matters, but it still remains the same. The Bait have a lead, and Bait are playing right now the slightly better Counter-Strike. Into the Breach, we need a complete turnaround.
They do. However, these 4 rounds that they now have are matching what they found in that best of 1 just a month ago. They were only able to pull together 5 rounds, my apologies. So they still need 1 more to be able to level that out. And then they're in the same position they were in last time. And they won that one. Sure, it's a little bit close, 16-14, but a win's a win at the end of the day. Yeah. They are now going to fall back onto the bomb site, Into the Breach. They recognise they're being just a little bit too aggressive. And they don't want to give away any silly rounds. They want to tighten it up a bit.
Well, Cypher. So it looks like she's going to be tested over towards B. They are grouping here, Bait. But the bomb, actually in the hands of Alex, he's tempted to rotate away. Over on the other stream as well, for those who missed it, B&E just took down FaZe in map number 1 of Mirage. There was a corker ending I saw at 1 versus 3 that was needed to be pulled off with the NAVI. Couldn't be done over towards Short A. Spicy game over there. We could see upsets on the cards. FaZe, one of the best teams from the number 1 seeds coming in towards this thing. Could be falling flat, but save for Crucial. Captain Kirker, good shot. Will find the opening kill.
Amazing from Kirker to be able to react that way. I mean, he should have been dead to rights. Crucial had the angle, he had the pre-aim, he had everything, but just whiffing a couple of those shots. Cypher playing quite passively on this bomb site right now. I wonder if he's about to go for a swing once the flashes come in, and he does. He swings from the off angle, takes down Alex, looks for another one here as well. Rallen's going to be able to help pick up the pieces, and Wrinkle trades it back. But now we're in a 3 versus 2, make it a 3 versus 1 as the lurking player of Captain Kirk has taken down over towards the A bomb site. This is something we're seeing round after round now. If they're going for this execute over on this B bomb site, there's almost certainly going to be one person, it could be Owner, it could be Kirker, rotating round on A just to be able to deal a little bit of psychological and potentially backstab damage.
Yeah, and you know, Bait are kind of playing in a very, very minute fashion, something that VP used to do really well, not obviously in this RMR, but something which they used to do really well, where they, you know, really test all limits of the maps. They're looking over towards the A-drop position, they're looking over towards the stairs, they leave lurking presence back in towards that the spawn and hoping there's mistakes. However, in doing so, it's allowing Into the Breach a little bit of room to work with, and these guys are making and finding these sort of gaps in the armor and finding things to work with. It's a really good round picked up once again. And of course, a couple of individuals really step up to the plate. That of Cypher, up to a 5-all scoreline. Volt, Cypher, both on 8 kills apiece. Crucial and Rollin not far behind of just 7. Thomas, of course, putting the rear with 6, but it's not exactly a bad team-wide performance for Into the Breach as of right now. We're all square 5 apiece, but most importantly, the money over towards Bait in anguish, decimated. Now they're just pistols for him.
Lovely little gap in that smoke. It's crucial to be able to work with, but surely Bait know that that's the angle that you can never really fully smoke off. Won't have that problem in CS2, I'll tell you that for nothing. Crucial does fall back. Molotov going to go down. Doesn't get extinguished, and Alex is going to be able to find the open kill into Rally. Incredibly aggressive inside of mid, but Thomas does manage to find that trade. Still making it a little bit difficult for Into the Breach, even on rounds that they shouldn't really have a say. A couple of kills there for Crucial. Start to feel it even more from the sidelines. Owner and Wrinkle find their own kills. This is getting a little bit laboured now. Nade going to go in. Potential Molotov to follow it up as well, but that's not going to be the case. Second one to be able to just weaken them up, tenderize them just a little bit more, and Thomas with the swing is going to be able to find those final 2. That was quite a concerning round from Into the Breach, but let's not take anything away from Bait. Bloody hell, how they managed to pull off that.
It got a little bit dicey. I think Wrinkle once again leading the charge. I mean, this guy's been setting an example here so well for him. Nice couple of shots for that Deagle coming through. Bait, in that sort of round, you're looking for a bomb bot, you're looking to try and make it a little bit expensive. And hey, they do. They make it
util damage from Thomas.
255 util damage, as you were mentioning. Very, very good stuff from him. But you'd expect that on the CT side. You're not looking towards the T side to be kind of really leading the charge in terms of that T side damage. CT side, dropping Molotov, dropping nades. But you look towards, speaking of one, Crucial, will throw HE down in towards ramp, but it will have pretty much no effect. As a lurk for Bait comes in towards mid, and this could come back to bite them.
So Crim's playing angles like this yesterday. Had a lot of success. Let's see if Thomas can do it to Bait again. Yes, he can. Hello, him and Rallen. Take down 3. In a swift affair. Cypher spamming down Alex as well. Goodbye economy for Bait. And goodbye rounds for them as well. This is looking like a 7th for Into the Breach. Kirker's information has been given up. They heard the gush through the smoke. Nice, calm and collective there from Into the Breach. That was a easy 3 kills in mid. Just another day at the office, it seems. No crazy screaming.
It was very good Counter-Strike. I mean, a really nice double stack coming through here from Rollin and Thomas. Thomas with a double one on one of his own. Really good Counter-Strike. And one of those rounds where you look towards Bait, they've actually had a good play there. For Bait, they've been testing the wards over towards ramp, has been working. They've been looking over towards B, also been working. But they've left mid for the most part pretty exposed, where they've not been testing and kind of, you know, poking and prodding over there. So they're thinking, right, let's try something new. And it doesn't work. Deep Molly coming through. Nade off the back of it as well. Cypher can take first contact. Will find the first kill. Alex to fall. Just going to fall away over towards Jet. The splashes will catch him. The Rollin reclaiming space. As Cypher makes his 3rd kill. Looking for the quad. Hamster all down to 12 points of HP with a bomb in hand, and he's going to hightail it.
Yep. No need to continue this fight. The fight's completely over. Might be able to rotate over towards the Bay bomb site, just be able to get them planted, but if he doesn't, he might even save with 1:22 on the clock. He's got that full armor. Always useful to have. But as of right now, he's running over. Yeah, they've heard him inside of mid, so he's just going to attempt it. Might be able to find 1 kill, but I mean, he thinks Volt. He got a little bit close there.
Things are getting a little bit testing the server. Into the Breach, though. Good Counter-Strike being played here. Really nice stuff. Up to their 8th on the CT side. They guaranteed a lead at the turn of the half as well, which already just relieves a little bit of that pressure.
Really nice from Cypher there, because historically, once he sees that many people swinging into him, he will get the first kill, he will re-swing again. Instead, he falls back, realizes, actually, this isn't a fight that I need to be losing. I don't need to ego peek these guys. Fall back, wait for the team, and then it's a much more cleaner. Swing here from Crucial. Oh my good God, if he pulled the trigger, it would have been a double lineup, but he doesn't. And so they get to live another day. Volt soon to be swinging on this corner. The tap's coming through into the smoke, and ooh, okay, maybe he doesn't want to be involved in that fight just as of yet. Nade goes in. Kirker's a little bit weak now, along with the 2nd. He's down to 43, but no frags to be found so far. Crucial. Ooh, a little bit of an angle to play with here as he positions that smoke well onto the molly.
He's waiting, right? Yep. He's got an idea. He just needs help. He just needs support. Molotov will come through. That'll at least keep them at bay. This is huge. And rotation coming through. Cypher's not being helpful anymore. He might have just slipped the net. Alex turns away at the worst time.
Completely right with slipping the net. You would have thought the fisherman of bait would have done a good job. As a Seabass sneaking on through. Cypher taps down one. Look for some more. Thomas finds some damage, but it's a 3K from him on the backlines. He's feeling himself coming into this one now.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Love to hear those comms as well. You can, if any lip readers out there, you know exactly what he was saying. But Cypher, really solid stuff, and this is what you want to see from Insta Breach. Dominant counter-attack being played over towards Vertigo.
There it is.
That's what we want to hear. We were waiting for that one. We left that one on air. That's what it is all about. Insta Breach getting hyped, starting to get loud as well, and Bait will be able to hear this. They may not be able to see each other, but they can most definitely hear each other. This is where things get going. 9-5, heading into the 15th and final round of the half. Get into the breach, locking double digits.
This would be quite good for Ona here. Usually we're seeing a little bit of contention up towards this kind of crane peak angle, but Volks playing much more passive. So is Crucial here. Just kind of changing the round's pace a little bit, and Wrinkle punished him for it. Nice little shot there from Crucial, even though he was just kind of subsiding off the back of a flashbang, still managing to find it. Raylan has to fall back, and that does allow the side swipe to come in to be able to take down Thomas. Alex does an amazing job there to do so. Wow, Crucial stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. Okay, that's probably not what he wanted. Didn't realize how long was left on the Molotov, and now got two angles to swing from. He's getting pushed from both sides. He's just now basically playing ring around the rosy with his opponents. Finds that shot into Amsa, looks for the second, not going to be there. Doesn't allow Cypher to be able to reposition, but it's simply not going to be enough. Really nice round there from Bait to be able to attack this site on two fronts.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're about to get underway in towards our second half here in our third and final map. It's 9-6 in favor of Into the Breach. We look at Cypher stats, 15 kills, 6 deaths, and 101 ADR. Winner of this map, this best of one essentially on Vertigo, books their tickets towards Paris. It is a monstrous, monstrous effort to even get to this stage. These two teams were overlooked by many and all. And now, of course, Into the Breach, well, they're only a few rounds away from booking their tickets, but also we know Bait can pull off a comeback because they did exactly that on Mirage.
It's good you mentioned the ADR from Cypher there, because also Thomas and Crucial, both in the 80s, above the ADR of every single player on Bait. Yeah. These three guys are having a bit of a game right now, as you can tell. They're 9 rounds to 6. They just need to find this pistol round, and if they can, they might be able to string a few more together, and that lead that they lost over on Mirage, they'll be able to bring it back underneath their belts. But Captain Kirker recognizes that this is not the time to be going a little bit crazy when all I've got is a USPS, falls back towards his teammates who have set up this interesting mid-stack.
Yeah, I like this call, though, coming through. Decoys used over towards Sandbag. That's a little bit of an strat. Captain Kirker will find Crucial with a smoke. That's a fortunate kill, but he had the lineup as well. Bomb to get planted. That's the main thing. The flash is brilliant. Thomas and Roland and Vault all go for one apiece. Owner, a double from him, brings the numbers level. It's crumbling. They're all down to one man, and Wrinkle runs out of ammo. It is a chaotic pistol round. But Into the Breach, the first side to lock in double digits. Bait found the pistol round to open up this map, and it will be Into the Breach in the second half to answer with one back of their own.
You know, I like keep calling back to this best of one that I already played, but guess what? Bait won the pistol round in that one when they played up against Vertigo last time, but then on the second half, Into the Breach won it themselves. So, if we're comparing these games once again, Into the Breach, they're setting themselves up for a pretty decent storming push here, and here comes this setup. It's going to be a big old rush from Bait. Is Cypher going to be ready and waiting for it with the MAC-10 in hand, looking to farm a lot of the economy here, and Crucial trying to pick up some of the kills that his teammate missed. There you go. There's 4 of them down, and Ono with the deagle. If he can find one tap here, he's going to be happy about it, but it's not going to be the case. An 11th round for Into the Breach, and after a rocky first start, they're starting to really feel themselves and punish Bait for some small inconsistencies that they keep doing.
Yeah, that's money in the pockets. That is really good from Into the Breach. MAC-10's farming a little bit of cash means that they get that added bonus. So, 11-6. This is really spicy. We're starting to see Into the Breach build up a pretty substantial gap, all things considered, heading in towards this next round here. They've been a bit of a mistake to open things up, maybe slight nerves creeping through as well. The Bait full buy for them. Into the Breach, technically this is regarded as a bonus, and Cypher surely doesn't push the smoke.
Surely not. Looks like he's going to anyway. Going to be able to find that kill onto Kirker after Owner falls to the wayside after Crucial finds that kill. Thomas picking one up on Wrinkle as well. What an influential player to take down, right? Only being good for 1 kill, Wrinkle, in this round. Alex and Amster now having to defend the site with their lives, and, well, still looking for a couple of kills here, but from the sidelines with the Galil of all weapons, Volt finds that one.
That's a monstrous round for Into the Breach to pick up. That was the full buy of Bait against a bonus buy of Into the Breach, and they've come out on top. They were coming in with the MAC-10s and Galils heading towards the previous round. It was a full investment by Bait, and they have been decimated. That is humongous. And now we're looking in towards this round where economy shattered over towards Bait. They just do not have the funds to work with, and they're forced into the timeout. They are crumbling under the pressure, and this is why this map, a lot of UK hopefuls who are looking on to this game, they said if it goes towards Vertigo, they're feeling confident because they know what these boys can provide. And Baiting towards the second timeout, you can understand why. It's 12-6, and the buy is going to be so bad. They're going to be sitting in and around 3 grand to work with. The money, because it's so low, I don't think they can afford to go for a force buy. I think essentially they've got to go for upgraded pistols and maybe a bit of a gamble.
I think you're exactly right. I feel like they need to just put in an effort at this point, and it needs to be just something miraculous. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. Good shout on that one, Neo. We are going to be seeing Deagle bought up on 3. Is that a 5-7? Yeah, it is a 5-7 on Alex and a CC75 on Hamster. God, you love that gun, don't you? How many kills do you think he's going to be able to find with this one before he gets gunned down? Looks like he's in more of a supporting role right now, considering with the flash and the smoke. But it's going to be Alex on the contact play, up close with Brandon, who's read this situation fantastically. The Deagle spam there from Wrinkle is going to be able to find Crucial. Hamster taken down before he can fire a bullet of your CZ75.
Yeah, heavy lean as well for Bait. Over towards B, 3 players there. There are no Wrinkles falling away as well. And actually, they're going to double back over to what looks like the A site. Don't drop off the map. That's very smart. Just make sure there's nothing in the hands of Bait. Make sure they do not have any sort of upgrades coming through. I'm liking this right now. Very good stuff from Into the Breach, and they're going to go look for those guns. They're going to try and reclaim a bit of space, hoping there's a Galil or an AK drop, but literally no. It's 51 floors down on the road. You can go and find it, but I think Into the Breach would be more than happy if you jump down and collect it yourself. Yeah. Pop will go down over towards that A site, and I think that more or less has confirmed that this round is going to go in favor Into the Breach. But Marlon is contested, spotting one, finding a nade come through as well. Needs to be careful, look it over well. They will make another kill. Look at the 3. Captain Kirker gets a consolation, but it's nothing more than that. It's Into the Breach. Up to 13. They are 3 rounds away from the major, being the first UK team to ever make it to a major.
7-round deficit now for Bait. They're going to have a buy coming into this one, but I actually don't think it's going to be that great. Let me have a look at the bar. No, it's going to be a full. They're going to be able to commit into this one. No AWP, though, which is actually pretty big considering how good we know Wrinkle is on this gun. That flash stops everything. Crucial was actually potentially going to be able to find 2 kills there as they just swung onto him, but actually it holds them back. And, well, Bait now looking about a little bit more defensively. There's no way in hell that is how a Molotov should work in real life, but we don't question it. Nice little bounce there from Rallen to be able to clear up the corner. Captain Kirk on the other side of the map, able to find Cypher. Good night, Irene. Alex out of the game as he's double naded from backside. Here comes your setup on to B. Everyone from the T side ready and waiting for this one. Are Bait going to have the response?
In comes that util as well. Hamster not being mollied, so he'll just continue not to show his cars, not to show his presence. He's been flashed though. He's waiting, he's backing over the rotation into the breach. They have been blocked by a smoke wall. So they pump the brakes. It all goes quiet. Spam coming through. Thomas will fall to the hands of Ono, who spams through that smoke with the M4. And right now, 45 seconds on the clock to work with. A big decision to be made. And that back pillar player, he's in trouble. Molly will come through, and the AWP holding Crucial pop shot. To no avail. Second half, Osking will find him as Bolt delivers as well. It's crumbling over towards this B side. Bait had the hold, they had the control. And Into the Breach, they have torn them limb from limb. It's Captain Kirker all alone with an AK-47 and a 1 versus 3. And let's be honest, he should just save.
There's no way he should push this. But this is Captain Kirker. This is the man who swings on your angles and manages to find 3. I mean, he's got the kit. We can find the high HP player revolt first, and it would have been great. It's just going to be damage. And well, will you look at that? There's not going to be a strong buy once again for Bait. I'm going to be able to put some money in this round just to be able to basically stave off what Into the Breach have been looking for all this time.
Yeah, I mean, realistically,
round.
They're playing for OT now. That's the insane point for Bait. Cypher's getting loud, the team's getting loud, they're feeling confident. Ladies and gents, it's starting to loom. That is 6 in fact, 5 consecutive rounds over towards Into the Breach. They're on fire, you can see the logo. I think it's gonna be made better. That's a nice opener though. Cypher will fall. Captain Kirker will find that first deep nade to try and alleviate a little bit of the pressure, but still Ramp looks locked down by Bait.
Remember, this is not the last effort for Bait here. They can still play tomorrow. They aren't eliminated, but they're gonna play like they would be. Wrinkle going to be able to find 2 kills. They don't want to continue playing BO3s. They've been in this situation before. Yesterday against Fnatic, there's an argument to be said that they should have won that BO3 after a hell of a performance on the second map of Nuke, and now then a hell of a performance over on the final map as well. They just want to stop playing Counter-Strike and to be qualified for the major. But Into the Breach want to kick and scream and make sure that it's difficult for them to be able to pull away. It's now a 2 versus 4. Oh, okay, make that a 2 versus 3 as the nade comes in from Ranlit. There was so much damage from Wrinkle. Let's see what Crucial can do here. Bomb soon to be planted inside of the smoke. No one can spot him as of yet. He's using every single smoke to his advantage. No one's seen anyone as of yet. They pass themselves. Ships in the night. They have no clue it's there. Ranlit going to be able to take down Alex. Sees him on the edge of the smoke. Now in a 2 versus 2. Swing there from Amsterdam to be able to take down Ranlit. Now Crucial in a very important situation. Needs to find this first pick onto the site. Get spotted out. Flash is now going to be popped. Needs to make sure that they turn away. They're not too sure if anyone's tapped onto the bomb. He misses the first shot. Doesn't. Oh, he isn't going to be able to hit the second one. And it is going to be a 7th round for Bait. It's a great round for them to win considering the position they were put in. And it does give them once again another lifeline. OT is not there yet because the 15th has not been found from Into the Breach.
Yeah, I mean, especially coming in with the buy that Bait had as well. It was so kind of half-assed, right? It was so all over the place. You had FAMAS as kind of the real priority in that sort of round. And they've made it work. They've kept the dream alive, but still a lot more to be done before we get convinced that Bait have enough in the locker, in the repertoire to take this map back from the grasps of Into the Breach. And a full buy, of course, back out for the T side, no problem for us. Spam into the smoke. A little bit of damage dealt both ways, in fact. Swinging in for the first, not to find the kill. Yes, he will. Cypher goes for 1. Quick trade coming through, but low HP. Over towards that of Wrinkle. He's lucky to even be alive. The numbers are level, but the HP of Bait does make you question about how Wrinkle's now going to play this.
Yeah, Runland's tagged up as well, so those M4s become a little bit more lethal. So does that FAMAS from Owner. They do position themselves towards B, but Bait themselves, they move away from the site that links towards their namesake as they post up on A, expecting this to be a push. But as we see, the util comes in, the execute is there. Into the Breach aren't convinced that this site is completely clear, and they're doing everything by the books, clearing out the site. But Amsterdam does not care about your strategy. He's going to push you, and he's not going to go as crazy as put through the smoke. Checks the edge, trades over some util as well, because this is a level playing field in the 4v4.
They might just call it. They honestly, as time starts to tick, they might just keep hold of what they've got. Once again, long-term economy is not good. He cannot see him in towards that back pillar. It's such a strong angle coming through. I'm still holding away. He's going to do it. He's going to go for the jump. They're swinging in. There's the first, second, a third. And Thomas with double to his name. Surely this round's done. He's into the 1 versus 3. And I just don't think Amster has it about him.
No time.
They'll see him off just like that. Into the Breach. Lock in 15. And they are 1 round away from Paris.
The all-important round. We've been in this place before, but Bait were in a much stronger situation. It was a 15-12 scoreline over on Mirage, and Bait were able to come back. A timeout being used because they recognised that, dear Lord, we might need to play another game of Counter-Strike tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. I think for Bait as well, heartbreak, especially after coming back on Mirage. I mean, you know, they did so well to get back into the game, and it looked lost on Mirage too. And the mental fortitude and resilience to get back in towards that game, it's incredible. And then to come in towards Vertigo and get, let's be honest, decimated the way they are right now, that must be absolutely heartbreaking. At least map number 1,
look at Owner.
Close. You know, at least map number 2, again, close, but in their favor. But this one has just been one-sided. They have never really scratched the surface of Into the Breach.
I'm saying this to
This is why we said Vertigo is such a good map for the UK side.
I'm saying this to Anders. Bait deserve to be at the major. The way they
100%.
played this entire event, they deserve to be there, and it would be a crime to not see them there. But Into the Breach, they've just played just that extra bit better. Alex going to be able to find the opening kill. Random Thomas finding 2 as well. Owner leading his squad from the front to be able to find Thomas in this lurk from Wrinkle. This young player has done so much across all of these games they played, and Volt just says, get out of here with your MP9. My AK's better. 3 versus 2, the round slows down. Owner and Captain Kirker, they're good players to find. They're good players to have. Kirker with 100 HP and a smoke. There's a world, Neo.
Right now, things are quiet. That's how Into the Breach should play this. Pump the brakes. There's no need to overextend. And this is where we look towards the experience. The likes of Thomas to just calm their heads. The likes of Crucial just to slow them down. Bait are playing this right. They're double stacking. It's the only way they're going to find success here. But it all comes down to this. Bomb will go down over towards the B side, and nobody's there to meet them and greet them. The rotate is too little, too late. And just like that, the bomb goes down and the 40 seconds on the clock for Bait to make a difference. They're rotating in, they're going quiet, they're going cool, but it might not be enough. Rollin is holding the Polish tank looking for a kill. He will find it. One more kill and into the breach on the first UK side to ever qualify for a major in the final CSGO major in Paris. What a story. They're the first side from the UK to even ever make it to an RMR. And now they have done it. They have qualified to Paris, and they are the pride of the United Kingdom.
Sign me up for every single Into the Breach sticker you can find. My Steam trade's open. Dear Lord, Into the Breach are into the major. Oh my Lord, lads, take a bow. That was absolutely amazing. They chucked everything at them, and then some. Bait did a brilliant job on that second map to give themselves a glimpse, a hope to close this one out inside of the best of three. They didn't want it to end a 2-0. They put up a good fight on Vertigo. Wrinkle said that they had been pracking this map explicitly because of that best of one that they played inside of the open qualifiers. And it just wasn't enough. Into the Breach were feeling themselves. The mentality of Bait just dropped. Commiserations to them. But honestly, the boys have done it.
Yeah, commiserations to Bait, but it's congratulations over towards that of Into the Breach. What a story, what a performance, what a narrative that has been built up here. They were the first side from the UK to ever even make it towards an RMR. Crucial has been trying for years with Endpoint, and they were so close every time. Final margins, final hurdles, they just couldn't do it. The United Kingdom was cursed. And then finally, a team out of nowhere that's not even been here for that long has made it to the major, and look who they are alongside. NAVI, Fnatic, GamerLegion, and Into the Breach. To say I'm proud is an understatement because this side deserve it.
If you told me that Into the Breach would go to double OT against NAVI, I would laugh in your face. If you told me that Into the Breach would beat Virtus.pro and basically aid them being knocked out of this event, I would laugh in your face. If you told me that Into the Breach would qualify for the final Counter-Strike major, I think you'd... honest, Neo, it's happened. UKCS on top. Let's go. Dubs all round from the boys.
Into the Breach, into the major. I mean, we're going in towards, of course, Legends players, and it's going to be an interesting time to see who finishes where, but we have no idea as of just yet. But we don't care. Into the Breach to even make it to this point is monumental. Brings a tear to my eye as well. These guys have been grinding. Cypher has been one of the most talented players coming out of the UK for a long time. Anybody who knows anything about domestic UK Counter-Strike knows how good Cypher is and knows what the skill ceiling of this guy is, and he's finally done it. We look at the scores of today. OG knocked out one win earlier today, 2-0. Mouz knocked out Virtus.pro, 2-0. The reigning major champions knocked out 1 and 3. And then, of course, over towards our final game. It's heartbreak for Bait as they have one more opportunity to stay alive in towards this one. We've had the opportunity, thankfully, to have a winner's interview over towards Thomas, and I cannot wait to hear it.
Congratulations. What a victory. You ended up taking it. You're at the major, the first British team to ever qualify. How does it feel?
Finally better than Rattlesnake. Finally achieved it. To be honest, it's mental, to be honest. What a run. We've come from the open qualifier. We've barely been a team for 2 months. But I'm just so happy that we were able to do this with a UK lineup. You know, it means a lot to me. I've always wanted to do it. And the last major, we've finally got over the line.
It's beautiful. To rewind time a little bit back, I think you had 3 chances on the second map to close it out. One goes into double overtime, and you end up losing that map. What's actually going on when you guys walk outside? What does the mental recovery look like? Talk to me about that a little bit.
I don't know, I went alone. I was the only one to go outside for a cigarette, so... but no, we just sat down, went through everything. Everyone was focused. We just needed to, pump ourselves up again, get the mentality right. We knew we could beat these guys. We've beaten before. I'm just super proud of the boys, especially Kai. He has come to fruition during this event.
Yeah, the whole team is looking really immaculate at the moment. Something else to consider, this whole RMR has really been kind of a real showing for a lot of the tier 2 teams that we don't get to see in the normal circuit. How confident are you playing a team that's not bait, but some of the stronger teams out there? You guys have this mentality you could take down anyone at the major, or what does it feel like coming into that event?
I think that obviously the tier 1 teams are incredibly good, but we're different. And they're only used to playing each other most of the time. So when they see, into the breach in the server or B8, they get caught off guard. Everyone can shoot heads at tier 2, tier 3. And we just don't get the opportunities as some other teams. The players are all good, trust me.
Nice. One last question. We've been making fun of UK Counter-Strike for a long time. Is it time for you guys to join us in making fun of NACS?
Well, EG's in the bin, innit? So, I don't know. NACS being carried by Liquid. I think those boys are sick. But yeah.
All right, one last question. I lied. Any last words for any of the fans out there or anyone supporting you guys?
God save the king.
God save the king, indeed. Thomas, I can say it about myself. And I think for Thomas, he was so modest there. He's talking about, Kai and all this, but Thomas deserves this. This guy has been grinding for years. He has been one of the staple parts of UK Counter-Strike. He has been one of the notable names for the longest time, desperately trying to make it in towards where he deserves. And to mention as well, and it's something that is not really as common knowledge, this is the first time Thomas has ever IGL'd. He's been with the squad for 2 months. He's not only doing a new role, but with new players as well, and he's somehow pulled this team together and he's kept them like glue in towards Paris as well. It is a monumental moment for not only UK Counter-Strike, but for these 5-6 individuals, including Juve, the coach as well. I mean, what a performance, what a story. And regardless of what happens in Paris, I'm just so happy to see them there. They deserve it.
They didn't put a foot wrong. No. They made a few silly mistakes on Mirage, which Bait will rightfully be able to capitalize on, but it simply was not enough. We do not know our 2-2 matches as of yet. The calculations need to be done, so we won't be able to tell you what the plan is for tomorrow, but we know there's going to be some bangers either way, purely because B&E and FaZe are still going on. Into the breach. They are the newest team to be qualified for the Legends. No, for the Major. We don't know if they've made it to the Legends stage as of yet. They may still have to play in that kind of decider bracket, but we know they're there. Yeah. I don't think they care if it's Challenger or Legends. Thomas the Tank Engine just wants to keep going. He wants to play more Counter-Strike at this point. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's going to be one spot. One team will go through. Oh, wait, hold on. One team goes through to Legends, one team goes through to Challengers?
2 teams go through to Legends. So it's
very nice.
Yeah, there will be a little of a bracket. We'll come probably that later on, probably even tomorrow, I think, when we do all kind of the working out and see how things pan out. But like you mentioned, I don't think Into the Breach care where they're going in, whether they're going into Legends, whether they're going towards Challengers. These boys have been working hard, and honestly, it's a pleasure to be a part of this kind of history. Like we mentioned, first UK team to ever make it to an RMR, first UK team now to ever make it towards a major. This is history in the making. We look towards the predictions for today, and I've had an absolute stinker, I have to say.
I'm having words with you.
I went for one with VP and Bait, and it was not good. I can explain the Bait one though, and I spoke to Cypher, to Kai, off camera yesterday, in fact, and I told him I was going to do it because the one time I picked the UK team, they lost to NAVI, and I promised to Viperio and to Into the Breach that I would not cast the curse them anymore, and I would go for the opposite to essentially cast the curse the other team.
My man, thank you very much.
Cast the curse is real. Don't forget it. Don't leave it. So I had to make sure that this time I did not let down the boys. Cypher can vouch for me because I told him yesterday. I said
the tweet. Today shut the tweet round.
That I'm going for the other way, just to cast the curse the other way. It had to be done. But either way, I don't care. My pick'em's in the mess. Into Breach made it to a major.
Amazing. Absolutely outstanding. Let's not take anything away from Bait as well, because they played a hell of a series. As we've all said, myself, yourself, Anders, I'm sure plenty of you guys at home as well recognize that Bait deserve a spot at this major now. And you know what? I'm rooting for them tomorrow. Yeah, I do not want them to go through to that last chance stage next week, have that thought in the back of their mind that, oh my good God, we lost at this junction. But who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
the quality of Counter-Strike bait play, they should be at a major. Look at the result against Virtus.pro, then against Mouz, and then against Fnatic. Even though they lost against Fnatic, they're going toe-to-toe with a 3-0 Legends team, 12th best team in the world. Bait should be at the major, and I'd be very surprised if in towards tomorrow, or whenever it is, Bait do not make it. However, that is us done for the day. We've had 3 best of 3s. It has been some immaculate Counter-Strike. Virtus.pro with a last-minute change of bringing Norbert, who flew in this morning, of course, getting knocked out by Mouz. The first time Mouz, with this iteration of Mouz, have ever beat Virtus.pro in a series. It was incredible, incredible history. We looked through the results again once again. Of course, as 1 win did get knocked out as well. I think there's a lot of hopes over towards 1 win to really find some form, and unfortunately those guys just couldn't quite do it. But they've only been together a couple of months. I don't think it's the last we'll see of 1 win, but wow, we'll take a breather, and I guess for now, we will bid you all farewell. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure to be a part of today's broadcast as per usual. We'll be back tomorrow, of course, as we always are, with more wonderful Counter-Strike. For myself, Neokai, and the wonderful Cody Cast, and the Zoos here just a moment ago, we bid you all good night.